The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I, of course, am your host, Matt from the past. We have about 10 hours of classic radio programming coming to you. But first, it's March the 11th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 843 AD, icon veneration officially reinstalled in Hagia Sophia Cathedral in Constantinople. In 1502, founder of the Safavid dynasty, Islam I, is crowned Shah of Persia. In 1966, military coup led by Indonesian General Suharto breaks out. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev replaces Konstantin Shermenko as Soviet leader. In 2011, 9.0 magnitude earthquake strikes 80 miles east of Sendai, Japan, triggering a tsunami, killing thousands of people and causing the second worst nuclear accident in history at Fukushima nuclear plant. In 2018, China's National People's Congress approves removal of term limits for a leader, allowing Xi Jinping to be president for life. In 2020, COVID-19 declared a pandemic by the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, after 121,564 cases worldwide and 4,373 deaths. In 1957, Charles Van Buren finally loses on U.S. TV game show 21 after winning $129,000, later revealed to be fixed. In 1851, Giuseppe Vivaldi's opera Rigoletto premieres in Venice. In 1917, first NHL championship game ever played. Toronto Arenas beat Montreal Canadiens 7-3 in first of two games set. Born on this day, William Huxison, James Franklin Hyde, Harold Wilson, Ralph Abernathy, Douglas Adams, one of my favorite writers, Shemp Howard, Vinetti Carroll, Rupert Murdoch, Terrence Howard, Thora Birch, Jodie Comer, Malcolm Kendall, Louis Breaux, Didier Drobody, Anthony Davis, and dying on this day, Egalabias, Alexander Fleming, Richard E. Byrd, Earl Stanley Gardner, Slobodan Milosevic, Paul Alexander. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 157. Be on the lookout for a car bearing two boys. Number 1, blonde, heavy set, has a pug nose. Number 2, swarthy complexion, lighter build. These boys are armed and thought to be holding up gas stations. That's all. Rosenquist.
We have often explained to you that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is superior to ordinary gasoline because it is cracked. To make the point still clearer, let us consider another familiar fuel, which is improved by cracking. Coal. Coal, in large lumps, is slow to start burning. Once it begins to burn, it gives plenty of heat, but it burns inefficiently, wastefully. So coal is broken up into small pieces, cracked. Then it starts to burn easily, develops quick, efficient, even heat. This illustrates clearly the difference between cracked and uncracked gasoline. Uncracked gasoline is lumpy gasoline, hard to start, sluggish and wasteful, incapable of perfect combustion. Some of it even flows raw down the cylinder walls. Some is forced, unburned, out the exhaust. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is broken up into tiny atoms by the patented Sinclair cracking process. It starts instantly, burns evenly, and develops tremendous power. Every possible atom is turned into driving energy. Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl is used in more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand. It has been specified as the preferred gasoline for the police departments of Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many, many other cities and counties. Exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline featured by your independent Rio Grande dealer. Remember, this is the only gasoline that will give you police car performance in your own car. Try a tankful tomorrow. And now we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When you read a story about a kidnapper, you usually think of a hardened man as the perpetrator. But if you could look through the files in our record bureau and see the number of kidnappings, robberies, and murders that are committed by boys still in teens, it would undoubtedly give you quite a shock. Yet it is a fact that the majority of cases, like the one you will hear tonight, are done by juveniles, boys who have turned to a crime career rather than face the responsibilities of an honest one. It is a terrible thing to have to sentence a boy, hardly started in life, to a long-time penitentiary term. But there is no other way out. If we let them off easily, give them another chance, the result would be obvious. They would think they could get away with the same thing again and return to their original career of crime. Our only chance to help these embryonic criminals is to show them in the beginning that crime does not pay.
It is early morning, September 29, 1936. On the wide cement highway leading out of Olympia, Washington, two boys stand, thumbs pointed south in the familiar gesture of the hitchhiker, and watch the steady line of cars as they speed by.
So far, so bad. These guys don't seem to even notice it.
Don't worry. Sooner or later, someone will stop. They're bound to.
Sure, I know it. Only I still say, so far, so bad.
Yeah.
Hey, watch it, Hank. Here comes a car with only one guy in it. See if you can look pretty for it.
Nuts.
You didn't look so good, I guess.
Did you ever stop to think that maybe it was you that didn't look so good? That face of yours would scare anything away.
Yeah? I notice it ain't scared you away yet.
Hold it. Here comes another jalopy.
Keep waving that thumb.
I am.
Hey, stop it.
And there's only one guy in it. Come on. Hey, want a lift, boys?
Yeah, we sure do.
Well, pile in.
Thanks. Come on, Hank.
I'm coming. Hey, where you boys headed for?
Oh, we're going for a long ride.
Yeah.
And you're going to take us all the way.
Huh?
Keep your gun on him, Hank. I'll take the wheel.
Hey, but look here, you can't do this.
Shut up and move over, mister, and don't try nothing funny, neither.
You'll be arrested, you know, by the
Quiet.
first...
Oh, would you rather take a dose of lead poison?
All right,
yeah,
all right.
Better now move over here and let me get behind that wheel.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Come on, you clumsy lug. Okay. Now, we're taking a swell tour of the country, mister, and so long as you keep that mouth buttoned, you won't get hurt. I don't think. But open it and you'll be sorry. Watch him, Hank. We're off.
Fear clutching at his throat with cold fingers, the kindly motorist huddles in the front seat of his own car while the youthful hitchhikers send it speeding south towards California. For seemingly endless hours they ride this way. And then, after some 400 miles, the driver pulls the car off the road into a little side street and stops the motor.
Hey, what are you going to do here?
Get ready, you Pop. This is the end of the line.
Hey, yeah, but where are we? What am I going to do way out here?
Tell him, Hank.
Sure, it's a pleasure. You're somewhere near Grants Pass, Oregon. After we get through tying you to that tree over there, it really don't matter much what you do. The main thing is we know you won't get to a telephone for some time.
Very well done, Hank. Now, come on, mister, and make it fast.
Say, you know, this is an awful thing to do to a person, boys. I might die out here, and nobody'd be the wiser for it. Now, think of having that on your soul for the rest of your life.
Save it, Pop. You won't die. And if you do, so what? Give me that rope, Hank.
Here you are.
Yeah, now, sit down here by this tree.
Yeah, but
mister.
you heard him. Sit down.
Here you are, Hank. Take this end of the rope and fasten it there.
Oh, don't do that,
there.
boys.
Now, tie it tight. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, that's it. That's the idea. Now,
Don't.
now, Hank, pass it around to me.
There. Please don't.
So, there we are. All fixed. Just as cozy as can be. Now, mister, we're leaving. If you get too cold during the night, ring for the butler. I'm sure he'll be glad to get you anything you might want. Come on, Hank, let's blow.
October 3rd, 5 nights later in an oil station on Florence Avenue in Los Angeles.
Evening, gents. Little gas?
Yeah. But check the oil first, will you?
Sure thing.
Hey, where can I get a drink of water?
Right inside the door there. Help yourself.
Thanks. And, say, you might clean the windshield while you're at it.
Sure thing.
You want a drink too, Hank?
Yeah, I think I do.
All right, come on. All right, Hank. Do your stuff.
Okay, he's cleaning the inside of the windshield now. It'll be easy. Get in that car. Go on fast. Okay, I will. Go on, get in there. All set, Bill. Hurry up.
No, all right, take it easy. Fine business. Only $10. Oh, well, it's better than nothing.
Where are you taking me?
For a nice little ride, mister.
You mean you're going to kill me?
I don't know just yet. We'll see. Now, shut up.
And 40 minutes later, the terrified gas station attendant is hauled roughly out of the car near Lincoln and Manchester Avenues and dragged into a vacant lot. There, the two bandits tie him securely with baling wire, then make a laughing departure in their car. 1 hour later, at a small service station on North Vermont, the youthful pair strike again, kidnap the attendant, take him 35 miles out of the city, and leave him tied to a tractor near Huntington Beach. And early the next morning at the Georgia Street police station, an unshaven, disheveled individual faces the desk sergeant with a strange story.
I tell you, I was kidnapped right out of my own service station and dragged clear down to Huntington Beach. That's where they left me.
How'd you get here?
Oh, guy on the highway heard me yelling, gave me a lift into town. He's outside right now.
You got a description of the men, license number of the car?
Oh, I remember what the fellas looked like, all right. As far as the license numbers are concerned, I didn't have time to even see them.
That's too bad. However, give me as good a description of the men as you can. We'll see what we can do.
Well, they was both pretty young. Not over 20, I'd say. One of them had a nose that had been flattened by something. Kind of blonde hair, heavy set. It was plenty tough. Seemed to be the leader.
Blonde hair, heavy set. The other one, swarthy complexion, black hair, both under 20.
That all we got to go on?
That's right. If we don't bring these boys in before too long, you know what'll happen.
Yeah, I think I do all right. We'll get a ribbing from the paper.
Yeah, and from everybody else, too. Sometimes I wish I'd been born a crooner or something instead of a policeman.
Well, too late now to do anything about it.
Huh?
You're being a crooner, I mean. What we've got to do is find these boys.
Right, and soon. I've got a statement here that the bandit's car was a black sedan, a Chevrolet. With all the black Chevrolets around this town, it'll be a simple matter to find the one we want. Just pick it right out of the air or something.
Sure, right out of the air. Oh, come on, let's get that dope to the papers and get moving. I can't sit here any longer. So the first moves are made to apprehend the two youthful desperados. Word is flashed by teletype to all local substations to be on the lookout for a black sedan answering the meager description supplied by the victim. A description of the two boys is given to every cruising police car in Los Angeles. But the rest of that day and night goes by and no word is received. No reports of gas station robberies come into headquarters. The bandit car and its occupants seem to have disappeared into thin air. Then, 7 p.m., October 5th, on Main Street in Los Angeles.
Come on, Hank. This car'll do.
Okay. Hey, what's going on here?
Shut your mouth and move over.
But Shut up, or would you rather get a dose of this? A gun? Yeah, and it's ready to go off any second. Well, don't shoot. I'll move over. Here.
Yeah, that's better. I'll drive. Pile in the back, Hank. We're off. Now, listen careful, mister. We ain't made no definite plans about you yet. That sort of depends on how you act. But I'll tell you one thing. If you start any monkey business, you'll get a dose of lead slugs that won't feel too good. Now, how's about it?
I won't try anything, honest. I won't say a thing.
Well, that's smart. Maybe you'll get along all right at that.
The swell bus you got here. Huh, Bill?
You're brand new. We can really go places in it.
Yeah, I
huh?
wonder how fast it'll do. Oh, please, it's not even broken in yet. Don't try to go too fast, will you?
I thought you said you was going to keep the trap shut. What would you like? Your car burnt up a bit or your stomach filled with lead slugs?
I'm sorry. I only thought that maybe you wouldn't ruin the car. I won't say any more.
Good. Because if you do, I know how to stop you. Now, listen, mister. This is one time when it's up to you what happens. When we drive into this gas station here, keep real quiet. Or else. You understand?
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Okay. See that you remember it. Get organized, Hank. We're going in here.
All set, Bill.
Evening.
Fill her up? Yeah, with yourself. Get in here and make it fast.
Say.
Feel that? Now, come on in back here.
Okay, only keep that gun on.
Go ahead, Bill. I'll keep our friends busy cleaning the windows till you get back.
Okay. Ten. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, Hank, I got all I was. You better stay back there with this guy until we get rid of him.
Right, let's get going.
Out towards the beach, the daring bandits drive their captives. Along Wilshire, out through the crowded Beverly Hills section, through heavy traffic, then to Westwood. Finally, on a side road, they drag the gas station attendant out of the car and tie him to a ladder lying in a vacant lot. Then the three occupants of the car continue their wild flight. At breakneck speed, the pug-nosed individual hurls the car over the roads, out of Los Angeles to Bakersfield, where they stop long enough to rob another gas station and kidnap the owner and his wife. Then back on the highway again, and north to Fresno. In Fresno, they stop at a gas station, but give up the plan at the last minute, continued on to Modesto, where suddenly, in a lonely, uninhabited section, the driver pulls the car to an abrupt stop.
All right, you two get out here.
You're not going to leave us here with my wife only out of the hospital 3 days.
I'm going to leave you here, and if you make another crack, I'll leave you laying flat.
How about me? You want me to stay here, too?
There you go, getting curious again. Now, you stay with us. I got other plans for you. Come on, Hank. Help me tie these two up.
Okay, Bill, I'm right with you.
You realize that this might kill my wife, don't you?
I ain't interested in what this might or might not do. You're lucky to get off this easy if you only had sense enough to know it.
The girl's all tied up, Bill.
God, so's this guy. Now let's get moving.
I hope they catch you two devils. Then I hope to get a chance to get my hands on you before they hang you.
If I thought there was any chance of that, I'd fill you so full of slugs right now that you wouldn't be able to even talk. But don't worry, they ain't gonna catch us. because we got it all figured out. They ain't got a chance in the world.
All right, talk while you can, but they'll get you.
Hogwash. Come on, Hank. This guy's beginning to bore me.
So back to the highway and on with the seemingly never-ending tour. And a few hours later, they speed through Stockton, watch the lights of the city as they fade in the distance.
We're through now, Bill.
I think it's about time we get rid of this guy. He's getting on my nerves.
That suits me. I'd like to be able to relax for a while myself.
And there ought to be a good place along here somewhere.
What are you going to do with me?
That all depends. I ain't make up my mind yet.
If I was running things, I'd say get rid of them for good.
Well, you ain't running things.
I'm glad of that.
Maybe you won't be before the day's over.
You haven't got anything to gain by killing me.
I don't know about that. You know a lot too much about us. You might spill it to the law.
That's why I say get rid of them once and for all.
All right. Let's not beef about it. We got to find a place first anyway. Here's a swell spot, just a place. Here we are. Pile out.
Okay.
You know, I can't quite figure it out. It don't seem good to let you loose now, but I don't want no mess on my hands.
You mean a mess on your hands? I thought you said we'd never get caught.
They won't. Only if something did happen to slip up, we don't want no murder rap.
Say, what's got into you, Bill? You sound as though you were getting soft or something.
Well, maybe I am, only I don't feel right about this.
You're right about that murder business, kid. You're only making it tougher for yourself by killing me.
Did anyone ask you for an opinion?
No, only I thought maybe...
Don't think. When you stop blabbing, I want to let you have it.
Okay.
Well, how about it, Bill?
Nuts. We'll leave him here. Tie him to a tree or something.
But that way he can squawk.
You heard what I said. We're leaving him here.
Okay, Bill, you're the boss.
That's right. Only sometimes you don't seem to remember it.
I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to shoot off my face.
Okay. Come on. Let's tie this guy down. I'm getting nervous standing around beefing about it.
So Kenneth Milster, the unfortunate companion of the two bandits, finds himself tied to a tree miles from anywhere, but with his life still intact. 4 hours after the bandits have left, he squirms, twists, frantically tries to undo the wire that holds him prisoner. And at last he manages to free himself. Running to the road, he hails an early morning milk truck and gets a ride to Stockton, where he gives an account of the long vigil to Chief of Police F.H. Fredericks. And in turn, with the license numbers of Milster's car in his possession, Chief Fredericks teletypes the Los Angeles authorities.
Los Angeles Police, attention robbery detail. Have here in Stockton one Kenneth Milster, kidnapped with his car from your city October 5th by 2 armed bandits. Released this day near hereby same. Took car with them. Description as follows. Pontiac sedan, 1935. License number 9X6592. 2 men. 1, blonde, pug-nosed, heavy set. Believed to be about 20 years of age. Number 2, light build, dark complexion, dark hair, both armed. Request your office send statewide bulletins asking assistance. Fredericks, Chief of Police, Stockton, California.
And in response, the Los Angeles authorities reply,
Stockton Police, attention Chief Fredericks. Sending statewide bulletin to all points immediately. Please hold Milster for us until we come for him. These 2 men thought to be same as 2 men wanted here for gas station burglaries and kidnapping. Seeger, Los Angeles Police.
Seeger, Los Angeles Police Department. Pontiac sedan, license number 9X6592, recovered here. Occupants missing. Holding Milster per your request. Fredericks, Stockton Police.
So the first good description of the missing car proved to be of little use to the police. But with the wheels of the law in full motion, detectives Maxwell and Anderson slowly tighten a net of evidence against the time when the 2 bandits will be apprehended. In the office of the robbery detail, the 3 Los Angeles victims are shown several mug pictures of youthful criminals, but fail to point out the wanted ones. Then, at 11 o'clock that night, October 7th, a message flashes across the teletype network to the Los Angeles Police.
Los Angeles Police Department. Regarding your bulletin, regarding wanted men. 3rd man of this city, kidnapped here, 9:30 p.m. by 3 armed men. Forced to drive them to outskirts of town. Thrown out of car. All wore dark suits. Gray hats. Description of car as follows. Auburn, 1932 brougham. Brown body. Tan cloth top. License number 9F4000. Headed south on Highway 99. Sheriff C.M. Hogan, Modesto Sheriff's Office.
Highway 99. Well, that means we can expect them back here in Los Angeles if they don't change their mind.
Right, and we'd better get word to all the boys to be on the lookout for that car. Our best chance is to get them before they have a chance to change cars again.
Come on. Let's get this on the broadcast.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Be on the lookout for 1932 Auburn Brougham. Tan cloth top. License number 9 Frank 4000. Driven by 3 men. These men are wanted on robbery and kidnap charges. All 3 are armed, so be careful. That's all. Rosenquist.
But almost before this broadcast is received by the various radio cars, a report comes in from a gas station operator on North Broadway.
Yes, sir. They took all my money and made me get in the car with them.
What kind of a car?
It was a 1934 Ford sedan. I got the license when they left me.
Good. What was it?
2L7782.
All right, Mr. Smoyer, and thanks a lot. Harry, cancel that last broadcast and send this one out, will you? Our boys have changed cars again.
And early that same morning, Chief Detective Joe Taylor calls Captain Seeger into his office, gives new instructions. Accordingly, Captain Seeger assigns an officer to every strategic gas station in the Los Angeles city limits, then turns the office over to acting Captain E.J. Rivas. And in a radio car down in the Main Street, Beer Joint District, Lieutenant Anderson sits with one of his undercover men, waiting the return of his partner in Milster, when the radio suddenly comes to life.
Calling car 15314. Attention Maxwell and Anderson. Call your station at once. Car 15314. Call your station at once. Rosenquist.
Listen, Ed, I've got a call in, and I don't know where Maxwell and Milster are. You beat it into every joint in this block until you find them. Tell them to be on the corner of 3rd and Main in 15 minutes. I'll meet them there, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, and don't let me down. This might be important.
A hasty call informs Anderson that there's an important bit of information waiting for him at the robbery squad office. So after picking up his companions, he proceeds there at once.
Here you are, Lieutenant. Teletype from Stockton that just came in for you.
Thanks. 2 original men, members of gang you're looking for, thought to be William S. Parker and Harold Lacey, both deserters from San Diego Naval Training Station. Parker's home, this city. Lacey from Fresno. Parker served term in Whittier Reform School, believed to have girlfriend living in Los Angeles. Her name, Mary Jennings. Address 2135 West Kingston Road. Fredericks, Stockton Police. So that's the attraction in Southern California, that girl.
Think we ought to go out there now?
No, first I want to go out to Whittier and see if we can't get a picture of Parker. Come on, Mr. Milster. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to take another ride with us. I need your identification.
That's perfectly all right with me. I don't mind riding around with you fellas, just as long as I don't have to go with those bandits anymore.
And at the Whittier Reform School, Milster points to the picture of Parker and positively identifies him as the pug-nosed leader of the gang. With this in their possession, Maxwell and Anderson head back to Los Angeles. Stop at the office long enough to report their actions, and there Pat Shepard, veteran newspaper reporter, insists on joining them. His newspaper man's intuition scenting a good story. So a few minutes later, Anderson, Maxwell, Milster, and Shepard arrive at the address of Parker's girlfriend. Maxwell and Shepard quietly cross the yard to keep watch on the rear of the house, while Anderson, after telling Milster to stay in the car and make himself as inconspicuous as possible, walks to the front door, rings the bell.
Yes? I'm looking for a Mary Jennings. She live here?
Yes, I'm her father. What was it about?
Well, I understand she has a friend named Parker. Bill Parker, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. He was here tonight.
He was? Mr. Jennings, may I come in for an instant? This is vitally important. I'm Lieutenant Anderson. Here are my credentials.
An officer? Yes, come in, right in here.
Thank you.
We can talk in here, I think. What's this all about?
Mr. Jennings, I am sorry to have to be so blunt about it, but this friend of your daughter's, this Parker, is wanted up and down the line for robbery and kidnapping.
What?
That's the truth. He's a desperate man. Obviously, you can see the reason for my visit.
Yes, of course. Bill Parker, a robber, a kidnapper. Well, that seems impossible.
Do you know where Parker is, Mr. Jennings?
Well, I can try to show you. If you wait till I dress.
Of course. And I needn't tell you, I suppose, that time is very important.
Well, I'll hurry just as fast as I can. Won't be a minute. If you'll excuse me.
I'll wait on the front porch. You join me there as soon as you're ready.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll only be a moment.
Bill, there's someone sitting in the car in the garage back there. Pat and I heard him talking. You sure? Positive.
Okay, come on. Might be Parker. You and Pat cover me. I'll see who it is.
Okay.
Steady now. I'm going to crawl.
Yeah, all right. We're all set.
Come on over there. I'll blow your head off. Come on, with your hands up. I'm not wasting any more time.
All right. I'm coming.
Look, it's Parker, all right. Fits his picture perfectly.
Yeah, and his girl's with him.
Well, slap the cuffs on these two, Harry.
Okay.
Oh, you too, Mr. Jennings. I thought you were upstairs dressing.
Well, you see, as a matter of fact...
All right, I understand. Harry, slap some bracelets on this fellow, too. I'm not taking any chances
Sure
now.
thing. Come on. Stick out your hand.
Parker, where's your pals?
That's for you to find out.
How about you, young lady? You know where they are?
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Oh, you don't? You never heard of Harold Lacey?
No. I know a friend of Bill's, but I don't see what this is all about anyway.
Surprise you if I told you that Bill here is the leader of a three-man gang that's wanted for kidnapping, robbery, and plenty of things, eh?
I don't believe it.
Okay, it's the truth, though. All right, Harry, round them up. We'll take them all in.
What are you taking Mary for? She don't know nothing.
I'm not so sure of that, Parker. I think she knows plenty. Anyway, she goes to jail.
But she don't know a thing, I tell you.
All right, Bill. There's plenty of time to do your shouting. Right now, you and Mary and I are going for a little ride to the station. That is, if you don't want to tell me where Lacey is.
If I tell you where he is, will you let Mary go?
I think I can say yes to that.
All right, let her go. I'll show you.
I thought you would. Come on, Harry. We're going to pick up the rest of the gang.
And a few minutes later, at a small rooming house on East 5th Street, Maxwell, Anderson, and Shepard stand before a door, from under which streams a crack of light.
If the door's locked, we bust in. If it's open, walk in. All set?
Okay.
Yeah. And here goes.
Hey, what the devil?
Put him up, Lacey. Hi. Nab that fellow on the bed, Harry.
Hey, what is this? I won't put up nothing for no one.
All right, then I'll put him up for you.
What are you doing?
Hands up in your hands where they can't get loose. Right to the chair.
Hey, this guy sounds like a light, Bill.
Well, put the cuffs on him, Harry. We got him, and we're going to keep him.
Hey, how'd your boys know we was here?
Well, I'll tell you, son. It's just another case of a woman being the cause of everything. Yes, sir. We got the woman, and now we've got you. Think it over.
Lacey and Parker were both sentenced to San Quentin Penitentiary to serve a term up from 6 years to life. The third boy, James Lawson, was sentenced by Superior Court Judge D.M. Young of Stockton to San Quentin for the same term. Thus, once again, has been demonstrated the folly of embryonic criminals in allowing themselves to be deceived by the false glamour given by publicity to the exploits of John Dillinger and his ilk.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Every time you hear a siren, either on the air or on the street, let it remind you that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the gasoline of police car performance, and that you can have the same brilliant results from your own car that police cars get just by patronizing your independent Rio Grande dealer. Besides featuring exactly the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that police cars use, your independent Rio Grande dealer also offers you the finest motor oils that money can buy: Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline. They are so thoroughly de-waxed, so thoroughly de-jellied, so free from impurities that they flow freely on coldest mornings. Yet no amount of engine heat can break them down. Sinclairize your motor. Your car will start quicker, run smoother, and last longer. And get the latest copy of Calling All Cars News from your Rio Grande dealer. Exclusive movie news, detective stories, thrilling features, all about the Junior G-Man and detective outfits for youngsters, and how you can get them absolutely free just by purchasing a few gallons of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Get your copy tomorrow. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Oakland police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Investigate a fire.
Top secret orders force Picard to relinquish command.
I want this ship ready for action.
Duty sends him to stop production of the most feared weapon in the galaxy.
Destroy it at any cost.
Beverly, get out of there! But has Starfleet sent him on a suicide mission?
It's a trap.
Come on!
You are preparing for war.
Captain!
We are preparing to defend ourselves.
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Oh, I'm a little nervous tonight.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in San Francisco, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra. Judd Collins were the mayors, and Bing's guests, Dennis Crosby and Philip Crosby.
Oh, the twins. Some guess, huh?
Well, I think it's very nice on our March 15th broadcast that you should have two little dependents with you, don't you?
There's more, you know.
Yes, I know. I know. Bing, you had your brother Bob on the show a couple of times. Your niece, Kathy Crosby.
Yeah, very good.
Gary, your oldest boy. And now the twins. What do you do for guests when you run out of Crosbys?
That is impossible.
Woods are full of them,
Scratching the surface. Ken, the Crosbys come in flocks and swarms like locusts, the Japanese beetle, grasshoppers, the tsetse fly, or the saber-toothed titmouse. They just abound.
The saber-toothed titmouse.
Oh, very lethal animal.
There's a plague of Crosbys.
We are definitely a blight. Blight on the American scene. And sad part is, Ken, that up to now, we have baffled science.
Nobody's come up with the Crosby cure, huh?
Nope. Can't make it. Nobody can get it.
I'm sure some scientist will think of something.
Carp, in saying that, I'm positive that you've brought a message of hope to scores of long-suffering humans.
Say, by the way, Bing, I want to ask you about your brother Everett.
Science gave up on him.
No, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, how come you've never had your brother Everett as a guest on the show?
Saving him for television.
Oh, is Everett visual?
Oh, yeah, he's a sight. Oh. Ken, it's time now for the opening number, which happens to be Copper Canyon, written by Livingston and Evans. This is from the Paramount picture Copper Canyon, and if the Rhythmaires and John Scott are ready, I guess I'm all set to head up for the canyon my own self. When I'm up to my neck, being down in the mouth, there's a place I can play. So to lose my hankering, I pull my anchor in and head that away. Dee-la-dee-lo, hear the fiddle and bow, and swing your cares away. Down in Copper Canyon, people are mighty gay. Look at her, look at him, look at Sally and Slim. Why, they're so glad they came. And in Copper Canyon, I'm sure I'm feeling the same. I'm gonna dance with a girly, romance with a girly, the one in the prettiest gown. Have a wing-ding, have a time. It's that kind of town. Dee-la-dee-lo, keep a tapping your toe and give a yip-yahoo. 'Cause in Copper Canyon, there ain't nothing else to do.
Gonna dance with the fellas, romance with the fellas, whirl in a prettiest sky. Have a wing-ding, have a time. It's that kind of time.
Dee-la-dee-lo, keep a tapping your toe and give a yip-yahoo. 'Cause in Copper Canyon, there ain't nothing else to do. But have a hoedown. Let the cider go down. Hoop and holler, never gonna slow down.
Yells in gingham, what you gonna bring 'em, gingham, if you wanna swing 'em.
Down in Copper Canyon, there ain't nothing else, don't want nothing else, ain't got nothing else to do. Down in Copper Canyon.
Friends, we want to explain how every one of you can judge for yourself which cigarette is milder. Now, all you have to do is make the same test that all tobacco farmers make to judge which of their tobaccos is mild. Yes, be your own cigarette expert. It's as simple as ABC.
A, buy a pack of Chesterfields and open the top all the way. B, smell the pleasantly mild aroma that comes from that Chesterfield pack. C, compare that milder Chesterfield aroma with what you get from any other brand.
As soon as you do, you'll find that Chesterfields do have a milder aroma. And then when you light up, you'll find that Chesterfields smoke milder.
That's because tobaccos that smell milder smoke milder. You see, that milder Chesterfield aroma comes from the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. No other cigarette has it, only Chesterfield. What goes into a cigarette is what you get out of it. And into every Chesterfield, we put mild, ripe, properly aged tobaccos.
So out of every Chesterfield, you get a cooler, better tasting smoke, a much milder smoke.
So be your own cigarette expert.
Yes, friends, make this test yourself. Buy Chesterfields today and enjoy more smoking pleasure than any other cigarette can give you. Always buy Chesterfield.
Chesterfield satisfy women and men. Chesterfield's over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfield's ABC.
The Paramount Studios, where I've been stealing money for about 19 years, is planning a big party down at Front Royal, Virginia on April 1st. Seems they're going to have a big premiere of a new picture titled Riding High, which I am somewhat involved. Here's Sunshine Cake, one of the bright tunes from Riding High.
We're gonna bake a sunshine cake. It's everything nice. It's sugar and spice. It's a cinch.
We'd ought to bake us a sunshine cake. It does more good than a big, thick steak.
Well, start.
Start with a tablespoon of trouble.
Then
add
a smile and let it bubble up.
we ought to bake a sunshine cake. It really isn't so hard to make. Fresh tears, a pound or two of pleasure. Kind words,
you needn't use a measure cup. Any questions, ladies? Then we proceed. Well, it's not from a recipe book, and you don't have to be a good cook.
or run to the oven and look.
For such a simple dish, all you do is wish. So why not bake a sunshine cake?
Of course, it may keep your dreams away.
But friends say there's nothing like the flavor.
Don't wait to do your friends a favor. And for goodness sake,
But what are we waiting for?
Let's bake the sunshine cake.
it's got vitamins A,
Vitamins B.
vitamin L-O-V-E.
If you're fat, it's for that.
If you're thin, pack it in.
What's wrong if you get a double grin? We'd ought to bake a sunshine cake. Of
We
course,
ought to
it may
bake
keep your
a
dreams
sunshine
away.
cake. Of
The
course,
friends
it
say
may
there's
keep
nothing
dreams
like the
away.
flavor.
Friends say there's nothing like the flavor. Don't wait to do your friends a favor. For goodness sake, do your friends a favor.
And for goodness sake,
What are we waiting for? Let's bake a sunshine cake.
I'll see if this baby's ready. Well, sir, looks like it's old family night here once again. For as announced earlier, we got double trouble with us this evening. Sort of fill the guest spot. These two buckaroos have been kicking around the Crosby corral ever since the stork held a 1-cent sale at our diggings some 14 years ago. Here now are two well-scrubbed but pretty uncomfortable young men. Dennis and Philip Crosby.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
Well, sir, I must say, I've got to tell you this. Hurts me, but I've got to tell you that you look real flashy tonight. Very debonair.
We owe it all to soap and water.
Congratulations. I'm glad the four of you finally got together.
He used the soap, and I used the water.
And now, wait, what's this? As far as a cursory scrutiny indicates, you're very sharp, though. You're really dressed to the teeth. Incidentally, did you brush them?
You ought to know. You fell our toothbrushes, and they were wet.
I also know it's very easy to wet a toothbrush without brushing your teeth.
True, but it sure fools the average toothbrush feeler.
I got to tell you something, son. It ain't ever going to fool me, because from now on I'm going to mark X's on your teeth with black crayon.
Very sporty. Two-tone teeth.
Now, if we could only get black and white shoes to match.
Black and white shoes? That'd make it real flashy. I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I may pull off my hickok and give each of you a little belt in the back.
No, Dad. Remember what happened the last time you got mad at us and pulled off your belt in a hurry?
Never mind. That was no laughing matter.
It sure got a laugh out of us.
Just settle down. Now, just take a beat. May I ask you something, Dennis? Why aren't your shoes shined there?
No time. Phil used the brush for half an hour.
I found that shoe polish is just about the best thing in the world to keep your hair down.
He's a real dude, isn't he, Dad?
Anybody with hair's a dude, I think.
None of that dude stuff for me.
No, why?
I'm a muscle man.
Oh, a muscle man. Get this. Yeah, you're a regular Samson with Delilah's figure.
If you ask me, that's a pretty good arrangement.
Here now. Who asked you? Nimbly avoiding any further discussion along this line, tell me, what have you kids been doing lately outside of schoolwork and playing basketball?
Well, we've been pretty busy lately.
We're working on a big deal.
Yeah? What big deal is this?
We're organizing a Gary Crosby fan club.
Well, Gary Crosby fan club. Well, I think that's nice. That's very brotherly.
Would you like to join?
Would
you like to join?
Well, yes, I guess I would.
Thank you. That'll be $25.
Here's your receipt.
Wait a minute. Time here. $25 to join Gary's fan club? That's a pretty big bite, boys. How many members you got?
So far, only Gary.
Oh, he went for it, huh?
Well, you know, Dad, he's a joiner.
He's a joiner. Well, I tell me this. Now, let's say I pop for $25. What do I get?
You get a certificate, a celluloid button, and a lock of Gary's hair.
Nice. That's a very personal touch.
You ought to see the keen buttons we got for Gary's fan club, Dad.
Yeah, we got a real bargain on them. They're surplus.
On the buttons? What do you mean surplus?
All we had to do was print Gary's name on them. They turned out fine.
Yeah? What'd they say?
Gary Dewey for president.
You know, he might make it. They haven't come up with anybody else so far. But getting back to that $25 fee now, I'd like to go into just a little accounting. Let's have an audit. How much do these buttons cost you, fellas?
3 cents apiece. And the certificates cost us about 7 cents.
All right, that's 10 cents. Now, what becomes of the other $24.90?
That's to cover the cost of mailing.
All right, I'll join the fan club, but because of the fact that you won't have to mail the stuff to me, you see, we live in the same place, I wouldn't be at all surprised if I should get in for, say, 25 cents.
Uh-oh, trouble.
That a deal?
Well, we're pretty bad businessmen, Dad. So we'll accept your offer.
Well, I'm glad. And I want to compliment you on starting this fan club for Gary. It's very nice. Don't you think it would also be a nice gesture if you started one for your dad, too?
Don't worry. We're going to take care of you, Dad.
Yes, Gary's fan club is bound to get too big, and we'll be very happy to throw the overflow your way.
Throwing my way, huh? I'd make a picture. Well, that's sweet. But, fellas, while we're on matters financial, I want to tell you that Gary got paid $25 for appearing on this program. Did you know that? What do you boys think you're worth?
We'd rather not discuss that.
Matters of that sort are handled by our agent, D.L. Crosby.
D.L. Crosby?
Yes, Dixie Lee Crosby.
Is your mother your agent?
Yes, and she's good.
You ought to get Mom for your agent instead of Uncle Everett.
You think so, huh?
Sure. That way you might end up with something at the end of the year.
Well. Seems to be a schism developing here in the crowd. You know something? You sold me, though. You boys have something you'd like to sing for the folks tonight? A little ditty you could warble?
Phil's got a number he'd like to do. Kind of a surprise for you.
I thought I might sing a song of yesteryear.
Oh, you did. Yesteryear. Oh, well, why don't you step right up to the mic? I'm taking an awful chance here, but I'll go ahead. Take us back, son. Dennis, you want to make a little announcement here? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Philip Crosby will sing Thanks, which is made famous by our agent's husband.
Who's the killer?
Give him a little arpeggio.
Oh, thanks for all the lovely delight I found in your embrace.
You're not suffering enough. Suffer a little.
I'm thankful, though I know it's ending all too soon. And thanks for unforgettable nights I never can replace, and memories that linger like a haunting tune. It is better to have loved you, dear, and lost.
You're in pain.
Than not to have loved at all. It is better, for no matter what the cost, I held the world in sway, an emperor for a day, and thanks for taking me on the road to paradise. We lost our way, but still I must convey my thanks.
Great, good. Thanks, Phil. Phil, that was fine. The best imitation of Jerry Colonna I've heard this year. But actually, I think I have a vague idea of what you were driving at. I really do.
That was okay, Dad, but people just don't sing that way anymore.
You're telling me. What do they sing like? What do you got to do?
Today you got to blast a song.
Blast a song? Yeah? What's that? I don't know from blasting. What do you do?
It's got to be a Ghost Riders or Mules or Birds or something.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deems Taylor. What would you care to illustrate? Give us a little rundown on what you think the current trend is, but get in front of the mic or you'll be in Ashtabula, Ohio.
I think the big thing today is a song like this. My heart knows what the wild goose knows, and I must go where the wild goose goes. Wild goose, brother goose, which is best? A wandering foot or a heart at rest? Let it fly, let it fly, let it fly away.
Thank you, Frankie Lane. You were never in better days. Just, you know what you ought to do, though, while you're here? You ought to stand up and try and sing something legitimate. We got an arrangement, a couple of things here for you. What could you do, Phil?
Well, we had a rather ragged rehearsal on Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
That'll understand that. What do you mean, the ragged rehearsal or Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo? Well, let's have it, huh? Let's have the song. You get over here, Phil. Get a good dead aim. Shut out.
Bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi, bibbidi bobbidi.
Soligadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Soligadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo. It'll do magic, believe it or not. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Soligadoola means Michigaboolaroo, but the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi boppidi boo. Soligadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi boppidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi boppidi boo.
Oh, bibbidi.
Oh, boppidi.
Oh, bibbidi.
Oh, boppidi.
Salagadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Oh,
bibbidi.
Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Oh, bibbidi.
Salagadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Oh, bibbidi.
It'll do magic, believe it or not. Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
Soligadoola means Michigaboolaroo, but the thingamabob that does the job is bibbidi boppidi boo.
Bobbidi, bibbidi, bobbidi, bibbidi, bobbidi,
Soligadoola, Michigaboola, bibbidi boppidi boo. Put 'em together and what have you got? Bibbidi boppidi, bibbidi boppidi, bibbidi boppidi, bibbidi boppidi boo. Bibbidi boppidi boo.
Thanks, boys. Very good, man. Thanks, boys. That was fine. Fine. Take 5 now while I do a favorite of some years ago. It's being revived quite a bit right now. Mr. P. Lafayette Bodkin on the guitar. From New Richmond, Indiana. Oh, that's so pretty. Let's do it again. Martha, rambling rose of the wildwood. Martha, with your fragrance divine. Rosebud of the days of my childhood, watched you bloom in the wildwood, and I hoped you'd be mine. Martha, now your eyes beam at twilight, sparkling like each dewdrop at dawn. Martha, when I look for your love light, I awake with a sigh, and I find you are gone. Martha, when I look for your love light, I awake with a sigh, and I find you are gone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, there's a guy called Como, a character named Godfrey, who talked to you about Chesterfields. And, of course, Ken and I, we bat the word about and back and forth every week, as you know. But we're not the only ones who can tell you about them. No, sir. Millions of folks will speak up for Chesterfields, including the top stars of Hollywood. Yes, sir, the Hollywood stars smoke Chesterfields. William Holden, for example. Now, what was it he told us, Ken?
Well, Bing, Bill Holden said Chesterfields have a wonderful aroma, and they give me a milder smoke, a much milder smoke. And even more than that, they leave a clean, fresh taste in my mouth after smoking.
Smart boy, that Holden. By the way, Ken, what's Bill's latest picture?
It's Paramount picture titled Dear Wife. Bing, it's all about newlyweds. Stars Bill Holden, Joan Caulfield, Mona Freeman, and Billy DeWolf.
Well, with a combination like that, no wonder folks are saying that Dear Wife is the funniest thing they've seen in years. But getting back to Chesterfields, Ken, what Bill Holden says about him is what millions of folks say about him.
Chesterfields taste better, and they leave a clean, fresh taste after smoking. Yes, friends, everything you want in a cigarette you'll find in a Chesterfield. Always buy Chesterfield, the best cigarette for you to smoke.
Walt Disney's Technicolor picture Cinderella is just packed with good tunes. Here's the ballad. A dream is a wish your heart makes when you're fast asleep. In dreams you will lose your heartache. Whatever you wish for, you keep. Have faith in your dreams, and someday the rainbow will come smiling through. No matter how your heart is grieving, if you keep on believing, the dream that you wish will come true. No matter how your heart is grieving, if you keep on believing, the dream that you wish will come Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Nice arrangement, John. Well, that about gets it for tonight. But before I leave, I want to tender my profound thanks to Master Dennis, Master Philip Crosby for hooking it up with their pappy here tonight.
Say, Dad, who's going to be with you next week?
You know something, Dennis? I have absolutely no idea who our guest is. Nobody tells me.
Well, that certainly is a fine way to run a big show like this.
No criticism, please. Just wash up, get your money, and I'll call you. Don't call me. See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. That's the best cigarette for you to smoke.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Incidentally, I just got a late flash on our guests for next week, folks. With us will be Mr. Clifton Webb, and an old friend of Bing's from the Paul Whiteman days, a very fine singer, Miss Mildred Bailey. Folks, as you all know, this is Red Cross Fund Time. The theme for this 1950 campaign is All May Help Through the Red Cross. That means that everyone, through their contribution, may help a neighbor in need. But when your Red Cross uses the word neighbor, it's not just talking about those people next door or down the block, but people across the nation in all walks of life. Because to the Red Cross, a neighbor is not defined by distances and boundaries, but by the sympathy and understanding of people everywhere. And that's an idea that brings everyone together in a friendly spirit, no matter who they may be. And it's an idea, too, that gives everyone a chance to help. That's right. Giving through the Red Cross means that not just a few of us, or even a great many of us, but everybody can help. So let's all give now through the Red Cross 1950 Fund. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The world, it is said, has changed over the centuries, but people have not. Perhaps this is because all too often the human heart is more intent on seeking its own pleasure, satisfying its own selfish needs, than giving thought to others. But there is innocence, too, and love, and selflessness. And it is the interplay of these good and evil forces that form the warp and woof of the strange and horrifying tale I bring you now. Listen.
Oh, Murray, I tell you it was Chris. I talked to him. Chris is alive.
Andrea, Chris is dead.
No. Whoever is buried in that grave, it isn't Chris.
Our mystery drama, My Sister, Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Paul Hecht and Beatrice Straight. Come with me now to a cemetery near New York City. It is late afternoon. An afternoon of gloom and drizzle and cold, damp fog. Two women, half shrouded in the fog, walk amongst headstones that rise like white bones in the gray of the afternoon. They are sisters, these two, Andrea and Sybil Carter, and they are walking toward a certain grave.
Really, Andrea, it seems to me we could have skipped visiting Chris's grave today.
You needn't have come if you didn't want to, Sybil. When we buried our brother 2 weeks ago, I vowed to visit him every day. And that's what I'm doing.
But you can't go on doing this the rest of your life. Even Murray has asked you to be reasonable about it.
Yes, come once a week, he says, or once a month. Well, you know what that would lead to. Coming not at all. No. I love Chris more than anyone else in the world, and I'm... Who's that? What? Someone... A man standing beside Chris's grave. I can just make him out in the fog.
I don't see... Oh, yes. A man standing with his head bent as if he were praying.
He's raising his head. He's turning towards us. Sybil. Oh, Sybil, my God. My God, it's Chris.
Oh, Andrea, don't be silly. It couldn't possibly be.
It is. I tell you, it's Chris. It's Chris.
Andrea! Oh, Murray, come in.
Sorry I couldn't come the minute I got your call, Sybil.
Oh, that's all right, Murray. I know how busy your law practice keeps you.
Your estate, you mean, yours and Andrea's. Chris's death has raised all sorts of tax problems.
I'm afraid his death has raised more problems than that.
Yeah? Yeah, what is this all about?
I told you on the phone.
You didn't really tell me what I thought I heard.
Andrea is convinced she saw Chris. Saw him today in the cemetery, standing beside his own grave.
Oh, come on, Sybil. What kind of nonsense is...
Murray, please. I'm telling you the truth.
Where is Andrea?
In her bedroom, sleeping. Dr. Swanson gave her a strong sedative. Murray, she was in such a state, so hysterical.
Look, let me get this straight. You and she went to Chris's grave this afternoon?
Yes. We were walking toward the grave when we noticed a man standing beside it.
And there was a man?
Oh, yes. I saw him, too. He was standing beside the grave with his head bent, as if he was saying a prayer or meditating or something. I had just said I wondered who he could be when he raised his head and turned towards us.
Huh.
That was when Andrea started to scream, "It's Chris, it's Chris." And then she just fainted. Went out cold.
Who was the man?
I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know? You didn't see his face? You didn't talk to him?
It was a foggy day, Murray. It's been foggy all day, and out there at the cemetery it was very foggy. I could barely see his face. And so, if it comes to that, neither could Andrea.
Well, this is the strangest thing I've ever... Tell me, has Andrea had any other brainstorms like this one? Well, has she?
Well, Murray,
Now, look, sweetie, I'm your attorney, yours and Andrea's. If something not quite right is happening, you can tell me. In fact, you'd better tell me.
Oh, Murray. You're more than just our lawyer. You know that. It's no secret that Andrea's in love with you, and that I am, too.
And that I'm in love with both of you and can't make up my mind between you. But what has that to do with it?
Oh, she'll pull herself together sooner or later and straighten out. Chris's death was a terrible blow to her, that's all.
It was a blow to you, too, wasn't it?
More than a blow, Murray. A puzzle. I still can't figure out how he could have fallen over a railing nearly chest high. 18 stories to the street below.
Frankly, I keep wondering about that, too. But about Andrea now.
Murray, the truth is she's been acting very strangely.
What do you mean, strangely?
Well, imagining things. Like Chris this afternoon, and, well, a few days we went shopping downtown, and I took the Bentley. When we went back to the parking lot to get it, Andrea looked shocked when the attendant brought it around.
Why shocked?
Well, she swore up and down that we'd driven into town in the Jaguar.
That's crazy.
Murray, please don't say that. Don't even use that word. Something even stranger happened last night.
What?
Well, we'd had dinner here in the apartment. And Andrea said she was going to walk down to the corner to mail a letter and get a breath of fresh air. I stayed at the table having another cup of coffee. Well, when she came back from mailing the letter... You couldn't have gotten much fresh air in that short a time.
Fresh air? What are you talking about? What is all this?
What's all what?
Well, the table. The food, the dirty dishes.
What do you think it is?
I'm asking you. What is this?
Oh, it's what's usually left after two people have had dinner.
What two people?
Oh, Andrea, come on now.
Will you answer me?
What do you want me to say? We had dinner. You went out to mail a letter and get a breath of... Andrea, what's the matter?
We did not have dinner here.
We didn't?
We had it at Delahanty's.
I see, just like we used the Jag instead of the Bentley the other day.
Now, what kind of a crack is that?
No crack. Andrea, no crack. All I'm saying is you're imagining things again.
I did not imagine the Jaguar. I am not imagining this. You and I had dinner at Delahanty's, not here.
In that case, Andrea, where have you just come from?
Come from?
You went out to mail a letter and get a breath of fresh air, you said. You just came back. You just now walked through the door. If that doesn't prove...
You're forgetting the earring.
Earring? What earring?
Here, look. You can see for yourself I've only got one earring on.
Well, you must have dropped it when you...
That's exactly what I said less than 15 minutes ago. When we got home from Delahanty's and were getting out of the car, I said, Sib, I've lost an earring. One that's from that jade pair that Murray gave me for my birthday. I said I wanted to search the car. And that's what I've been doing. I haven't been out mailing any letters. I've been searching in the car for that jade earring. Damn it, Sybil, don't look at me as if I've lost my senses.
You know, I'm beginning to be afraid you have.
I tell you, Sybil.
If we had dinner at Delahanty's, what is all this food and these plates and everything else doing on this table?
I don't know.
Well, darling, I do. We had dinner here.
No. I'm certain we couldn't have.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call Del Delahanty. He saw us there tonight. He came over to our table and chatted with us. We'll soon see whether we dined there or we didn't.
Andrea, dear, please. You're simply going to embarrass yourself.
Delahanty's.
Del, is that you?
Yes, who's this?
Andrea Carter, Del.
Nice to hear from you, Miss Carter. Calling for a reservation?
What?
We're pretty full up, Miss Carter, but I'm sure I can arrange something if
Del.
Yeah?
Del, my sister and I, didn't we have dinner at your place tonight?
You put me on, Miss Carter?
We didn't dine there tonight?
If you did, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Del. He says we weren't there tonight.
Darling, we weren't.
Then I did imagine it all?
Afraid you did, yes.
But it was all so real. Sybil. Sybil, I'm going out of my mind.
And I had a real rough time with her then, too. Believe me, Murray. She was simply beside herself.
Yeah. A Jaguar, this business of Delahanty's, and now today imagining she saw Chris at his own grave.
Murray, you don't think she's... Well, you know.
I don't know. Grief hits some people like a sledgehammer, belts them so hard they never recover. Trouble is...
Yes? Trouble is...
Andrea isn't that kind of people.
Well, Mr. Redmond.
Hello, Del.
Nice to have a future New York DA at my bar again.
That'll be the day. That I make a district attorney, I mean.
Me? I'd bet on it. Drink okay?
Perfect.
Long time no see. You've been busy, I guess, eh?
Very. You too. I see Delahanty's is just as crowded as ever.
I got no complaints. Carriage trade mostly. People that wouldn't go anywhere else but Delahanty's to dine and dance or just have a drink at a bar.
Or gamble.
How is that?
Gambling does go on in the back room, doesn't it?
Where'd you get an idea like that, Mr. Redmond?
Oh, I have ways. If I'm going to help you win your bet and become DA someday, I got to keep on top of things, wouldn't you say, Del?
Yeah. Well, nice having you with us again, Mr. Redmond. Hope to see more of you.
Yeah. Before you go, Del.
Yeah?
A friend of mine, a lady friend, mentioned she thought she'd lost an earring here one night.
An earring?
Yeah, a jade earring. Would you know something about it, maybe?
No, but we keep a lost and found box right behind the bar. Eddie, give me the lost and found box, will you? If it was lost here, Mr. Redmond, and we picked it up, it's sure to be... Well, thanks, Eddie. There we are. I see. Gold cigarette lighter. Look at them rings, dames. Leave them in the powder room. Money clip. Oh, here. An earring. This what you're looking for, Mr. Redmond?
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for, Del.
Well, hey, that look on your face. You look like you found a lot more than an earring.
I have, Del. I have.
Murray Redmond has indeed found more than just Andrea Carter's earring. He has also found that she didn't imagine dining at Delahanty's. Nor then, in all likelihood, did she imagine driving into town in the Jaguar. The Jaguar which unaccountably turned into a Bentley. But as for imagining or not imagining her dead brother standing beside his own grave, well, we'll get closer to the answer to that when I return in a few moments with Act Two. are told that the proper study of man is man. Personally, I prefer to study women. Whether I did or not, I'm sure that had I been handsome young attorney Murray Redmond, unable to decide which of two wealthy sisters I wanted to marry, I'd have been absolutely intrigued by the curious circumstances which now seem to attend them. I'm not sure, however, that I'd have adopted Murray's direct approach.
Sybil is either trying to drive you crazy, Andrea, or she's setting you up for commitment to a sanitarium.
I can't believe this, Murray.
Here's the earring to prove it.
But isn't it possible that somebody else lost an earring at Delahanty's that's a duplicate of mine? Okay. It isn't. Oh, Murray, I can't believe that.
What you're saying is you don't want to believe it. I don't either, but facts are facts. You and Sybil did have dinner at Delahanty's last night. She arranged things to make it look as if you dined here. And face it, Andrea, if you hadn't lost the earring, and I hadn't picked it up at Delahanty's right at this minute, you'd think you were going off your rocker. And frankly, so would I.
Well, it was clever of you to check for the earring at Dell's.
Well, I'm a pretty smart fella, you know. Smart enough, anyhow, to smell a rat when I come across it. Like this dinner business or the car nonsense or Chris standing beside his own grave. Yeah, and I might as well tell you now, Andrea, I don't believe Chris's death was accidental.
Murray.
No one could have fallen over that railing. Fallen off accidentally, yeah. If he'd been sitting on the railing, even taken his own life if it comes to that. No, personally, I think he was pushed.
Murray, do you realize you're accusing Sybil of murder?
I do.
And of trying to make it look as if I'm crazy.
Yeah?
Well, why? Why would she do anything like that?
Do you really want me to answer that?
No, I suppose not. If what you say is true, and it isn't, the answer could be that Sybil wanted to get control of all our money.
And me.
You?
To lay it on the line, Andrea, she's in love with me.
So am I. What else is new?
Well, there you have it. With you out of the way, Sybil would have, or think she'd have, a clear field.
I just don't know what to say or do.
Well, the thing to do, at least for the moment, is simply to play along. You see, what I want is to get enough evidence against Sybil to nail the truth and her to the wall.
You know, I'm simply dumbfounded. Oh, it can't be true, Murray. It simply can't.
We all have more than one side, or sides we usually conceal.
Yes, I know. But... Oh.
What's the matter, Andrea? What is it?
That painting. On the wall there.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you've seen it before. Look at it.
I'm looking at it. So what? 3 children playing on a lawn.
There were always 4.
4 kids? I mean, are you sure?
Well, I'm positive. There were 2 boys and 2 girls, and now there are 2 girls, but only 1 boy. Murray, this isn't another of Sybil's...
Well, we'll soon find out. Let's just have a close look at the painting.
Well?
No, I don't see... Wait a minute. Sure. Oh, man, what a skillful job.
Skillful?
Yeah, of painting out the figure of the second boy. Here, see for yourself. You'd never know that figure had been painted out if you didn't look closely, very closely. You see?
Well, yes. My God. It is true, then, that Sybil is...
I'm afraid so, Andrea. However you look at it, Sybil is guilty. Guilty as sin. All I've got to do is prove it.
You get the hell out of my office, Redmond, or I'll throw you out.
Cool it, Del. Just cool it.
Cool it? You come in here and call me crooked, accuse me of pulling some kind of fraud, and then tell me to cool it?
All right, let's say I advise you to cool it. Look at this.
The earring you picked up here last night. What about it?
It belongs to Andrea Carter. It's one of a pair I gave her. She lost it out there in the restaurant while she was having dinner with her sister, the dinner you said never took place.
I said?
Andrea phoned you last night to ask if she and Sybil had dinner here. You said they hadn't. You lied, Del. Now, why did you lie, huh?
Okay, so I played a little joke.
Somehow it doesn't strike me so funny. I'll tell you what does, though. Why, you and Sybil Carter teamed up to play this little joke on Andrea.
Teamed up, me and Sybil Carter?
What else? Look, Del, take a lawyer's advice. Open up. Spill everything. And do it now.
Cop a plea? Like that?
Something like that.
Chris Carter, the brother.
Yeah?
He was into me for over $12,000. He gambled like it was going out of style and always lost.
Go on.
So he falls off the terrace of their apartment and gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out $12,000. I call up the Carters and I get the Sybil dame on the phone. I tell her how I'm out a dozen big ones and she tells me to drop dead.
Oh?
But the next day, she shows up here and says she'll pay the dough if I'll help her play a little joke on her sister.
Pretty expensive joke, wouldn't you say?
I didn't say anything. If she's willing to get me off the pad for $12,000, I'm willing to help her play her joke. So where's the harm in that? Who gets hurt?
Worse than hurt, Del. Somebody could get dead. Real dead.
Del broke down and told you the whole story. Just like that?
It surprised even me. I guess he's not as tough as he looks. Or acts. Fact is, though, that earring of yours stopped him cold. I had him dead to rights, and he knew it.
Murray.
Yeah?
I want to face Sybil with this. Face her right now.
She's bound to try another trick, and probably soon.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be the one that hangs her.
If it weren't for you. Oh, Murray. I'd be out of my mind. I'd be stark raving mad this minute.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah, you're too level-headed for that. Well, forewarned is forearmed. You know what Sybil's up to. We both do. So she can't win, Andrea.
Murray, when this is over, let's get married.
I couldn't make up my mind which one of you I wanted for a wife, but I guess I can now. Andrea, I definitely can now. Yeah. Oh, of course, Marcia. Send her in. Oh, come in, Sybil. Come in.
I know I'm interrupting you. It's something important.
You are, but you're worth it. Here, sit down.
Thank you.
How's Andrea?
She's my reason for being here, Murray.
Well, what do you want to tell me?
Murray, I'm worried about Andrea. Terribly worried.
You mean her nervous attacks?
But they're more than that, I'm afraid. What you call nervous attacks seem more like delusions to me. I'm beginning to think that she is on the verge of insanity.
Has something else happened?
Yes. There's a picture on the wall of the living room. A painting of 3 children playing on a lawn.
Yeah?
Andrea swears that there were 4 children in the picture, not just 3.
Or were there? 4 children in the picture, I mean.
Well, of course not.
There were always 3.
Well, yes.
You don't sound too sure.
What I'm trying to say is, well, I couldn't swear in a court of law that there were always 3 children in the painting. Well, you know how we look at things after a while without really seeing them. What I am saying is that if there are 3 children in the painting now, then there must have always been 3, not 4.
Makes sense.
Which Andrea's saying that there were 4 doesn't. That, combined with everything else that's happened since Chris died, has got me worried.
It's something to worry about.
So what I came to ask you, do you think I ought to get her to consult a psychiatrist?
Might be a good idea.
Would there be any danger in it?
Danger?
Well, I mean, if she went to a psychiatrist and he discovered that she was seriously ill, I mean, really insane, would she be committed or something like that?
Well, it depends.
On what?
First of all, whether she was dangerous to herself, others. If he felt that she was, he'd certainly recommend placing her in a sanitarium where she could be cared for and perhaps, in time, cured. If that was to happen, if he made that decision, you'd have to sign papers of commitment.
Oh.
Would you?
I don't suppose I'd have any choice, would I?
Oh, there's always a choice.
Another thing. If anything like that were to happen, What about the estate?
You know as well as I do, Sybil, that you'd be in complete control.
Well, no, I didn't know.
Your father's will divided his fortune equally among the three of you. You, Andrea, Chris. You and Andrea came into Chris's share when he died several weeks ago. If you signed papers certifying Andrea as insane, she would be declared incompetent to handle her affairs, and as next of kin, you'd take over for her. You didn't know that?
As I said, I don't know much, if anything, about these things. That's why I came to see you.
Yeah. Well, now you know. Sorry, excuse me, Sybil. Yes, Marcia. Oh, yeah, put her through.
Murray, come quickly, please.
Andrea, what is it?
Murray, we're wrong. All wrong. It isn't Sybil. She's not playing tricks. Murray, I am going out of my mind.
What happened?
I can't talk. Murray.
Yeah.
Please, God.
Andrea, where are you? Okay, I'm on my way. Andrea, you've got to get control of yourself.
What is it, dear? What happened?
I went to the cemetery to visit Chris's grave.
Yeah, I know that.
A man was standing beside the grave like the other day, Sybil.
Yes, dear, yes.
And like the other day, as I walked towards the grave, he lifted his head and looked straight at me. It was Chris.
Honey, the man we saw the other day wasn't Chris. And neither was this one.
It was Chris.
The way you sound, you sound as if you actually believe.
I do believe it was Chris. He talked to me.
He what?
He said, as I came towards him, he held out his arms to me and he said, "Hi, sis. Thanks for coming."
And it was his voice?
His voice. His face. Oh, Murray, I tell you, it was Chris. It was Chris. To the life.
Well, if you're shocked, think how shocked Murray Redmond must have been. His entire theory that Sybil is trying to have Andrea committed out the window, just like that. On the other hand, Chris couldn't be standing by his own grave. Could he? Perhaps we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. It is almost axiomatic that at those moments in life when we are absolutely sure we are right, something happens that shocks us with the knowledge that we are absolutely wrong. Assuredly, that is what has just happened to Andrea Carter and Murray Redmond. Convinced that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Andrea's sister Sybil is trying to set her up for commitment to an asylum, they are stunned to realize that this may not be the case at all.
But, Andrea, what you're saying is impossible. It couldn't have happened.
Oh, I tell you, it did.
Murray, I'm going to phone Dr. Swanson.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll come right over.
Come on, Andrea. What is the meaning of this?
What?
Chris is dead. You couldn't have met him at the grave. You couldn't have talked to him.
Murray, please believe me. It happened. It was Chris.
It's incredible, inconceivable. You say you talked with him? What did you talk about? What did you say?
He said, "Hi, sis. Thanks for coming."
And you?
For a few minutes, I couldn't say anything. All I could do was just stare at him. And he looked at me and he said, "Trust me, sis. I'll explain everything in time. I just wanted you to know that I'm alive."
And then what happened?
And then he said he was going to leave me then, but that I'd see him again soon, and he kissed me on the cheek.
Kissed you?
Yes. And then he began to walk away, and I started after him, but he turned, and then he said, No, don't follow me. You'll understand in time." And I let him go. I let him walk out of my life again.
I can't believe any of this.
I can't believe it either, but it happened. Oh, Murray, what does it mean? This can't be one of Sybil's tricks. The man I talked to was my brother. I don't know who we buried in that grave, but it couldn't have been Chris.
It was.
It couldn't.
I was there. I was there when they closed the casket. I was one of the pallbearers.
Oh.
Dr. Swanson's on his way over. How are you feeling, Andrea?
I'll be all right.
Would you like a drink now?
Oh, yes. I could use one, Sybil.
Murray?
Yeah, I could too. Double, please.
Murray. Chris can't be alive, and yet... Murray, we are going to have to open the casket.
Oh, no.
Sybil's right.
Oh, no.
I'll get a court order this afternoon. Don't look so horrified, Andrea. You don't have to be there.
Oh, but yes, I do.
Oh, Andrea, why?
Because I know what you're thinking. Both of you now. You're thinking I'm out of my mind.
I don't.
You must. What I've told you is crazy. Well, I want to be there when you open that grave and see for yourself the proof that I'm sane. Or
what, dear?
Mad. Stark mad.
All right, gently, boys. Gently.
Open her up now, Mr. Redmond.
Yeah.
I can't look.
That's all right, Sybil. Look, why don't you just go over there under the trees? You don't have to look either, Andrea.
I must.
No, stay there, Sybil. Sybil, don't come here. Don't look.
Murray.
All right, close it up, boys. Close it up.
The coffin, who's in it? Is it...
Yes, it's Chris. And for the last time, Andrea, I do not think you're crazy. You're as sane as I am.
Then, my meeting with Chris and talking to him, it was a trick.
Yes.
But how could it have been done? How could Sybil have managed it?
I don't know. You said that Sybil is clever. I'd say she's diabolically clever. Andrea, I brought this along. I want you to take it, and I want you to keep it near you.
A gun?
Yeah.
Murray, I'm scared to death of guns. I couldn't even touch that thing.
Now, listen to me. There's no question in my mind now that Chris's death was not accidental.
Sybil...
He was pushed off that terrace out there. I'm sure of it. I'm equally sure that Sybil may try to kill you.
Oh, no.
It's a possibility. Her plan to have you committed is not working out, not as fast as she'd like to. I'm trying to stay just one jump ahead of her. It seems to me she just might try to kill you and make it look like an accident.
Like with Chris?
Yes. So here, take it.
Oh, but
Take it. And keep it near you at all times. You understand? At all times.
Oh, sorry, Andrea. I hope I didn't wake you.
Oh, no. Just resting, Sybil. You want something?
Well, yes. I thought we might talk.
About what?
Andrea, I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, about you. And I think you ought to see a psychiatrist.
Oh.
So does Murray. Anyhow, he doesn't think it would be a bad idea.
You've discussed it with Murray, have you?
I love you. Murray loves you. It was only natural I should go to him for advice.
You are lying, and you know it.
What are you talking about?
You are either trying to drive me out of my mind or trying to make it look as if I am so that you can have me committed.
Andrea!
Everything that's happened to me since Chris's death, which was no accident, Sybil. You killed him. Everything that's happened since then. Every strange, incredible thing. That business with the cars, the dinner bit. The painting with only 3 children in it instead of 4. Oh, yes. And even my meeting with Chris. Chris in the flesh. I don't know how you managed that. But it's all been arranged. Every single thing arranged by you.
Why should I do such things to you?
To get control of the money that we share jointly. To get Murray for your husband.
You are out of your mind. To think that I would do anything so vicious, so depraved.
Yes, vicious and depraved. You. And when I realized it, when I could no longer hide it from myself and had to face it, that my sister, the sister I loved devotedly, had murdered our brother.
Andrea.
And was now
tricking me into thinking I was going out of my head. When I realized that, Sybil, I didn't want to live anymore. I wanted to die.
Oh, Andrea,
I wanted
dearest.
to die.
What are you doing?
Murray gave me this gun to protect myself with against you. I told him I was scared of guns. I'm afraid even to touch them. But I didn't tell him why. I didn't tell him I was afraid I'd use it on myself.
Andrea, no!
Yes, I can't go on living, Sybil. All that meant anything to me is gone. Chris is dead. You've turned on me. You want me dead and out of the way so that you could have the money and Murray. Right, then. You shall have what you want now.
Give me that gun.
Give
it to me. You must kill me. Give it.
Sybil. Sybil.
Hello?
Murray? This is Andrea.
Yes, Andrea.
Murray? I've just killed Sybil.
Shall we go now, Andrea? Andrea, dear, the funeral's over.
So is my life. They're both down there now. Side by side. Under the ground. Chris and Sybil.
Come on. It's cold. You're shivering. Come on now.
All right. I never thought, when I vowed to visit Chris's grave every day, I never thought that in a few short weeks we'd be visiting Sybil.
What's the matter? Why have you stopped?
Someone coming towards us on the path. Look, they're under the trees.
What?
God, it looks like Sybil.
You're imagining things.
No, look, it's a woman. You can see her clearly now. Sybil's clothes, the blue suit that she wore, the Sybil's hat. Murray, it is. It can't be, but it is Sybil.
Why, Andrea. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I came to visit Chris.
Easy, Andrea.
Murray, it's Sybil.
No, dear, there's no one here but us. You're imagining things.
I'm not. Sybil, it is you, isn't it?
Of course.
But you're dead. You're dead.
Dead? I'm very much alive, as you can see.
But I killed you. Shot you to death. My God. We just buried you.
Come on now, Andrea. I want you home. I'll get you a sedative.
She's there, I tell you.
I don't see anyone.
I do. Heaven help me. I'm mad. I'm out of my mind. Murray. Help me. I've done a terrible thing and I'm being punished. But you've got to help me. Save me.
Terrible thing? What terrible thing, Andrea?
I killed Sybil deliberately. I murdered her, Murray. I murdered her just as I murdered Chris.
You?
I pushed him off the terrace to his death. I shot Sybil to make it look like an accident. Oh, I knew if I pointed the gun at my head, she'd try to take it away from me. The tricks and all that happened. Sybil wasn't playing the tricks. I was.
You, Andrea? You played those tricks?
You hear, Murray? You hear?
I'm listening, Andrea.
No. You heard Sybil.
There is no Sybil here.
Forgive me, Chris. Forgive me, Sybil. Forgive me.
Of course. But why did you do all this?
To make it look as if you were trying to get me out of the way, when all the time I was planning to do away with you. It was all a trick. It was nothing but a trick.
Yes, a trick that's backfired, I'm afraid. Backfired on you, Andrea.
What?
You heard me correctly. You've been fooled. Fooled by your own trick.
Understand? I don't...
Tell her, Sybil.
She is standing there?
Yes, Andrea. I am. And very much alive.
What? How? Huh?
Oh, Murray. You tell her. I can't.
Andrea, you went too far. You overreached yourself. Your story about meeting Chris clinched things for me.
Oh.
It was impossible. Either you had to be insane, and I knew you weren't, or you had to be lying. And that was when I decided to force your hand and use a few tricks of my own.
Oh, what about the gun you gave me?
It contained blanks.
Oh.
I took Sybil into my confidence. I had to, and she played her part very well.
I'm sorry, Andrea. But you did bring it on yourself.
Yes. Yes, I did.
All right, Andrea. Let's go.
No.
What?
I don't want to go home with you. I'm too ashamed. Please. I don't want to go home.
We're not going home, Andrea. We're going to the police.
As I said at the outset, the world changes, but people do not. There are those who believe this planet we inhabit is a school where we are sent by God, by Providence, what you will, to learn to be better. Experience, of course, is the teacher, a harsh teacher, but an effective one. I think you'll want to know that Sybil Carter is now Mrs. Murray Redmond, and they are very happily married. Andrea is living quietly and comfortably in a sanitarium. For as it turned out, strangely enough, this woman who pretended that her sister was trying to drive her mad really was. Our cast included Beatrice Straight, Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, and George Petrie. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show with Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Eddie Cantor Von Zell Jr., played by Billy Gray, Leonard Seuss's orchestra, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor.
Candy, I call my sugar candy, because I'm sweet on candy, and candy's sweet on me. He understands me, I understand in candy, and candy's always candy when I need sympathy. I wish that there were 4 of her, so I could love much more of her. She has taken my complete heart. Got a sweet tooth for my sweetheart, Candy. It's gonna be just dandy the day I take my candy and make her mine, oh mine. Some say that love is sweet as a rose. Some say it's honey, but I only know it's candy. There's no one half as dandy. Oh no, what about Margie? I bet you're thinking now of Margie. Oh no, it's candy. I'm thinking of my candy. I'll bet you mean finer. Is there anyone finer? Oh, 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 candy. It's no one else but candy. But Eddie, if you knew Susie like I know my Susie. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, what a gal. No, it's candy. It's gonna be just dandy the day I take my candy and make her mine. Oh, mine.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Harry. Hello, Eddie. Say, what's going on around town? How is the new curfew law affecting Hollywood?
Curfew law?
Yeah.
Well, last night I saw W.C. Fields, and Bill told me he is very unhappy about the spots he sees in front of his eyes.
Why, what about him?
At 12 o'clock, they all close.
Say, did you read about that fella, Arthur Baer? He was arrested for breaking the curfew law.
Yes, Harry. He went out and had a glass of beer 5 minutes before midnight.
Well, yeah, if he drank the glass of beer before midnight, how could they arrest him?
1 minute after 12, he burped.
I know you're joking, Eddie, but that new law has made for a lot of accidents.
It has? Really, Harry?
Yeah. Well, for instance, it's very tough on the jitterbug.
Oh, yeah.
I went to the Palladium Friday night, and I was watching a sailor and his girl dance.
Yeah.
He threw her this way, and he threw her that way.
Yeah.
And at 12 o'clock, the guy had to leave the floor.
So what?
His partner was still in the air. He came down.
All right, you told the joke. Be satisfied. Don't try to pad your part. Look, Harry.
Did a pat at her? She came.
Oh, so all right, Harry. I felt so sorry for a lot of people last night, though. I was at a club listening to Harry James, and at the stroke of midnight, everybody had to go home.
Yeah, well, Harry James had to go home, too.
Yeah, but look what he went home to. Oh, that Betty Grable, she's some cook, you know.
Yeah, well, with all the restrictions.
He says, what's cooking?
No, I really, Eddie, with all the restrictions that we have here and war going on all the time, we're still better off than they are in the Axis country.
Oh, I should say we are. I heard one of those Axis broadcasts last night, Harry, and it started out with...
Take it away, Berlin.
You lucky citizens of the Third Reich. In America, all the people have to leave the saloons at 12 o'clock. Here at 12 o'clock, the people stay. The saloons leave. Our spies report big food shortage in America. Everywhere people are asking for one meatball. We are happy to announce no food shortage in Germany. Last night we had a big beanie roast. The Allied planes came over and cooked Frankfurt. Oh, but last week we made a big mistake in giving the Allies the odor. Because yesterday they took cologne. Reports from our Axis ally in the Pacific. American causing Nipponese army to lose face on Philippine front. We are having same trouble with General Patton in the rear. But we are still clever enough to broadcast from this studio, OOPU in Berlin. They'll never bomb the studio, Gleben they mir. Why can't I keep my big mouth shut?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to Tokyo.
Flashy flash. All America waiting for our fleet to come out. All Japan waiting for our fleet to come up. Flashy flash. Impossible for America to win the war. All of their soldiers drink too much. Even American newspaper admits same in this headline. Yankees down nip after nip. General MacArthur, a report that fall of Corregidor has caused General Yamashmati to have nervous breakdown. Untrue. Yamashmati has only gone to pieces in a small way. Avocado he swallowed yesterday turned out to be hand grenade. Harry, where are you?
Well, here I am, Eddie. I've been waiting to get some word. You see, I entered my baby...
You mean Eddie Cantor Jr.?
Yeah, I entered him in a baby contest sponsored by that famous breakfast food, Mushy Mush.
Mushy Mush?
Or is it Mushy Moosh?
No, it must be Mushy Mush. Mushy Moosh sounds silly.
Well, whatever it is, I sure hope that picture I sent in wins the contest.
Oh, he'll win, Harry. Our baby?
Think so?
After all, I'm his godfather. And you know, I entered a baby contest once.
You did?
Yes. They sent in a picture of me on a bear rug, and I won second prize.
Who won first prize?
The bear.
Look, I'm too nervous. If I stop joking...
No kidding, Harry. Until I was 8 years old, you wouldn't believe this. I had such beautiful long curls, people thought I was a girl.
No.
Yes.
How did they find out you weren't?
When they cut off the curls and saw my puss. That black mustache was a dead giveaway.
No. Well, I don't know. That's hard to believe.
Well, I was voted the prettiest baby on Henry Street between the fish market and the incinerator plant.
Oh, Mr. Von Zell. Oh, hi, Leonard.
Hello, Leonard.
Hey, Mr. Von Zell, did you get the results yet on the baby contest? No, there's no word yet, Leonard.
Hey, Leonard, isn't it exciting? Now, if you and Nora Martin were married, maybe your baby might win a contest.
Oh, Mr. Cantor, I wouldn't take a chance like that. Why not? Well, what if we got married and we were blessed with a baby and I entered him in a contest and he didn't win?
Well?
So for the rest of my life, I'm stuck with a wife and baby. Oh, wait a minute. Look, young fella. That's silly. Listen, Leonard, if your first baby didn't win, maybe your second one, or the third, or fourth, or fifth one would. Oh, no. If the first, second, or third didn't win, it certainly would discourage me.
Leonard, forget the baby contest. There are other reasons for getting married.
There are?
Leonard, let me ask you. Is it true, Leonard, is it true that the doctor who delivered you committed suicide?
No, it's not true. They just took away his license.
I'd like to take Nora Martin away from you just once.
Oh, no, you won't.
How are you,
Hello, Nora. Look, Nora, I heard Leonard wouldn't take you out last night. Forget him. Why don't you come out with me, a man? Huh?
No, Mr. Cantor. I won't go out with you. I won't go out with you. I won't go out with you. I won't.
All right, Nora, you told me. Why do you have to keep repeating it?
I just want to accentuate the positive.
Don't laugh, Leonard. If she doesn't go out with you, at least she eliminates the negative, huh?
Look, you'd better forget both of those fellas, Nora. Old man Cantor in kid suits. I'll take you out.
Sorry, Harry. I don't mess with Mr. In-Between.
I take care of you, Papa, huh?
Yeah.
Is that the phone?
Yeah, I'll get it. Hello? What? Yeah, this is he. Yeah. Yeah? No. Thank you. He won the contest.
The baby.
My baby won $5,000. I'm a millionaire.
Yeah.
I can have meat. Meat I can have. Yeah. I don't have to laugh at your jokes. I don't have to come to rehearsal. I don't have to come at all.
$5,000.
Yeah. You don't have to do... Huh? If I don't come here... Well, if I don't come here, I won't be able to...
You won't be able to what, Harry?
Won't be able to tell the people about sal hepatica. And how when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, you should take a glass full of sparkling sal hepatica to help you feel better faster. Because sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day waiting until night to take a laxative. You take sal hepatica the minute you need it. And besides gentle relief, Speedy Sal Hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better. Thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Come on, Harry.
Yeah?
Let's go and tell Eddie Cantor Jr. the good news. Bye.
Oh, yeah, let's. Just think my baby won this. My little baby. You know, Eddie, when I get home, I'm going to walk the floor with that little bundle of happiness clutched to my chest.
Your baby?
No, the $5,000.
Let's go, Harry. And you stay here, Nora, and sing your song.
$5,000.
Just think, your little baby will have folding money.
Yeah. folding money? We're not going to use it for that. We're not that rich.
I just want the right to love you all of my life. Just the right to take care of you all of my life. I just want the right to be near you, always to be there, sharing every care and strife. Life can be as simple as a nursery rhyme. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all of the time. As long as I'm named it, I just want the right to give all my love with all my heart for all of my life. I just want the right to love you all of my
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, look at all the cars outside my house.
Yeah, gee, something's going on. Let's go in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Von Zell.
Hello, Mickey.
Hello, Harry. Hello, Mr. Cantor. I'm so glad you got home, dear. The living room's just crowded with people wanting to give us money since the baby won the beauty
Money?
contest.
Good. I guess they want endorsement.
Money.
Harry, let me handle this, will you?
Yeah, money.
Wait. All right. Now, wait. Wait a minute. Quiet, everyone. We'll take you one at a time, yes?
All right, here's $2,500. Just say that your little baby's favorite candy is our product, the Footsie Roll.
No. Footsie Roll. You mean Tootsie Roll?
No, Footsie. Our candy is untouched by human hands. We roll it around with our feet.
Sign it, Harry. Next, please.
Me next. Just sign here.
Yes, sir. And what do you want the baby to endorse?
El Dumpo chewing tobacco.
Oh, get away. Your baby can't.
Oh, you don't like our product.
Nope. Give me a handkerchief, Harry. Get out of here, will you? Yes, you?
How about our Itsy Bitsy Bibble Bath? 99% soap.
Yeah. What's the other 1%?
El Dumpo chewing tobacco.
Harry, will you sign these contracts and take the checks?
Yeah.
Your kid, our kid is going to be a millionaire. What, Harry?
Oh, look at this, Eddie. For endorsements alone, we've already taken in $21,000.
Good. Here comes your wife with the baby. Let me hold her, Mrs. Von Zell. Hello there, little prize winner.
Hello, Bob.
Eddie, look at him. He's the spitting image of his father, aren't you, little fellow?
You mean the drooling image. And how is little Eddie today? Gesundheit. Say, we got to do something about that cold, Harry.
Yeah, my kid, my poor baby.
Real quiet, Harry. I'll get something from the drugstore.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, well, now, don't you worry about that little old cold, son. You're rich now. You know, I'm going to buy you a solid gold teething ring.
Gee, that'll make him very happy.
And I'm going to buy you a platinum safety pin.
Oh, he'll be overjoyed.
And I'm going to buy you some erminitis.
He'll be tickled to death. But, Harry, don't be so extravagant. The money the child makes should be used to give him a good bringing up. Give him the kind of fun I never had. Send him to grammar school, then to high school, and then enroll him in a finishing school.
Well, finishing school has nothing but girls.
Yeah, I want him to have the kind of fun I never had. Relax, little fella. Just stay right. Come in.
Good evening. I am the representative of Mushy Mush, the famous breakfast food manufactured by Draw-Off.
Did you say Draw-Off?
Yes, that's forward spelled backwards.
Well, I am the baby's father, and this is his godfather, Eddie Cantor.
Not the Eddie Cantor. Not Eddie Cantor, the tailor I knew back in Hartford.
I know. I'm on the radio and in pictures.
Oh. Well, Mr. Vonzell, on behalf of Mushy Mush, I'm here to ask you to bring your baby to our broadcast tonight, where we will make the cash award.
Oh, boy, you hear that, Eddie? My kid's going to be on the air.
That's wonderful. Thank you, sir. Oh, don't thank me. Thank Mushy Mush. The mush children love. They wallow in it. They get it in their ears. They get it in their hair. They get it in their eyes. Why, in 20 years, we've only had one complaint. What was that? One kid happened to get some of it in his mouth.
Come on, Eddie. Hurry up, will you? We've got to get the baby all bundled up and take him over to get his $5,000. Gee, but aren't you excited, little fella? He can't say very much.
No, well,
he's...
you know. I wonder what he's trying to tell us with that goo. Goo, huh?
Goo. So I won a $5,000 beauty contest. My old man says he's happy because I've got his nose, and I've got his eyes, and his smile. I know why he's happy. He's got my $5,000. Maybe now that he has my dough, he'll stop shaking that big rattle in my ears. I know why he shakes that rattle. So I can't hear him taking the money out of my piggy bank. There goes that cold again. I know how I caught cold. I'm the only one around here small enough to sit in the icebox and watch the butter. But my daddy really loves me. He got me a doctor. The doctor puts tubes in his ears. He called it a First thing I'm going to learn when I go to school is how to say stethoscope. Then the doctor examined my heart and lungs, and he looked in my ears. I'll bet anything I'm 1A.
Gosh, Harry, the studio's crowded, and they're going on the air. Are you nervous, Harry?
No, if I get near that microphone, you know what I'm going to say, Eddie?
What?
I'm going to say, begin today to use touche.
Hey, wait a minute, Harry. That's our product.
Yeah.
If you mention that on the Mushy Mush program, you'll have trouble on your hands.
Well, what difference does it make what I have on my hands as long as I have the chance to see that millions of women have the right thing on their hands? Touche, the beforehand lotion.
But, Harry, you can't do it. Mushy Mush pays for that time on the air.
Oh, Eddie, how much time does it take to say, use Touche, the beforehand lotion? Use it before you tackle household tasks, before you wash dishes or undies.
But I'm telling you, Harry, you're liable to get hit with a can of Mushy Mush right between dishes and undies.
Oh, yeah, well, listen, Eddie, if they raise one finger, I'll get loud.
You will?
Yes. I'll say that Touche, the beforehand lotion, helps keep your hands smooth and lovely by guarding them, even in hot, soapy water. And if they start anything, Eddie, I'll tell them how Touche is good for rough elbows, chapped legs, and is a powder base. And then when they're trying to tear me away from the microphone with the last breath in me, I'll tell the people that creamy, fragrant Touche is more than just another hand lotion. It's the beforehand lotion.
All right, but Harry, please don't make a scene.
All right, I won't make a scene. I'll just say, begin today to use Touche.
All right, you stand. Quiet, Harry, listen.
And now, friends, the moment we've all been waiting for. The Mushy Mush Show is proud to introduce our sponsor, Mr. Quoro, who will personally present the award of $5,000. Our sponsor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it behooves me, as I have never been behooven, to hand this certified check to Mr. Vonzell in the name of Mushy Mush is not so mush, but it's much more than mushy mush. With milk and cream, it looks like slush, but we eat it 'cause it's good for us. We also give Mr. Vonzell this prize-winning photograph of his baby, which he sent in. I wish all of you could see this photograph of our prize baby with his long curly hair. Long curly hair?
And those big black eyes.
Big black eyes. Let me see that picture. Why, that's a picture of me when I was a baby.
Look, Eddie, quiet.
But, Harry, it's my picture.
Your picture. Well, heavens to Mushy Mush. It isn't a picture of this baby at all. This is an outrage.
What do you mean?
I've been robbed. Lock all the doors. Call the police.
Let's get out of here, Eddie.
It's too late. Here comes the police now.
What's going on here? Uh-oh. You'll get what you deserve, you imposter.
Give me back that baby.
Give us our kid.
Nothing doing. I'm holding this baby for evidence. I'll hold him till the case goes to court. Yeah. You better hold him.
hope you're satisfied. Now we're in jail, charged with using the mails to the fraud. It'll be in all the papers. You had it.
Oh, but that's all right, Eddie. I'm smart, you know.
Yeah?
Oh, sure. I didn't give them our right names.
Oh, wonderful, Harry. What names did you give him, Harry?
I told them I was Eddie Cantor and you were Harry Von Zell.
Good, that's fine. Now if they hang me, I won't have to worry. I'll know it's you. What am I saying? Harry, I tell you that...
Cantor.
Yes, officer?
The man to see you says he's a lawyer.
Good. I phoned my home and told them to send over a lawyer. This is a fine how do you do.
How do you do?
Gordon, the mad Russian.
Yeah.
Russian, listen.
Talk to me.
I'm talking. Harry Von Zell wanted to win a beauty contest, and he's sending my picture.
He's sending your picture to win a beauty contest?
Yes. What can we please?
Insanity.
Look out!
Oh, listen, Russian, you're no lawyer.
Don't say that. Say that don't. Many times when a man is suing his wife, for divorce, mind you,
yes,
I rush immediately over to his house.
To look after his case.
No, his wife.
Listen, Russian, we're desperate. Do you know anything about law?
Most positively, certainly. I have studied law for many years. I have read everything printed about law. In my head is 1,000 law books. And you see these ears?
Yes.
Bookends.
All right, Russian, now listen. Our trial comes up next Wednesday, and we need a great legal mind. What experience have you had in a courtroom?
Yes. I have handled many lawsuits and tried many cases. These I call suitcases.
Oh.
Suitcases. And then last week I defended a midget.
Yes?
That was a briefcase.
Oh, Eddie, can't you see it's no use?
Oh, no, look at the baby. Never mind us, Russian. We'll get a lawyer. But if we hand you the baby, here he is, will you take care of him until we get out? Can we trust you to be a reliable bodyguard?
That request is granted.
Yes, go ahead.
Why, only 2 months ago, I was appointed bodyguard for the Big Three.
You? A bodyguard for the Big Three?
Yes. Clark Gable's ears, Jimmy Durante's nose, and Lana Turner's baby.
Oh, forget it, Russian. We better keep the baby with us, Harry.
Yeah, that's right. Russian, I don't think you'd be a good influence for the baby.
Mine, dear Bunzel. I would enhance the child's education. I would hire a beautiful Russian girl to teach him to speak Russian. Mm-hmm. And I would hire a gorgeous Damaselli a Madame Damaselli to teach him French.
To teach him French?
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up with my dialect.
All right.
And a ravishing Senorita to teach him to speak Spanish.
Yeah, but Russian. The baby isn't even old enough to speak English. What sense would there be in having all those women around?
Silly boy.
Oh, gosh, Eddie, I wonder if we'll get out of this jail in time for our next Wednesday's broadcast.
Your dialect is wrong, too. I don't know.
Nervous.
Gosh, how do you like that guy, Droroff? He's the one who got us in trouble.
he's a rat.
Yes, he... Quiet, Harry.
Hey.
They're playing music in the next cell.
Uh-huh. Let's join in, Eddie. Maybe we can sing the baby to sleep, huh?
Yeah, let's try.
Oh, if we had the wings of an angel,
over these prison walls we would fly.
Right into the office of Droroff, and he'd get mushy's mush in his eye.
La, 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 la.
Ladies and gentlemen, will Eddie Cantor get out of jail? Will Harry Von Zell be found guilty of using the mails to defraud? Will little Eddie Cantor Von Zell, Jr. have to spend the rest of his days in an iron crib? Tune in next Wednesday and find out what the judge has to say in the case of the state versus Harry Von Zell. And until then, remember the two products that make these Wednesday evenings together possible. Mushy Mush.
No, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And Trouche, the beforehand lotion. with a cold, why suffer that way when you can get such quick relief from those annoying cold symptoms with Minute Rub, the modern chest rub? Just you rub a little Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back, and in 1 minute there's a pleasant sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to stimulate that lazy surface circulation. In a minute, Minute Rub's menthol vapors relieve that clogged-up feeling in the nose and throat. And listen to this. Here's a chance to get a chest rub that's greaseless, stainless. It disappears like vanishing cream, so it won't harm your clothes or your linen. Now, you get a jar of Minute Rub and help relieve annoying, unpleasant cold symptoms the modern, greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting Company. This is the National Broadcasting.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
People who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers this morning, George is still upstairs getting dressed, and Liz is in the kitchen talking to Katie, the maid.
Oh, Katie, I'm so excited. You know that big benefit review for the Red Cross next week? Yeah. Well, George and I are putting on an act. We're representing my club. But Mr. Cooper hates everything about your club. Didn't he put up an awful squawk? He didn't say a word, and I've got everything set except one tiny detail. And what's that? I haven't told him yet. But I don't want to be around when you tell him. It's frightening when he gets angry. Oh, now, Katie, George has perfect control of himself these days. He doesn't say a word when he gets mad. He just sits there and turns different colors. That's what I mean. He looks like a rainbow. Yes, and lately he's getting the pot to go with it.
Hey, it's pretty lonesome in here.
Oh, I'm coming, Clean Puff. Well, how is my wonderful husband this morning? Give me a kiss. Oh, George, you're so handsome and clever and charming and cuddly.
All right. What do you want this time?
Nothing. I just love you, that's all. Hold me tight.
Okay.
Tighter. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz!
Go on. Pretend I'm an old tunnel and cave my sides in.
Annie, what are you up to?
If you think I have an ulterior motive, I don't even want to talk to you.
Oh, honey.
I merely wanted your advice about the Red Cross review next week.
Oh, what's your problem?
Well, one of the members of my club volunteered to do an act with her husband.
That ought to be nauseating.
Well, this member is in an awful fix, George. She volunteered without telling her husband about it.
She did? You mean he doesn't know anything about it?
No.
Oh, brother. I'd like to be there when the poor sucker finds out.
You will. I don't see what's so bad about it. What would you do if it was your wife, George?
I'd give her a good swift kick in the pants.
You wouldn't.
Oh, just think of that poor devil having to get up and make a fool of himself. Who is it, Liz?
You. Oh. Well, at least you're a man of your word.
Oh, you're kidding, Liz. You didn't really mean that, did you?
Wait till I get out of range. Yes, George, I did.
But why? You know, if there's one thing I hate more than that club of yours, it's amateur theatricals.
But it's for the Red Cross, George, and you know the wonderful work they do helping disaster victims and promoting health and safety.
I know, dear, and we'll give them a big contribution, just as everyone should. But I refuse to get up there and look silly. And crying won't get you anyplace.
But you wouldn't look silly, George. You're so smart and so clever.
I'll leave that stuff to the idiots who put on ladies' hats at parties.
Look at all the stage experience you've had. What about the musicals you did at college? You had the lead in the senior show, didn't you?
Well, I sang a few numbers.
Oh, I'll never forget it. There you were in your green and white blazer and your straw hat singing boo-la, 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 boo.
Liz, you tricked me.
Hey, George, Jolson made a comeback. Why not you?
Boola, boola, No, Liz, I'm not going to do it.
Well, you just don't remember how great you were, George.
No. And you tried that already.
Oh, I forgot. Well, all right for you, George Cooper.
Did you send for me, Mr. Atterbury?
Yes, Cooper. Come in, boy. How long have you been with the bank, Cooper?
14 years.
And you worked all the way up to 5th vice president. Remarkable. Well, George, I have a job that's worthy of you, boy.
What, sir?
You're going to represent the bank in a large public relations project, boy.
Oh, boy.
Are you making fun of me?
No.
Oh. Well, there's a big review being given for the Red Cross next week. And I thought you and Liz could work up a little song and dance routine.
Oh, Mr. Atterbury, I simply can't.
Cooper, boy.
Well, why did you choose me anyway?
Because you have talent. You're a natural, boy. Why, the other night at Anderson's party, you were a scream the way you wore those ladies' hats.
Mr. Atterbury, I'm sorry. I just can't do it.
You'll do it, or I'll bust you to 6th vice president.
You would?
Wouldn't I? I'll bust you to office, boy. Office boy.
But the 6th vice president is the office boy.
I'll give you 3. 1, 2.
All right, Mr. Atterbury, you talked me into it.
Good boy, boy.
That's right. I'm sorry, but that's the way it has to be. Goodbye. Well, that's it, Katie. I told my club we couldn't do the act.
Isn't there some way you can change Mr. Cooper's mind?
Nope. I gave him a kiss that lasted 10 minutes, and he still said no.
Well, maybe a real good dinner will do the trick.
Katie, if the heavy artillery didn't work, what good's the cap pistol? Oh, when George Cooper says no, he means it.
There's no business like no business like no business I know. Hiya, Liz.
Hiya, Ben.
How do the old pipes sound, huh?
Well, they could stand a little Drano. What's the matter with you, George?
Nothing, honey. I've just been thinking. You were right this morning when you said we should all pitch in and help out the Red Cross.
You mean you'll do the act with me?
Yes, sir. And I've even worked out a wonderful act for us. Starring you, of course.
Oh, well, we should both be in it equally.
Oh, no. Listen, I'm no fool. You're the one they look at, the good-looking girl.
Well, thanks, but I think that we
now,
should
here,
both...
I've got it all written down, see?
Uh-huh.
We'll open with a song. Sing What the Strings of My Heart.
Oh, I love this number.
Good. Now, come over to the piano and let's see how our voices sound together. You sing the part that's underlined.
Okay.
Dear, when you smiled at me, I heard a melody. It haunted me from the start. Something inside of me started a symphony.
Sing.
Went the string. I still recall a thrill. I guess I always will. I hope you'll never depart. Dear, with your lips to mine, a rhapsody divine.
Sing.
Dear, when you smile at me.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Frankie boy.
What's the matter?
I lost my place. This is a great part you gave me. Do you think my voice will hold up?
But, baby, don't you see? You're the star of this song.
I am?
It means nothing without you.
It doesn't?
Of course not. Now, we never know how the strings of my heart go until you tell us. Then we know they zing.
Well, the whole thing zings, if you ask me.
All right, we'll get another opening song. In the meantime, let's work on this soft comedy material I've prepared.
All right, let's hear this boss comedy material.
Okay? Now, after one chorus of the song, I click this little clicker.
You what?
Click my clicker like this.
Oh.
And we stop. I say, hiya, Liz. And you come right back with, hiya, George. Eh?
Well, now, there's a clever opening.
Oh, Liz.
All right. Hiya, George. Then after I wait for a laugh, what do I say?
Here's your step. Hiya, Liz.
Hiya, George.
You know, a tramp came up to me and said he hadn't had a bite in days.
What did you do?
I did him.
Uh-huh. Did you hear about...
No, that's my line.
Oh.
Did you hear about the big fire down at the shoe factory?
What happened?
200 souls were lost.
Well, at least there'll be one person laughing at it. You know, there are two things
No, that's my line.
Oh.
You know, there are two things I can't...
Wait a minute, brother. You tell all of the jokes. So far, I haven't had a thing to say. I'm Liz Cooper, not Harpo Marx.
Now, dear, every comedian has to have a straight man.
Well, couldn't I be just a little crooked now and then?
But the straight man is the backbone of the comedy team. After all, what would Amos do without Andy? What would Lum do without Abner?
They could form a new team, Lum and Amos. Oh, well, how will it look, George? After all, we're representing my club.
Well, Liz, I wanted to speak to you about that. Mr. Atterbury called me in today, and, he wanted us to represent the bank.
Oh, I get it. When I want to do it, it's a lot of silly nonsense. When Atterbury wants you to do it, there's no business like show business.
Oh, now, Liz, don't be like that. Remember, the show must go on.
Well, it can go on without me.
But I need a partner. What can I do?
Get Edgar Bergen to help you. You can work sitting down.
All right. If you're going to be that way, I'll just have to get one of the girls down at the bank to be my partner.
Oh, go ahead. I've seen those girls down at the bank. There isn't a woman there who has one zing left in her. Go ahead, I dare you. Let me get the door, Katie. It's George's new song and dance partner. I want to take a look at the old fuddy-duddy. All right, Mrs. Cooper. Yes?
Hello there.
I'm Miss Williams. The bank sent me out. This is 321 Bundy, isn't it? Sorry, wrong number. Goodbye. I guess not. This is the address they gave me. Doesn't Mr. Cooper live here? Well, he lives here, but you just missed him. He left on a trip to South America. You did? How odd. Yes, well, goodbye.
Well, hello, Miss Williams. Come on in.
Why, Mr. Cooper, I thought you were in South... George, welcome home!
What? I only went out to put the car in the garage.
Well, you said he went to South America. Well, I always get confused. Our car is a Rio. I was supposed to be here tonight, wasn't I, Mr. Cooper?
Why, certainly. Come inside where we can be alone, and we'll start rehearsing.
Anything you say, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, why don't you call me Joe?
Mrs. Cooper, did you see the old fuddy-duddy? Oh, Katie. Oh, what's the matter? I made a terrible mistake, Katie. Her fuddy isn't duddy at all. They've been in there an hour together. Aren't you worried about your husband? Why, Katie, certainly not. Well, don't you wonder what they're doing? Katie, I want you to know I trust my husband implicitly. And why are you standing on that chair and kicking in the transom? I'm not kicking in the transom. I'm dusting. Katie, why do you suppose they're so quiet in there? I don't know. How are they telling those jokes? By sign language? If they just make some noise, anything, I'd feel better. Do you feel better? Oh, George knows I'm out here, and he's just doing that for my benefit. I know him. Actually, Katie, he's miserable. Listen to him laughing through his ears. Well, I think I'll just open the door a teensy crack just to give him some air.
All right, Miss Williams. Now that you've memorized it, try that straight line.
Oh, you're so handsome. Take me in your arms and kiss me. I'm going in there, Katie. Hand me that bowl of soup. But he said it was just a straight line. Well, that straight line sounds like the shortest distance between 2 points. This I gotta see.
That's good, Miss Williams. Now, I take you in my arms, bend you backwards and kiss you. Now, try that line again.
Take me in your arms and kiss me.
My
Anybody
God.
want an apple?
No thanks, Blair. Go ahead, Miss Williams.
Take me in your arms and kiss me.
My
Do you
God.
want an apple, Miss Williams? No thanks.
Look, Liz, we're trying to rehearse.
Well, I thought you might be hungry. Wouldn't you like a piece of garlic or something?
Liz, you can stay here and watch if you want, but we are not hungry. Understand?
Yes, George. Take me in your arms and kiss me.
My God.
Cigar, cigarette, smoke, anyone?
Liz.
Cigar, Miss Williams?
Now stop that, Liz. What are you trying to do?
I think we'd better eliminate the kiss, Mr. Cooper. Mrs. Cooper's a little jealous. Me? Jealous? Ha! I'm just trying to protect him. The last time he kissed a girl on stage, he got hurt. Hurt? Yes, his glasses got steamed up and he fell in the orchestra pit.
Liz, you're being silly, but if you want us to take this kissing bit out of the act, well, we'll just...
Whatever gave you that idea? Please, George, you don't really think I'm jealous.
Well, you seem to...
Why should I care if you want to get up there and kiss an older woman? Now, wait a minute. You don't have to get nasty with me, Mrs. Cooper. I'm not going to steal your son away. Listen, you poor man's Marjorie name. Start anything and I'll black your eyes to match your hair. My hair is red. I'm talking about the roots.
Now stop it, both of you. Liz, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Miss Williams is a guest in our house.
Well, I offered her an apple and a cigar. Well, I'd better be leaving. I must say, I never saw anyone so jealous. I'm surprised you let your husband go to work, Mrs. Cooper. How do you keep the secretary from sitting on his lap? I shop in his knees every morning. Goodbye. Mrs. Cooper, who's that handsome man in the living room? Well, Katie, I made such a fool of myself last night that I decided to fight fire with fire. That handsome man in the living room would set fire to anyone. Well, his name is Jerry Moore, and I'm going to rehearse a love scene with him. And when George sees us, he'll be so jealous he'll get rid of Miss Williams and ask me to do his act with him. I hope you're right. Oh, I know George. Now, you see. Well, good luck to you. George.
Hey, yes, sir.
I've decided to be in the review after all. A tall, dark, handsome man is going to do a passionate love scene with me.
Good.
A real passionate love scene.
No, that's fine.
Now, George, don't lose your temper.
What?
Oh, you're so jealous. Do you mind if we rehearse in here?
Well, I don't care where you rehearse.
Temper. Come in, George. George, this is Gerald Moore.
Jerry! George, how are you? My gosh, I haven't seen you in a long time.
You know each other?
Know each other? We were fraternity brothers.
Rack-a-tack-a-poo-poo, rack-a-tack-a-putt. Yippee-yippee-yi, hooray for us. Sock 'em, skin 'em, throw 'em in the stove. Chronomaker, go, go, go. Yay!
Well, deem off my raccoon coat. If you're ready, Jerry, let's start the scene.
Yeah, I'll sit over here out of the way.
Don't mind him. He's insanely jealous. Go right ahead.
Oh, my darling. I love you.
I love you, too. Kiss me.
Yes. Yes, I'll kiss you. On the eyes. On the mouth. On the throat.
Ooh. Pretty hot, huh, George?
Hey, Jerry, whatever happened to Bill Anderson?
Oh, take me, my love. I'm yours.
This is the moment I've dreamed of. When our hearts meet and our souls meet. At last you're mine. All mine. I think he's running a butcher shop.
Oh, my beloved. Let me melt into your arms.
Did you ever buy anything from him? Once. Come to me, darling. Darling, every fiber of my being is tingling with ecstasy. I love you. A pound of liver.
Oh.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
Oh, nothing at all. What do you think you're holding, Bill Anderson or a pound of liver?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's try it again,
Oh, forget it.
No, I think you ought to do the act, Liz. It's very funny.
Funny?
Sure. Well, he's right, Mrs. Cooper. It'll get a million laughs. It's the funniest thing I've seen in years. Everybody
Oh, that's right. Go ahead. Fight over me. What's going on? You can't so direct, but to dress up in costume and come down here to the theater anyway. George doesn't know it, Katie, but I'm going to be his partner, and you watch and see who gets the laugh. Oh, wait a minute. Pardon me, what act is on the stage now?
Evelyn and her magic kazoo.
Oh.
Next is George Cooper and Marilyn Williams.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there's Miss Williams now. What are you going to do about her? Just what? Oh, Miss Williams, George wants to see you. Really? Where is he? Right in the dressing room. Oh, what is it, Mrs. That'll take care of you for a while. Why, Mrs. Cooper, you locked her in the dressing room. Yeah, ain't I a stinker? Now, where's George? Oh, there he is in the wing. Hi, George.
Hi, Liz. You haven't seen Miss Williams, have you? Liz, what are you doing in that costume?
Well, Miss Williams asked me to tell you she couldn't make it, George. I'm going to take her place.
No, you can't do it. You don't even know what the routine is.
Yes, I do. I've been listening to you rehearse.
You're on now, Cooper. Oh, Liz, are you sure you know what to say?
Yes.
Now, remember, I say the first line, and then you answer me, and then I give the joke.
George, you're going to be surprised at the way I say my line.
Come on, Cooper, come on. We're waiting. Well, I guess there's nothing else to do. That's our introduction. Here we go.
Okay.
You wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose.
Hiya, George.
Hi, Liz. You know, a tramp came up to me and said he hadn't had a bite in days.
What'd you do, bite him?
I did. When you caress me, 'cause I haven't blessed me, what a blessing, no one knows. Say, Liz, did you hear about the big fire at the shoe factory?
I bet some heel started it.
No, Liz, you're supposed to say what happened.
Huh?
What happened?
200 souls were lost.
Oh. You made my theory when you called me dearie, put down where the bluegrass grows.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Bones.
I'm taking no chances with you this time. I'm telling a joke you never heard of before. I know a girl who's so dumb she thinks the football coach has 4 wheels.
How many wheels does it have?
Your lip was sweeter than tulip when you wore that tulip, and I wore a big red rose.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring tonight 2 of radio's foremost actors, Eric Dressler and John Sylvester, in an original radio drama titled Murder is My Business.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Our story tonight begins in a huge white mansion overlooking the Hudson River, some 50 miles above New York City. In a large, comfortable room, David Phillips, a slender, nervous man in his early 30s, is seated at a desk typing.
Dear Julia, a year has passed since we last saw each other, and I'm writing this letter with the hope that you will understand all that I'm about to reveal, and understanding will forgive me. I'm a writer, darling, and yet I find it difficult to put into words the horrible events of the past year. As they flash through my mind, I can feel the quickening of my pulse, and the hatred within me surges up as overwhelmingly as... But I mustn't think of that. It's much more important that you understand what has happened. It all began the day I was in my study, writing a script for the Dangerous Adventure radio show.
Darling, it's for you.
Who is it?
It's Basil King.
Basil King?
Dave, wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
But, honey, Basil King, I can't keep him waiting.
Yes, you can.
Well, we'll talk fast.
King's looking for a writer for his radio show, isn't he?
Yeah, Sig Rodman just quit.
Quit? You mean he had a nervous breakdown? And so has every other writer who's ever worked for Basil King. Dave, I don't want you to write for him.
But, Julie, his show pays $600 a week. We could pay off all our debts with that kind of dough.
Darling, be sensible. No amount of money is worth the punishment you'll have to take from him.
Now, look, we'll talk about this later. He's on the phone.
Tell him no.
Shh, he'll hear you. Hello?
Mr. Phillips, this is Basil King speaking.
Oh, yes, Mr. King.
Several people have spoken very highly of you as a radio writer, and at the moment I'm in need of one for my show, Brad Barker, Private Eye. Would you care to discuss the matter?
I'd like to, very much.
Are you free for luncheon tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Shall we say 1 o'clock at the Algonquin?
All right, Mr. King.
Just ask for my table. Good day, Mr. Phillips.
Good day. Now, honey, don't look at me that way.
Dave, I just don't understand you. It doesn't make sense wanting to write for him. Everyone who's ever worked for Basil King detests him. He's the most hated man in radio.
Be reasonable, Julie. $600 a week is a lot of dough. If I can't get along with King, I'll quit. Now, what more can you ask? Next day, as the head waiter led me through the crowded dining room, I could see Basil King seated at a table in a far corner of the room. King was a tall, slender, gray-haired man in his late 40s. He had a cold, impassive face, and his movements were stiff and precise. It suddenly occurred to me that he bore an amazing resemblance to Clifton Webb, the Hollywood star. As I reached King's table, he stood up.
How do you do, Mr. Phillips? I'm Basil King. Have a seat, won't you?
Thank you.
I suggest we talk first and order luncheon later.
All right, Mr. King.
Now, Mr. Phillips, to begin with, I'm a man who believes in frankness. I dare say this frankness of mine has led to my making a large number of enemies and has given me the reputation of being an extremely difficult person to get along with. No doubt you've heard quite a few stories about me.
Yes, I have.
Believe me, they're highly exaggerated. Great talents, such as myself, have always been misunderstood. The petty minds in this world, not understanding men of genius, are forever seeking to destroy us.
I see.
I wonder if you do, Mr. Phillips. I wonder if you do. I ask very little of my writers, merely a modicum of intelligence and the ability to accept constructive criticism.
That sounds reasonable enough.
Yes, one would think so, and yet I haven't been able to find a writer who understands me.
I'm sure you will sooner or later.
Perhaps, but to date it's been very discouraging. However, we mustn't dwell on the past. Now, Mr. Phillips, you come highly recommended, and I trust that ours shall be a happy and profitable relationship.
I hope so.
By the way, you aren't troubled by ulcers, are you?
Why, no.
Good. For some unfathomable reason, all the writers I've had in the past seem to have been afflicted with ulcers. I can't stand people who are always taking pills and subsisting on bland diets. Tell me, are you familiar with my show, Brad Barker, Private Eye?
Oh, yes. I've heard it quite often.
Good. Then you're undoubtedly aware that there are two things I insist upon in my shows. Clever plots and gimmicks that work. Bear that in mind, Mr. Phillips. Clever plots and gimmicks that work.
I understand.
It's on those two rules that I have single-handedly built the most popular detective show on the air. You've only to look at the Hooper rating of Brad Barker, Private Eye, to substantiate what I'm saying.
Yes, I know. You've got a terrific rating.
18.6. Needless to add, my sponsor, the Zestful Chewing Gum Company, has increased its sales tremendously. Now, Mr. Phillips, I'm prepared to pay $600 a week for the writing of Brad Barker. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, that sounds fair enough.
When may I expect your first script?
Well, let's see. Today is Wednesday. What about Monday morning?
That's satisfactory. Monday morning it is. Now, shall we order luncheon?
An hour later, Basil King and I separated in front of the Algonquin. I went home and started work on the script, determined to turn out a show that would make King sit up and take notice. After 4 days and nights of intensive writing, I completed the script. Monday morning, I went downtown to Basil King's luxurious office and turned the script over to him. As I sat by his desk, watching him read it, it was hard to tell what he thought of it. His face was cold and impassive as he turned page after page. At last, he finished reading it and looked up.
It won't do, Mr. Phillips.
It won't do? Well, why not?
First of all, you haven't caught the spirit of Brad Barker in your dialogue. But more important, the plot is weak, and your murder gimmick won't work.
Well, I don't see why it won't. Would you mind explaining?
In this script, you have the victim, what's his name?
Charles Riker.
Yes, you have this fellow, Charles Riker, whose life has been threatened, barricade himself in a small cabin. All doors and windows are locked from the inside, and in addition, he's armed to the teeth and has a watchdog with him.
That's right.
2 days after this fellow Riker has barricaded himself, Brad Barker breaks into the cabin to find him dead. Dead of poison.
Yes.
Your gimmick is that the murderer, unable to get at Riker, has tapped the water pipe which ran from the spring to the cabin and poisoned the water.
Yes, well, what's wrong with that?
My dear fellow, don't you think that when Riker drew a glass of water in the cabin, he'd have tasted the poison in the water?
But I planted in the script that the poison was tasteless.
Oh, you did? Well, nevertheless, it won't work.
Oh, why not?
It just doesn't ring true. I don't feel it.
Why not?
I wish you'd stop asking why not. It's obvious that I don't like your gimmick, and if I don't like it, 15 million radio listeners won't like it. If our relationship is to continue, you must learn to accept constructive criticism. After all, my dear fellow, you have merely to look at the rating of the show to realize that I am never wrong. Furthermore, I should like to point out that at no time...
Is that you, Dave?
Yes, Julie?
How did King like your script? He didn't like it.
That's putting it mildly.
Oh, but that was a good script. One of the best you've ever done.
That's what I thought. But Mr. King didn't.
No wonder all his writers have nervous breakdowns. That man doesn't know what he wants.
Well, I'll give it one more try.
You mean you're still going to try to write for him?
Now, honey, there's no use in giving up so soon. Maybe once I get to know King's likes and dislikes, it won't be so tough to write for him.
Dave, I've never interfered before, but this is too much. I want you to call that egomaniac King up and tell him you're through.
Julie, I can't. I told King that I'd turn in another script by Thursday.
Oh, Dave.
I promise you that if he doesn't like the second script, I'll give up. Now, that's fair enough, isn't it? For the next 3 days and nights, I sweated over a new script. As I worked out the plot and gimmick, I tried to anticipate Basil King's every possible objection. Early Thursday morning, I went downtown to King's office and turned the script over to him. As he sat reading it, I began thinking of what I would say to him if he turned the show down. I would tell him quite firmly that it was obvious I wasn't the man to write the Brad Barker show. At last, King finished reading the script and looked up.
The plot, Mr. Phillips, isn't exactly new, and the dialogue needs rewriting here and there, but on the whole, it will do.
You mean you like it?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that I like it. Rather, let us say that it's acceptable. I trust, Mr. Phillips, that with time your scripts will improve. Good day.
I left Basil King's office that morning convinced that I would succeed where other writers had failed. I felt it would be just a question of time until I learned the workings of King's mind. But then I discovered, as so many of my predecessors had, that Basil King's likes and dislikes were not constant from day to day. What he told you on Thursday didn't hold true on Friday. Weeks went by, and for every show that King accepted, he'd reject two. He would criticize every script from beginning to end, tearing it to bits relentlessly and coldly. Any questioning of his criticism would lead to his redoubling his attack. 1 week slipped into another, and with each passing week, my hatred for Basil King grew. Life became a nightmare of deadlines, of writing endlessly with one eye constantly on the clock.
Darling, you just can't go on this way. You've got to quit.
Julie, we've been over this a dozen times already. We need the $600 a week to pay off our debts.
What good is that money if you have a nervous breakdown? Look at yourself. You've lost 15 pounds in these past weeks, and you're smoking 5 packs of cigarettes a day.
Please, Julie, I've had all I can take today. Now, let's not talk about it anymore.
You're not kidding me, Dave. The money is only part of it. It's your pride that won't let you quit.
My pride?
Yes. You can't stand the thought of quitting like the others did. You've got to prove that you're better than they are.
That's enough.
Well, it's the truth, isn't it? It's only your pig-headed pride that makes you go on when anyone with sense would quit.
I said that's enough.
Dave, we can't go on like this.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to stand around and watch you have a breakdown. You'll have to choose between Basil King and myself.
Now, look, Julie, you're upset. You don't know what you're saying.
I know perfectly well what I'm saying. I'm asking you to choose between Basil King and myself.
Stop trying to intimidate me. I told you before I'm not quitting, and I meant it.
All right, Dave. If that's the way you want it, I'm leaving.
Well, go ahead. No one's stopping you. Basil King may be able to make you quit, but not me. You call it pride, okay. But I won't let a louse like him beat me. Somehow I'll get the better of him. You wait and see.
Goodbye, Dave.
I was so emotionally worn out the night you left me, Julie. I could scarce comprehend my loss at the time. There seemed to be only 2 people in the world. Basil King and myself. As I traveled back and forth day after day between my typewriter and King's office, my hatred for him increased 100-fold. Feeling my hatred for him, King redoubled his sadistic attack, sensing that I was determined not to quit. The weeks slipped by, and the nightmare continued. King insisted that I come to all rehearsals of the show so that the cast, as he put it, might see the culprit who wrote the script. It was at a rehearsal that I first met Mr. Pearson, president of the Zestful Chewing Gum Company. He was sitting in the control room, watching with great respect as Basil King rehearsed the cast.
No. My dear Miss Hunter, I assumed when I hired you that you were a radio actress. If I'm wrong, please enlighten me.
What did I do that was wrong, Mr. King?
I don't feel it. I just don't feel it. Try it again.
Rocky, you've got to give me a chance to explain. It wasn't my fault. Honest, it wasn't, Rocky.
Cut. Miss Hunter, you sound too young. I want you to age the role 1 year. Mind you, just 1 year.
Yes, Mr. King. Rocky, you've got to give me a chance to explain. It wasn't my fault. Honest, it wasn't. Rocky, don't!
Cut! Well, if that's the best you can give me, it will have to do. And Mr. Cooney, if you can't do better, I'll have to get another sound man. Take 15 minutes.
It's dreadful, Mr. King, the incompetence you have to put up with.
Yes, Mr. Pearson, it often amazes me that I've been as successful as I have. Speaking of incompetence, Mr. Pearson, I'd like you to meet the present writer of the show, Mr. Phillips.
How do you do, Mr. Phillips?
Glad to meet you, sir.
I have great hopes, Mr. Pearson, of making a radio writer out of Phillips.
Well, I'm sure if anyone can do it, you're that person, Mr. King.
Pardon me, Mr. King. Would you like to hear the commercial now?
Very well, Caruso. Go ahead.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, July 8th is the big day. In just 1 month, you'll be able to buy the latest discovery in chewing gum happiness, Pepso Gum. Made by the Zestful Chewing Gum Company, Pepso Gum is a new gum. A gum with a jailed-in flavor, designed to give you hours of chewing pleasure. Remember, the big day is July 8th, when Pepso Gum will be on sale at all candy counters.
I don't feel it, Caruso. I want more emphasis. I want you to be so compelling that people will rush to their drugstores and place orders for this new gum.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Rehearse it a few more times, and I'll go over it with you later.
Yes, Mr. King.
Well, I guess I'll be getting back to the office, Mr. King. Most kind of you to allow me to watch your rehearsal.
That's quite all right, Mr. Pearson.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Phillips. I assume that you'll be at the factory for next week's broadcast?
The factory?
Yes, Phillips. We're doing the broadcast in the factory next week.
Yes, it's the company's 25th anniversary. You've no idea how our employees are looking forward to your broadcast. Yes, indeed. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Phillips, I have here the script you turned in for next week's show. It won't do.
Why not?
There are so many things wrong with the script that it's hard to know where to begin. Let's start with your murder gimmick. You have the victim, I believe his name is Roger Roden.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, you have this fellow Roden picking up an envelope, licking the flap, and sealing the envelope. A minute later, he drops dead. Your gimmick is potassium cyanide powder has been mixed into the glue of the envelope flap.
Yes, and when Roden licked the flap, his tongue absorbed the poison.
It just won't stand up. Why not? For the simple reason that rodent's tongue wouldn't absorb enough potassium cyanide to kill him.
Oh, but it would. Potassium cyanide is a very potent poison. Just a few grains will kill a man.
Possibly, but I'm not convinced. And if you can't convince me, you won't convince our 16 million listeners. It just won't do.
It will work. I tell you, it will work.
I'm sorry, Mr. Phillips, but I don't agree. How soon can you have another script for me?
It was at that moment I knew I was going to murder Basil King. Perhaps all along it had been there, buried in my subconscious. For the first time in weeks, my hands stopped trembling, and I was able to think clearly of all that had happened. I had allowed Basil King, a man who was a psychopathic case, to drag me down to his own level. And what was worse, I had lost Julie. My stupid pride had driven the one person I loved away from me. Basil King would pay for that. And all the anguish he'd caused so many people. I thought of King's rejection of my potassium cyanide gimmick. And suddenly it came to me how ironic it would be if his death were brought about by potassium cyanide. Yes, the great man, dying by a gimmick which he declared wouldn't work. Of course, I couldn't use the envelope flap, but there were other ways, and I would think of one. Well, that night, a plan began to form in my mind. A plan which was completed a week later as I was being shown through the zestful chewing gum factory by Mr. Morris, the superintendent of the factory. I had no idea the factory was so large, Mr. Morris. We seem to have walked miles.
I'm afraid you radio riders just aren't used to walking. Probably ride in taxi cabs all the time.
I guess you're right. Oh, what's this place?
This is the shipping room.
Oh.
Well, that about completes the tour. I reckon you've seen just about everything.
Say, all these boxes have Pepsi gum marked on the side of them.
That's right.
You're getting ready to distribute it all over the country?
Yeah, we're going to start shipping next week.
You know, I've heard so many announcements on the show about Pepsi gum that I'm curious. What's it taste like?
Well, it's hard to say. It has sort of a sharp flavor.
Sounds good. Do you have any around? I'd like to taste it.
Well, I'd like to give you some, Mr. Phillips, but the old man, Mr. Pearson, he's given out strict orders not to give any of it out. Reckon he's trying to keep it from the public till the last minute.
Oh. But employees have tasted it, haven't they?
Oh, sure.
Well, Mr. Morris, you're looking at an employee right now. I do write radio shows for the company.
Yeah, I guess you are an employee after all. I reckon I can give you a pack of Pepsi gum. There you are.
Thanks. An attractive-looking pack of gum.
Yeah, you got to catch the customer's eye if you want to sell gum. Well, what do you say if we go back to the auditorium?
Fine. I've seen the whole factory, and I've got a pack of the new Pepsi gum. What more could I ask for? A few minutes later, I left Mr. Morris in the auditorium, where the great Basil King was rehearsing the cast for the show. I walked across the street to the inn where we were staying and went up to my room. There, I took the pack of Pepsi gum from my pocket and withdrew one of the 5 sticks of gum. I very carefully removed the wrapper, and then taking a dampened handkerchief, I wiped the candy powder off the stick of gum. It took but another minute to evenly sprinkle potassium cyanide powder over the wet stick of gum. In a very short time, the gum dried, and it was impossible to tell that the fine, powdery coating on it was a coating of death. I rewrapped the stick of gum and carefully inserted it in the center of the pack. When I arrived at the auditorium 10 minutes before airtime, the great man was relaxing in the control room. With him were Mr. Pearson and Bill, the broadcast engineer.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Phillips. I was afraid you were going to miss the broadcast.
Mr. Phillips may not be a good writer, but he is a punctual one, Mr. Pearson.
Mr. King, you're a great one for banter. You have a ready wit.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Look at that auditorium. Completely packed. I've never seen our employees so enthusiastic, and it's all due to you, Mr. King. I hope you'll say a few words to them after the broadcast.
Why, I should be delighted to.
Can you spare a minute, Mr. King?
What is it?
Do you remember that script I turned in a week ago with the potassium cyanide gimmick?
You mean where the victim licked the envelope flap and was poisoned? Yes, I remember that deplorable script. What about it?
Well, I was wondering, what if we were to switch the potassium cyanide to something else? Instead of the envelope, perhaps the cyanide might be sprinkled on a piece of candy or something like that.
No. It would never work. I don't feel it.
You really don't think it would, huh?
Certainly not. Really, Mr. Phillips, you're showing less and less imagination from week to week.
Well, I just thought I'd mention it.
Hey, Mr. Phillips, that pack of gum you have, isn't that the new Pepsi gum?
Yes, Mr. Pearson, that's right.
But I gave strict orders that it wasn't to be given out. How did you get it?
Yes, how did you get it?
I found this pack in the shipping room. I hope you don't mind my having taken it.
Well, no. After all, we are just one big family.
You see, Mr. Pearson, I've heard so much about the new Pepsi gum that I was curious to find out what it tasted like.
Well, what did you think of it?
Well, I haven't tried it yet, but I guess this is as good a time as ever. Have a piece?
Don't mind if I do. Thank you.
What about you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
You mean you aren't even curious to know what Mr. Pearson's new gum tastes like?
Please, Mr. King, I'm very eager to know what you think of the flavor. I have great respect for your opinion.
Very well, Mr. Pearson.
Here you are, Mr. King.
Thank you.
I understand it has a sharp flavor, Mr. Pearson.
Yes, but delightfully so. That's delicious. Well, I have a feeling that Pepsi gum is going to be a tremendous success. Go ahead, Mr. King. Put it in your mouth. I'm anxious to have your opinion.
Yes. Yes. Well, certainly has a sharp taste.
Oh, not that sharp. Keep chewing it. 1 minute to airtime, Mr. King.
Thank you.
I watched the great man, Basil King, chewing a stick of Pepsi gum. I knew that he found the flavor a bit sharp. And if Mr. Pearson hadn't been watching him, he would have spat it out. Yes, Mr. King didn't like the flavor, but with the sponsor looking on, he had to continue chewing. I watched the minute hand sweep around the clock. In 30 seconds, we would be on the air, and according to my calculations, Mr. King would keel over 15 seconds after we were on the air.
Stand by.
I'll give you the go-ahead, Mr. King.
Very well.
Coming up. Go ahead.
Chewing Gum Company presents Brad Barker, Private Eye. Conceived, produced, directed, and edited by Basil King.
My dear fellow, the monitor is too high. That's it. Take it down. You engineers just don't know. Oh! My heart!
Brad Barker,
King, what's wrong?
My heart!
Quick, catch him.
I've got him, Mr. Pearson. You'd better get a doctor. It looks like a heart attack.
Yes, I'll get one immediately.
Phil, turn down the monitor. Just do the best you can.
Okay, Dave. You take care of him, and I'll take care of the show.
And soon there will be a special flavor added to the zest
breathe.
chewing gum
King,
family.
can you hear me?
Yes, get a doctor.
Do you remember the potassium cyanide gimmick?
Potassium cyanide?
Yes. I just want you to know you're wrong. It does work. That's why you're dying.
What?
That stick of gum I gave you. It was covered with potassium cyanide powder.
No, get a doctor.
A doctor can't help you. You're going to die.
Brad Barker, Private Eye.
Poor Mr. King.
Small, dingy office overlooking the harbor. On the door is a letter.
You just forgot one thing.
Waterfront Protective Association.
Murder is my business. Julie, darling, that was a year ago, and I've never ceased to regret your leaving me. I'm writing this in the hope that you will find it in your heart to forgive me. I admit that it was my stupid pride that wouldn't allow me to acknowledge defeat at Basil King's hands. But he's gone now, Julie. And if you could only see your way clear to start all over.
Hi. Hello, Mr. Phillips. Remember me? John Pearson?
Mr. Pearson?
Yes. Do you remember Mr. Morris, my factory superintendent?
Hello?
We happened to be driving past and thought it'd be a nice gesture to drop in and find out how you were getting along.
Please, I've got to finish this letter to my wife, Julie. I've got to finish it.
It doesn't seem to be getting any better, does he, Mr. Pearson?
No, he doesn't. Look at all these letters scattered around. Must be at least 100. They're all addressed to his wife.
What a pity, huh?
Yes, I'll never forget that day that Basil King died of a heart attack. I came back to the control room to find poor Mr. Phillips crying hysterically over the body. He never has gotten over the shock of Basil King's death. What a wonderful friendship that was.
mysterious traveler. Did you enjoy our little trip? It's too bad about Dave Phillips, isn't it? His mind snapped in his hour of triumph. 16 weeks of life with Basil King proved to be just too much for him, mentally. As Basil King used to say, being a radio writer calls for a weak mind. However, it does seem that Dave Phillips did get in the last word. For Basil King died of a gimmick he claimed would never work. And the police, oddly enough, never did suspect it was murder. Now, I recall another case in which a young man awoke to find himself dead, and he decided... you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Eric Dressler, John Sylvester, Shirley Blank, and Richard Coogan. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. Sound was by George Cooney, broadcast engineer Walter Payne. Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Queen of the Cats.
Another strange and suspenseful tale of the mysterious traveler. This program has come to you from our New York studios. Another program of tense and dramatic action will follow in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Tyler McVeigh, Gloria McMillan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fixing good, nourishing meals day after day is really work. But most any woman will tell you that she doesn't mind it as long as the family likes what she cooks and tells her so. And compliments do seem to come oftener to women who cook with Pet evaporated milk. There's a wonderful difference in foods cooked with Pet milk because there's a difference in the milk itself. All the richness, all the natural goodness that's in a full quart of good, sweet country milk is concentrated in a single pint of Pet milk. That's because more than half the water has been taken out by evaporation. So, of course, what remains is a concentrated milk, which is bound to add extra goodness to favorite family foods. Extra wholesomeness, too, and at low cost, because Pet milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. So get the habit of cooking with Pet evaporated milk and see if you don't get more compliments on the food you fix. Happens pretty regularly to the good cooks who cook with Pet evaporated milk. Here is a picture of a happy man. No particular reason for it. He just feels good. Rambling home from downtown, singing,
Shrimp boats is a-comin', there's dancing tonight. Shrimp boats is comin'.
The song, in case you don't recognize it, is Shrimp Boats. The singer, Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Happy the girls when they're tending their nets. Why don't you hurry home? Why don't you hurry home? Ah, it's great to be alive. Hi, Tootsie. How's my favorite wife?
Fine, dearie.
What's new, kiddo?
Here's a letter for you. Just came.
Oh?
Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Yeah, shrimp boat. Huh? Oh, my gosh. What do they want? They got nothing on me. I paid my taxes. What do they want?
Well, I don't know, dearie, but don't get excited about it. Open the letter up and find out.
Well, okay, I'll open it up, but I don't mind telling you, I'd rather open up an atomic bomb with a dull screwdriver. Oh, this is murder.
What is it? What is it, dearie?
I haven't read it yet. Let me see. It says, Dear Sir.
You see, it's not so bad. They call you dear.
Dear Sir, please come to my office. At your earliest convenience. And answer a few questions. Signed C.J. Jones, Deputy Collector.
Sounds pretty vague to me. I wonder what kind of questions he wants to ask you.
Oh, what do you think? Probably stuff like, you had any experience breaking rocks? Or maybe, were you ever in Alcatraz before?
Now, that's silly, dearie. Your tax returns are always perfectly honest, aren't they?
Sure, they're honest. Making out honest tax returns is the sacred privilege of guys that earn as little dough as I do.
Well, then why are you worrying just because you got a letter?
Look, Molly, them revenue guys don't write and tell you to come in just to swap fudge recipes, you know. They found something.
Well, now, maybe you just made a little mistake in your addition.
No, that I ain't worried about, thank goodness. Any guy with the type of mathematical mind that I got, that I can add numbers as fast as you can throw them at me, don't have to worry about. Throw me a couple of numbers. I'll show you what I mean.
Okay. 17 and 21.
63. So, at least I know that's one thing I don't.
The right answer is 38.
You sure?
Positive.
I'll see you on Visitor's Day, kiddo.
Now, McGee, don't get in a panic and... Come in. Well, good morning, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And good day to you, Droop Snoot.
Hi, Ham Stitcher. Pull up a Davenport and sit down, but sit down easy so you don't bust all the springs.
My, you're in your usual charming ill humor today, I see. Why so sour, Puss? Lumps in the oatmeal this morning?
No, he got a letter from the tax collector, Doctor. Wants to ask McGee some questions. You know, he's more rattled than a gourd in a rumba band.
Yeah, but I ain't guilty, though, Fatso. They got nothing on me. They can't prove a thing. I'm not...
Why, of course they can't prove a thing. Don't you worry.
Betcha.
And look, if you need a character witness down there to vouch for you, just call on me.
Oh, gee, thanks, Doc, you old man. Would you come with me, Doc, would you?
Be glad to. I'll put them straight. Gentlemen, I'll say this lad is not the chiseler that everybody thinks he is.
Good.
I've often played golf with him, I'll say.
That's the stuff.
And what if he does pick his ball up in the woods when nobody's looking and toss it on the green, I'll say.
Huh?
Then pick my ball up and put it in his pocket.
Where were you hiding?
Behind a tree. Furthermore, gentlemen, I'll say, just because in the last pool tournament, when the game was tight, he shoved the 10 ball in the pocket with his elbow doesn't prove anything.
Who told you?
Ole.
Dirty snitch.
And just because his friends count their fingers after he shakes hands with them, just because he won't even play solitaire with himself anymore, just because he won't...
Doctor, please.
Yes, Molly?
Skip it. I'll fight this case myself, Fatso. I'll get justice, too.
If you get justice, son, I'll see you in 1980. So
Fine, big, fat friend he is. Cheerful as a carbuncle. But gee whiz, Molly, they can't send me to jail, will they? I didn't do anything to them.
No, of course they won't send you to jail. People get letters like this all the time, McGee.
Yeah?
You know, I remember Uncle Dennis got a letter from the tax collector one time.
Yeah? What'd he do?
Well, come to think of it, he did 30 days. Maybe it was 60.
Oh, my gosh. Well, by George, I ain't going to take this thing lying down. I got proof for all my figures. I got receipts for all my tax deductions filed away.
Where?
Right here in the hall closet.
What? The hall closet?
I'll get them out and sort through them.
Oh, no, don't open that door, McGee.
to straighten out that closet one of these days.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the little white cloud that cried.
Well, here's another box full of tax deducts, Molly. Help me sort them out according to years, huh?
Heavenly days, what a mess.
Now, I'm going to need all the figures I can find when I see that C.J. Jones kiddo. Them tax guys are rougher than sandpaper pants.
Well, they struck their match with you, dearie. Don't you get it? Strike a match, sandpaper pants?
Tain't funny, Mrs. Magee.
Well, we can't all be dynamite.
Here's 2 ticket stubs from the Bijou Theater, entertainment. Put them in the 1950 pile.
Let's go again sometime. That was fun.
Next item is a lunch check from the Ritz Vista Hotel, the Sump Room. That was 1949. That's
Wait a minute. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Magee.
Hi, Latrivia. Watch your feet there, boy. I don't want these important documents scattered around.
What are you doing? Building a nest for your pet mouse? Or getting ready to line a bird cage?
No, Mr. Mayor, the tax collector wants to see him.
Oh, they're after me, Latrivia. They're closing in on me. They're going to question me. I got all my deducts together here for proof.
Well, you don't expect the collector to wade through that conglomeration of parade route sweepings, I hope. Haven't you any books and records, Magee?
Books and records?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. In the way of books, I got Black Beauty. The Rover Boys on Relief. Tom Swift and his electric grandmother. And a copy of Forever Amber that Molly put a padlock on.
I didn't mean
And
that.
for records, I got Cohen on the telephone, the 2 Black Crows, and I wish I could shimmy like my sister Kate, played by Saxy Shapiro in his Hot Hawaiians. Why are you interested in my books and records?
Forget I mentioned it.
Okay. Hey, I just happened to think. Maybe you can help me, Homer. What kind of relations do you have with the Revenue Bureau?
Magee, if that is intended as a wise remark about my poor cousin Wilbur, he resigned.
Oh, no, this this collector's name is C.J. Jones, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you swing any weight with him, Latripp. How about getting me off the hook down there, boy?
Are you suggesting I use my influence as mayor in your behalf?
You said it, babe.
McGee, to countenance such improbity would be an act of perfidious nepotism, rendering me vulnerable to allegations of the most odious and delinquent malfeasance.
Could you hit that with a hammer and give it to me in chunks?
I won't use my influence.
Oh, that's what that means.
That's what it means. What's more, I couldn't if I wanted to. This man Jones is a recent arrival in town. I don't even know him.
Well, introduce yourself to the guy. I need help, Latrivia. My gosh, if you'd talk to the man, you might at least have a good word for me.
I have several good words for you, McGee, but I can't use them in front of Molly. Good day.
Let's see. Well, this is the last box of deducts, Molly. Almost all sorted.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Heavenly days. You don't throw away a thing, do you? Streetcar transfers, cancel stamps, match covers.
You betcha. Them guys may railroad me to jail, but by George, I'll go down fighting. Here, medical expense, 6 bills from Doc Gamble.
It's all the same bill, McGee. He sent it to us 6 times.
That's okay. On my tax return, I added them all up and just divided by 6. Got to be businesslike with these tax returns, Molly. You can't kid with anything.
Well, this ought to teach that tax man a lesson because
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Hey, you know anybody at the Income Tax Bureau?
They wrote him this morning to come and see them, Mr. Wilcox, and he's a little worried.
A little worried. I'm as nervous as a mother clam taking her kids past a chowder factory.
Well, I'm sorry I don't know a soul down there, pal. My taxes are all paid up, though. I sent $1,500 off to Washington yesterday.
$1,500, Mr. Wilcox?
No, 1,500 cans of pet milk.
Oh, stop that there. You trying to tell us you paid your income tax with pet milk?
Why, sure, pal. And I can hardly wait to hear from them about it.
Oh, you will, all right.
Ah, think of it, kids. Just picture the scene in the Treasury Department when my payment arrived.
Boy, I'd like to saw that.
Cases and cases of pet evaporated milk. That good, sweet country milk made double rich by evaporation. Why, anybody'd rather be paid with pet than just with dirty old dollars.
Junior, I have what may be shocking news for you. But I think the tax department sort of has its heart set on money. Oh, day.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Just compare them, pal. Listen to this. Pet milk made double rich with more than half the water removed by evaporation, or the dollar, just a piece of paper with more than half the value removed by inflation. You see what I mean?
I don't know. I have a growing suspicion that this whole thing is just a sly way.
Just trying to get...
I'm glad you mentioned growing, Molly, because for growing children, pet milk has everything. All those precious milk minerals that a growing child needs to build strong, straight bones and good, sound teeth.
Yeah, but what about that?
Yes, sir. When you raise a child on pet milk, you're giving him a big boost toward a healthy, happy life. Oh, and speaking of life, pal.
Yes?
That's probably what they'll give you if you don't get down to that tax office. Goodbye now.
Come on, Milo. No more help than the rest of them. Well, back to work. Oh, here, put these receipts in the 1951 file. Mortgage payments on the house.
Why would payments on the house be deductible?
Oh, you can deduct part of it if you use your house for an office.
But you don't.
Didn't you write a letter for me at Christmas time?
Yes.
And don't you sometimes sit on my lap?
Yes.
Well, kiddo, that makes it an office. Next item is repairs on our marble Venus with the clock in her stomach. That's deductible for entertainment.
Entertainment?
Sure. I laugh my head off every time I look at that thing.
Well, I hope Mr. Jones... Come in. Hello, Ole.
Well, hello, missus, and you too, McGee. Oh, hi, Ole. I'm busy on this income tax stuff. They want to see me at the revenue office right away.
Income tax, huh?
Yeah.
I don't suppose it's much of a problem for you, though, Ole.
No, pretty soft with all your kids.
Well, I don't know, McGee. Now, you took my littlest kid, little Sven.
Yeah?
For him, the government gives me off $600 a year.
And that's bad?
No, but wait.
Oh?
Since just the first of this year, Sven has fell as 6 mud puddles, tore his britches twice on barbed wire fence, fell out of 3 trees, 2 walnuts, and 1 weeping willow. Doctor bills and new clothes, $85.
Well, the profit's beginning to fade.
Then he tied tin can on the tail of our dog Jupiter, who gets excited and runs out in the street, tin can, tail and all.
Oh, dear.
And a fella driving a 1942 convertible tries to avoid Jupiter, hits telephone pole, and converts 1942 convertible into 1952 Yonkeep. Repair bill, which I paid $365.
Oh, it's darn near faded.
So far this year, Sven has swallowed a dozen marbles, a penny whistle, a Along Cassidy badge, and a little tin alligator, which was a prize in the Cracker Yak bar. Cost of having Sven pumped out, $70.
Heavenly days.
Then yesterday, he gets hold of my missus' purse, and he swallows 16 cents in small change that ain't been pumped out yet. Total cost of Sven, $520.16, and we got 10 months to go.
That kid's no deduction. He's a liability.
Yes, but I bet Ollie wouldn't take anything for him.
Well, sometimes I would, missus. Used anything. Well, good luck with the taxes, Magee. So long about you, fellas.
So long, Ola.
The King's Men and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Walking, walking, walking up and down, pounding, pounding, pounding the cement. Far away from home in a big lonesome town, I'm busted, haven't a cent. There's a pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I walk up and down 'neath the clock. By the pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but I ain't got a thing left to hawk. She was peaches, she was honey, and she cost me all my money, 'cause a whirl round the town was her dream. Took her dancing, took her dining, till her blue eyes were shining with the sights that they never had seen. If you should run into a golden-haired angel and ask her tonight for a date, she'll tell you somewhere there's a rich millionaire who is calling again about 8.
I'm late.
There's a pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I simply must get 5 or 10. From the pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, gotta be with my angel again. They've already got such an awful lot of what I used to own. I even tried to hawk the phone last night. Now I'm really low, don't know where to go to get a little dough to keep her little halo shining bright. So the pawn shop on the corner in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, will just have to give me a 10. On a watch fob or a filling to satisfy this mania, gotta be with my angel, and then I'll feel like a million again.
Come on, Magee. The collector's office is just down this hall.
Yeah, you think we brought everything, Molly? I hope I can answer that guy's questions. Don't drop them boxes.
I won't, and stop fretting
I hope
now.
I can pick out the stuff I need when that Jones starts firing questions at me. Hey, maybe I ought to take a lawyer with me. You want to wait here while I hunt up a lawyer? and take a
No.
look? Okay.
No, Magee. Come on now. Mr. Jones isn't going to have you shot at sunrise.
No.
His letter merely said, "Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer."
Hello there, kids. Where you going? No place?
I got a note to see the tax collector. Wants to ask me a few questions, old-timer.
Uh-oh. Too bad, Johnny. Sorry, Papa ain't still a tax collector. I could put in a word for you.
Yeah? Who'd he collect for, state or federal?
Nope. Papa just freelanced, son. Work for yourself. Bought him a badge that said collector and worked the small towns mostly.
Oh.
He done real good, too, Papa did, till the government moved in and ruined him.
Arrest him, did they?
Worse than that, daughter. They started sending out their own collectors, and the competition got too tough. Papa wrote a nasty letter to Congress about the government competing with private industry, but they ignored it.
Well, he's lucky they did. I wish they'd ignore me.
Papa give them collectors quite a run for their money, though.
He did, eh?
When the feds started asking people for 10%, Papa cut his rates down to 5%.
Really out for business, was he?
Government wanted people to fill out a lot of forms, but Papa told his customers they didn't need to do that if they took off of him. Just drop their taxes in his hat. Very simple.
He must have been.
Well, Papa always claimed competition was a healthy thing for business, too, kids. That proved it, too.
Yeah?
Now Papa retired, the government's got a monopoly on taxes, and just look how the prices went up. Like Bessie was saying to me yesterday, Bessie.
Oh, say, how is Bessie these days?
Oh, just fine, daughter. She's waiting outside for me now. I'm on my way to the License Bureau.
No kidding. You're finally going to...
Made up my mind yesterday, Johnny.
Oh, fine.
I says to Bessie, Bessie, I says, when a fella gets to my age, he don't like to be alone anymore.
That's right.
I says, fella needs a companion. Someone to be with him always, Bessie, I says. Someone to share his joys and his sorrows.
Yeah. So what did Bessie say?
Johnny, I never seen Bessie so tickled.
Yeah?
Says she'd been wondering when I was going to think of that.
Well, good.
She drove me down here to get the license.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you're finally going to get married.
Hey, married? Well, no, daughter, I'm going to get me a bird dog. Dog license bureau. Hey, you don't think Bessie thought I meant... Oh, I better run, explain to her. No, I better just run. Oh, my goodness.
And you think you have trouble, McGee? Yeah. Well, here's the man's office. Come on.
You sure it's the right office?
Well, it says Bureau of Internal Revenue, C.J. Jones, Deputy Collector.
Look, maybe I ought to run back home and phone for an appointment. Maybe he's too...
McGee, the note said at your convenience, didn't it?
Yeah, but... Okay. Just remember, Molly, whatever I done wrong, I done it for my little wife.
You're sweet. I'll write to you every day.
Yes, sir? You'd like to see someone?
Yes, I would, sis. I'd like to see my Uncle Sycamore for a minute. He's 2,000 miles from here, and I'd like to sit on his lap just once more before they take
dearie,
me...
Hush. Our name is McGee, miss. Mr. Jones sent us a note and said that...
Fibber, McGee?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Mr. Jones did wish to see you, sir. Step right in here. Mr. McGee is here, Mr. Jones.
Oh, good. Now, look, Mr. Jones, I admit I might have made a few simple errors on my tax return. Everybody makes mistakes, but I never cheated, and I can prove it. Whatever I'd done wrong, I can prove that I was just stupid.
Yes, he can. He can get any number of people to swear to that.
Now, I don't know what questions you want to ask me, but go ahead and ask me. You can't send a guy to jail for being stupid.
McGee, I have just one question.
What is it?
Are you the Fibber McGee that went to school in Peoria and sat behind a kid named Chucklehead Jones?
Well, yeah, but what that got to do with my... Oh, my gosh! You! Chucklehead!
Yeah, that's me!
Oh, good old Chucklehead Jones! Why am I glad to see you?
Me too. Sit down.
Oh,
Say, Fibber, remember the time we tied Elsie Bupp's braids to the back of the chair?
Remember the cow we put in Miss Fiditch's office?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how about my tax returns?
Oh, your tax returns are fine.
Huh?
Hey, remember the little girl that used to carry your books home from school all the time? Whatever happened to her?
She carries hat boxes full of old tax records for him now. Where is there a wastebasket? This is ridiculous.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Every so often you'll hear some proud parents say, our baby hasn't been sick a day. We sure are lucky. But believe me, that isn't just luck. Usually it means that a good mother is following the advice of a good doctor. And today more and more baby doctors are recommending evaporated milk, pet brand. Doctors know that the one food which does most to help a baby grow sturdy and strong is milk. And no milk you can buy is better for babies than pet evaporated milk. To make sturdy, steady growth, to build strong, straight limbs and sound teeth, a baby needs the minerals of good whole milk combined with just the right proportion of vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin. And that's what a baby gets in pet milk, in safe, easy-to-digest form. The one lucky thing about it is that parents can buy pet evaporated milk for less generally than they'd pay for ordinary bottled milk. If you're expecting an addition to the family, ask your doctor about pet milk. The first evaporated milk, the first food for millions of happy, sturdy babies.
And you remember when we put the cap and gown on Atherton's Jenny Mule and drove him to commencement?
Yeah, sure. The superintendent gave him a diploma and swore he thought it was you.
I remember that. He said he thought he recognized McGee's voice.
Yeah. Hey, you remember that fat kid that got stuck in the culvert and I whittled out a paddle and rented out the seat of his pants to the other guys for a penny a whack?
Yeah.
Who was that kid?
Me.
Boy, those were the days, weren't they?
Yep. I wouldn't go through them again for $80 million.
Me either.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pep Milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Helping a friend is usually a private matter between you and the friend. But when young wife Sally Carter tries to help a friend, it seems that the whole town knows about it. And what the consequences are, you'll hear in the Story of the Week on Pep Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Right after the story, you'll hear Mary Lee Taylor's famous recipe for light, fluffy pancakes that are extra tasty. For a double measure of good listening, tune in sure next Saturday morning to NBC for the Story of the Week and the Recipe of the Week. Brought to you by Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Now, Eddie Cantor on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
This story we're trying out for a Mystery House novel tonight, Barbie, Murder Me Gently. Gently? That sounds a little tame.
There's nothing tame about this story, Dan.
Oh, anything gentle?
Well, wait and decide for yourself.
Well, that's the great American privilege, Mr. Glenn, deciding for yourself.
Now, let's not get stuffy, Thomas.
No, I'm serious, Mr. Glenn. You know, as an American citizen, you pay your money and you take your choice. And everybody has a right to tell his story. Oh, incidentally, speaking of stories, listen to this one.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Murder Me Gently. Tonight's story opens in a record shop. Albums of symphonic recordings fill the shelves along one wall, and across the room are several soundproof booths in which prospective customers may listen to records. Shirley Boyington, a clerk, is talking over the telephone.
Pro what if? Listen, is it a crime I haven't heard of them? I bet there's plenty you don't know about the stuff that's mellow, the swing, the barrel house music. What? Sure, Mr. Balzer's here. Look, lady, I'll be happy to let you talk to him. And we've probably got what you want. All we do have is long underwear waxings. Huh? Oh, well, no offense, lady. But I'm beat right down to my socks with all these long hair questions. Hold the line, please. Mr. Balzer, one of your classic kids. Hey, why don't you turn off that record? Say, Mr. Balzer, what's the matter? Are you sick? Wake up. Wake up, Mr. Balzer. Hey, wait a minute. He's dead.
Don't try to get next to me with talk about music, Miss Boynton. I couldn't care less about music. A music shop is my idea of something to stay out of. I'm here now for just one reason.
You mean because Mr. Bolzer got sick and died?
I mean because he was murdered, sister.
But couldn't he have just died?
Sure, he could have bright eyes, but he didn't. He was poisoned.
But, Mr. Perry, I don't know anything about it. I'm strictly off time with the whole thing. I mean, I know from nothing but positively.
I'm glad you told me, sister. Now I don't have to worry about you anymore. Just like that. You're in free.
You don't need to be sarcastic. Anybody would think you suspected me.
It's my business to suspect you. And you know something? I rather enjoy suspecting you. You're a music lover, and I hate music lovers.
I'm not a music lover. I'm an alligator, a whoop-hound.
A what?
Didn't you ever hear of a hep chick, Mr. Perry?
Hep chick?
Hep to the jive. I'm no square, and I know enough to be sure you can't pin that murder onto me.
Whoa, I'm not going to pin anything on you. Not even a musician's medal. I just want information.
I've already told you.
I know, but you haven't told me anything I can understand, nor anything connected with a murder. They tell me your late boss was a Wagner fan.
You got that off a record label. You're not fooling me. And he wasn't. Wagner was never his dish. Mendelssohn. He was always mumbling about Mendelssohn, almost like he knew the guy.
No, we're getting somewhere. You like Mendelssohn, huh? And you like jazz. I bet you had some pretty good arguments with him, huh?
No, say I did. But he was all wound up in catgut. Why, if I was running this place, I'd have all the hot recordings on the market. Slam Stewart and Tatum and some old Biderbecks and Satchmo.
Satchmo? Listen, are you double-talking me?
Satchmo's Louis Armstrong, and if you haven't heard him take off on a trumpet, Mr. Perry, you haven't lived. I'd have his records, the hard-to-get stuff. I'd have the alligators lined up screaming and swooning and throwing the money into the cash drawer.
That's what you planned, isn't it? Your uncle agreed to back you if you could talk Bolzer into selling the shop.
How'd you find out about that?
I told you it was my business to find out things, remember?
Now, wait a minute, Hawkshaw. If you think you're going to make me confess to
Make you? The police force don't use force, sister. It isn't nice and it isn't legal. I bet you've been reading detective stories.
Oh, you... I hate you.
In my business, sister, you get used to that. I've been hated by a lot of killers.
Don't you call me a killer.
Me? I wouldn't think of it. But you wanted old man Balzer's record shop business. You saw your chance to make a lot of money.
Oh, that's kind of stupid.
It's a motive. You'd be surprised how many murders these days are committed over trifles. A guy who don't like the way his wife wears her hair and curlers while she's pouring his breakfast coffee. Little things. Most of the trouble in the whole cockeyed world starts from little things.
If you'd quit picking on me and go talk to his wife, you say he was poisoned, she'd know more about that than anybody.
Yeah? Why?
He ate his meals at home.
I'll talk to her, don't worry. But before I leave you to your alligators, tell me, what was that record Balzer was listening to before he died?
I don't know. Some long-haired thing he got in the mail this morning. You want to hear it?
No more than I want appendicitis. When it reaches the point where I gotta listen to music, I'll quit.
Come in, Mr. Perry. I know you wish to speak of my husband. Joseph...
I'm sorry to have to bother you, Mrs. Balzer, but I got a living to make.
Let it be so, Mr. Perry. I have seen enough in this life, so I can accept my husband's death.
What's that noise, Mrs. Balzer?
Oh, you surprised me when you came to the door. I'd forgotten the phonograph. I shut it off now. I'm sorry.
Music, huh? Phonograph music. Don't you people ever get away from it?
Music made Joseph very happy.
Yeah, I suppose that could be. But didn't he worry about his shop?
A little, perhaps. He did not understand this modern music, what you call swing. And sometimes he told me of little spats with Miss Boynton.
Spats, huh?
It was as if Miss Boynton would like to change the music store, to make it all loud and noisy. But always my husband said no. He was faithful to the good, the fine music only.
He worried about this alligator, Miss Boynton, huh?
No, my husband did not worry. He was a happy man always. Except when he thought about France.
That's a new one on me. Franz.
Franz Cronin, our dearest friend. Perhaps you have heard of him, the violinist.
A musician? I don't know any musicians, thanks.
But Franz is no ordinary musician. He was insane once, and music cured him. Now he is once again a great artist. Music, the divine music, cured him. A great artist. He will come soon to play here.
He's a crowd, too. Pardon, I mean, he's a German?
Yeah, the three of us. We lived in a small village in Bavaria. Years ago, before we came to this country, Franz was a special friend of mine. Till I married Joseph.
Sweetheart, huh? Was he sore at your husband before he went nuts?
Oh, never. He was only sad. Sad that my love is for Joseph and not for Franz Cronin.
Seen him since he got out of the birdcage?
Birdcage?
I mean the asylum.
No. You see, they experimented with Franz, using his own music to cure him. And when it was successful, there was so much in the newspapers about it that he was put immediately on concert tour.
I see. There's another angle.
Angle? I do not understand.
There's poisons that delay their action. Like, he could have been poisoned at breakfast and then died at his store.
You think maybe I poisoned Joseph? But why?
He carried insurance, didn't he?
Oh, nein. Mr. Perry, I wonder if you can understand something.
What?
Joseph was a kind man. He wished no harm to anybody. What is done is done. He was not vindictive.
What are you driving at?
Because he is dead, he would not wish trouble to another. Why don't we just forget about everything? That is what he would wish.
You mean you claim you love this guy so much, and you just as soon let the whole thing drop?
Yes. Because one person is dead, should there be trouble and sorrow for others?
Uh-huh, that's what I've been taught. Lots of trouble.
But Joseph would not approve of such a way.
Joseph? Well, you see, I got a boss at headquarters who is more in a position to be. Now, you just kind of calm down and take it easy. Lie down and sleep. I'll be back later.
Mr. Perry.
Yes?
Would you mind looking inside my bedroom before I retire to see there is nobody there? Somehow I am a little, a tiny bit afraid.
Why, okay, Mrs. Balzer, sure. Where's your bedroom?
I show you. This way, please. Right down this hall. Follow me.
I hope you don't get a case of nerves.
Would you mind looking?
Sure not. Where's the switch? It's kind of dark in here.
That dull thud sounded like something hitting against Detective Perry's head, didn't it? Well, when you take a job like that, what can you expect? But who hit him? The same person who murdered Joseph Balzer? That seems logical, doesn't it? And that would be... Well, we'll find out in the second act. And now, Act 2 of Murder Me Gently. The scene is the comfortable little Balzer cottage. Mrs. Balzer is trying to convince Lieutenant Perry that she doesn't know anything about blackjack.
Lieutenant Perry, you surely cannot suspect me of hitting you on the head with that blackjack.
I could suspect anybody, Mrs. Balzer. I'm that kind of a guy by nature, suspicious. It was you led me into that room.
But I had not pulled down the curtains. It was not my fault that the room was dark.
No, it was handy, though.
Oh, Lieutenant Perry, don't you see? You had told many people you were coming here to question me.
That ain't any reason to get hit over the head, is it?
Somebody must have been afraid I would say something. Somebody hiding, maybe to hurt me.
It was me that got hurt, lady.
But perhaps whoever hit you was afraid of being discovered.
Look, if there was anybody else in that room, how come you didn't see him after I was hit? How come you didn't hear a door open or anything?
But I told you, I was so frightened I fainted. I did not come to for some minutes.
Yeah, you told me. But you didn't convince me.
Oh, the door. That will be Franz.
Huh?
Franz, come in.
Oh, Liebchen. So, this man, he's bothering you, perhaps?
Wait, no, he is a detective trying to solve Joseph's murder.
But he cannot suspect you, Elsa. See here,
You see here yourself. Who are you, anyway?
Franz Kroon. Perhaps you have heard some of my concerts or records.
Perhaps I haven't, too. Not if I could help it. I ain't a music fan, Cronin. But if you're the musician Mrs. Balzer was telling me about, how come you ain't out on a concert tour?
I arranged my tour to be here for a reunion today with Elsa and Joseph. It was most fortunate.
Fortunate? You mean that Balzer was murdered?
I mean that I should be here in Elsa's hour of trouble.
How long you been here, Cronin?
Oh, I see you suspect me. Well, do not worry, my friend. I did not arrive until some hours after the murder.
That is true, Lieutenant. I met him at the train.
That phonograph record you sent Joseph Balzer.
Yes? What about it?
It was on the phonograph when the girl found Balzer's body.
Yes?
Kind of funny that record would be playing when Balzer died.
Oh, you think maybe my music is so bad it kills him?
Any kind of music kills me. The writing on the label of that record, Cronin. Mit Weymut for Joseph von Franz Cronin. What does that mean?
You think to make something sinister of that, Lieutenant? It means with longing for Joseph from France.
With longing, huh?
Yeah. You think you can figure perhaps a double meaning to that?
Maybe. If I do, I'll let you know.
Elsa, I'm going to take you away somewhere where you will not be reminded of Joseph.
Guess again, Cronin. Guess again.
Greetings, Gates. Looking for a platter?
Who the devil are you?
Billy McKenna. Why? You want a record?
I want to talk to Shirley Boynton. She's supposed to be in this shop.
I'm a boyfriend, mister. She's heading for the airport right now, but I know this joint like a book.
Airport? You mean she's leaving town?
She didn't go out there just to watch the planes come in.
Why, that...
Easy, bud, easy. You're talking about my favorite hep chick.
I'll easy you, hep chick. Oh, she's taking a run-out powder, huh?
She's rushing to New York to get a bunch of hot platters. She's gonna bring this shop to life. Boy, the joint'll be jumping when she loads it with some decent stuff.
Come on, you.
Huh? Listen, I'm supposed to be watching things here for Shirley. I'm not going anyplace.
Guess again, Bub. You're going to the airport with me right now.
You can't order me around. Wait a minute.
Junior, I'm a policeman, a detective. And I not only can order you around, but I'm apt to get rough if you don't hurry. We gotta stop that girl. Now, come on.
Flight 6 for St. Louis, Memphis, Jackson, and New Orleans. Now loading at gate number 4.
Keep an eye peeled, McKenna. We gotta find her before she leaves. The guy said the New York plane won't load for 5 minutes yet.
You've got Shirley all wrong, Mr. Perry. She's strictly on the beam.
I'll put her on the beam if I find her.
Jigger, Shirley!
Huh? Why, you... Hey, that's her heading for the gate. Why, you...
Run, Shirley! Hurry!
Hey, stop! Stop in the name of the law. You! Hey, stop!
Owie!
I got you.
Let go of my arm. You've got no right
Come
to...
along, sister. Try to skip the country, huh?
You're crazy. I was flying to New York to get some decent records to put that shop on the map. I was coming right back.
Yeah, I bet.
You can't accuse her of lying, Mr. Perry. She's not that kind of a kid.
You keep out of this. What's more, I'm going to put you under arrest for trying to help a fugitive escape.
Me?
Now you see here. Don't you talk to Billy that way. He had nothing to do with it. The whole thing was my idea.
He hollered jiggers at you, didn't he? Technically, he was helping you get away. If either one of you causes me any more trouble, I'll make you both listen to classical music the rest of the day. Come on.
But my plane reservation.
You shouldn't be worrying about a plane reservation, sister. Who knows? There may be a reservation for you down at the station. Miss Boynton, this morning you brought coffee into Mr. Balzer, didn't you?
Sure, about an hour before he died. Are you trying to say I put poison in his coffee? Where would I get poison?
Ixnay, baby.
Huh? Look, alligator, you got any visible means of support?
Here we go again.
Oh, Billy, I'm sorry.
I'm the manager of the soda fountain at the drugstore just around the corner.
Oh, drugstore, huh?
You don't need to draw a picture, Mr. Perry. I know what you're thinking, but can't you see that Shirley's too nice a kid to ever put poison in anybody's coffee? Even if I could get it and give it to her.
She got the poison from you. Then she talked Balzer into staying here in the shop for his coffee.
I never talked Balzer into anything. He was so stubborn you couldn't convince him of anything. Pardon me, Miss Balzer, but it's true. He was so excited about that record he got in the mail, he didn't want to go out.
Record? Oh, we're back to that, huh? Where is it, anyway?
I took it home. It was Franz's record and the sentiment and everything.
Go get it. And while you're about it, get Franz, too. We might as well get this thing really mixed up.
Well, back so soon, Liebchen? Oh, my darling, you look tired. I'll get you a pot of tea, then you will feel better.
There is no time for tea, Franz. I've got to get that record and take it to the detective. And he wants to see you, too, Franz.
The record? Oh, yes. But first, there's something that we must settle, Elsa.
Oh, Franz, you promised not to talk of such things.
Yeah, I know. All of my life I've wanted you, Elsa. You know that.
How can you speak so? Joseph was your dearest friend. All those years
No, let us not speak of those years. The asylum is behind me. I'm cured, Elsa. Yet I need you as much as you need me, Liebchen.
Please, you cannot speak so. But I will always be your very dear friend, Franz.
Friend? Friend, is it? No, I do not need friendship. I need you, Elsa. I must have you, and I will.
Oh, Franz, control yourself. They will take you away again.
No, never, Elsa. Not if you marry me.
No, you must go away and never come here again. Oh, Franz, what are you doing?
Just pouring the tea. That record, Elsa. It was for you. Addressed to Joseph, but for you. Yeah. It said, mit Remut for Joseph von Franz Grün.
With longing for Joseph from Franz Grün.
Yeah. The label said that, yeah. With longing for Joseph. Yeah. With longing for Joseph. Death.
Franz, the tea.
A little spice for it, mein Liebchen. I shall go away, as you ask, and you shall go away, and we shall never return, yeah?
You have poisoned the tea.
Perhaps. It does not matter. Only that we shall never return. You and I and Joseph.
You killed Joseph?
No. I merely gave him the remedy. He used it. Just as you will.
You're insane, Franz. You killed my Joseph.
It's more cleverly than I will kill you, Elsa. The stupid police will never know how Joseph died. But would you care to know before you drink your tea?
Oh, no. I don't want to hear it. I won't listen.
The record I sent Joseph. The label was loose on it, hanging to the center of the record by only one corner. The label was with such a tender sentiment.
What? No, I saw the record. The label.
Naturally. With the label about to come off. He has such a thoughtful, tender label. What would Joseph do?
You mean you?
Yeah, Liebchen. That label had a special kind of glue on it. A glue I mixed myself. And when Joseph touched the label to his tongue, he tasted the poison which killed him. And then, with the label smoothed onto the record, all evidence was gone. Was that not clever of me, Elsa?
Oh, no, it's horrible.
Nine. On the contrary, most gentle. Much more gentle than I can be if you do not drink your tea, Elsa. Now come, We drink together.
No. I'll telephone the police. No.
I am so sorry, Elsa. You'll not telephone the police. You've spilled the tea, Elsa. The spiced tea. Now I shall be forced to use my hands. My hands, Elsa. The hands that bring such marvelous music from the violin. Yeah. Look at them, Elsa. Hands that want to crush you, but must do otherwise.
No.
I wanted so much to make it gentle. Elsa.
No, you get a pussy.
Take your hands off that woman's corner or I'll shoot.
So, you think a bullet scares me? Nine, put your gun away. I must kill Elsa and then myself. I will do it.
I told you to let go of her, Cronin.
Yeah, I know, but I have never obeyed orders, Lieutenant.
You were most kind, Lieutenant.
Kind? I shoot a guy and that's kind?
Yes, he talked about killing me gently. He was mad. Shooting him was the gentlest way.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it. I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester and I were 30 miles from Dodge when we ran into the buffalo hunters' camp. We'd been holed up for 2 days in a deserted sod hut, taking cover from one of the worst blizzards in years. But it was over now, and a warm, dry chinook blew out of the west, down off the Rockies and across the prairie into Kansas. It was Chester who first saw the camp. A pile of buffalo hides, half covered with snow, and the skeleton of a wagon, its canvas torn and shredded by the blizzard. The camp was silent as we rode up and got down.
Ain't there a soul here, Mr. Jones?
Maybe they got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit, Chester.
Yeah, it sure does look that way.
I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
Yeah, but they don't look none too lively.
You can't blame them.
Put your hands up.
What?
Close it.
Better do what the old man says, Chester.
Must have been hiding in that wagon. Come over here. Closer.
This your camp, mister?
Of course it's my camp. Now you two drop them guns.
Well, we got our hands up. Isn't that enough?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
What?
You're going to hitch up that team and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Larner.
Well, who's Jed Larner?
He was my skinner.
Well, why did he leave you?
Yeah, he seen that blizzard coming. He didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Well, why didn't you go with him?
Well, I twisted my leg, my foot, so I can't ride a horse, that's why. Larner figured driving the wagon would be too slow.
You mean he left you here to freeze?
I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you if you don't drive me to Dodge. Now, here. He's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't gonna leave you here. A Marshal?
Now, why don't you put that rifle down and tell us who you are?
All right. My name's Ira Puckett, Marshal. I'm usually up north following a Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Yeah, sure, of course we will.
That foot I twisted, I don't feel nothing in it. It must be froze.
Yeah, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Larner for this.
Now, you forget about that, Puckett. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
I'll forget it till I find him. He'll be all right, Matt. In time.
Then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
Well, he didn't have much foot left when I got through with him.
Oh.
You'll be able to walk there. With a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
Uh-huh. Does he know that?
I told him. Ira Puckett, the proud man, A little too proud.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. Now, a man like Puckett can't stand being helpless.
I see.
And now, all crippled up, he's a bitter man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it, Doc. You know, man can get used to most anything in time.
I don't know. I got my doubts about Puckett. He's in the back room there, if you want to see him.
Yeah, all right.
I'll come with you.
Hello, Puckett.
Marshal?
Well, how you feeling?
Yes. Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah.
He ruined my foot. I saved your life, Puckett. And I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Puckett. You'll be able to get around.
Yeah, like old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
You'll get used to town life. And, besides, you'll find men here, too.
Yeah, but what kind of men?
walking around all slickered up, parting the hair in the middle and bowing to the ladies. Ain't one of them could do half the things I'd done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of them were sniveling in their mother's aprons.
I know. But you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will, huh?
Sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does he look like, Puckett?
No, he's tall, black hair. Got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
Good. I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
I can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man. I told you I didn't bring you in so that you could hang. The next few weeks, I kept a sharp eye out for Jed Larner, but he must have headed for some other part of the country. Anyway, he never showed up in Dodge. That time passed, and Ira Puckett was able to get around a little bit. First with the help of crutches, and then finally with a cane. But it was obvious that his hunting days were over. And that alone seemed to shame him. And then one night, his pride really got a blow. I was at the Long Branch having a beer with Kitty when it happened.
Oh, this is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
Oh, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Nothing, I guess. But, why San Francisco?
No blizzard, no dust, no cowboys.
Yeah, but they got fog. And all those sailors and miners aren't any more gentle than these cowboys, you know?
Yeah, I know. Imagine going to dinner in a carriage, off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You know, I think you're spoiled, Kitty.
How could I get spoiled? Here in Dodge City?
You know, I always...
Oh, what's the matter, man?
That man at the bar there, he just turned around.
Hmm? Which man?
One with a scar down his cheek.
Oh.
Excuse me, Kitty, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh. Evening, Marshal.
Evening.
Before you staring at me, Marshal.
Your name's Jed Larner?
What if it is?
How long you been in town?
About an hour. Marshal, something wrong?
You remember the big blizzard we had?
Whoa, who don't?
We all do, I guess. Especially Ira Puckett.
What?
He didn't die, Larner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he got to.
Yeah,
I couldn't...
sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Puckett's here in Dodge, Larner.
He is?
And if he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't you ever show up around here again.
Well, now, just wait, Marshal.
I can't arrest you and I can't put you in jail, but I'll tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Puckett to die.
Oh, no.
You know they'd tear you apart, Larner.
Don't say nothing, Marshal.
They'd set you on fire.
Don't tell him. I'll leave, Marshal. I'm leaving right now.
Well, we got rid of him in a hurry.
Well, I just saved him from being shot. And Ira Puckett from hanging for it, Kitty.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
He didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
What's the difference?
Well, legally there's some, I guess.
Enough to give Ira his kick back?
You're sure hard to argue with, aren't you?
Why? Because they think sick?
Why don't we talk about San Francisco some more?
I changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York. Marshal Dillon? It's Ira Puckett now.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Sticking it in on.
You can always find a gun, Kitty.
You done it. You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Lerner.
Yes, I saw him. Saw him jump on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal?
I'll tell you why I did it. I wanted to save you from hanging.
I'd rather hang than live this way. I wasn't born to become a helpless old man. And the least you could have done would be let me fight my own battles like I always did on the plains. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
You're living in a town now, Ira, among people. Why don't you try to get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll start living like you town people.
And you're going to get a job?
I'm going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
Now, what do you mean?
You'll find out, Marshal, when it's too late. My, but ain't it a nice morning, Mr. Jones?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
Oh? All night?
Well, no, sir, I wouldn't say all night. Hey, let's go over there by the bank, Mr. Jones. Ain't that a lottery pocket?
Huh? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the first time he's had his team and wagon on.
Where do you suppose he's going?
Right now, he's going into the bank.
What's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't go hunting in the bank.
Oh, yes, he can, Chester. Come on.
Well, Mr. Jones, you don't even say old Puckett's going to hold that bank up.
Well, he said last night he's going to start living like town people, get a job, and make himself a lot of money. This could be his idea of how to do it.
Yeah, he sure couldn't have no hurry to tear that shotgun in there, could he? Here, you going in after Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a shotgun.
Chester, look. You take his wagon and team off somewhere and lead him out around the back of the bank, out of sight. And maybe we can handle it without a shooting. Go on.
All right.
Go on. Hurry, Chester. He's coming out. Come on out, Puckett.
Marshal.
I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Sure.
Don't you try to follow me, neither. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, aren't you?
Somebody stole them. I can't get away without my team.
No, you can't, Puckett. So you might as well give up.
You done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
You gonna shoot me?
Why shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already, and shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. Now, why don't you use your head, Ira?
All right. Here. There's the money. Now, you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to go to jail, Marshal.
Like I said, shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you've outsmarted me, don't you?
Give it up, Ira. You're licked.
Yeah, I can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Thanks.
You helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure that you really wanted to, Ira.
What?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. Yeah, but you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I guess I did. I thought he wouldn't never give up, Mr. Jones.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
Only take him on over to jail? Oh, no. I can't stand jail. Please, Marshal.
Yeah, I'll lock him up, Chester, and I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mrs. Owen, but I just couldn't stand the look on his face when I locked him in that cell.
You know, Ira, it seems to me that everybody treats you pretty well.
Yes, everybody but Jed Lerner.
Yeah, that's true, but Chester and I brought you in. Doc saved your life. I kept you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere right now. You know, it seems to me everybody's gone to an awful lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. What do you think?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. And you know what? You're right. It's too late now.
No, it isn't.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you. But on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You get a job here, and you quit being so doggone ornery, huh? Otherwise, you'll go to jail.
What can I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing that you're so handy with a shotgun, I think that Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage for him.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. How about it?
I never had a job like that. But a man's got to make a change once in a while, don't he? And it'll sure be a good way to start the new year.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke. And next week for another story on Gunsmoke. And next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Right you are. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, today is January 27th, the day that the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest will be announced. Last night, people all over the country went to bed wondering if they would win part of the $10,000. So let's go back to last night to the home of the man who is going to give away all that money.
I don't know why I let myself get into this. That's a lot of dough. There ought to be some way to get out of it. I wonder if I could...
Oh, boss.
I could go to Mexico. No, that's too close. Say, I've got it.
Boss, if you're thinking what I think you are, it's impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean?
They can only send messages to the moon. People can't go there yet.
Rochester, I'm not running away. I'm just thinking about, my next summer's vacation.
Then why did you pack your bags this afternoon?
You must know I just threw some old clothes in those suitcases to send to the people in Europe.
I know, but the one you sent to France is addressed to Pierre Benny.
That goes to an uncle of mine in Paris. Now forget it.
Okay. But look, it's only $10,000. Why do you want to run away to Paris?
Look, Rochester.
No use hiding in those sewers, boss. They'll find you.
Rochester, cut that out. I told you I'm not going anywhere.
All I know is when I answered the phone this morning, a man said, "This is the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe," and he wasn't singing.
Look, Mr. Jones, if you're, Van Jones, rather, if you're insinuating that I'm worried about giving away the $10,000, you're sadly mistaken. The letters of the contest have all been read, the winners will be announced, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even thinking about the money. Now, it's getting late, so I'm going to bed.
My watch is slow. What time you got, boss?
$10,000. I mean, 10,000 o'clock. 10,000. Now, stop confusing me. I'm going up to bed.
So am I. Good night.
Good night. And, Rochester, don't put the cat out tonight. With this meat shortage, you can't tell what'll happen. Well, good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Rocket now leaving on track 2 for the moon. Rocket now leaving on track 5 for Mars, Venus, and Cucamonga. Bonsoir, monsieur. Comment allez-vous? Oui, Pierre Benny. We have been expecting you. We have a room for you in the sewer. $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, Did that scream frighten you, Brutus? No, Caesar, let's get out of my gap. All right, but let's not frighten him to death, because then he'll be one of us, and I can't stand him. So you're Jack Benny, the man that nobody can stand.
Stop laughing at me.
Nobody likes you, and you know it.
Why can't I get laughs like that on my program? Why?
Don't be impatient. You've only been on 14 years.
Stop tormenting me, do you hear? Stop!
We don't have to torment you. You're going to do it yourself. Tomorrow you have to give away all that money. And if you don't, do you know what they're going to do to you? you? They're going to tie you to a post, throw branches around it, cover you with gasoline, and then take your two old tired-up legs and rub them together.
What?
And then they're going to tie you to a horse and drag you all over.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Boss!
Huh? Oh. Well, I'm glad you came, Rochester. Just had an awful dream. I dreamt... Rochester, what are you doing with your suitcase?
I had the same dream, and I'm going with you.
Thanks for your loyalty. And take off that beret. We're not going to Paris.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened last night. And now, to get on with the show, here's Larry Stevens to sing Symphony.
Symphony, symphony of love, music from above, how does it start? You walk in, and the song begins, singing violins start in my heart. Then you speak, the melody seems to rise. Then you sigh, it sighs and it softly dies. Symphony, sing to me. Then we kiss, and it's clear to me, when you're near to me, you are my symphony. And it's clear to me, when you're near to me, you are my symphony, my symphony.
Good, Larry, very good. That was Larry Stevens
Okay,
singing...
Don, okay, I'm here. I'll take over now. That was Larry Stevens singing Symphony. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
The big ham.
What? What'd you say, Don?
I said I love Spam.
Oh. And now, get a load of Diet Smith Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight...
Oh, I know you don't, Jack. When anybody else is late around here, they have to have a good excuse.
Mary's right, Jackson. You're late. Well, I couldn't help it. I was so tired. I didn't get much sleep. I tossed and turned all night.
Oh, that happens every time Margaret or Brian beat you at hopscotch.
What are you talking about? I beat her 3 out of 5. It was something else that upset me.
Say, Jackson, it couldn't be by a slight coincidence that you didn't sleep last night because today you have to give away $10,000. Could it, little Manzy?
What $10,000?
The contest money, you know.
Oh, that. I forgot about it.
Forgot about it. When Phil mentioned it, your
Phil?
I got to do it all over again.
I'll take the first line. I forgot about
it. Forgot about it? Mm-hmm. When Phil mentioned it, your face turned white, your lips turned blue, and your stomach turned over.
That wasn't worth going over it again. Mary.
And
Mister.
The way your Adam's apple popped out, I thought it was going to announce the time.
Announce the time. All right. Why shouldn't I be upset? Bad enough giving away all that dough without having a guy like Fred Allen tell me who to give it to. What a judge.
Well, Jack, I think Fred Allen's a great judge of humor.
You do, eh? Well, I'll say one thing. His program has helped the good neighbor policy.
Help the good neighbor policy? How?
Well, when Allen's program comes on the air, so many radios start clicking off that South America thinks we've taken up the castanets.
All right, but now that you're here, let's cut out this silly stuff and announce the winners of the contest.
Mary, I don't know who the winners are, and I won't know until Steve Bradley, my press agent, gets here. I think I'll call his house and see what's keeping him.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Dorian Gray wants now. I'll take it. Yes, Mr. Benny. Steve Bradley at Crestview 67071. Huh? I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but on local calls we can't reverse the charges. I'll call you back when I get the number. What did he want, Gertrude? He wanted I should get him a number. Say, Gertrude, did you enter Mr. Benny's contest? Well, I almost did. You see, I started to write in 50 words why I can't stand Jack Benny. Uh-huh. And by the time I finished writing, I sold it to Universal, and they're making a picture out of it starring Boris Karloff. What a character that Benny is. Ain't it the truth? I'll never forget the first time I went out with him. We were sitting in the park in the moonlight, holding hands, and suddenly he whispered in my ear and asked me for a lock of my hair. Gosh, how romantic. Romantic nothing. He made a toupee out of it. Why, Mabel Flapsaddle. You're just making that up. No, it's the truth. Say, Gertrude, did you ever go out with Mr. Benny? Sure I did. And gee, I'll never forget our first date. He showed up wearing a pair of wooden shoes. Wooden shoes? Yeah, when he says Dutch treat, he ain't kidding. You said it. You know, Gertrude, one day Mr. Benny asked me if I'd like to be on his radio program. He did? Yeah. He wanted to put me in pictures, too, but that's an old gag. No, it ain't. Mr. Benny has a lot of influence. He got me a part in that picture last weekend. Last weekend? What did you do in it? I stuck the labels on the bottles. Gee, Gertrude, I saw the picture, but I didn't see you. I know. After the first day, they fired me and hired a wet sponge. What a career.
Operator. Oh, Gertrude, did you get Mr. Bradley for me? Oh, he doesn't answer. All right, we'll keep trying.
What happened, Jack?
I don't know. Bradley isn't home. I wonder if he could be at... Oh, there's the telephone.
Correct. Now, would you like to try for $8?
What?
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
Ask her if she's got a friend. Now, cut that out! Everybody wants to be a comedian. I don't know why it is, but every time you say something or else... Hey, that must be Steve Bradley. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, this is Phil Harris, the little girl. How are you, honey? This is Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are you really going to announce the winners of your contest tonight?
That's right.
Oh, goody. I can sure use the money.
Did you send in a letter?
I sent in 25 letters.
25? My goodness, how did you think up so many things?
Well, one night Mommy and Daddy had some people over to dinner.
Uh-huh.
Your name was mentioned, and I wrote down everything they said.
Oh.
Mr. Benny, how did you ever learn to skin a flint?
Well, Phil, you take... Never mind, honey. I'll let you talk to your daddy. Now, Phil, your little girl's on the phone.
Okay.
And she told me that you and your friends have been talking about me.
Uh-oh. Hello, baby.
Hello, Daddy. I called to tell you
Now,
that...
just a minute, sweetheart. I want to tell you something.
What?
Don't ever tell people things that happen at home. Especially Mr. Benny. I might get fired.
But, Daddy, you said that after Mommy made 2 more pictures, you were going to quit anyway.
She hasn't made 'em yet. She hasn't made 'em yet.
Gee.
Now, what are you laughing about, honey?
I'll bet Mr. Benny would sure be mad if I told him what you did last Tuesday night.
Tuesday night? What did I do?
You listened to B-O-B-H-O-P-E.
Look, baby.
And you laughed, too.
Not so loud. Oh, honey, you're getting me in trouble. You're taking the bread and butter right out of your own little mouth. Now, what did you call me for?
Well, Daddy, you left home today without giving me my arithmetic lesson.
Your arithmetic lesson? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Well, look, baby, I'm sorry. Look, I'll give it to you right now over the phone. Have you got a paper and pencil?
Uh-huh.
All right, now listen, and we'll do it together. 1Z, 2Z, I'll kiss you-Z.
2Z, 3Z, you kiss me, Z.
3Z, 4Z, kiss some more Z.
Let's start counting higher.
4Z, 5Z, let's get live Z.
5Z, 6Z, hug me quick, Z.
6Z, 7Z, this is heaven Z. My heart's on a flyer.
Keep the numbers going till the song is done.
Love will keep on growing, and we'll have lots of fun.
7Z, 8Z, you're my date, Z.
8Z, 9Z, ain't this fine, Z?
9Z, 10Z, start again, Z.
1Z, 2Z, I love you, Z. You're my what not?
You're my hot shot.
1Z, 2Z, I love you, Z. That's all I got time for now. Bye, baby.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Say, Phil, that's a catchy little song. What is it?
Well, it's brand new, Jackson. It's written by Dave Franklin and Irving Taylor. It's never been on the air before.
Well, it's pretty cute. Hey, Don, come here. Let you and I try it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Phil. Phil, play it. You start it, Don. Good.
1Z, 2Z, I'm so choosy.
2Z, 3Z, free and easy.
3Z, 4Z on the draw Z. Let's keep smoking lucky. 4Z, 5Z for man and wife Z.
5Z, 6Z, a blend that clicks Z.
6Z, 7Z, tastes like heaven Z. Let's keep smoking lucky. Every lucky user sings their praises true.
In Anaheim and Azusa and Cucamonga, too.
7Z, 8Z, they're just great Z.
8Z, 9Z, they're so fine Z.
9Z, 10Z, take it again Z.
LSMFTZ. You know, anybody can make up words to that song. You know, I'll bet a number like this is liable to... Hello?
Hello, boss. Have you given away the prize money yet?
No, why?
1Z, 2Z, no time to lose Z. 2Z, 3Z, listen to me Z. 7Z, 8Z, better not wait Z. Let's get going for Paris.
Rochester.
It's just a little thought, boss. So long.
Well, the first time I ever knew Rochester listened to my program.
Maybe he read that fine print in his contract.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a cute song. I bet it'll be a hit. I can't wait till I get home tonight and learn it on my violin.
No, Jackson. Let it live. It's so young.
Phil, when I learn a number on my violin, it always... Come in?
Hello, everybody. Hello. Long time no see, huh?
Well, it's It's about time you got here, Steve. I've been trying to get you on the phone. What took you so long?
Now, don't get excited, Benny. It was my new publicity stunt for you. I just hired an airplane and a pilot to write your name all over the sky, but I ran into a little trouble with him.
Trouble? What was wrong?
From force of habit, he kept getting his last job from Ola.
Oh.
Say, Steve, to hear the names of the contest winners.
Judge and had a long talk with him.
Did he mention any names?
Plenty. He called you a dirty no...
I mean the names...
Come on, tell us who Jack has to pay the money to.
Mary, if I can wait, you can, too. We won't announce the winners till the end of the program.
Oh, for crying out loud, as though you were going to...
Stop giving him ideas.
He didn't give me the idea. I've been thinking of it for weeks. It's the silliest thing I ever heard in all my 37 years. Phil, should say no. You had a gleam in your eye.
Oh, for goodness sake, Jack, Steve, tell us the name nervous. Now, come on.
All right, I guess you're all pretty anxious, so I won't keep you...
I'll get it. What? Hello? Gertrude, I know next... Now, Gertrude, you talk a little more. What? Will not. Goodbye. That Gertrude's cute when she gets...
Time left. Let Steve announce the winners.
All right. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Benny, so you're all wet.
Oh, my goodness. Hello? Oh, hello, Mabel. But, Mabel, I'm not a beast. I didn't mean to make Gertrude cry. Put her on the phone. Let me... Oh. Well, when she comes back, tell her to call her. Goodbye. You never saw anyone as sensitive as Gertrude. Just say boo, she starts crying. Her mother was the same way. Well, go ahead, Steve. Let's hear the winners.
Okay. As picked by the judges, Peter Lorre and Goodman Ace. But you're going to hear them announced by the final judge himself, the Honorable Fred Allen.
What?
Take it away, New York.
Gentlemen, this is Fred Allen in New York. I wouldn't want precedent. But I know you've all been waiting for the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest, so here they are. The first prize, wake up, Mr. Benny, this isn't a dream now. The first prize, $2,500 in victory bonds, goes to Mr. Carroll P. Craig, Sr., 735 Radcliffe Avenue, Pacific Palisades, California. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds, goes to Mr. Charles S. Doherty, Hotel Bolton Square, Cleveland 6, Ohio. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond, goes to Miss Joyce O'Hara, 1014 Dragoon Avenue, Detroit 9, Michigan. The additional 50 winners of the $100 bonds will be notified by telegram, and the bonds sent registered mail. P.S. If Mr. Benny should deliver any of these telegrams personally, please tip him generously, ladies and gentlemen. He's been through a terrible ordeal, I am happy to say. Good night, folks.
Your father's mustache. Well, the contest is over, and you want to know something, Mary? I don't feel bad at all. I feel like I've got something off my chest.
Or maybe it's your money belt.
Maybe. Please, Bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already done so, check over your wardrobes and get together all the clothing you can spare for the Victory Clothing Collection. Both summer and winter clothing is needed. Also shoes and bedding for the millions of families who lost their homes and their belongings, everything they owned in war-torn countries around the globe. These people are in great need, and every one of us can find useful articles that we can contribute. The drive ends Thursday, so pack up your bundle right away and take it to your post office, fire station, or police station. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here's my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Here's what Mr. C.W. Jenkins, independent tobacco warehouseman of Bowling Green, Kentucky, said.
Anyone who knows tobacco will tell you that you can't have a good cigarette unless good tobacco goes into it. Season after season at the auctions, I've seen Lucky Strike buy quality leaf. Tobacco that means a mild and better tasting smoke. I've smoked Lucky's for 24 years. Quotes. Season after season, I've seen Lucky Strike by Quality Leaf, unquote. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, out of 49, American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And
And this is Basil Rysdale for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's real deep down smoking enjoyment for you in Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday we're going to have as our guests Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and one of the world's greatest violinists, Isaac Stern. Now that the first three winners of the contest have been announced, I would like to announce as many of the names of the $100 bond winners as time will allow. First, Helena Williams, 1809 West Sherman, Phoenix, Arizona. Miss Ruth Payne, 909 Chester Avenue, Topeka, Kansas. Mrs. Dorothy Pickering, 28 Soundview Drive, Greenwich, Connecticut. Captain Alfred J. Helfond, 3311 Northeast 19th Avenue, Portland, Oregon. Mary E. Fleck, 208 North Princeton Avenue, Fullerton, California. E. Amale, 401 North Piedmont Street, Arlington, Virginia. Harris V. Patel, 27 South 1st Street, Bergenfield, New Jersey. Philip H. Clark, 1524 Osage Avenue, Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Mrs. Florence Livingston, Jamestown, Texas. M.G. Well, that's all we have time for, but you'll all get your telegrams and your bonds. Thank you very, very much.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager, with Dame May Whitty and Albert Decker. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Amid all the hustle and bustle of these rough days has come a love story so fine and moving that it's gone straight to the heart of America. It's Warner Brothers' distinguished motion picture, Now Voyager. Co-starring tonight with Ida Lupino, we have one of the most sensational newcomers Hollywood has seen in many a day. He pronounces his name Paul Henreid. He and Ida Lupino have just finished the picture Devotion at Warner Brothers. And tonight, you'll also hear two of Hollywood's finest character players, Dame May Whitty and Albert Decker. Ida Lupino's part is a challenge to any actress, because in Now Voyager, she really plays two women, the girl who lives under the domination of her mother, and the woman who learns to meet love on its own terms. I believe this play has a universal appeal, and so apparently does the product behind it, Lux Flakes. Take this letter from a flyer in Egypt. Out here, we do our own doby. That means laundry. Our heating apparatus is a 4-gallon gasoline tin cut in half and about 4 inches of dirt put in the bottom. All you have to do is pour in a little gasoline until the dirt is soaked. Toss in a match, put your water tin on top, and there's your hot water. I was scrubbing away, sitting on a bomb fin, with a wash tin full of doby, trying to get the stuff clean. And I did it, too. But I bet it was mainly due to what I was using, Lux. Yep, they even have that out here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the way it's done in Egypt. The stove sounds a little explosive to me, but he's on the right track with Lux Flakes. And we're on the right track with a play like Now Voyager. And here's the curtain for Act One, starring Ida Lupino as Charlotte Vale and Paul Henreid as Jerry Durrance, with Dame May Whitty as Mrs. Vale and Albert Decker as Dr. Jackwin.
untold once, by life and land ne'er granted. Now, voyager, sail thou forth to seek and find.
I heard those words for the first time from Dr. Jackwick in my room at his sanatorium. I knew what he meant. I'd been there 3 months, and now I was cured. I was well again. But how could he be sure? How could I be sure? I wonder what Dr. Jackwick thought of me the first day we met, the time he came to our house. I remember the way he stood in the drawing room, smiling at me so gently. And I, in my low-heeled shoes and my glasses, fat and dull and sullen, not trusting myself to speak. And my mother. It was not my mother's idea to bring Dr. Jackwick to see me. My mother believed only in strength, never in weakness. What was it she said that day? Oh, yes, she said, "I'm ashamed of you, Charlotte."
I'm ashamed of you, Charlotte. It was Lisa's suggestion to bring Dr. Jackwick here, not mine. Your sister says that your recent peculiarities, your fits of crying, indicate that you're on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Is that what you're trying to achieve? Well, Charlotte, has the cat got your tongue?
Mother, please.
Be quiet, Lisa. Charlotte, Dr. Jackwick has a sanatorium in Vermont, I believe. Probably one of those places with a high wire fence and yowling inmates.
Mrs. Vale, I wouldn't want anyone to have that mistaken notion. Cascade is just a place in the country. People come there when they're tired.
The very word, psychiatry. Charlotte, doesn't it fill you with shame?
There's nothing shameful in my work, Mrs. Vale, or frightening or anything else. You see, Miss Charlotte, people walk along a road, and they come to a fork in that road, and they are confused. They don't know which way to take. I just put up a signpost saying, not that way, this way.
Well, Charlotte, would you like Dr. Jackwick to point the way for you?
If you should want me, I shall be in my room.
Charlotte, come back here at once.
Please don't. I'd like to speak to her alone. Excuse me. Oh, Miss Charlotte, will you wait, please?
Yes, Dr. Jackwick.
Miss Charlotte, I wonder if I might ask you a favor. Will you be nice enough to show me around this house? One doesn't often get a chance to view the Vale residence.
Very well, Dr. Jackwick.
Thank you.
Here is the room in which I was born. My mother's room. You may look at it if you like.
It's a fine room. But I'd rather see your room. I'd rather see what your room is like.
I'm not your patient yet, Doctor.
Well, now, nobody thinks you ever will be. Of course, if you'd rather not.
It's on the floor above. When I was 17, I stayed out once until after midnight. That creaky step hasn't been fixed since.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
My mother heard it. This way, Doctor. I keep my door locked. Make a note of it, Doctor. Significant, isn't it?
Well, it signifies it's your door. I've never heard it said that a woman's home is not her castle.
My castle, Doctor.
Well, you're comfortable here, aren't you?
Yes, I try to be. I'm here a good part of the time.
Hello. What's this over here? A work table?
Yes.
Ivory carving. Did you make this cigarette box?
Why shouldn't I?
The point is how you could. I have a real admiration for people who are clever with their hands. I was always clumsy with my own.
I would say that you are one of the least clumsy persons I've ever known. You may have one of these boxes if you like.
May I, really? Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll get you something to wrap it in.
Don't bother. Oh, you wouldn't happen to have a cigarette hidden away someplace, would you?
Hidden? Do you think I hide cigarettes in my room, Doctor?
No, I meant...
Where do I hide them, Doctor? On the shelves behind the books? Cigarettes and medicated sherry and novels my mother would never allow me to read?
Please, it was only the box that reminded me.
How very perceiving you are, Doctor. How very right you are. You see, I was about to hide this album. You really should read it. It wouldn't do for you to have come all the way up here and missed your amusement. Read it, Doctor. The intimate journal of Miss Charlotte Vale, spinster.
Won't anything convince you that I do not wish to pry?
Oh, but you must pry. I insist that you do. Now, here's the record of my last trip abroad with my mother. We were sailing up the coast of Africa. You wouldn't have known me then. I was 20 then, and I was in love.
Miss Vale.
Oh, don't be embarrassed. I'm not. There's his picture. Isn't he handsome? I'd never met a man like Leslie before. I'd hardly even met a man. Mother saw to that. I had to wear simple girlish frocks and flat shoes. And my glasses. I was never allowed to take off my glasses. You'll never get another pair of eyes, my mother used to say. But Leslie loved me. Yes, he did. He wanted to marry me. But you see, he was only the radio officer, and he wasn't good enough for a Vale of Boston. He wasn't suitable, my mother said, so she smashed it up. And what man is suitable, Doctor? She's never found one. What man would come along and look at me and say, I want you? I'm fat. My mother disapproves of the polderols of diet. I wear these shoes. You see, my mother approves of sensible shoes. I am my mother's well-loved daughter. I am her companion. I am her servant. My mother says... My mother.
Oh, here now. Look up here. You'll never get another pair of eyes, as your mother says, if you spoil them with tears.
Dr. Jackwood, can you help me?
Help you?
When you were talking downstairs, when you talked about the fork in the road, there are other forks further along the road. So many.
You don't need my help. Put away your book and come downstairs. I'll go ahead.
It's just as I said, isn't it? Just nonsense.
Mrs. Vale.
Charlotte's no more ill than a molting canary. Of course, she's my youngest, you know. The child of my age. My ugly duckling. I suppose it's true that all late children are marked.
Often such children are not wanted. That can mark them.
Dr. Jackwood, are you telling me...
I have been trying to tell you that your daughter is seriously ill, thanks to you.
Thanks to me?
If you had deliberately and maliciously planned to destroy your daughter's life, you couldn't have done it more completely.
How? By having exercised a mother's rights?
A mother's rights. Twaddle. A child has rights to discover her own mistakes, to make her own way, to grow and blossom in her own particular soil.
Are you getting into botany, Doctor? Are we flowers?
I am trying to help your daughter. I suggest a few weeks at Cascade.
I spent 3 months at Cascade. Outwardly, Dr. Jackwood had worked a miracle. I'd lost weight. I was looking better. My hands were steady. Inwardly, I didn't know. And then came that morning when Dr. Jackwood told me I could leave.
The time has come for you to get out of the nest, Charlotte. Try your own wings.
You mean go home?
No. Go out and take a good look at the world on your own. Forget you're a hidebound New Englander. Meet people. Talk to them.
But I'd be afraid.
Charlotte, the other day I referred to a quotation. Remember?
Yes. You said it was from Walt Whitman.
That's right. Well, I've had it looked up. He puts into words what I'd like to say to you, and far better than I could ever express it. He says, untold once, by life and land ne'er granted, now, voyager, sail thou forth to seek and find.
I sailed in a week, a pleasure cruise to South America. On the passenger list, I was Rennie Beauchamp. I stayed in my cabin most of the time. But at campus, I decided to go ashore. As I came down the steps into the tender, I felt people looking at me. They must have known my clothes had been borrowed. You might be able to fool your mirror by wearing lipstick and plucking your eyebrows. But you can't fool other women. They know. At the bottom of the ladder, a man was smiling at me. In a panic, I turned and started back to my stateroom.
Excuse me.
Yes. What is it?
Excuse me, but are you Miss Renee Beauchamp?
Yes.
Well, my name is Jerry Durrance. Miss Beauchamp, it seems you have the only shore carriage left. The steward suggested that you might be willing to share it with somebody.
Well, really,
I know it's an inconvenience. If it's too much, just say so.
No, of course not. If you can stand it, I think I should be able to.
Thank you. You like rum drinks?
Yes, these are very good.
I've enjoyed myself today. Have you?
Yes.
You know, Miss Beauchamp, you're quite different from what I expected.
How am I different?
Well, you're so much more comfortable to talk to, Miss Beauchamp. So much...
Please listen. I'm not Miss Beauchamp.
I beg your pardon.
Rennie Beauchamp is out in Arizona somewhere. I took her space at the last moment. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Stranger.
No, you are the stranger. You know who I am.
I'm sorry. My name is Vale. If it ever appears on the passenger list, it will be C. Vale, Boston, Massachusetts.
One of the Vales of Boston.
One of the lesser ones.
Well, which one? Miss or Mrs.?
It's Aunt. Every family has one, you know.
But Aunt what?
My name is Charlotte Vale. Miss Charlotte Vale. Do you mind if we go?
Miss Vale, I hope I didn't offend you. It's like me to blunder just when I was going to ask you for a favor. I have some shopping to do for my daughters, and, well, I need a woman's help.
Why, of course. A spinster aunt is an ideal person to select presents for young girls.
Miss Vale, I wish I understood you.
He wishes he understood me. He wishes.
I think we did very well. The jewelry is just right for Beatrice. And the sweater for Tina.
How old is Tina?
Here, I have a picture. This is my harem. All girls.
Oh, I see. Who is that missing?
Oh, that's Isabel, my wife. The picture isn't very good of her. She'd only looked up and smiled. That's Beatrice next to her.
Then that must be Tina sitting cross-legged on the grass.
Yes. We hope she won't have to wear glasses all her life. Tina wouldn't smile for me either. She's convinced she's an ugly duckling.
Does Tina know she wasn't wanted?
There's an odd remark.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know why I made it.
I mean odd because it hits so close to the truth. Even before she was born, her mother said... Never mind that. Here. Here's a slight offering for being my guide today. It's a mixture of several kinds of flowers. It's called Jolie Fleur.
Thank you very much. I'll put some on my handkerchief tonight.
Will you? Good. Let's meet in the bar for a cocktail before dinner. Hello.
Hello.
Won't you sit down, Miss Vane? You made a striking impression over there as you stood in the doorway looking for me.
Yes, I probably put on too much lipstick.
No, not that I noticed. But I did notice the wrap at once. Oh. What's that?
What's what?
Something on your wrap. Why, it's pinned on. A note. Somebody must have been playing a joke on you, I guess.
Would you unpin it, please? Read it.
This cape always makes an impression. I hope it will do the same for you. What does it mean?
It means that this cape belongs to Rennie Beauchamp. She lent it to me.
Oh, I see. Your wings are borrowed. Well, they suit you just the same.
No, they don't. They don't suit me at all. In fact, they're perfectly ridiculous. You're quite right, you know. Someone is playing a joke on me. And it's far funnier than you realize.
You aren't going, are you?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Well, Jerry. Mac. And Deb, too. How are you?
Hi, Jerry. We're joining our ship.
Wonderful. Oh, these are my old friends, Deb McIntyre and Frank. And my new friend, Miss Beauchamp.
How do you do?
How do you do? Is this Rennie Beauchamp?
No, another one altogether. This is Camille Beauchamp.
Excuse me, please. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, wait, Miss Beauchamp. See you later, Deb.
Sure.
Wait a minute, please, wait. Why did you run out on me?
Did you have to introduce me like that?
It wasn't up to me to let the cat out of the bag. Did I do wrong?
Why did you call me Camille?
Well, it was the only French name I could think of, besides Fifi.
I suppose that's meant to be funny.
My wife calls my lighter moments trying to be funny. But I intended a compliment. In that dress, you were rather like a Camille.
Yes, likely.
You haven't a very high opinion of yourself, have you?
No, perhaps this will help you know why. You showed me your album. I really must show you mine. A picture of my family, you see?
Family is right. Who's this, your grandmother?
No, my mother.
Very strong character, I'd say. And these?
My brothers and their wives.
They're so much older. Who is the fat lady with the heavy brows and all the hair?
Spinster aunt.
Oh. And where are you? Taking the picture?
No. The fat lady with the heavy brows and all the hair. I'm poor Aunt Charlotte. And I've been ill. Yes, I've been in a sanatorium for 3 months, and I'm not well yet, and I... Forgive me.
Of course. Feeling better?
Yes, much. Thanks to you. Oh, many, many thanks to you.
Thanks For what?
Oh, I don't know. Sharing my carriage today. Walking my legs off sightseeing. Helping me feel that there were a few moments. Almost felt alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Who?
Thank you, Jerry. Good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
In the next few days, I learned about Jerry Durrance and his life at home. It was his friend Deb who told me. Deb talked a great deal.
When I see what a woman like Isabel can do to a man like Jerry, it makes me boil. Her martyrdom and her jealousy.
She can't have any reason to be jealous.
If you mean does Jerry have flings with other women, no. But mostly she's jealous of Tina.
The child?
Yes, the child she never wanted.
And so I found out that he was unhappy, too. And then one evening in Rio, our car broke down on the mountainside. He told me that night he'd been an architect once. It was the only work he really loved. His wife had asked him to give it up. We talked all night, Jerry and I. Toward dawn, I lay down beside the fire he had built. When he thought I was sleeping, he leaned over quietly and kissed my cheek. My boat sailed without me. The next night, back at the hotel, we stood on the balcony looking over the harbor.
You can rejoin your cruise in Buenos Aires. There's a plane going down there first thing in the morning. And there's another plane going down in 5 days. You'll get there the same day as your ship.
Oh?
You know anybody in Buenos Aires?
No.
Seems a shame to rush down there to spend 5 days alone.
You'll be busy here.
Oh, my business can wait. And we did start off for a tour.
Yes. Yes, we started off for somewhere.
If I promise to sit at a different table in the dining room and say, "Good morning, Miss May. I hope you slept well." So people will hear me and never guess that I'm head over heels in love with you. Will you stay? Don't say no, Camille. Say, "I'll see."
I'll see. I must go in now.
No, no. Not yet. Look at the harbor. Isn't it beautiful? You believe in immortality?
I don't know. Do you?
I want to believe that there is a chance for such happiness to be carried on somehow. Somewhere.
Are you so happy then?
Close to it. Getting warmer and warmer, as we used to say as kids. Remember?
Look out or you'll get burned, we used to say.
Are you afraid of getting burned if you get too close to happiness?
Oh, mercy, no. I'm immune to happiness and therefore to burns.
You weren't immune last night on the mountain.
You call that happiness?
Only a small part. There are other kinds.
Such as?
Having fun together. Getting a kick out of simple little things or out of beauty like this. Sharing confidences we wouldn't share with anybody else in all the world. Charlotte, won't you be honest and tell me that you are happy too? Since that night on the boat when you told me about your illness, I can't get you out of my mind. Nor out of my heart either. If I were free, there would be only one thing I want to do. Prove you're not immune to happiness. Why, darling, you're crying.
Oh, Jerry, I'm such a fool. Such an old fool. These are only tears of gratitude. An old maid's gratitude.
Don't talk like that.
You see, no one ever called me darling before. Well, there's my plane.
Yes.
Thanks so much for the flowers, Jerry, and I hate goodbyes, don't you?
They don't matter. It's what's gone before.
No, it's what can't go on after.
But we'll see each other sometime.
No, Jerry, we promised. You know, we're both to go home.
Would it help you to know that I'll miss you every moment?
So will I, Jerry. So will I.
Depressa, senores. Depressa, senores.
Goodbye.
Darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Jerry.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid with Dame May Whitty and Albert Decker in the second act of Now Voyager. Meantime, here's our friend Libby Collins and an old tune to introduce a new showing of wartime clothes she'll tell you about.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy. I wanted the Arkansas Travelers a kind of salute to the star of our clothes show. She's a lovely girl from Lepanto, Arkansas, and she's certainly been doing a lot of traveling. Her name is Bonnie Beth Byler, the maid of cotton for 1943. Bonnie Beth is traveling around the country this spring to show how smart and serviceable cotton clothes can be, how to make them last longer through proper care, and how easy and inexpensive it is to have just the kind we want when we make them ourselves.
Oh, so this is a make-it-yourself fashion show.
Yes, it's a Save by Sewing, Save More by Luxing show. We call it Luxable Cottons for Active Service. The clothes are really lovely, and every single one of them is Luxable. There's a stunning wide-well corduroy suit, a slack suit and smart beige herringbone, some adorable date dresses, and oh, lots of other kinds. They've all been luxed over and over, but they're still fresh and new-looking.
Where is the show now, Libby?
This week, Bonnie Beth is in Baltimore and Boston, and next week, that's National Cotton Week, she'll be in Brooklyn. After that, she goes to Philadelphia and other important cities. The store where she appears and the time of the show will be announced in the newspapers. I do hope a lot of you will see the show. You can copy any dress in it for ever so little, and ever so easily, too. They're cut from McCall patterns with a printed cutting line, and on each pattern there are hints to help you do a really professional job of dressmaking.
And for a hint on care, you'll find it pays in longer wear to stick to new improved Lux Flakes for all your washables. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Now Voyager, starring Ida Lupino as Charlotte and Paul Henreid as Jerry, with Dame May Whitty as Mrs. Vale and Albert Decker as Dr. Jackwith.
Early in May, I returned to New York and went at once to see Dr. Jackwith. He was delighted with the change he saw in me, but even he didn't know how much I'd changed or why. The final test was still to come when I went home to see Mother. I stood there outside her room, my heart beating wildly. In my mind, I kept hearing Dr. Jackwith's words.
Just remember that honoring one's parents is still a pretty good idea. You're going to be a shock to her, and I advise you to soften the blow. Give her time to get used to you.
Hello, Mother.
So, you've decided to come back.
You're looking very well, Mother. Lisa told me you'd been ill, but I...
Lisa knows nothing about me. Step over there where I can see you. Now, turn around. It's worse than Lisa led me to suppose. Much worse.
Well, if you'd like me to go, Mother...
Don't go. I've things to say to you. I've asked a member of the family to dinner tonight at 7:30.
It's very nice of you, Mother.
There'll be Lloyd and Rosa, Lisa and June, Mr. Livingston and Uncle Herbert.
You mean Elliot Livingston?
Yes. I shall be wearing my white lace gown tonight. I'd like you to wear your black and white foulard.
Oh, but Mother, I've lost over 25 pounds. It won't fit.
There's something else I want to say to you. Now that you've come home to take up your duties as a daughter again, I've dismissed the last nurse. I've become used to having a room occupied on the same floor with me. And in view of my heart, I agree it's a wise precaution. You will occupy your father's room from now on. I had William move down all your things yesterday.
But, Mother, you had no right to move my things.
No right in my own house to move what I see fit.
Yes, but, Mother...
I think if you wear your glasses tonight, you'll be less of a shock to the others. And take off whatever you've got on your face. As to your hair and eyebrows, you can say that often after a severe illness one loses one's hair. But you're letting yours grow as quickly as possible.
Very well, Mother. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go to my room. I knew then there had been no change in Mother, or in the house, or in me. But that evening some flowers arrived. His flowers. a tiny box of camellias.
Charlotte?
Yes, Mother.
What are you doing in your old room?
I had my things moved back. I'm going to sleep here.
Didn't you understand I wished someone to sleep on the same floor with me?
We can get one of the maids, Mother. Perhaps Hilda.
So long as I pay the bills, I'm running this house. Please remember, you're a guest, Charlotte.
Well, if I am one, then please treat me like one, Mother. Your guest prefers to sleep in this room, if you don't mind.
This is no time for humor. Where did those flowers come from?
From New York.
Who sent them?
Well, I've forgotten the name of the florist.
In other words, you don't intend to tell me.
Oh, Mother, I don't want to be disagreeable or unkind. I've come to live with you again, here in the same house. It can't be in the same way. I've been living my own life for a long while now. It's impossible to go back to being treated like a child again.
Where did you get that dress?
I bought it in New York today.
It's outrageous. Where's the black and white foulard?
Well, I gave it to Hilda. She was so grateful. Oh, Mother, please be fair and meet me halfway.
They told me before you were born that my recompense for having a late child was the comfort the child would be to me in my old age, especially if she was a girl. And on your first day home after 6 months' absence, you behave like this.
Mother, wait for me. I'll go downstairs with you.
Thank you. I prefer to go alone.
Mother, please. You know you're not supposed to. Mother! Mother! Dora, come here. She fell. My mother fell. She was not badly hurt. Torn ligament in her leg. But it was enough to keep her in bed during the party. I was a great surprise to the family that night. And as they left, one of the guests stayed on to speak to me at the door. Elliot Livingston.
Well, Miss Vale?
Well, Mr. Livingston?
You know, I still can't get over our not having met.
Well, as a matter of fact, we have. Once and almost twice.
I'm mystified.
Well, when we were children, you were the only boy who danced with me at dancing school. And the almost was when you were supposed to usher at my coming out party and didn't show up.
I'm covered with shame.
Well, I shouldn't have told you. It wasn't nice.
Well, I hope you're going to allow me to make up for my past rudeness. May I telephone you sometime?
Of course, any time. Good night.
Good night.
How is your ankle, Mother?
Extremely painful.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I've been doing some thinking as I've been lying here in pain, listening to you all having a good time downstairs. How much did that dress cost?
Well, it was frightfully expensive. I'll tell you about it in the morning.
To whom did you charge it?
To whom I've always charged my clothes, Mother.
And do you expect me to pay for articles charged to me of which I do not approve?
Well, I could pay for it myself. Save quite a little money. About $5,000.
$5,000 won't last very long. Especially if your monthly allowance were to be discontinued.
Oh, I see.
Charlotte, I'm willing you should occupy your old room until I dismiss the nurse. That will give you a good chance to think over what I've said. I'm very glad to give a devoted daughter a home under my roof and pay all her expenses, but not if she scorns my authority.
Well, I could earn my own living, Mother. As a matter of fact, I've often thought about it. I'd make a very good head waitress in a cafe, or I could...
You may think that's very funny. But I guess you'd be laughing out of the other side of your face if I did carry out your suggestion.
I don't think I would. I'm not afraid, Mother. I'm not afraid. Summer, winter, and then spring again. Between Mother and me, there was a sort of armed truce. In her own way, I think she respected me for what she called my stubbornness. And then there was the matter of Elliot Livingston.
Why haven't you accepted Elliot? Do you imagine there's a Livingston waiting for you on every corner?
Well, I've been waiting to see how you'd feel about it, Mother.
You know as well as I do that it makes no difference to you how I feel about it. You always do exactly as you please.
I think you're pleased.
I'm nothing of the kind. I'm only so astonished that you, of all the family, should bring such a feather to the family cap.
Well, then if you really do approve, Mother dear, why...
Oh, keep all that soft talk for Elliot.
Oh, Mother, there's no one like you. That night I told Elliot I would marry him. Our wedding was set for June. Mother was pleased, and, well, I was too. And then 3 weeks before the wedding, I saw Jerry again. In a room full of people, I saw him, and it was just as if we'd never been apart.
What's the matter, Charlotte?
George, I I think I know that man over there.
Oh, Jerry Durrance. He's been doing a job for me since March. Architect for the medical center. Shall I tell him your name or let him guess?
Oh, let him guess.
Right, come along. Oh, Jerry, here's someone who thinks she's met you before.
Yes? Oh, of course. You do look familiar. Don't tell me your name, George. I've got it. Beauchamp, isn't it? Camille Beauchamp.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but you're wrong.
No, my name is Vale. I met you on a pleasure cruise once.
Oh, yes, Miss Vale. I hope you'll forgive me.
I'll leave you two alone to make your own peace.
George tells me you've been in Boston quite often, Mr. Durrance. And I didn't know.
Yes, several times. You look simply glorious.
An architect? Oh, Jerry, I could cry with pride.
I've wanted horribly to call you up. I've walked by your house on Marlborough Street. Once I almost rang the bell.
Jerry, why didn't you? Tell me about Deb and Mac. You introduced me to them on the pleasure cruise, remember?
They're all fine.
And how is Tina?
Well, Tina. We're having quite a bad time with Tina.
Tell me about it.
I'm afraid we've got to send her away somewhere. The doctor thinks she shouldn't be with her mother. I took her to see Dr. Jackwith. She was highly recommended to me by this Camille Beauchamp I mistook you for. Camille, I'm still horribly in love.
Jerry.
I must see you. May I come to your house tonight? I won't stay but 10 minutes. I must talk to you.
Yes, I'll be waiting. Hello?
Hello, Charlotte.
Jerry, why didn't you come? I've been home for hours.
I'm sorry. I'm leaving tonight on the midnight.
But why, Jerry?
I've got to get back on business. I heard the news. You're going to marry Elliot Livingston.
Yes, Jerry, but I wanted to tell you.
I just wanted to say that I thought he was a fine person.
Jerry, where are you now? I've got to see you.
Oh, Charlotte, no. I think it's best that we don't.
Are you at the station?
Goodbye.
Jerry. Jerry, wait.
Charlotte, you shouldn't have come.
I had to, Jerry. I wanted to talk to you about Elliot.
Why are you marrying him? Are you in love with him?
No, not like we are. Not like us. I thought it might grow to be something like it. I thought I was getting over you, Jerry. Didn't think I'd ever see you again. You're not angry with me, are you?
No. Only with myself. It was rotten of me to make you care. Then, because of some noble sense of duty, to leave you to get over it the best you could. And there isn't a thing I can do about it. Isabel depends on me more and more. She's ill and getting worse. And there is Tina. Even if I could chuck everything,
I wouldn't
Charlotte...
let you, Jerry. I knew you were married. Walked right in with my eyes wide open. But you said it would make you happy.
And it has. I've got back my work, and that's due to you.
Oh, Jerry, I've been hoping you'd say that.
I've more understanding for Tina. I'm even kinder to Isabel. So don't blame yourself.
Then don't you.
It's different.
No, it's not. Shall I tell you what you did for me, Jerry? You made me feel important. You were my first friend. And then when you fell in love with me, I was so proud. And when I came home, I needed something to make me feel proud. And then your camellias arrived, and I knew you were thinking about me. Oh, darling, I could have walked into a den of lions. As a matter of fact, I did, and the lions didn't hurt me. So please take back what you said.
If you can marry that man and have a full and happy life, I will.
I'll try, Jerry.
I look for you around every corner. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. I did try. I wanted to marry Elliot. It was no use. We broke it off by mutual consent. And I knew then I would never have a home of my own, or a man of my own, or a child of my own.
Why did you break the engagement?
Because I don't love him, Mother.
Have you no sense of obligation to your family or to me? Here, you have the chance to join our name Dale with one of the finest families of the city, and you tell me that you're not in love. You're behaving like a romantic girl of 18.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
And what you intend to do with your life?
Oh, I don't know. Get a cat and a parrot and live alone in single blessedness.
I think you'll be ashamed to be born and live all your life as Charlotte Vale. Miss Charlotte Vale. You've never done anything to make your mother proud. Nor to make yourself proud either.
Dr. Jackwith says tyranny is sometimes an expression of the maternal instinct. If that's a mother's love, I want no part of it. I didn't want to be born. You didn't want me either. It's been a calamity on both sides. Oh, Mother, let's not quarrel. We've been getting along together so well lately. It was a horrid thing to say. Forgive me. Mother!
What's the matter?
Dora, she was sitting there, and we quarreled. I did it.
Before Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of Now Voyager, starring Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid, with Dame May Whitty and Albert Decker, here's some inside information for the women in our audience. Some inside-of-the-house information to help you spruce up your home for spring.
Did you know that when you wash painted walls, you should use a sponge squeezed almost dry so it won't drip and streak? Make light Lux suds and wash a little at a time. Rinse with clear water and dry with a clean cloth.
But stick to gentle Lux Flakes for the job. Don't use strong soaps. As a government bulletin says, soaps containing free alkali can be as harmful to paint, varnish, lacquer, and linoleum as they are to your skin. There's no harmful alkali in new improved Lux. You can safely use it for flat-painted walls and woodwork, for washable wallpaper, for cleaning stoves and refrigerators.
You can give your furniture a beauty bath, too. Dip a soft cloth in lukewarm Lux suds. Wring it out and wash the surface of the wood thoroughly. Take a clean cloth and rub with the grain to dry it.
Then your furniture will take a beautiful polish.
Always Lux blankets, all your washable woolens, before you spray them and pack them away. Clean things aren't nearly so tempting to moths, you know. Be extra careful not to rub or wring woolens, because rubbing is one of the things that's most apt to shrink them. That and strong soaps and hot water.
But you don't have to worry about strong soaps when you're using new improved Lux Flakes. It's the mildest, safest Lux ever made. Its suds are richer, more cleansing, and they're longer-lasting suds that do more work. Thrifty to use for every soap and water job you have to do. It's at your dealers now in the same familiar blue box. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a confidential little chat with our stars after the play. Now the curtain's rising for the third act of Now Voyager, starring Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid, with Dame May Whitty and Albert Decker.
I did it. I quarreled with my mother, and it killed her. I couldn't shake off the feeling of guilt. It grew worse and worse until at last I had to get away. I went back to the only refuge I'd ever known, back to Cascade.
How are you, Miss Vale? Dr. Jack required you were coming.
Hello, Trask. I'm tired. Think I could go to my room right away?
Of course you can. Come on. How's Jacqueline?
Oh, the same as ever. Handing out common sense instead of sympathy. Wait a moment. Who is that child, Trask? Girl at the table.
Christine Durrant. A problem if I ever saw one.
Tina Durrant. Jerry's child. She sat alone over a picture puzzle, her eyes dull and staring behind her glasses. Her plain little face tightened into an expressionless mask. I went and stood beside her chair, but she turned away from me. Hello. What's the picture supposed to be?
I don't know.
Well, do you mind if I join you? I'll collect all the pink pieces.
I know who you are.
You do?
You're my new nurse.
No, I'm not.
You can't fool me, and I know why you've come here. I'm sure I don't run away from this place again.
Oh, did you run away from here once? You see, I didn't know. What's your name?
You know my name. That's why you stood there and stared at me.
Oh, that was very rude of me. But you see, you reminded me of somebody.
Who?
Well, if you must know, myself. Of course, at your age.
Christine, your schedule calls for you to spend the evening with the young people next door.
They don't want me.
Oh, nonsense. Of course they want you. I've got a fine ping-pong game all fixed up for you. Barbara and Betty against you and Bob.
But he's the best player here, and I'll be the worst one. I'll just die.
Now, you'll do nothing of the sort.
Oh, please, 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 don't make me. Don't make me. Oh, don't make me.
Now, Christine.
Don't make her, Trask. But the doctor wants Christine to have exercise in the evening. Well, I'll see that she has some exercise. I have to take my car down to the town and leave it at the garage to be washed. Christine will go with me.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, Christine,
Oh,
but
please let me go with this lady. I'll drink all my cocoa tonight if you will.
For goodness sake, Christine, don't carry on. Go get your coat.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Trask. I couldn't help it.
I thought you were too tired to do anything but just crawl into bed.
Well, I suppose Cascade has performed another miracle on me. Tina's room was next to mine. Late that night, I heard her. She was crying. Tina, what's the matter? Now, don't be afraid. What is it, Tina?
Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
No, I won't till you're asleep. Now, come on, tell me what's the matter.
I'm ugly and mean and nobody likes me.
Tina, you...
I'm not pretty in the least. And they hate me. They all hate me.
Who are they?
Everybody. All the kids at school. Miss Trask, the nurses and the doctors. Oh, there must be something awfully wrong with me.
Do you like them, Tina?
No, I hate them.
That's the trouble. If you want people to like you, you've got to like people.
I bet you're only fooling me.
Well, you try it and see. And in the meantime, if it'll help you any, I like you. And I think you're very pretty. And very sweet.
You do? Really?
Really. Now, come on, don't cry anymore.
Why are you so good to me?
Oh, because somebody was good to me once. And I needed somebody. Go to sleep, Tina. Close your eyes and let your muscles go all limp. There. That's better. Much better. Jerry's child was in my arms. Jerry's child was clinging to me. Jerry's child.
Even I don't believe it. You've done wonders for that child, Charlotte.
Dr. Jackwood, I have a proposition to make to you. I want to take care of Tina. Pay attention to her. Make her feel wanted and important. I'd like to take her camping in the woods. You know she adores camping. Take her home to Boston with me. If she wanted to come, of course.
Sounds like a wonderful break for her.
Dr. Jackwood, how much do you remember about my trip to South America?
Well, you sent some beautiful postcards.
No, that's not what I mean. About an automobile trip I made. And the man who was with me.
I never knew the gentleman's name. You never told me.
Well, I better tell you now. It was Tina's father.
Tina's father?
That alter the situation?
Of course it does. I don't know anything about your relationship with Durrance. I don't know how emotionally involved you are with him.
Well, I'll tell you everything. It's over. That's it in 2 words. And Tina needs me. Well, you see, I've never been needed before.
Well, I'm crazy. But if you promise to behave yourself...
Oh, thank you.
But you're only on probation. Remember what it says in the Bible. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
How does it feel to be the Lord? Jerry had to be told, of course. And though we never saw him, he sent a message through Tina. He asked her to thank me. And then came the time when we returned to Boston, and the house was filled with young people. There was laughter and fun, and Tina coming down the stairs in a new dress and her hair all curled. And Jerry standing there with his eyes full of love for a little girl.
Tina.
Daddy. Oh, Daddy.
Can this be Tina?
Do I look nice? My first party dress.
You look lovely.
Do you really like me?
I love you, darling.
Tina, don't you think it'd be nice to show your father your room and your studio and everything?
Would you like to see my room, Daddy?
Very much, if Miss Vale will pardon us.
How long are you going to call her Miss Vale?
What should I call her?
I don't know. Would it sound too funny if you called her my name for her?
What name is that?
We decided it on the camping trip. I call her Camille.
Camille. I think it would sound very nice indeed.
Jerry, what are you doing here all alone? Come and join the party.
I want to speak to you, Charlotte.
Yes? What about Jerry?
I've decided to take Tina home.
Take her home? Oh, but Jerry, you can't. Dr. Jackwood said
I don't
that...
care what he says. No self-respecting man would allow such self-sacrifice as yours to go on indefinitely.
Oh, Jerry, that's the most conventional, pious speech I ever heard in my life.
I can't go on forever taking from you and giving nothing, darling.
Oh, but Jerry, you will be giving. You'll be giving me Tina every single day.
It's very kind of you to put it that way.
Well, then, is it something Tina has said? Don't you think she's happy here?
Happy? She told me upstairs she loved you almost as much as she loves me.
Well, Jerry, what is the reason? Is it something about us?
Of course it's about us. Why didn't you marry Livingston? I tell you why. Because I came along and ruined him for you. And now my child comes along and claims all your attention and takes your whole life, when you should be trying to find some man who will make you happy.
Some man who will make me happy? Oh, so that's it. Here I've been laboring under the impression that you and I were so in sympathy, so one, that you'd know without being asked what would make me happy. And you come up here to talk about some man. Jerry, you haven't the slightest conception of what torture it is to love a man and be shut out, to be always an outsider in an extra.
Charlotte.
When Tina said she'd come and stay with me, it was like a miracle, like having my own child, a part of you. I thought you'd understand, Jerry. But evidently you don't. Again, I've been just a sentimental fool. It's a tendency I have.
Wait a minute. I was afraid you were keeping Tina out of pity. But there was no pity in your ridicule of me just now. Now I know. You still love me, and it won't die what's between us. Do what we will. Ignore it, neglect it, starve it. It's stronger than both of us together.
Please let me go.
Oh, Charlotte.
Jerry, listen. Dr. Jackwood knows about us. When he said I could take Tina, he said, "You're on probation." Do you know what that means, Jerry? He allowed you to come here as a test. And if I can't stand the test, I'll lose Tina. And we'll lose each other. Darling, please help me.
Shall we just have a cigarette on it?
Yes, please.
May I sometimes come here?
Whenever you like, Jerry. It's your home, too. And there are people here who love you.
To look at you and Tina. To share with you peace and contentment.
Of course. And it won't be for this time only. That is, if you'll help me keep what we have. You could come here often. We could talk about your child.
Our child.
Thank you.
And will you be happy, Charlotte?
Oh, Jerry. Don't let's ask for the moon. We have the stars.
Before our stars return for a curtain call, here's one of our real-life stories for you. It happened to Mrs. Irving C. Cobb of Fairfax, Vermont. Seems she'd been struggling with, and doing a bit of grumbling about, the hard water they have in her little farmhouse. I guess a lot of you understand how she felt. Well, one day Mrs. Cobb found she didn't have any of her regular dishwashing soap powder left, so she tossed a little Lux into her dishpan. And here's what she writes us.
I was surprised and enormously pleased to find I had real suds. Suds that stayed suds, too. That was something that never happened with my other powders and flakes. So no longer do I have excuses for grumbling over hard water. I'll use Lux for baths, shampoos, as well as dishes and laundering, for everything that calls for soap.
Yes, new improved Lux Flakes solve a lot of soap and water problems, whether you have hard or soft water. Give you wonderful suds in any kind of water. Rich, long-lasting suds, too, and very gentle suds. Use Lux for dishes, for the 1,000,001 things you do every day. It's thrifty and ever so much better for your hands. You'll find it in the same familiar blue box, but it's the new, improved, better-than-ever Lux Flakes. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The two Voyagers of Now Voyager are taking a little trip back to the footlights. Ida Lupino and Paul Henry.
I believe this is Paul's first curtain call in the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. DeMille.
Now, I'm willing to guarantee right now there'll be many more.
Very kind of you, sir.
You know, Ida, the first time I met Paul was at an air raid warden's meeting.
I feel safer already with you two on the job. And, of course, my husband in the Marines.
Well, that brings up a social problem, Ida. That must concern many women these days. When you go somewhere in the evening, do you go alone, or do you have an escort? I suppose a date is the modern word.
Well, sometimes I have a date.
Confidentially, what does Louis think of that?
Oh, I only go out with friends of his, and he approves. For instance...
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
Well, I had one date the other night with my favorite jitterbug partner, Monty Woolley. And then, of course, I often visit the Henrys. Paul's wife is charming, and they have a lovely home.
Henry Fonda and his wife built it, Mr. DeMille.
You should get a look at Paul washing dishes at the Hollywood canteen some night. I think he's had some experience.
Have you had any more adventures at the canteen, Ida?
Well, the other night I danced with a sailor, and when the dance was over, he said, "Would you do me a big favor? I've seen all your pictures, and there's just one thing I wish you'd do."
What was it, Ida?
"Miss Lupino," he said, "would you please scream for me?"
You really made an impression. What's the play next week, Mr. DeMille?
Well, I'm sure it'll be the talk of the town, Paul.
Oh, that's fine. But what's the name of it?
That's it. The Columbia Picture Success, the talk of the town. And our stars will be Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, and Ronald Colman. Yes, I'm quite excited about it myself. It's a thrilling story that has comedy, drama, and romance, plus 3 great stars, Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, and Ronald Colman.
I'll wait right here so I'll be sure not to miss it. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. We'll book passes with shipmates like you anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the birthday of an enterprise that's doing its part to bring victory nearer. It's the first anniversary of the USO Boston Soldiers and Sailors Buddies Club, where over 1 million men and women of our armed services have found a welcome in the home city of our sponsors. It's a great comfort to those of us who have sons and daughters and brothers and sisters in the service to know that thoughtful men and women are extending hospitality to them wherever they go. To this club in Boston and to all service clubs, we send our congratulations and good wishes. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, and Ronald Colman in The Talk of the Town. Mr. Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The picture, Now Voyager, was produced by Warner Brothers Studio, whose latest release is the production Mission to Moscow. Dame May Whitty appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen in the picture Slightly Dangerous. Albert Decker's next picture is the Harry Sherman production Buckskin Frontier. Heard in tonight's play were Mary Lou Harrington as Tina, Fred Mackay as Elliot Livingston, and Dwayne Thompson, Ann Duran, Claudia Dell, Charles Seal, and Stanley Farrar. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, and Ronald Colman in The Talk of the Town.
Mothers, are you worried about food rationing and shortages? Yes, it's harder now to get vitamin-rich food. But have you thought about giving your family Vims? Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. And Vims supply all the minerals commonly lacking. Get Vims at your druggist. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Wheaties presents Night Beat. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Night Beat. Another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories begin in many different ways. This one began with a strange little man who claimed the most remarkable power. The power to kill with his mind.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Suppose you were a kernel of wheat instead of people listening to the radio. Why, you'd have about as much chance of getting to be a Wheaties flake as you have right now to be president. Actually, less than 2% of all the kernels of wheat that hope to be Wheaties when they grow up ever set flake in a Wheaties box. That's how fussy the Wheaties folks are. Whole wheat for Wheaties has to be golden, perfect whole wheat. And when you buy Wheaties, that's what you get. Perfect whole wheat with all its nourishment. Of course, people, no matter who they are, can eat Wheaties, breakfast of champions, all they want, any time. And that includes you. Have some. Tell your grocer we sent you.
It was one of those lousy moods I had. Spring in the air, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and nothing ahead of me except another day's work. A broken leg and a month in bed. I should be so lucky. I started to walk down Michigan Boulevard. By the time I reached the art museum, I hated the whole world. Everybody was going home, and I was going to work. So, like a school kid playing hooky, I turned into a patch of grass landscaping the museum. And I sat down on a bench. The other end of the bench was a little old guy. He was thin as Melba toast, and he was staring at a pigeon perched on the fountain. I was beginning to feel persecuted, like I was the only one in the whole wide city who had to go to work. In a nice, lazy kind of way, I was beginning to wish I was
dead. I wish you were dead.
At first, I didn't know where the voice came from. There was no one in back of me. There was no one around except the little guy at the other end of the bench.
There. I did it again.
You know, that's not a very nice thing to say to somebody you don't even know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you heard me.
Oh, certainly I heard you. Why would you wish a thing like that on me?
Oh, but I didn't mean you. Not at all. Because if I did, you would now be dead.
You mean I would be dead?
It's terrible. Just terrible.
Well, if it wasn't me you just said that too, then who was it?
The pigeon.
Pigeon?
The one that was on the fountain.
I see. And what happened to the pigeon?
He died.
The pigeon died?
Oh, yes. It'll happen every time. I'll get the bird and show you. Yes. It's dead, all right. You see? Perfectly dead.
Oh, now look, Mr.
Fettle is my name.
Yeah, Stone is mine. Randy Stone, and I guess I'll be running along.
Oh, I thought perhaps you could help me, Mr. Stone. You look like the kind of person who would understand.
Yeah. I'm the harmless type that's always walking into a confession.
Well, you see, it's something I can't tell to just anyone.
Yeah, well, some other time. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, that's the way it is. Everybody's interested in only themselves.
Well, get rid of that bird. It's not very pleasant sitting next to someone holding a dead thing in his hand.
Oh, of course. If I put it over there under the bush, would you listen to me? Maybe if I talked about it, it might help. You're not a policeman, are you?
Oh, no. I'm a newspaper man.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we'll get rid of the bird.
And then you'll listen to me?
Yeah, I'll listen.
Oh, that's very good of you, Mr. Stone. I'll just put it down over here.
He was a cute little old guy who didn't seem to fit into a world of aeroplanes and the Geiger counter. He was still wearing a white celluloid collar and a tarnished diamond stick pin and a black tie. He was as clean as grandmother's old lace and just as faded. His white hair bulged from an old fedora hat, and his eyebrows looked like the prank of a makeup artist. They were untouched by age, and they were strawberry red. I was already feeling sorry for him, and I knew if I could, I was going to help him. He put the bird under the bush, and then he looked down at it and sighed.
I didn't mean to do it.
Sure, I understand. Now, what's bothering you?
You see, I killed that bird simply by looking at it and saying that I wished it were dead.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. You wished it was dead and it died.
You heard me, didn't you? You wouldn't think a thing like that was possible, would you?
Well, I don't know. If I remember correctly, there was this fellow King Midas. He had a pretty good thing, too. All he had to do was touch something and it turned into gold.
Oh, of course, that was only a fairy tale. You're not poking fun at me, Mr. Stone. You're not implying that I made this up.
Well, now, don't get touchy. It's pretty hard to get used to. All you have to do is wish a bird is dead and it dies.
Anything. A bird or even a person. And they die.
Oh, that's quite a power you got.
You don't believe me, do you?
You ought to get a hold of yourself, don't you think?
I knew I shouldn't have said anything at all.
All right. Now, let's say I believe you. What do you expect me to do?
I'm getting afraid of myself. I can become dangerous.
Well, don't wish those things and you won't be dangerous.
But if I ever hate like I once did, then I'm not responsible. The words would just come out. It would happen.
You mean you could wish I was dead or anybody and they'd die?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. I don't want to hurt anybody, Mr. Storm. You still don't believe me.
Oh, I think it's a perfectly wonderful story. Now I gotta go.
Oh, please don't go. Don't leave me, Mr. Storm, please.
Take your hands off my coat. Do you mind? I want to go to work.
But listen, I killed a man.
Oh?
I killed Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown?
Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Company.
Uh-huh. You killed him.
I was the one.
It was the urgency in the way he wrung his hands together that got me. I felt pretty foolish sitting there on a park bench listening to the most fantastic kind of nonsense. For 40 years, he worked for this company. He never married. He lived a lonely life. The only pleasure he had was his job. But he was getting old. And then one day, it was on a Friday, he got his paycheck from the head bookkeeper.
Thank you. Oh. But this is a mistake, a terrible mistake, Miss Johnson. This check is too much.
Let me see. Oh, I don't think so, Mr. Fettle.
Oh, but that's 3 weeks' pay. 2 weeks more than I've got coming. It's not my vacation, you know. I always take mine in July.
Yes, I know, Mr. Fettle.
Then you better rectify it, Miss Johnson.
I'm sorry no one told you. On the back of the check, Mr. Fettle, that slip of paper.
Oh? You mean this?
Mm-hmm.
Why, that's a 2 weeks' notice. Oh, that's a terrible mistake.
I hope so, Mr. Fettle.
Such a stupid thing. Imagine my being here so long. Everybody knows. I better see Smitty about this right away.
Smitty's been transferred to the Ohio branch.
Since when?
5 weeks ago, Mr. Fettle.
Oh. Well, then I'll see the new fellow. I don't like to embarrass him, but I must bring this to his attention.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fettle.
But you don't understand. You're new here.
Yes, Mr. Fettle, but there's nothing I can do.
Well, I'll have to go to someone who can. Who is it that's over you?
Well, you might try one of the vice presidents.
Of course, Mr. Fettle, you realize I had no idea. Why don't you see the treasurer?
I'm really quite sorry, Mr. Fettle, but really, it's out of my hands.
I see. No one will take the responsibility. No one cares. Sending me from one to the other like I was some kind of thing being volleyed about. I'm going to the president. I'll tell Mr. Brown.
Mr. Fettle went up another flight of stairs running, right through a whole pool of minor executives, straight into Mr. Brown's office. Brown was sitting there in an enormous leather chair, a very huge, fat man. His face was red and puffy. Instead of breathing, he seemed to gasp. He was that mad when Mr. Fettle walked in unannounced.
What are you doing in my office?
Mr. Brown, I just had to see you. There seems to be no one to take the responsibility for this. You see, I've been here so many years. They just don't seem to realize how long I've been here. I wanted you to straighten it out for me.
Get out of here!
But it's so unfair.
Get out! I said get out of here!
The hatred that had been piling up in Mr. Fettle had now found a target. He looked Brown squarely in the eyes and said it right to his face, right out loud.
I wish you were dead.
You what?
I wish you were dead. Oh. He's dead. Somebody quick! Mr. Brown is dead!
General Mills is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
We know a youngster who asks the kind of questions you have to put the paper down to answer. So the boy wants to know, do the baseball champions really eat Wheaties like it says in the ads? Really? Honest? Well, honest they do. Phil Rizzuto eats Wheaties. Jackie Robinson eats Wheaties. Pee Wee Reese eats Wheaties. Tommy Henrik and Luke Appling and Ellis Kinder eat Wheaties. Honest. And what's more, a lot of these stars of the game today have eaten Wheaties for years. Bob Feller, the Cleveland pitcher, is almost a 20-year man. Right today, Bob eats Wheaties 4 to 5 times a week. He likes them with berries, which is a pretty good way to have Wheaties, too. Now, Bob says, Wheaties is the only cereal I ever eat, and I'd recommend it to anyone. So, you see, we really have an excellent reason for calling Wheaties Breakfast of Champions. Any other questions?
And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Sure, we've all thought about the idea at some time or other in our lives. And we could look at another person and wish he were dead, and bingo, it would happen. But then we all grew up, and we forgot about it. But here was this little old guy, Mr. Fettle, who not only believed this phenomenon about himself, but was determined to prove it to me. That's what I get for stopping on a park bench when I should have been on my way to the paper.
So you see, Mr. Stone, that's how it all started, that day in the office.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Fettle. Coincidence.
Oh, I wish you were right. But what about the flies?
I'll bite. What about them?
I'd hold them in my hand and say it, and then they'd stop buzzing and keep real still. Dead.
Oh, you're taking yourself too seriously. Stop squeezing flies to death and stop telling yourself you're Superman.
But what about the bird? It was perched on the fountain. I wasn't even near him. And I looked at him, and I said it. And then, just like that, it fell to the ground. Dead.
Mm-hmm. First it's Mr. Brown, then it's squeezing the flies, and finally the pigeon. Oh, go on home, Mr. Fettle. Go on home before I begin wishing you were dead.
I knew I shouldn't have told you. Now I don't know where to turn. I've got the strangest feeling, a terrible need to test everything. Just to go around wishing things were dead. I'm sorry I took up your time, Mr. Stone.
What's that?
Hey,
wait a minute, Mr. Fettle. That kid over there.
Hey, Jerry, over here. I found him.
Uh-huh. See that boy with the BB gun? See him?
How's that?
If I can prove you didn't kill that bird, will you go home and forget about the whole thing?
Those boys they're picking up the bird. They shouldn't do that.
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing with the BB gun?
Nothing.
You shot that bird, didn't you?
It was an accident. Honest, mister. We didn't mean nothing.
Come here, now. Bring it over here.
Run, Jerry, run. He's going to get us.
Hey, come here. I'm not going to do anything. Come here. Well, they're gone, and they took the bird. But now you know, Mr. Fettle, it wasn't you. The kid did it with the BB gun, okay?
You mean they thought they did it?
I see. Okay, so you want to believe you did. It makes you feel important, doesn't it?
Important?
Yeah, it gives you a feeling of power, doesn't it?
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I feel like a murderer.
Well, if you feel that way, why don't you turn yourself into the police?
I've thought of that. But I'm not a stupid man. They'd either laugh at me or put me in an institution. And I'm not insane, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, well, I'd like to help you, but I don't know what I can do to convince you.
I can't sleep. I haven't eaten. And I'm in no condition to look for work.
Oh, look, Mr. Fettle, we're going to put a stop to this nonsense right now. It's getting late. I got to go to work. Before I go, I'm going to settle this once and for all.
Oh, anything you did, I'd appreciate.
All right. Now, here I am sitting right next to you, right?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm standing up. See, I'm healthy. Nothing wrong with me, right?
Well, of course.
Now look at me.
I don't think I understand.
Just keep looking at me.
Well?
All right, go ahead now. Wish that I was dead.
Oh, but Mr. Stone, why should I do anything like that to you?
You want to be able to go home and get a good night's sleep? You want to be able to eat and start living like a human being again? All right, go ahead. Wish I was dead.
Why? I won't do it. I won't.
Because you're a liar, aren't you?
But don't say that.
You're a liar, Mr. Fettle. You're a liar.
Keep away from me, please. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Anything to hang on to your little fantasy. Anything to sit here in the park and keep someone talking to you. You're lonely, Mr. Fettle, and you're a little bit nutty, if you ask me.
Don't make me do it, please, Mr. Stone. Don't get near me that way.
Then say it. I said say it. Despite myself, the sweat was beginning to bubble on my forehead. I could feel the back of my shirt getting wet. I could have kicked myself up and down State Street for being sucked into this old man's stupid little nightmare. But there I was, like a Madison Street mooch, insisting that the guy prove it, not to himself anymore, but to me. Go ahead, Mr. Fettle, say it.
Please don't make me, Mr. Stone.
He cringed away from me now, and his back was pressing up against a tree, and I kept following him. As I got closer to him, he had no other place to run. And he stood there with the most peculiar expression in his eyes.
All right, Mr. Stone. But it's not my fault, understand? I don't want to do it, understand?
I understand. Now say it.
Please forgive me, Mr. Stone, but you're making me, isn't that right? You're making me say it.
Well, say it and get it over with.
I wish you were... I can't. I just can't.
There's no use pretending I wasn't relieved. I felt both frightened and silly playing this little game.
I just couldn't do it to you, Mr. Stone. I'm not angry. I've gotten to know you and like you. It's become so personal. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
As he talked, his eyes became fixed on the building opposite the park. It was a tall building, and way up high, about the 18th story, there was a man up there washing windows.
You see that up there? You see him?
The window washer?
There's nothing personal about him, is there? Just a speck crawling on the side of a building washing windows.
You're going to start that all over again.
Well, there's nothing personal about that. That speck up there, is there?
Now, look, you're not going to drive me back.
Well, if you'll only believe me, I'll try to show you.
You mean with the window washer?
He's pretty far away, and it's so impersonal, and, well, it may not work.
Of course it won't work. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Well, I mean my not knowing him. Maybe I have to know the person, or be real close. Maybe I have to have an argument with the person, or not like him.
Yeah, like the pigeon.
Oh, well, that was different. I actually looked into the pigeon's eyes, and he looked at me. And that's when I said it.
Yeah. Oh, why don't you go home and go to bed? Read a good book. Forget about yourself.
You're going?
That's right.
Oh, wait. I'll do it.
I stood there watching him. He stared at the man on the 18th floor for a long time. As the man started to change his safety belt to move from one window ledge to the next, just as he took off one rope from the bolt on the window frame, Mr. Fettle started to whisper.
I wish you were dead.
It all happened in a split second. The moment he said it, the man on the window ledge lost his balance. First, the bucket came clattering to the ground. And then, the man hung suspended, dangling by one rope and clawing at the air to get back on the ledge. And then the rope broke. And the man fell to the ground. When it happened, I ran over to the building and got what few facts were available. The item appeared in a late edition, about 10 lines on page 8. Naturally, I said nothing of the little old man on the park bench, or they would have thought I was as insane as I felt the little guy to be. But I couldn't get the amazing Mr. Fettle out of my mind. When I started to feel that I, in some weird manner, were indirectly responsible for the window washer's death, then I knew I was involved up to my neck. I went downstairs to the newspaper library. I found the item I was looking for. Arthur E. Brown, president of the Utilities Loan Association, had succumbed to a heart attack and was pronounced dead upon the arrival of his personal physician, George Watkins. The first thing next morning, I went to see Dr. Watkins.
I'll be glad to give you whatever information you want, Mr. Stone, but I'm also rather curious as to your reasons.
Well, in a very general way, I'm interested in certain types of death.
Oh, coronary, heart fatalities?
You might call it that.
What is it you wanted to know?
Well, as I understand it, there was someone present in Mr. Brown's office at the time he died.
I believe so. One of his employees.
I'm wondering if this man could have in any way brought on the heart attack.
It's possible. But that particular day, not at all probable.
Why not?
Mr. Brown had complained of a severe constriction across the chest, and his secretary had already called me before that man was in his office. In fact, I was on my way over to his office before he succumbed. Mr. Brown's secretary was in the first aid room getting him some medicine.
You mean Brown was already dying before the man even got into the office?
Mr. Brown was already dying of the effects of an extraordinary lunch. With the kind of heart condition he had, his death was just as inevitable as tomorrow's sunrise.
It couldn't be any plainer than that. Coincidence number one had been taken care of quite neatly. But that window washer still had to be dealt with. For a man who'd been washing windows for so many years to slip off the windowsill and then for the rope to break right at the time my amazing Mr. Fettle wished he were dead. Well, that's a pretty touchy thing to reconcile to coincidence. I went back to the building and located the engineer who was in the basement replacing a steam valve on the hot water tank. At first, he wasn't very cooperative.
I suppose you're another insurance man who wants to know more about why we don't have safety measures for our window washers.
No. I just happened to be a newspaper man who was sitting in the park when it happened.
Well, if you saw it, you know more about it than I do.
He worked for you, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
But what happened? Why should that man's rope break?
I'm tired of answering questions. That's all I've been doing is asking questions.
Well, look, mister, I'm not here to make trouble for you. I don't want to give you any bad publicity. I want to know why it happened, but, of course, if you don't want to tell me, then I've got to believe that the building was responsible.
Yeah, if I warned him once, I warned him 100 times. His equipment was rotted through. I told him he couldn't go to work on my building unless he bought new ropes. He was pretty sore, but he went home. At least I thought he went home. What happened was he got lost in one of the bars on Clark Street, and when he was good and drunk, he came back. Without me knowing that he went to work. He was drunk, that's what he was. It was nobody's fault but his own.
If it wasn't for the fact that somebody else had suffered, the whole thing would have been funny. It was the most ironic joke that coincidence could play. On a pathetic old man who thought he had some kind of strange power, and on me, a sucker for anybody's story if they insist they've got one. I got Mr. Fettle's address from Miss Johnson at the place he used to work and went over to see him. He lived in an old boarding house. His landlady was a nice old gray-haired woman that was as interested in knowing where he could be found as I was.
He hasn't been home since yesterday. And that's not like him. 15 years he's lived here. And he never spent a night away from home.
But does he have any relatives or friends that he could have gone to?
Not a soul, sir. The loneliest man I ever knew. But the nicest. Why, he just wouldn't hurt a soul.
Well, I've got to find him.
Oh, but something's wrong, isn't there?
No. I've got a pretty important message for him, and it'll make things a lot easier on him when I tell him.
I see. Can't you tell me?
No, it's rather personal. Here's my number, though. You can reach me at the office. No matter what time he gets in, if you have any regard for him at all, please call me.
I certainly will, sir. And nobody has better regard for him than I have. You know, he's been getting awful thin lately. Yes, you'd think a man wouldn't starve himself just because he was out of work. Now, would you, sir?
Well, you call me. It'll be a lot different after I talk to him. I went to the office by way of Bughouse Square. I inquired here and there about an old gent with the white hair and the strawberry-colored eyebrows. They knew who he was, all right, but they hadn't seen him. I was getting worried about him. A nice little guy somewhere in the city running away from himself, thinking he was a dangerous killer. When I got to the office, there were no messages. I put my feet on the desk and I waited. And I started to do my column with coincidence playing the villain. I got halfway through, put my feet back on the desk, and dozed off. 2 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Yeah.
Mr. Stone?
Speaking.
He just came in just now.
Who?
Mr. Fettle.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm coming right over. When I got to the house, she was waiting and had the door open before I could ring the bell. Is he in bed?
No, Mr. Stone. He's sitting in his easy chair.
His room upstairs?
It's no use going up there, Mr. Stone.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, as soon as I called you, I put some soup on the stove. You see, I wanted him to have something hot to eat. I knocked on his door, but, well, he didn't answer. I opened it, and he was sitting in the easy chair. Before I got to him, his eyes went up at the ceiling. Then they closed, and his head rolled on his chest. He was dead.
Well, I can't understand it. He wasn't sick. He was unhappy, but he wasn't sick.
It doesn't make much difference now what he was. Poor soul.
That's all that happened? Just what you told me? He didn't say anything?
Well, he mumbled something, but it's not worth repeating.
What? I want to know.
Some sort of foolishness, Mr. Stone.
Well, tell me. I've got to know.
I'm sure I heard it wrong.
Well, what was it that he said?
Well, as his eyes were on the ceiling, it seemed to me. Now, sir, I can be wrong, you know, but it seemed to me that he said, I wish I was dead.
Sitting on a park bench in the warm sun doesn't always lead to peace of mind. Not if you happen to be a harmless little guy who draws the ace of spades every time he makes a wish. Of course, we know that everything that happened was just coincidence. We all know things like this don't happen. You know, like the flying saucer. Copy, boy.
You are listening to Night Beat on the Wheaties Big Parade.
It's always nice if you like your work, which is why we feel we're pretty lucky to be in the Wheaties business. We love Wheaties, and we love people. We know that these little golden flakes of 100% whole wheat are good for people. So what could be more pleasant work than getting people and Wheaties together just as often as we can? Your grocer knows about Wheaties and people. See him, why don't you?
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by David Peltz, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Mr. Fettle was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Martha Wentworth, Parley Bear, Charles Seal, Stan Farrar, and Jeffrey Silver. Listen next week at this same time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness.
And this is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen also on Wednesday night to Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Going to bake a pie sometime soon? Make it with Crust Click, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. You know, it's a tender, flaky crust that's at the bottom of every delicious pie, sure as you use Crust Click. And so easy.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
And what pie crust? Tender crust, tasty crust, rich, short, lovely crust, just like Betty Crocker makes. And you can make it.
Just add water to Crust Quick.
Crust Quick, the Betty Crocker pie crust mix. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood with portions transcribed. Stay tuned for Christopher London over most NBC stations. 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 London over most NBC stations.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Show.
Columbia presents Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks is a school teacher. She's been teaching English at Madison High for about 5 years now. In spite of the fact that she doesn't make a lot of money, Connie is very fond of her work. In fact, in her own words,
teaching school can be a very rich life for a young woman. That is, if she happens to be a very rich young woman. Of course, I'm not rich, but I am rather young and rather a woman, too. Which brings us to Mr. Boynton. He's the biology teacher at school, and a sweeter, kinder, more intelligent scientist never brushed off an English teacher to play footsie with a frog. But he'll come around. Even a studious biology teacher must sooner or later get a little biological. Meanwhile, I can dream, can't I?
Yes, Connie Brooks can dream. It's a few minutes before 7 in the morning, and Miss Brooks is fast asleep in the room she rents from Mrs. Margaret Davis. Fast asleep and dreaming.
Oh, Mr. Darwell, this is too much.
Miss Brooks, as principal of Madison High School, I insist you accept it.
But a diamond-studded ruler. For what, Mr. Darwell?
Because you have the nicest erasers in school.
Why, Mr. Darwell, I didn't think you ever noticed my erasers.
I'm also giving you Mr. Boynton, the biology teacher.
Oh, Mr. Boynton.
Kiss me, Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks, you'll be late.
Kiss me again, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, you have to go to school, dear.
For this, I don't have to go to school. This comes naturally. Oh, it's you, Miss Davis. Mm-hmm. Oh, what time is it?
Well, it's only 7:15, dear. But I know today's a big day for you, what with Mr. Darwell, the principal, leaving Madison High.
Oh, yes, today's the day Mr. Conklin takes over. Maybe he'll give me a chance to head the English department.
Osgood Conklin? Why, I've known him for years. We went to school together. All the other children used to call him Stoneface because he never laughed.
Oh, fine.
Well, I shouldn't say never. No, I did give him a laugh one time when we were out ice skating. He was practically in hysterics.
What happened?
I broke my leg. Now, do hurry and get dressed, dear. I've got a lovely surprise for your breakfast. You just sit down and drink your juice.
All right, Mrs. Davis. What kind of juice is this, anyway?
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate?
Uh-huh. I was going to bake you a kumquat, but they were out of them at the deli. Now, here's the surprise. Here it is. Armenian pancakes. They've been setting for 5 days.
What else could they do?
Armenian goat's milk. It takes 5 days for it to get good and sour.
Sour goat's milk?
Mm-hmm. Here, try a bite off this fork. Don't pay any attention to the smell, dear.
Oh, but Mrs. Davis, Please, Mrs. Davis. I'm too old to be hand-fed, especially Armenian pancakes.
Now, tell me the truth. Aren't they delicious?
Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mrs. Davis, but if I were the goat responsible for this concoction, I would hang myself by my own beard. If you don't mind, I'll help myself to some cereal.
Oh, Miss Brooks, it's a crime to throw out these pancakes.
What's the crime, carrying concealed weapons?
Now, you've got to have something for breakfast. Today's a big day for you. Let me whip up a few Swiss clam fritters.
Look, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, dear?
If it wouldn't upset you to see it at the breakfast table, could I have some cornflakes?
Well, everyone to his own taste.
Gee, it's funny Walter isn't here yet. He knows I wanted to get to school a little early this morning.
Oh, is Walter Denton picking you up again?
Yes, my Chevy's still in the shop. I had a little accident Monday. I ran into a parked car.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you reported it to the police.
I didn't have to. They were sitting in the car.
Oh, that's good. Walter's a nice boy, although he's not too bright.
You're right about that, Mrs. Davis. 16 years old, and he gets his heart broken every other week by some jukebox Cleopatra. Then I have to put the pieces together.
You, Miss Brooks?
Yeah, you know, I pat the little rooster on the head with my motherly wing and make clucking sounds.
Oh, well, how does he respond to that, Miss Brooks?
Before the last cluck has died away, he's back in the hen house. Oh, well, I can't worry about Walter today. I've got to make a good impression on Mr. Conklin if I want that new job at school.
Oh, that's Walter now. I can always tell him by the way he humps.
Me too. He sounds like a heartbroken goose. Well, here goes, Mrs. Davis. Wish me luck.
Oh, I do, my dear. And don't you worry about a thing.
I wonder what kind of a guy Mr. Conklin really is.
I tell you, I'm not going to stand for any nonsense at this new school, Martha. I've heard about their lack of discipline, and I won't have it, you hear? No one is going to interfere with my making Madison High School a well-run school. No one. If anybody gets in my way, I'll crush them. Step on them like so many ants. Squash them.
That's nice. Pass the marmalade, dear. And help yourself to some more toast.
I hate toast. As I was saying, Martha, I'm sure that the faculty at Madison is totally inept.
Oh, I don't know, Osgood. I'm sure you'll find a few ept ones.
Ept!
Drink a little water, dear. It'll go away.
Oh. No understanding, no cooperation. Nobody knows what a difficult job I'm faced with. It's awful, awful, awful.
Please, Osgood, can't you talk without barking? Honestly, sometimes I think Prince is the only one who can really understand you.
Prince! Don't mention that lazy mutt to me. Look at him over there, dead to the world. Well, it's getting late. Now, where's my hat? Confound it, where's my hat?
Please, dear, don't bark.
I'm not barking, Martha. Once and for all, I don't bark.
See? He does understand you. Now be sure to drive carefully on your way to school.
Don't tell me how to drive.
I'm not, dear. It's just that after all the work you put in polishing it on Sunday, I'd hate to see
stop worrying. I did the work, didn't I? Look at her out there. Nothing takes a wax polish like a black touring car.
Well, Osgood, you'd better get started. You mustn't set a bad example for your new teachers.
I'll show them a thing or two. I'll show them. I'll make them step. Oh, shut up, Prince, shut up. Goodbye, Martha.
It's nice of you to pick me up like this, Walter.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Brooks. It's the least I can do. You've been so sweet to me. Besides, there's something I want to talk to you about.
A girl?
It usually is, isn't it? Yeah, it's a girl, Miss Brooks, but this one's different.
You mean she's stuck on you?
Oh, not yet. That's what I want to talk to you about. I want you to help me get her stuck on me.
Well, here we go again. Who is the girl, Walter?
She's the baker's daughter, Penelope Miller. When I kissed her for the first time the other night, I knew she was different.
But, Walter, you kissed a lot of girls. What's so different about Penelope Miller?
She tastes like caraway seeds.
Oh, grand. She's probably built like a pumpernickel. Now, look, Walter, I've got a lot on my mind today.
Well, all I want you to do is help me write her a letter, Miss Brooks. You see, she doesn't think I'm mental enough.
I can't understand it.
And I figured, well, you being an English teacher, as well as a woman, well, you'd know how to make her think that I was brainy. You know, intelligent. I hate to trade on just my sheer animal magnetism. You know what I mean?
Walter, you are a little beastly in spots. But don't blame yourself. Penelope just doesn't appreciate yet that a man is a thing to be treasured.
When will she appreciate it?
When she gets to be my age.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, Miss Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute, Walter. Just how old do you think I am, anyway?
35.
What?
40.
Walter!
45.
One more bid and I'll throw you out of this auction.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not very mental at that, but you will help me out, won't you? I'll come over to Mrs. Davis's tonight and we'll write a letter together. What do you say?
Well, I could... Walter, look out! That car!
What car?
That big black touring car.
Big black touring car?
Well, it's not quite as big as it was.
You young idiot! Why don't you watch where you're going? Oh, my fenders. My shining fenders lying in the gutter.
Walter, put the man's fenders back on.
Oh, gee, mister, I didn't mean to...
You didn't mean... Why didn't you look where you were going?
Well, gosh, it takes two to make an accident.
A brilliant observation. But it just happens that I was only going 15 miles an hour.
You should have been going 30. We'd have missed you by a block.
Now, see here, you red-haired joyrider. It was probably your fault.
My fault?
Yes.
Why don't you learn how to drive that hopped-up hearse of yours?
Hopped-up hearse? How dare you?
Walter, I've got to run along. I'll leave you to straighten out Barking Boy.
Barking Boy? That's the second time today I've been accused of barking. Young woman, I'll have you know I do not bark.
Who's your friend?
Go home, Prince.
Goodbye, Walter. And Thanks for the joyride, Walter, if you'll pardon the expression.
Oh, goodbye, Miss Brooks, and don't forget about tonight.
Good riddance. That is one of the most offensive young women I've ever met. Now then, young man, let me see your driver's license.
Well, classes haven't started yet. Let me see. Pick up my mail first, and then... Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Isn't it a coincidence that we're in the same mailbox?
Not an overwhelming coincidence. You see, your last name begins with the same letter mine does.
Well, that's a start. You have such a quick mind, Mr. Boynton.
Well, it is thorough.
Personally, I think you tax it too much. Don't you think you need more recreation, if you know what I mean?
Oh, carrying on my biology experiments is recreation enough.
You don't know what I mean.
Of course, I also collect stamps. That gets pretty exciting sometimes.
Oh, it must. There's no end to the possibilities. Have you ever tried your hand at beadwork?
Beadwork? No, I don't believe I have. Is it fun?
Fun? Why, it just makes you tingle all over. And, of course, basket weaving can be exciting, too.
Really?
Yes, if we're both in the same basket. Well, so much for the world of sports.
Miss Brooks, if you don't mind my changing the subject, are you going to be busy tonight?
Busy? Me? Why, Mr. Boynton, I couldn't be unbusier.
Well, I'd like to come over after dinner. That is, if we could be alone.
Alone? We'll be absolutely isolated. I hope you don't think I'm too forward, Mr. Boynton, but I've anticipated this moment for quite a while. Remember the day about 5 years ago when I first came to Madison High, rounded a turn in the corridor, and bumped smack into you?
Oh, yes. I was teaching chemistry then. You put quite a dent in my Bunsen burner.
Mm-hmm. You know, that was the day that I first suspected that we'd be more to each other than just fellow faculty members.
Oh? When were your suspicions confirmed, Miss Brooks?
Oh, on our very next date, when you took me to lunch 2 years later. Gad, you were a fast worker.
I don't blame you for kidding me, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not much of a whirlwind romantically. Then most scientific people aren't.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the study of evolution alone tends to slow down any of the more intemperate reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
You must realize what a tremendous period of time was involved before the single cell divided itself in the sea and adapted itself to the land and air.
Mm-hmm.
Countless centuries passed before lower forms of life assumed their new shapes. Generations before the mammal family produced the ape family, and before the ape family produced the human family.
What have you been waiting for me to do? Slip back a notch?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lecture, Miss Brooks. You do look very lovely this morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boynton. Luckily, I come from one of the prettier ape families. Now, about what time do you think you'll be able to come over tonight?
Oh, Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks. Sorry to interrupt, but as you know, today is my last day as your principal, and my successor, Mr. Conklin, is due any minute.
Well, we'll be sorry to see you go, sir.
Yes, you've been a wonderful principal, Mr. Darwell. I don't know why the Board of Education had you transferred.
Ours not to reason why. Ours but to teach and die. If you'll pardon a mixed poetical reference. And if I may say so, it's been wonderful working with you here at Madison High, and I'm genuinely sorry to leave. However, we're teachers, and teachers can't afford sentiment.
We can't afford anything.
Now, I suggest that you go to your classrooms and get things in order. I'll be taking Mr. Conklin on a tour of inspection as soon as he arrives. Incidentally, Miss Brooks, your class will be one of the first ones visited. Also, it might interest you to know that I intend to recommend you as the head of the English department.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Darwell. Believe me, I'm all set for Mr. Conklin.
Good. You know, Miss Brooks, nothing is more important than a first impression.
All right, class, let me have your attention now. As many of you know, our new principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin, takes over his duties today. So if he should drop in here at any time, there's no reason for any of us to be nervous, self-conscious, or head of the English department. We'll just go on in our normal manner. Now to take up where we left off yesterday.
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Conklin and I just happened to be passing by and...
Oh, I come right in, Mr. Darwell.
This way, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin, this is our Miss Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? Glad to make your Wait a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin. I'm glad to make your acquaintance, too.
You two have met?
Well, we sort of ran into each other this morning.
Yes.
Oh, so this is the young lady in the accident you told me about. Mr. Conklin, I have an idea. Now, why don't we skip English and drop in on
Mr. Darwell, now that I know just who Miss Brooks is, I'm particularly interested in watching her conduct her class.
Suppose you go right on, Miss Brooks. We'll sit here at the back of the room and probably learn something.
Oh, all right, Mr. Darwell. Now, class, I'm going to read some lines to you, which I'd like you to... I'd like you to... Well, I want you to tell me who... I'd like the name of the author of the following stuff. So faithful in love, so Conklin in war. So dauntless in war. Never was there a knight like young Lochinvar. Hands, please? No hands? Well, you've all got them, you know. Just look at the end of your sleeves. Oh, there's a hand. Winona. I can always depend on Winona. Who wrote those lines, Winona?
I don't know. I just want to leave the room.
Never mind the blindfold, Captain. Just give me a cigarette. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, Miss Brooks, come right in.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll stand by the door. Biology labs make me nervous. I just dropped by to see what time you're coming over tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, one of my students is stopping by. I've promised to write an intellectual letter for him to a girlfriend he's trying to impress, Penelope Miller.
Penelope Miller?
Yeah, she tastes like caraway seeds. Anyway, if you'll just let me know what time you can make it,
I'm not sure about tonight at all right now. I'm quite worried about Violet.
Violet?
Yes, the white mouse I use in some of my experiments. Now, steady, Violet. Steady, dear. I'm just going to hold you for a minute.
Mr. Boynton.
You know, I don't like the feel of her stomach.
Mr. Boynton, if
It's lumpy.
Well, but Mr. Boynton, you told me at the office this morning...
frankly, Miss Brooks, at that time I didn't know about Violet's condition. You understand, I have to...
I know. You have to sit up with a lumpy mouse.
Violet's been awfully cooperative.
Obviously.
But she's terribly peaked lately. I don't know what it is. I think I better have a look at her cage. Hold her a minute, will you?
Miss Brooks,
you dropped Violet.
She attacked me.
Miss Brooks, get down off that desk.
I can't. I see her. She's under that table, Mr. Boynton.
I'll get her if you just stop that screaming and let go of your skirts.
Get her.
And this, Mr. Conklin, is our biology laboratory. Where we... Why, Miss Brooks, what are you doing on that desk? And where's Mr. Boynton?
He's under the table with Violet.
Violet. So that's what goes on in the biology laboratory of Madison High.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I'm sure we can
So am
expect
I.
Miss-
Very sure. Come, Mr. Darwell. I'll be back when Violet is out from under the table.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've got her, Miss Brooks. Oh, the poor thing was scared to death. Yeah. Oh, look at her. Isn't she sweet? Isn't Violet a beauty?
Ravishing. And may I tell you something else, Mr. Boynton?
What's that?
You make a lovely couple.
Hello? Yes, this is the principal's office. Osgood Conklin speaking. Who's this? Who? Mrs. Davis. Margaret Davis. Oh, the girl who used to go ice skating with me. How's your leg? What's that? You want me to come over tonight? Well, my wife is visiting her mother tonight. I might be able to... you say there's a teacher living here that you want me to meet, Miss Brooks? Miss Brooks! Now, look here, Margaret. I don't think I can... Yes, I know we're all friends, but I don't... But I can't... But I... All right, Margaret. I'll be there for dinner. All right, 7 o'clock. Goodbye. Margaret Davis. Her leg must have been in a cast for 6 weeks.
I demand to see the new principal of this school immediately.
I am he.
I am Matilda Denton, and I have reason to suspect that my boy, a pupil at this iniquitous institution, has fallen into the clutches of one of your female teachers.
What? But, madam, what makes you...
Not over a half hour ago, on the phone, I heard my boy postponing a date with a girl his own age, a lovely little girl, Penelope Miller.
Penelope Miller.
Yes, she tastes like caraway seeds. And when I asked Walter his reason for the postponement, he said he had a date tonight with a red-headed teacher at her home.
But how do you know she's...
Here, read this. It fell out of my son's notebook when he came home from school. Just read it.
Very well. At last I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough, sturdy body. Good heavens.
Well, Mr. Conklin, have you any idea who this nefarious woman might be?
Yes, I have, Mrs. Denton. And I hasten to assure you that I'll take steps to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible.
Just how quickly is that, Mr. Conklin?
No later than tonight. This teacher doesn't know it, but we are having dinner together.
Well, Osgood, how did you like your dinner?
Very interesting, Mrs. Davis. I've never tasted a seal burger before.
It's the goat's milk that does it.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll take these dishes into the kitchen and see about the coffee. Oh, I make Bulgarian coffee, you know. It's strained through a grapefruit rind.
Naturally.
Now then, Miss Brooks, I realize that the events of the day were as unpleasant for you as they were for me.
Yes, they were, Mr. Conklin, but that's all in the past.
I'd like to think so, Miss Brooks. But unfortunately, a matter of the gravest concern has come up.
Really?
Really. What would you think of a teacher who would allow a student to become infatuated with her and then lead him on?
Why, I think she was pretty terrible, Mr. Conklin. Who's the teacher?
We haven't any positive proof, but the boy's name is Walter Denton.
Well, I think they both ought to be arrested. Walter Denton?
Yes, Miss Brooks, Walter Denton. His mother came to see me today and told me all about it. She has no idea who the teacher is, but... Well, you can't deny that you were in the car with young Denton this morning.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, he was just giving me a lift until my car's fixed. I never see the boy at any other time.
Are you sure about that, Miss Brooks?
I'm positive. Must be my laundry.
Your laundry at 8 p.m.?
Well, I deal with the owl laundry. They only come out at night. Will you excuse me, Mr. Conklin? I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I keep you waiting?
Yes, but not long enough. Look, Walter, come back some other time.
Come on.
No, Walter, no.
Let's get into the living room. I'm anxious to get that letter started.
Not so loud, Walter.
What's the matter, Miss Brooks? You look like you've seen a ghost.
I just had dinner with one. Mr. Conklin is still in the dining room.
Oh, the new principal?
Yes, and he's convinced that you jilted your girlfriend because you're infatuated with me.
Gee, is that good?
Good. Listen, Walter, if he finds you here tonight, we'll both be out.
Osgood, we'll have our coffee in the living room.
Bye, Margaret.
Oh, quick, Walter, get behind those curtains by the window.
Oh, all right. Oh. Say, they're very pretty.
Get in back of them.
Oh.
Who was it that rang, dear?
Oh, it was just a wrong number, Mrs. Davis.
On the doorbell?
I mean the wrong house number.
Why, Miss Brooks, you seem very nervous this evening, dear. You've pulled all the thread out of that tassel.
Oh, they don't make them like they did before the war, do they? I remember some tassels you could pull on all day.
Oh, come and get some coffee, dear. It'll calm you down. You know, the Bulgarians drink it flat on their backs.
I'll be flat on my back any minute, and I wish I was in Bulgaria.
Why, Miss Brooks, you're trembling like a leaf, and you're all flushed.
Well, it's rather warm in here, don't you think?
Yes. Oh, if it isn't too much trouble, Osgood, would you mind pulling back those curtains and opening the window?
Oh, no, not the
No
curtains.
trouble at all. I'll be only too happy to open the window.
And I'll be only too happy to jump out of it.
There we are.
Well, where is he? What's become of him?
What's become of whom?
Bobby Breen. He used to send me.
Come on over to the couch, dear. You're still overwrought. There, now you lie right down here and I'll get you a pillow. You know, I keep pillows in the window seat just for emergencies like this. I always say you never know when you need them. Hello, Walter. Here you are, Miss Brooks. Just make yourself...
Margaret, what is the matter?
Walter Denton, you come out of my window seat.
Aha! Just as I thought. Miss Brooks, where are you going?
I thought I'd run down to the Belgian Congo for the weekend.
Sit down, Miss Brooks. Young man, what were you doing in that window?
If you'll only give me a chance, Mr. Conklin, I can explain.
Go ahead. What were you doing in there?
Hiding.
Oh, no. Walter, tell them just why you came here tonight.
I came here to see Miss Brooks. I thought we'd be alone.
Oh, ho!
Oh, Walter.
Well, she was only going to help me write a letter to my girlfriend.
Oh, why, that was very sweet of Miss Brooks. Don't you think so, Osgood?
Extremely so, extremely. Now, let's hear you explain this, Miss Brooks. Here, read this page from Walter's diary.
Mine?
What is this? At last I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough, sturdy body. Walter!
I wish everybody would stop saying Walter. This isn't even my writing. Here, look at the other side. That's my biology notes from yesterday. I asked Mr. Boynton to loan me a piece of paper.
Mr. Boynton wrote that? Oh, my. Miss Brooks, don't you get it?
Get what?
Red hair. It's you he's writing about.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Just what he wanted? Tough and sturdy. Well, I am strong.
Surely you're not pleased, Miss Brooks.
I'm not? I'm not.
Good evening. The front door was open and
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
I thought you said we were going to be alone, Miss Brooks.
You too? What's happening around here?
Haven't you heard? I've been made queen for a day.
Mr. Boynton, I'd like to know whether you wrote this or not.
Let me see it, sir. Yes, I wrote it. It was supposed to go into my diary. What's wrong with it anyway? She is strong, and I did work hard to get her.
Mr. Boynton, please, not in front of everybody.
It took 23 generations of crossbreeding to get a red-backed mouse like that.
Red-backed mouse?
Mouse? Oh, amazing. Well, Miss Brooks, I'm afraid I've done you a grave injustice.
You most certainly have, Mr. Conklin. You've placed your own meaning on unfortunate incidents.
But...
You've accused me of misconduct with no proof whatsoever, and you've acted in general like a narrow, bigoted, unfair person.
But,
Miss Conklin, I never want to see you or talk to you again as long as I live.
Not even about that job as head of the English department?
Mr. Conklin, I've done you a grave injustice. Let's sit down on the love seat and talk this thing over, shall we?
Well, we'll take it up first thing in the morning, Miss Brooks. I've got to be getting home now. Come on, Walter. We'll take the bus together.
Oh, we don't have to take the bus, Mr. Conklin. I've got my car outside.
Your car? After our collision this morning?
Oh, after I left you, I hit another car, and everything snapped back into place. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Walter. Good night, Osgood.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Well, now there's just the three of us, Mr. Boynton. Mrs. Davis and you and I. Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moon streaming through the windows. If one would just take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Two of us and one sofa. I said if one of us would take a hint. Well, here we are, just the two of us.
That's right, Miss Brooks. How about a little gin rummy?
Cut for deal. Well, I blitzed Mrs. Davis 3 across, but I'd rather have lost to Mr. Boynton. He's certainly naive, my little biology boy. But though he's shy, he's glad of eye, and I'm sure he'll soon realize that the greatest thing he'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. Good night.
Next week at the same time, Columbia will again present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Mercury Theater on the Air. and gentlemen, the star and director of the Mercury Theater, Orson Welles.
Good evening. On Thursday, July 14th, at 2:29 in the afternoon, aviator Howard Hughes set his big twin-motored monoplane World's Fair 1939 down at Floyd Bennett Field for a new record in round-the-world flying. From takeoff to landing, a trip of almost 15,000 miles took just 3 days, 19 hours and 17 minutes. That was about 3 months ago. But back in the 1870s, so Jules Verne tells us, a group of English gentlemen made a wager on what they were confident was a sure thing. Their clubmate, Phileas Fogg, had the fantastic notion that a man traveling from west to east could get around the world in 80 days. His attempts, as I think you'll agree, remain at the least more incredible than Mr. Hughes' achievement.
And that's the story of adventure and breakneck speed that Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air bring to life for us tonight. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, with Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg.
My name is Phileas Fogg.
Oui, monsieur.
I will tell you of my personal habits and what I require of a servant.
Oui, monsieur.
I am a man of simple taste, without relatives or family. I have my tea and toast at 23 minutes after 8, my shaving water 37 minutes after 9. I dress at 20 minutes after 10. At 12 o'clock you will serve me my lunch, consisting of a boiled fish with Reading sauce of the finest quality, a slice of roast beef garnished with mushrooms, a rhubarb and gooseberry tart, and a piece of Cheshire cheese. The whole washed down with 2 cups of tea. With my lunch, I read the London Times. At 3:45, you will bring me the Evening Standard. At 5 minutes to 6, you will bring me my hat and cane. I dine at the Reform Club. At midnight, you will serve me a glass of ale and a chicken sandwich. Really, you see that the duties of my servant are not arduous. My present servant has been with me for 4 years. I've been forced to dismiss him. He brought me my shaving water this morning at a temperature of 84 degrees Fahrenheit instead of 86. That is an unpardonable offense. You understand?
Oui, monsieur.
You are a Frenchman, and your name is John.
Jean, if it does not displease monsieur. Jean Passepartout. To be frank, I have had several trades. I have been a traveling singer, a circus rider, a vaulter like Léotard, a dancer on the rope like Blondin. I have been a professor of gymnastics, and I was sergeant fireman at Paris. I have among my papers notes of remarkable fires. Now, wishing to settle down, and having learned that Monsieur Phileas Fogg is the most exact and most settled gentleman in the United Kingdom, I have presented myself to Monsieur with the hope of living tranquilly with him.
You are well recommended to me. You understand my conditions?
Yes, sir.
What time have you?
52 minutes after 5.
That is a fine large silver watch you have, but it is slow.
Pardon, monsieur, that is impossible.
You are 4 minutes slow. Does not matter. It suffices to note the difference. Then, from this moment, 56 minutes after 5 o'clock p.m., Wednesday, October 2nd, 1872, you're in my service. And now bring me my hat and cane. It's time for me to get to my club.
Esprit robbery. Read all about the robbery in the Bank of England. 54,000 pounds stolen by daylight. Read all about the big robbery. Paper.
Your deal, Mr. Fogg.
The heart.
Mileage, I believe.
And my trick.
55,000 pounds. That's a lot of money. One of the directors of the Bank of England. What about it, Good?
The bank will write that off as a total loss, I suppose.
I believe, on the contrary, we shall quite soon put our hands on the thief. Detectives, the most skillful in the world, have been sent to America and the continent, to all the principal ports. It's very difficult for the man to escape. Queen of Spades. My trick, I think.
Have you a description of the thief?
He's not a thief.
What? He's not a thief.
The man who's extracted £55,000 in banknotes in broad daylight from the paying room of the Bank of England.
Colonel Hart. I don't think so.
I trump you. The Morning Chronicle assures us he's a gentleman.
At the actual moment that the package of banknotes was stolen, our cashier was occupied in registering a receipt for 3 shillings and sixpence. His eyes couldn't be everywhere, but he had, before that time, noticed a well-dressed gentleman of good manners and distinguished air going in and out of the paying room. You have a very accurate description of him.
I still believe that the chances are in favor of the thief. Seems to be a very skillful and determined fellow.
There's no single country in the world in which he can take refuge.
Nonsense.
Where do you suppose he might go?
I don't know about that. After all, the world is big enough.
Was once upon a time. Your turn to cut, sir.
How once upon a time? Has the world grown smaller by any chance?
Without doubt. I agree with Mr. Fogg. The world has grown smaller, since we can go round it today in 10 times quicker than we could 100 years ago. Now, in this robbery case, that's what will make the search more rapid.
Will make the escape of the thief easier, too.
Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Diamonds are trump.
Just because it's possible now to go around the world in 3 months.
In 80 days, sir. Since the great Indian Peninsula Railway has opened its new section between Asagar and Allahabad, one can go around the world in 80 days. I have here a calculation made by the Morning Chronicle. London to Suez by rail and steamer, 7 days. Suez to Bombay, steamer, 13 days. Bombay to Calcutta, rail, 3 days. Calcutta to Hong Kong, steamer, 13 days. Hong Kong to Yokohama, steamer, 6 days. Yokohama to San Francisco, steamer, 22 days. San Francisco to New York, rail, 7 days. New York to London, steamer and rail, 9 days. Total, 80 days.
Yes, but that makes 80 days. Not include bad weather, contrary winds, shipwrecks, railroad accidents, etc.
It includes everything.
Even if the Hindus or the Indians tear up the rails, if they stop the trains, plunder the cars, and scalp the passengers.
It includes everything. 2 trumps.
Well, theoretically, all right, Mr. Fogg, but practically...
Practically also, Mr. Stewart.
I'd like very much to see you do it.
Depends only on you. Let us start together.
Heaven forbid, Mr. Fogg. I willingly wager £4,000 that such a journey made under these conditions is impossible.
On the contrary, it is quite possible.
Well, do it then.
Go round the world in 80 days?
Yes.
I'm willing.
When?
At once. Only I warn you, Mr. Stewart, I shall do it at your expense.
Gentlemen, this is folly. Let's continue our game. Your lead, Mr. Fogg.
Deal again, please. Well, there's a misdeal.
Mr. Fogg, I'm taking you up. I wager £4,000.
Oh, my dear steward. You're not serious, are you?
When I use the word wagers, it's always serious.
Very well. I have £20,000 deposited with Baring Brothers. I'm willing to risk them.
£20,000. £20,000 with the slightest unforeseen delay may make you lose.
The unforeseen does not exist.
But, Mr. Fogg, this period of 80 days is calculated only as a minimum.
A minimum well employed is always sufficient.
It means you must jump mathematically from the trains into the steamers, and from the steamers onto the trains.
I shall jump mathematically.
No, I'm joking.
A true Englishman never jokes when so serious a matter as a wager is in question. Gentlemen, I bet £20,000 against who will that I will go around the world in 80 days or less. That is in 1,920 hours or 115,200 minutes. Do you accept?
Yes, we accept.
Yes, very well. The Dover boat starts at 8:45. I shall take it.
This very evening?
This very evening. Today is Wednesday, the 2nd of October. I must be back in London in this very card room of the Reform Club, Pall Mall, on Saturday, the 21st of December, at 8:45 p.m., in default of which the £20,000 at present deposited to my credit with Baring Brothers will be yours, gentlemen, in fact and by right. Here is a check. Check for the full amount.
Fogg, you're taking the 8:45 train for Dover. Would you not like to stop the game now and make your preparations?
I am always prepared, sir. Diamonds are trumps. Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Passepartout. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Passepartout, it is the second time that I have called you.
But it is not midnight, monsieur. I do not expect...
I know it, and I do not find fault with you. Prepare yourself. We leave in 10 minutes. No trunks are necessary, only a carpet bag. In it 2 woolen shirts and 3 pairs of stockings. The same for you. We will purchase on the way. You may bring down my mackintosh and traveling cloak, also stout shoes, although we will walk but little or not at all. Also take this bag and take good care of it. There are 20,000 pounds in it.
What?
Yes?
Monsieur is thinking of leaving home?
Yes, Passepartout. We are going around the world. Dover. It's now 11:22. We've gained 40 seconds already.
Monsieur!
Yes?
Monsieur, I've just remembered that terrible thing.
Yes? What is it?
In my haste, monsieur, in my disturbed state of mind, I have forgot, mon Dieu,
Forgot what?
to turn off the gas in the kitchen. It will
For
burn.
1,920 hours, a gross piece of negligence, which will be charged against your wages. The rate of 2½ cubic feet per hour and 3 farthings per cubic foot. On the day of our return, you will owe me exactly 3 shillings and 10 farthing.
From the saloon of the Reform Club, our bet didn't take long to find its way into the press. It was widely discussed and criticized. Some took sides with Phileas Fogg. The majority declared him a visionary. The Times, the Standard, the Evening Star, the Morning Chronicle, and 8 other papers of large circulation declared against Mr. Fogg. The Daily Telegraph alone came out in his favor. Enormous bets were placed for and against him at Lloyd's and among private individuals. A bond was issued, which was immediately listed on the London Stock Exchange. For a few days, the market in Phileas Fogg was firm above par. Enormous transactions were made. 5 days after his departure, a long article appeared in the bulletin of the Royal Geographic Society. It treated the question from all points of view and demonstrated clearly the folly of the enterprise. The article made a great sensation. Phileas Fogg declined. Buyers were scarce. The odds against him rose from 5 and 10 to 1 to 20 to 1, 50, finally 100 to 1. At 9 o'clock on the 9th of October, a telegraphic dispatch arrived in London.
Suez to London. Cowan, Commissioner of Police, Central Office, Scotland Yard. I have the bank robber, Phileas Fogg. Send without delay warrant of arrest to Bombay, British India. Detailed report follows by mail. And following him. Signed 6. Detective.
Left London, Wednesday, October 2nd, 18:45 p.m. Left Paris, Thursday, October 3rd, 8:40 a.m. Arrived Turin, Friday, October 4th, 6:35 a.m. Left Turin, Friday, 7:20 a.m. Arrived Brindisi, Saturday, October 4th, 4 a.m. Boarded Mongolia, Saturday, 5 p.m. Arrived at Suez, Wednesday, October 9th, 11 a.m. 2 hours gained.
Majesty, Counsel. Are you His Majesty's Counsel?
I am.
My name is Fick, Detective of Scotland Yard, covering the port of Suez.
Well, Mr. Fick?
Mr. Counsel, I have strong reason for believing that the man who robbed the Bank of England of £55,000 has taken passage on board the Mongolia.
Indeed, Mr. Fick.
A Frenchman came up to the other pier with a passport, which his master decided to have visaed. The description on this passport is identical with that which we received from the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. I told him that his master must present himself in person at your office to establish his identity.
I shall be interested to see. That was a heavy robbery.
A magnificent robbery. £55,000. And 1/5 of the money recovered for the man who apprehends him.
Mr. Fix, I earnestly hope you are right. But from a mere cable description, do you not fear you may be mistaken? That this may be an honest man after all?
Mr. Counsel, great robbers always resemble honest people. Honest faces are the very ones that must be unmasked. It is a difficult task. To solve such mysteries is not a trade so much as an art. We detectives feel these people rather than know them.
If the man is what you suppose, I doubt if he will present himself at my office. A robber does not like to leave behind him the tracks of his passage.
Mr. Counsel, if he is a shrewd man as I think, he will come.
To have his passport visaed?
Yes. Passports serve only to incommode honest people and to aid the flight of rogues. I promise you that his passport will be in perfect order. But I hope you will not visa it.
And why not? If his passport is regular, I have no right to refuse my visa.
But, Mr. Counsel, I must detain this man. until I have received from London a warrant for his arrest.
You have no proof, Mr. Fix.
Mr. Consul, you know who I am. You know I represent Scotland Yard. Do you think I would detain an innocent man? I am asking you to help me capture a man who has stolen £55,000.
That, Mr. Fix, is your business, but I cannot, as Her Majesty's Consul, legally... Come in.
You're the consul, sir?
I am.
Here's my passport. May I ask you to visa it?
Oh, you are Phileas Fogg, Esquire?
Yes, sir.
This man is your servant?
Yes, a Frenchman named Passepartout.
You come from London?
Yes.
And you are going?
To Bombay.
Well, sir, you know this formality of a visa is useless in that we no longer demand the presentation of a passport.
I know it, sir, but I wish to prove by your visa my trip to Suez.
Very well, sir. Here it is.
I thank you, sir. Good day.
Now then, will you admit, Mr. Consul, that this phlegmatic gentleman resembles feature for feature the robber whose description I have received?
I agree with you, but you know that all descriptions...
I have a clear conscience in the matter. Since you will not help me, I shall take other steps. His servant appears to me less of a riddle than the master. Moreover, he is a Frenchman who cannot keep from talking. I shall not let him out of my sight. I shall follow them to the port. I shall follow them to Bombay. If necessary, I shall follow them round the world. Suez to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. I have bank robber Phileas Fogg. Send without delay, warrant of arrest. Bombay. Fix, detective. From Suez to Bombay, voyage uneventful. Fogg leaves his cabin only to play whist, plays 30 rubbers a day. No chance to speak to him. French servant, more communicative. Had exchanged several drinks with him. Says his master carries an enormous sum of money with him in fresh new banknotes. He has promised £1,000 to chief engineer if he makes Bombay 2 days ahead of time. Bombay to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Arrive Bombay 2 days early. Warrant not here. Following bank thief to Calcutta. Send warrant there. Fix, detective.
That's going to go. All trains. All passengers leave the train.
Monsieur.
Yes?
Monsieur, it is a calamity.
Explain yourself.
Monsieur, we are stopped. There is no more railway.
Conductor.
Sir?
Conductor, where are we?
Second, sir, where the railway ends.
This railroad is not finished.
No, sir.
The papers announced the opening of the entire line 3 weeks ago.
The papers were mistaken, sir. From Esferga to Allahabad, the tracks are not finished. Passengers must be otherwise transported. Monsieur, what a calamity. This delay will ruin us.
It was provided for. We have gained 2 days, which we can afford to lose. The steamer leaves Calcutta for Hong Kong at midnight on the 25th. This is only the 23rd. We shall arrive at Allahabad tomorrow and Calcutta on the following day. How far is it from here to Allahabad?
18 miles, sir.
How may one get there?
There are many ways, sir. Four-wheel Harris, Zebu cart, palanquin.
How long does it take to reach Allahabad by these methods?
2 days, sir. Perhaps 3.
Too long. Is there no faster means of transport?
No, sir.
Think.
Well, there's only one thing. You can go from here to Allahabad in less than 2 days, and that is not obtainable.
What is it?
An elephant, sir.
Thank you. I shall acquire an elephant. 10 pounds an hour.
No, sir.
15 pounds.
Hire my elephant, Your Honor. I could not consider it. His name is Kiuni. He is an elephant of combat. Very swift and very strong.
30 pounds.
But no, sir.
40 pounds.
For so small a sum, sir, I cannot let him out of my sight. He is my only treasure, Your Honor. How do I know I could ever see him again?
Then I will buy him from you.
It is not possible.
I will give you 1,000 pounds.
Sahib, for such a beast, that is nothing.
1,200.
No, sir.
1,500.
Sir, I love him as though he were my own child.
1,800.
I am not a greedy man, Your Honor. Your Honor,
2,000 pounds.
I cannot refuse a favor to so noble a gentleman. Sahib, you may have my beast, and I will be your guide.
Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
The carpet bag. We start at once.
Mr. Fogg.
Sir?
Mr. Fogg, allow me to introduce myself. My name is...
Mr. Fix, I believe.
It is indeed, sir. Though it surprises me that you know it.
I always know the names of my fellow passengers. Can I be of service to you, sir?
Mr. Fogg, you have acquired this elephant. The only one within 20 miles.
That is correct, sir.
And with it you hope to reach Allahabad tomorrow?
I do, sir.
Then I beg you, sir. I'm in as great a hurry to reach Calcutta as yourself. If only you will permit me to accompany you, I shall be more than happy. Detective 6 to Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. October 23rd, left a Surga. 11:30 a.m. on Elephant Back. Phileas Fogg in one of the houses, I in the other. The French server between us astride the animal. The Parsi guide perched on the elephant's neck. At nightfall, we entered the jungle, proceeding at a steady, rapid pace. As we proceeded, the forest grew denser. Fog is untiring. The man is made of iron. Towards morning, we entered the territory of Bundelkund. Allahabad now only 12 miles to the northeast. At a little before 2, the elephant, showing signs of uneasiness, suddenly stopped. Yoni, cut that!
Why does he stop?
I do not know, sir. I will see. Sarati Yoni. Ramin, sir. It's very dangerous. They come towards us. We must remain still. If the elephant is hidden behind these trees, they will not see us. Sati. First came the priests with mitres on their heads. Behind them in a car with large wheels was a statue with 4 arms. Its body colored dark red, its eyes haggard, its hair tangled, its tongue hanging out, its lips covered with henna and beetle. Around its neck was a collar of skulls. Around its waist, a girdle of human hands.
What is that statue they're dragging?
Kali, the Hindu goddess of love and death.
Of death, perhaps. Of love, never. That's of the old witch. No, in my silence. Look there. A woman. She's beautiful.
2 priests were dragging her along. A young woman, half conscious, deathly pale. Her neck, her shoulders, her ears, her arms, her hands, her toes were loaded down with jewels, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and finger rings. Behind her were guards armed with naked sabers, carrying the body of an old man dressed in silk and gold. They disappeared among the trees.
Tell me, what is sati?
Sati, Sab, is a human sacrifice. The woman you have just seen will be burned to death tomorrow in the early part of the day on the funeral pyre of her husband.
Burned alive or the villain.
Yes, Sab.
This corpse, then, was her husband?
Yes, Sab. The prince, her husband, the Raja of Bundelkund. As a child, I betrothed her to him. She has never seen him. In Allahabad, they seized her.
Where are they taking her?
To the pagoda of Magee, 2 miles from here. There she will pass the night in waiting for the sacrifice.
And this sacrifice will take place?
At the first appearance of day.
There will be no sacrifice. We will save this woman.
Save her?
I have still 12 hours to spare. I can devote them to her.
Bravo, monsieur, bravo. You are a man of heart.
Occasionally, Passepartout, occasionally. When I have the time.
Waited for nightfall. 12:30, reached the pagoda of Magee. Found it heavily guarded. We can do nothing before dawn, Sab.
We will wait.
You know, Sab, that we not only risk our lives, but horrible punishment if we are taken.
I know that. We will wait.
What good gad, Mr. Fogg. Didn't you say you must reach...
Mr. Fix, it will do if I reach Allahabad tomorrow before noon. We will wait.
A little before dawn, men began to move in the pagoda. The hour had come in which the unfortunate woman was to die. Beside me stood Phileas Fogg. His face was white and drawn. The French servant had vanished. The doors of the pagoda were now opened. An intense light came from the inside. We could see the victim all lighted up. being dragged by two priests to the outside. She seemed to be drugged. In Phileas Fogg's hand, I saw the glint of an open knife. The crowd began to move towards the river. There stood the funeral pyre with the Rajah's body. In the half-light, we could dimly see the victim motionless, stretched beside her husband's corpse. A torch was brought. Then there took place a most extraordinary occurrence. The dead Rajah moved. He was seen suddenly rising upright, like a phantom, raising the young woman in his arms, descending from the pyre amidst clouds of smoke. He advanced rapidly towards us, between the lines of Brahmins groveling on the earth with terror. Now he was only a few yards off.
Quick, my master!
Hospital!
Quick, run before they see! Master! Aye!
A few bullets flew around us, and an arrow pierced Phileas Fogg's hat. Soon we were out of range. At 11:45, we entered the streets of Allahabad. The young woman we had rescued from death lay still unconscious in the arms of Phileas Fogg. Calcutta to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, October 25th, 4 p.m. Had Phileas Fogg and Prince Fibber arrested today, charged of abducting Indian princess. Rush warrant for arrest on bank robbery charges. 6 detectives. Calcutta to London, October 25th, 11:10 p.m. Phileas Fogg and servants freed on payment of £1,000 fine. Sailing Hong Kong tonight with Indian princess. And following them. Rush warrant, Hong Kong. 6 detectives. Hong Kong to London, November 7th. Warrant received too late. Fogg left for San Francisco tonight aboard special charter. Following him. Arranged expedition proceeding San Francisco. 6 detectives. San Francisco to London. Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Phileas Fogg, Prince Servant, and Indian Princess arrived at San Francisco December 3rd. Leaving 6 p.m. for New York. Advise Her Majesty's Council, New York, arranged expedition. 6 detectives. Salt Lake City to London, December 5th. Traveling, same train as Fogg and party. Have him under constant surveillance. 6 detectives.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in an original adaptation of Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days. The performance will continue after a moment's intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, as adapted for radio by Orson Welles and performed by the Mercury Theater on the Air.
Oh, mon Dieu, what a country is this America? December 3rd, we leave San Francisco. There are men fighting in the streets. They are electing a justice of the peace. December 5th, 12,000 buffaloes stand on the railroad. We cannot proceed for 3 hours. December 6th, at Great Salt Lake, 3,000 feet over the sea, mon Dieu. Tonight, we will be in Omaha. We are in the 65th day of our journey. By the calculations of my master, Phileas Fogg, we are not behind and we are not before. Between Hong Kong and Yokohama, we have lost the day. But on the Pacific Ocean, we have caught it up. This man, my master, is mad. Of that there is no doubt. It is not permitted to a man of sound mind to pass his life in jumping from a steamer into a railway car, from a railway car into a steamer. And already, from the carpetbag he has taken for ships, for trains, for fines, for bribes, for elephants, more than 7,000 pounds. If he loses bets, surely he is ruined. But he gives no sign. With us, always, goes Monsieur Fix. This one I do not like. Surely he is spying upon my master. Always he is asking me questions. I tell him nothing. With us also goes the beautiful Princess Aouda. In India, she is in danger of death. My master takes her with him to England. I do not understand. With a woman so beautiful, he is always so cold, so formal. Mon Dieu, these English. He has taught her to play whist. All day they sit, all day they play.
Madam, your turn to cut.
Hard that sounds, Mr. Fogg.
Your lead, Miss Fix.
Have a shot.
The train has stopped. Faster through, come with me. We will see what has happened. Excuse me, madam. Engineer, what is this? Why do we stop?
Well, this medicine boat, sir. Word's just come through. The bridge is shaky. Can't pass.
And what do you propose to do?
Well, couldn't say, sir. Guess we're stuck. Bridge shaky, won't bear the weight of the train.
We will not, I suppose, remain here and take roots in the snow.
We've telegraphed Omaha for a train. It'll be 6 hours at least before it gets here.
Cannot the river be crossed in a boat?
No, can't be done. Creek swollen with the rain should never make it.
Make it? I fail to understand. I have contracted with the Central Pacific Railroad to convey me from San Francisco to Chicago. I demand that the Central Pacific Railroad fulfill its contract. In addition to that, here is 100 pounds.
Well.
The present rate of exchange, $483.22, if I am in Omaha tonight.
Well, there might be a way of passing.
On the bridge?
Yeah, on the bridge.
With our train?
Yeah, with our train.
But the bridge threatens to fall, Monsieur Fogg.
Nonsense.
Well, it's my idea that by rushing the train over at full speed, we have a chance of passing.
Now, how much chance?
40%, maybe 50.
What are we waiting for? Come, Passepartout. Let us return to our whist game and to the Princess Aouda. I left a very interesting hand.
Then comes a terrible moment. The train stops. First, she goes back. And then she goes towards the bridge. It goes faster. Faster and faster. We are at the bridge. Ah, we have crossed.
What was that?
Sacre Dieu. That was the bridge falling behind us.
I think we shall win this hand, Mr. Fix. December 8th. Arrived Medicine Bow. December 8th. Attacked by Red Indians. Arrived Fort Kearney, 7 a.m., 20 hours behind time. December 8th, left Fort Kearney, 8 a.m. by ice sled. December 9th, arrived Omaha, 3 p.m., 14 hours behind time. December 10th, arrived Chicago, 4 p.m., 8 hours behind time. Left Chicago, 4:30 p.m., by special train. December 11th, arrived New York, 9:35 a.m. Steamship China sailed 9:10. We've missed it. Officer, where did the next ship sail?
Well, the Perrier leaves on December 14th, sir.
And arrives in England when?
It doesn't go to England. It lands in Havre December 24th, sir.
Is there any vessel which arrives in England by December 21st?
None, sir.
Then I must arrange that one shall. Come, Passepartout, and bring the carpet bag. Are you the captain of this ship?
I am.
I'm Phileas Fogg of London.
I am Andrew Speedy of Cardiff.
Excellent. Are you ready to sail?
In an hour.
You are loaded for...
Bordeaux.
Your cargo?
Gravel.
You have passengers?
No passengers. Never have passengers. A cargo that talks too much.
Your vessel sails swiftly?
Between 11 and 12 knots. The Henrietta, well known, sail and steam.
Do you wish to convey me to Liverpool, myself and 3 persons?
Liverpool? Why not to China?
I said Liverpool.
No.
No?
No, I'm setting out for Bordeaux.
It doesn't matter what price?
It don't matter what price.
But the owners of the Henrietta...
The owners of the Henrietta are myself. The vessel belongs to me.
I will charter it from you.
No.
No? I will buy it from you.
No.
No. Well, will you take me to Bordeaux?
No, not even if you paid me $200.
I offer you $2,000. For each person? For each person.
And there are 4 of you?
4.
I leave at 9 o'clock.
It is 8:30. At 9 o'clock, we will be on board.
Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, New York to London. Sailing tonight with bank robber Phileas Fogg on board steamship Henrietta, bound Bordeaux. This time, positively, he will not escape me. Fixed. Detective. December 11th, off Sandy Hook at midnight, past Fire Island Lights and headed east at 3/4 speed, making 9 knots. December 13th. At noon, vessel suddenly changed course, heading northeast. Speed increased to 12.5 knots. Captain nowhere to be seen. Phileas Fogg at the helm. No whist has been played since we started. Indian Princess remains below. December 14th. Find captain missing. Detects curious attitude in crew. Last night heard strange noises in forecastle. In the afternoon, barometer fell. Still no sign of captain. December 15th. Discover captain has been locked in his cabin for 2 days. Crew heavily bribed. Vessel no longer headed Bordeaux, but unknown destination. Running into heavy weather. Late this evening, overheard conversation on deck between Fogg and chief engineer. Everything now clear.
You are certain of what you say, engineer?
I'm certain, sir. Don't forget that since our departure, all our furnaces have been going. And although we had enough coal to go under a small head of steam from New York to Bordeaux, we've not enough for a full head of steam from New York to Liverpool.
I will take this matter under consideration. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Go below and bring up the captain.
Monsieur, I fear I shall find a madman.
Do as I say.
Oui, monsieur.
Engineer, you will keep up your fires and continue on your course until the complete exhaustion of the fuel. Don't let the fires go down. On the contrary, let the fire continue full.
Where is he? Where is he?
Good evening, Captain.
Oh, you scoundrel.
Captain Speedy, you will forgive me for any slight inconvenience I have caused you, but you are an obstinate man, and my business is urgent.
Pirate, where are we?
770 miles from London.
Sea skimmer, what have you done with my ship?
I have sent for you, Captain, to ask you to sell it to me.
No, by all the devils, no.
Then I shall be obliged to burn her.
To burn my ship?
Her upper portions, for we are out of fuel.
Burn my ship? A ship that's worth $50,000?
I offer you $60,000.
Almighty heaven.
Well, Captain, what do you say?
And the iron hull will be left?
The iron hull and the engine, sir. Is it a bargain?
A bargain.
Passepartout.
Yes.
The carpet bag. Captain Speedy here is your money. Count it, please, and don't let all this astonish you. Know that I shall lose £20,000 if I'm not in London on the 21st of December at 9:15 in the evening. This ship is now mine?
Certainly, from keel to the tuck of the mast. All the wood she carries.
Very well, Captain Speedy. You may resume command of your ship. Dismantle the furniture and fire up the debris.
Poop deck, the cabins, the bunk, the spare deck were burned today. Reached speed of 13 knots. December 19th, drop, knots, and spars consumed. December 20th, the railings and remaining portions of the deck set to the furnace. At 7 in the evening, sighted coast of Ireland, fast at light. At 10 o'clock, arrived off Queenstown.
Mr. Fogg.
Yes, Captain?
Mr. Fogg, you're a brave man.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I pity you. Everything is against you. You have 24 hours in which to reach London, and yet we are only off Queenstown, and there's no more wood.
Is that Queenstown where I perceive the lights?
Yes.
Can we enter the harbor?
Not for 3 hours, only at high tide.
Very well. We will wait.
At 1 in the morning, what was left of the Henrietta entered Queenstown Harbor. We landed immediately. At 1:30, we boarded a train, arrived at Dublin at dawn. Embarked on the Liverpool packet. At 20 minutes before noon, the 21st of December, Phileas Fogg finally landed on the quay at Liverpool. He was now only 9 hours from London. At this moment, with what I must admit was a heavy heart, I approached him and put my hand on his shoulder.
Sir?
You are really Phileas Fogg?
Yes, sir.
Then with this warrant, in the name of the Queen, I arrest you.
Ah, mon Dieu, mon Dieu.
So, on the 80th day of his tour around the world, only 9 hours from London, with 3 hours and 5 minutes to spare and 20,000 pounds at stake, my master is imprisoned here in the custom house at Liverpool. I am desolate. It is snowing. Mon Dieu, what shall I do? All morning we wait. On the porch of the custom house where we wait, it is damp and cold. But Madame Aouda will not desert my kind master, who sits inside alone. What will become of him? The last train for London leaves at 2 o'clock. Alas! Ah, mon Dieu!
Read all about the rest for 55,000 pounds over.
The last train has left.
Ah, yes, madame. This is truly the end.
Mr. Fogg! Mr. Fogg, sit down. Pass for two.
What is it, scoundrel?
I have made a mistake, a terrible thing. Quickly, quickly, come with me. Hurry, or your master will be ruined. Oh, Fogg. Oh, Mr. Fogg, forgive me.
Sir?
Oh, pardon me, sir, pardon. I made a terrible mistake, a dreadful error, an unfortunate resemblance, sir. You are not the robber. You are not the robber. The robber was arrested in Edinburgh this morning. You may go, sir. You are free.
Then my master does a wonderful thing. He wastes 5 seconds. He goes to the detective. He looks him well in the face. And then, with the only rapid movement he has ever made in his life, he draws both his arms back, and then, with the precision of an automaton, with both his fists, he strikes.
Take that, sir.
We jump into a carriage, and in 5 minutes we are at the station. It is 40 minutes past 2. Phileas Fogg orders a special train. 6 hours and 20 minutes later, we are in London. As we enter the station, the clocks are striking.
My friends, I've been around the world in 80 days and 15 minutes. I've lost.
My master is ruined. With my own eyes, in these 80 days, I have watched him spend more than 19,000 pounds of his money. The carpet bag is flat and empty. And tomorrow the gentlemen of the Reform Club will cash their check for 20,000 at Baring Brothers. Sadly, this evening, we return to the house in Savile Row. In the kitchen, the gas is still burning. Our neighbors do not know we have returned. The doors and the windows of the house are kept closed. Sadly, I cook the dinner. Sadly, I prepare an apartment for the Princess Aouda. Sadly, I tell her the truth, that for my master, as a man of honor, there is only one course open.
Passepartout, we must do something to prevent it.
Madame, I can do nothing by myself, nothing at all. I have no influence over my master's mind. But you, perhaps...
What influence would I have? Mr. Fogg is subject to none. Has he ever understood that my gratitude for him was overflowing? Has he ever read my heart? My friend, you must not leave him for a single instant.
The night passes. Monsieur Fogg has retired, but has he slept? I have watched like a dog at my master's feet all night till morning. I have heard him restlessly pacing the floor. You called, sir?
I did. You will prepare the Princess Aouda's breakfast. For myself, I will be satisfied with a cup of tea and a piece of toast. You will beg her to be good enough to excuse me from luncheon and dinner. I have certain affairs to set in order. You will say that I would like to see her in the library at 8 o'clock.
Then you will not go to the club today, monsieur?
No.
My master, I wish you to know that whatever happens, I shall always...
Go. I have desired to speak with you this evening, madame. in order to beg your forgiveness.
Mine, sir.
Can you ever forgive me, madam, for having brought you to England?
I, Mr. Fogg?
Be kind enough to allow me to finish. When I thought of taking you so far away from that country which had become so dangerous for you, I was rich. And I counted on placing a portion of my fortune at your disposal. Your life would have been happy and free. But now, madam, as you know, I'm ruined. I can no longer...
I know it, Mr. Fogg. And I, in turn, ask you, will you pardon me for having followed you? And who knows, for having perhaps assisted in your ruin by delaying you?
Madam, you could not remain in India. And your safety was only assured by removing you so far that those fanatics could not retake you.
But, Mr. Fogg, was it not enough that you should rescue me from a horrible death without feeling that you were obliged to assure my position abroad?
It would have been my pleasure, madam. Events have turned against me. However, I ask your permission to dispose of the little I have left in your favor.
But you, Mr. Fogg, what will become of you?
I, madam, shall not need anything.
But how, sir, do you look upon the fate that awaits you?
As I ought to look at it.
Whatever the future holds for you, so kind a man as you could never be in want, I am sure. Your friend...
I have no friends, madam.
Your relative...
I have no relatives.
I pity you, Mr. Fogg. Solitude is a sad thing. Is there not one heart into which you can pour your troubles? They say that with two, misery itself is bearable.
They say so, madam.
Mr. Fogg, you will not think me bold if I ask you whether you might wish at once a relative and a friend. Will you have me for your wife? You close your eyes, Mr. Fogg. Will you not look at me and answer my question?
I love you. Yes, in truth. By everything most sacred in the world, I love you. And I am yours.
Ah, my friend.
Did you ring, sir?
Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
You will notify the Reverend Samuel Wilson of Marylebone Parish of our intention to be married as soon as possible.
Bon, monsieur.
It is not too late to go now, is it?
Never too late, monsieur. It will be for tomorrow, Monday.
For tomorrow, Monday, my dear?
For tomorrow, Monday.
Yes, monsieur. Yes, madame.
Gentlemen, in 15 minutes, the time agreed upon between Phileas Fogg and ourselves will have expired.
At what hour did the last train arrive from Liverpool?
23 minutes after 7, and the next train doesn't arrive till after midnight.
Gentlemen, if Phileas Fogg had arrived on the train at 23 minutes after 7, he would already be here. We can therefore consider we have won the bet.
I wouldn't be too sure, gentlemen. Mr. Fogg is an eccentric of the first order. His punctuality is a byword. Never arrives too late or too soon. He'll appear here at the very last minute, or I shall be very much surprised. Let's continue our game, gentlemen. Your deal, Flanagan. This is the rubber game.
He has 11 minutes.
Passepartout?
Monsieur, the marriage is impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean? What stands in the way?
Impossible tomorrow, sir.
Explain yourself, Passepartout.
It is impossible tomorrow, monsieur. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Monday, Passepartout.
Today is Saturday, monsieur.
Have you lost your mind? Today is Sunday.
Oh, sir, today is Saturday.
Saturday? Impossible.
Yes. You have made a mistake of one day. We have arrived 24 hours in advance. Today is Saturday, the 21st. We have convinced. We have won. We have faith.
10 minutes.
9 of hearts.
Knave of hearts.
For my part, Mr. Ralph, I would not believe it was he if I saw him. China, the only steamer from New York that could be of any use to him, arrived yesterday. Name was not on the passenger list. Admitting the most favorable chances, Phileas Fogg has scarcely reached America. I calculate 20 days at least of the time he'll be behind, if, that is, he is still alive.
The thing was senseless from the very start. However exact he may be, it is beyond human power to prevent the occurrence of inevitable delays, and a delay of only 2 or 3 days would be enough to destroy his chances.
Tomorrow morning we will present to Baring Brothers Mr. Fogg's check for £20,000.
3 minutes. Get used to it.
What's the trumps?
2 of clubs.
10 of clubs?
I trump you. 3 of hearts.
Your trick, Stuart.
1 at 1/2 minutes to go.
Gentlemen, it is now 8:43 and a quarter. I propose we resume this game at 8:45 p.m.
Gentlemen, we may safely congratulate ourselves. The bet is won.
1 minute, 5 seconds.
50 seconds left.
40.
25.
15.
14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's a good wager. I'm afraid you've lost.
If you don't mind, Mr. Phileas Fogg, that is Mr. Orson Welles, how did a man of your character happen to be on time when all along you thought you were a day late?
Well, Mr. Seymour, it's this way. You know, speaking out of character, and as one of the least punctual of mortals, I am always happiest on the 79th day of the Jules Verne adventure. Here, for a blissful page or two, it does really look as though all my life's long list of trains missed and appointments forgotten may be finally justified in the delirious unlikelihood of Mr. Fogg losing his bet. We of the world who can't read timetables, wind watches, or get out of bed, we for whom traffic jams were made and for whom the alarm clock never rings, we more than any regard with benevolent suspicion those incidents which delayed the undelayable Englishman. To us, they are less like incidents than excuses. And the whole story is too good to be true. An alibi we'd never dare. At least, I'd never dare anything like this. Excuse me, old man, I tried to make it, but you see, there was an Oriental princess and a tribe of Red Indians, and then we had to burn up our ship on the way over for fuel. I'm sure you know how it is. Most annoying. Hope you'll forgive. As I say, it sounds like the ultimate, the magnificent alibi it ought to be, but, oh, horror. There appears in the last chapter a Jules Verne nick in time, an unpredictable split infinity that flings the truth in our teeth and turns the timetables. And here our envy turns to loathing as we, who are always late, realize that the 81st day is actually the 80th, that the 5 minutes after midnight is really the 11th hour, that Phileas Fogg made it and is lost to us. Well, Mr. Seymour, here's the solution. At a period when your grandfather saw the sun pass the meridian 80 times, Mr. Fogg, rushing precisely around the globe toward the sun, celebrated this solemn and unavoidable occasion 79 times only and gained a day. Myself, I don't understand it even after I've explained it. But you do, I'm sure. You who get there and keep nobody waiting. You probably guessed it before we began.
just heard Orson Welles' original adaptation for radio of Jules Verne's classic Around the World in 80 Days. It was the 16th in the Columbia Broadcasting System's weekly dramatic series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air. In the cast tonight were Ray Collins as Mr. Fix, Edgar Barrier as Passepartout, Eustace Wyatt as Ralph, Frank Rettick as Stuart, Arlene Francis as Madame Aouda, Stefan Schnabel as the Parsi, Al Swenson as the captain, William Allen as the officer, and Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg. The original music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next week, The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, with Orson Welles as producer, director, and featured artist, supported by the Mercury Theater on the Air. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When gold and silver were discovered in the western United States, miners and prospectors, criminals and desperados, farmers and storekeepers joined the flood of emigration into the new territory. Many of them made rich strikes, but to have was not to hold. Fortunes were won and lost overnight. Gambling flourished, and with it violence and bloodshed. It was in this wild and lawless country that the masked rider of justice met his most exciting adventures. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come along, Silver! We're heading for the hill country. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver, away! On the outskirts of the small mining town of Dry Forks, Betty Mason beat her fists against a cabin door.
Tom Andrews, let me in. Hurry, Tom. Oh, thank heavens I got here in time.
Betty, what are you doing here?
Close that door quick, Tom. I'm not supposed to be here.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
It's Uncle Jed. I ran all the way. I was afraid he'd get here before I did.
Well, hello. What's your uncle up to now, Betty? Draw up that chair and tell us all about it. That's right.
I can't stay but a minute, Mr. Andrews. I just wanted to tell you, my uncle's on his way here.
Jeb Mason's coming here?
Sakes alive. What's he doing that for?
He's been drinking again. He was making threats to all his men about what he was aiming to do to you, Mr. Andrews.
That ornery polecat.
What was he saying, Betty?
He said he was tired of hearing the things you and your father were saying about him. He said he was going to drive you clean out of this county if it was the last thing he did.
Reckon I ain't told nothing but the truth.
It doesn't make any difference to Uncle Jed, Mr. Andrews. And you and Tom can't stand up against him either. He's got too many men working for him. He's too powerful.
Reckon that's for us to decide, Betty.
Us Andrews always was stubborn folks, Betty. We don't get into things easy, but once we are in, we don't back out.
But, Tom, if you were hurt or killed...
Don't you worry none about me, honey. Pa and me can take care of ourselves.
You don't know Uncle Jed when he's angry, Tom. He won't stop at nothing. Why, if he knew I was here, he'd...
What will he do to you, Betty?
Well, he couldn't do much worse than he has. Ever since Pa died, he's been mean and hard, and since he found out I knew the truth about what he did to you and your Pa, he's been worse than ever.
I'll teach that coyote a lesson if I ever get my hands on him.
No, Tom. There's been too much trouble now.
Twouldn't do us no good to get on the wrong side of the law, son.
Oh, I know, Pa, but I can't...
Besides, I'm the one to settle with Jed. I've been aiming to do that for a long time now. Ever since that thieving polecat stole the Silver Star away from me.
That's part of what he's mad about.
What do you mean, Betty?
He thinks the vein's running out.
Serve him right. He took a couple of $100,000 worth of silver that belonged by rights to me out of it. He ought to be satisfied.
But he gambled all that and lost it.
That means we ain't got no chance of getting it back.
Never knew a fella to keep money he stole. They always lose it one way or another. A stigma, they calls it.
I wish there was some way to get him to admit he stole your mine.
There ain't no way. The Silver Star's his according to law.
Listen. That must be Uncle Jed now.
Looks like it from what I can see.
You can't leave now, Betty. He'd see you. I reckon the best thing to do is to stay right here where we can see he don't hurt you.
Oh, but if he sees me here...
Ain't nothing to do about it now, honey. He's coming here, all right.
Sakes alive.
Who's there?
Open that door. Not for you, Jed Mason.
And we'll open it. Come on, men. All of you, come here.
What's the idea, Jed?
You ain't soon enough. Cover them, men.
We'll fix these polecats if they make a move.
What are you aiming to do, Mason?
Andrews, I've given you your choice. You and your son can leave this county tonight, and we'll fill you full of lead.
Uncle Jed.
Why, you sniveling, sneaking little busybody. What are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay home.
Uncle...
I told you never to go near Tom Andrews.
Uncle,
Shut up.
please.
How'd I whip you?
Why, you dirty...
Stand still or I'll plug you. Easy, Tom. I'll handle this.
If I could just get my hands around that coyote's throat...
Tom?
You'll never get the chance, Tom Andrews. This is the last warning.
And?
If you haven't pulled up stakes by morning, I'm fixing you so neither of you'll ever move again.
You can't stand hearing the truth about how you stole that silver mine from me, can you?
Shut up. I'm fed up with your lies.
Is it a lie that we were partners once?
What if we was?
I reckon you don't remember the day I found the Silver Star vein, do you?
That's a lie. I found that vein. I got it now, ain't I?
Sure, you got it now, Jed. You didn't even need to be clever about stealing it. Why, I was ever crazy enough to trust a sidewinder like you.
Shut your mouth.
Not yet, Mason. Not till I've told you just what I think of you to your face. Sneaking off the way you did. Saying you was going after supplies, and then filing the claim for the silver I found. And running me off with hired gunmen.
That's a lie, and you know it.
It isn't. I've heard you talking about the way you stole the mine from Mr. Andrews.
Wait till I get you, you little spy.
I'm glad I heard. I wish there was some way to prove what you did.
Betty, this is our fight.
There ain't gonna be no fight. You're gonna clear out of this county tonight. Or else.
We're staying right here, Jed Mason.
Yeah. Maybe this'll help you change your mind.
Ow! You hit him.
Why, you coyote, I'll get you for that. I'll teach you to...
Shoot him, Ben. Don't let him get me. Get him.
Oh, my hand.
I didn't touch you.
Who's the stranger?
Where'd he come from?
He's wearing a mask.
Masked man.
I just shot your gun from your hand.
What's so meaning to you butting in, stranger?
You're all covered. Don't make a move. All of you, drop your guns. Good. Now get out of here, all of you. And don't come back here to bother these people, Jed Mason.
This ain't the end of things. I'm warning you.
If you're wise, it will be. Now ride. Jed Mason and his crew of gunmen rode back into town, the Lone Ranger listened to the Andrews story. Later, he found his faithful Indian friend, Tonto, and sent him into Dry Forks, where he mingled with a crowd in the noisy cafe and watched a table where Jed Mason and his friends were playing poker.
You setting in this hand, Jed?
No, deal me out. I never seen such cards in all my life. Lux written all again me.
Been agin you steady lately, ain't it, Jed?
What do you mean?
It was again you out at the Andrews place tonight, wasn't it, Jed?
I ain't done with them critters yet. I'd fix them right now if it wasn't I'm too busy.
You mean, if it weren't for that masked feller, don't you?
Say, how'd you fellas know about that?
Things get around.
Yeah, never mind them, boss. I got 3 aces. Can you beat them?
Shucks, take the pot.
I'll take another hand this time, fellas. Lend me a couple hundred, will you, Jack?
Nope. You already lost more than 500 tonight. And you owe me most 1,000 already.
You'll get it back.
I've heard different.
What do you mean by that? There ain't nothing wrong with my credit.
No, but there is with the Silver Star, Jed. I heard the vein was pinching out. Heard you was getting ready to close down.
So that's it, is it? You cheap gamblers, you let me lose to you, then you won't stake me. You think you can walk out on me now?
Careful, Jed.
That cheapskate.
I ain't lending you no more money, Jed. And that's final.
Yeah, now, maybe you better sit out, boss. No sense in playing again bad luck.
All of you think the Silver Star's finished. So you're playing safe. I should have known the polecat you was.
I wouldn't talk so careless about other people, Jed.
Oh, quit your jawing and deal.
I hope some slicker takes every cent you got, you cheap ornery coyote.
Hey, what's up?
What's all the excitement for?
One of your men, Jed.
Hey, boss! Looky here!
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Look at the ore we just got out of the Silver Star.
What are you talking about?
Just take a squint at that.
Silver ore? You say this come from a Silver Star?
Yeah, she petered out by a long shot.
Holy smoke! Let me have a look at that.
That's the richest piece of ore I've seen yet.
You ain't fooling me, are you?
I should say not. Boss, there's $1 million worth of that stuff in the Silver Star.
Gosh.
This ain't a patch to what's still in there. You should see it. Why, you can almost pick the silver out with your fingers.
Did I say luck was running agin you, Jed?
Golly, this will make you the richest man in Dry Forks.
I reckon it will.
Me want see ore.
Sure, Injun, step up. You can't hurt it none. Everyone can see it. I'm rich.
It heap good ore.
Good ain't the word for it, Redskin.
Me go now.
You seen enough, eh? Boys! The drinks are on me. Stay around and have some fun. How about that loan now, Jack?
The sky's the limit, Jed. Just name the amount and you can have it.
That's his stuff. Won't old man Andrews squirm when he hears about this?
After examining the silver ore, Tonto hurried to a small camp just outside of Dry Forks, where the Lone Ranger was waiting. He told him of the newly discovered vein, and
if what they say is true, Tonto, that thief will get hundreds of thousands of dollars more out of the Silver Star.
Oh.
And none of it belongs to him.
That plenty bad.
I wonder if there isn't something we can do.
Maybe you got plan.
Oh, I'm not sure. You're positive, Kemosabe, the report of the strike wasn't just a trick of Mason's?
No, me watch. It not trick.
Then he hasn't salted the mine in order to sell it to someone else. Tell me again, Tonto, just what this sample of ore looked like.
Oh, it plenty soft. Break in hand.
That's strange.
How?
I've seen samples that came from the Silver Star originally. They were very hard and difficult to break up.
That's right.
Well, there are many veins in the Nevada Territory, but no two are exactly alike.
Tonto see plenty ore.
Yet the ore from one vein is generally the same all the way through.
That right.
Well, that's why I can't understand why the ore should suddenly change. Become not only richer, but softer and gritty as well.
It's plenty strange.
Well, there's another thing that I don't like, Kemosabe.
What that?
Young Tom Andrews' temper. I'm afraid that he'll try to get Jed Mason for his cowardly tricks. If he does, Jed isn't the kind of a man to be caught unprepared.
You mean Jed killed Tom Andrew?
He'd have one of his men kill Tom for him.
That'd be bad. Well, what we do?
I think I have a plan, Tonto. I want you to ride to Andrews' cabin and get old Mr. Andrews. Tell him it's important that he come here at once.
Tonto, go.
Jed Mason is stationed guards at the Silver Star. But before morning, we must find a way to examine that mine.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While the Lone Ranger and Tonto were talking over their plans, young Tom Andrews rode into town and headed for the home of Jed Mason. He knocked at the door. It was Betty that answered him.
Tom, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for Jed Mason, Betty. That's what. Where is he?
He's at the cafe, Tom. What do you want with him?
I aim to settle this business with him.
Tom,
Yes?
tell me the truth. Why do you want to see him?
Honey, I'm sick and tired of the way he stole that mine from Pa. And not being able to see you or marry you.
Oh, Tom,
So, I guess you know why I aim to see him.
you're going
Betty, it ain't no use in letting things go as long as they have. It ain't just me I'm thinking of. It's you and Pa, too. He stole Pa's mine. He's treated you like a slave.
Shooting won't help none, Tom.
There ain't no other way.
But what'll happen to you if you do kill him? What'll happen to us? Have you thought of that?
It's no use trying to change my mind, Betty.
Haven't you any duty to me?
Oh, honey, a woman can't see things like a man does.
Oh, Tom,
Well, honey, you're shivering.
I just seem to feel a sudden chill.
Yeah?
You wouldn't understand. Tom?
Huh?
What was that? Did you hear it?
I didn't hear nothing.
There was a noise over there beyond the porch. Do you think somebody's been listening?
Shucks, no.
But I heard something. There seemed to be a shadow.
Honey, you're just imagining things.
No, I'm not, Tom. Tom, don't leave me. Don't go away. I'm afraid.
I gotta go, honey. And don't worry now. Everything will be all right when I get back.
Oh, Tom. Tom, come back to me. Tom. Tom.
Tonto, there's the Silver Star mine over there.
Me see.
Plenty of men around to guard her, stranger.
They must be drawing away from the mine.
Not right.
Tonto, I want you to ride in a circle to the other side of them, then fire several shots in the air. If they mount and follow you, keep out of gunshot, but draw them on.
Tonto, do that.
Friend, I don't savvy this at all. What's this all about?
I want to get a look at the new vein of ore in the Silver Star.
But what's to be gained? It's either rich or it ain't. Don't make no difference to me either way.
If what I suspect is true, it may make a great deal of difference to you, Andrews.
I don't know, stranger.
You'll have to trust me.
Reckon I might as well.
All right, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
We'll wait and see if the guards follow him.
What about our horses?
Well, we leave them here. It's not far from the mine. If anything goes wrong while we're in the shaft, they'll not be noticed.
It's all right with me, stranger.
And let's hope those men are curious enough to be tricked by Cantor. It's our only chance to get in the mine.
At the entrance to the mine, the two guards looked at each other in surprise as their ears picked up the swift hoofs of Scout.
Hey, did you hear that?
Wonder who it can be.
It's a funny time of night for anyone to come here. Couldn't be Jed, could it?
No. Last time I seen him, he was playing stud poker down at the cafe.
Poker? Still losing, too, I'll bet.
Yeah. Say, ain't that horse coming closer?
Sure is.
It don't look right to me. Not with us hitting this new rich vein of ore.
You loco. No one would try to steal ore out of a mine.
It might be one of them Andrews, though. You can't tell what they do.
Hey, that ain't fooling.
The low-down ornery polecat. I'll bet that's young Andrews. Hey, what's the matter with you? You shot?
No, but I'm going to shoot that critter. I don't aim to be a target for nobody.
Let's get our horses. There's two of us and only one of him. We ought to be able to handle him easy.
When I catch him, I'll teach him to mind his own business and not go looking for trouble.
There he is, still edging around with that horse of his. Come on before he gets away.
Now it's safe to go inside the mine.
Looks mighty dark in there.
Here, we'll take one of the burning logs from the guard's fire. It'll give us plenty of light.
Good idea.
Now follow me closely.
I'm right behind you.
We'll have to act quickly.
Yeah.
It won't take those men long to find out that they've been tricked. They can't catch Cantor.
Wouldn't be exactly comfortable to have Jed catch us in here.
Now, what's your footing? The shaft goes down sharply.
I ain't been in here for a good long time. But I reckon I can remember how it goes.
Look out for that low timber.
Almost bumped my head that time.
Well, stay close to me. You'll need this light, too.
I ain't hankering to get very far off in here, stranger.
Look. That must be where they made the new strike. Right over there.
Yeah, I reckon it is.
Quick. It won't take me long to find out what I want to know. Now, this is where the new vein comes in. Here, take this pick line here.
Yeah.
Now I want a sample of both ores, the old and the new. Here's where the new mining was done.
That ought to be enough.
It is. Did you notice anything odd about this new vein?
Only thing is how rich the stuff is. Gosh, if Jed don't get $1 million out of it, I'll eat my hat.
I doubt if Jed will get a cent out of it, Andrews.
If you were thinking that this mine's salted, mister, you got another guess coming. I've seen all kinds of fakes in my day, but this stuff here's the real thing.
I know. Now let's get some samples of the old vein.
Lead the way. Say, what if them guards is back?
And Tonto will see that they don't return until we've had sufficient time. Now we want some of this ore.
All right, you are.
Are you sure you can't prove Jed Mason stole this mine from you?
Not a chance. He done it too slick.
Tomorrow we may find he isn't as clever as he thinks he is.
You sure got me puzzled.
Come, we have our samples of ore, and I've seen enough. Come back here tomorrow, Andrews. We'll see what can be done then.
Jed Mason remained at the cafe long after most of its patrons were gone. He played on, careless of the sums he was losing in the face of the luck that had made him a rich man once again.
Here's another 500, Jed. That makes it an even 5,000 you owe me.
Well, it can't be lucky every time, I guess.
You owe me nearly 7,000, Jed. But I'm not worrying. If I owned that there Silver Star mine of yours, I'd back low pairs to get a royal flush.
Raise it 200.
I'm staying in.
Well, I ain't gonna quit on you, fella, just 'cause I ain't holding much.
Jed, ain't that fella looking for you?
He's looking this way, all right.
One of your outfit, Jed.
Yeah. Over here. What do you want?
Yeah. Listen.
Can't you see I'm busy? What brung you to come buzzing it on me like this?
I heard something down at your house. Young Tom Andrews.
That polecat. What you mean hanging around my place?
I heard him talking to Betty.
That young coyote.
He told her that he was out looking for you.
Gunning for me, eh? I'll fix that fella. Where's he at now?
Heading this way. He'll be here any minute.
Good. Now listen. I have me an idea. I'm going to finish that coyote once and for all.
Want us to plug him for you?
Yeah. And here's how we're going to do it. You see that door over there?
Yeah?
Get behind it. And if he goes to plug me, shoot him. You shoot first. I ain't armed, but when he comes in, I'll drop my arm toward my hip like it was. When he reaches for a shooting iron, plug him.
Well, sure, but...
Ain't nobody gonna blame you for shooting a yellow coyote that had tried to shoot down an unarmed man, is he?
I always did say you were mighty smart, Jed.
Smart and lucky, too. That's a winning hand anywhere.
Get behind that door.
That's right where I'm going.
Don't look up, Jed. But young Andrews is just by the door.
Yeah, he's coming in.
Jed! Jed Mason!
Hey, what do you want?
We got something to settle.
Yeah, I reckon we have.
I aim to settle for all the things you done to my pa, and to Betty, too, you thieving coyote.
You puppy. I ought to take you out and drown you.
You ain't man enough. You yellow crooked from your head to your heels.
I ain't taking that talk from no one.
You don't have to. If you wasn't so much a coward, you'd shoot it out like a man.
Start counting, fella.
1, 2...
Why, you...
Watch out!
Oh, you shot me. You hit me on my hand.
Stand back, everyone.
Messman.
What's the matter?
What are you doing here? Why'd you keep me from killing this skunk?
Tom, it was a trap. Look at Jed Mason's gun belt.
Well, he's unarmed.
Yes. The man behind the door was going to shoot you down. He'd claimed you drew on a man who couldn't defend himself.
I never thought. He was sitting there at that table. I couldn't see.
That's exactly what they planned on.
This is the second time you've crossed me, stranger.
But not the last time, Jed Mason.
What do you mean?
I'll see you at the Silver Star tomorrow. The next morning, the Lone Ranger made a trip to the claim agent's office. Then he hurried back to the Silver Star mine, where a crowd of people had already gathered. At the entrance, the masked man found Andrews talking to his son.
Tom, there's Jed Mason over there now. He sure looks fussed up about something.
Hello.
Oh, it's a masked man again. Well, stranger, me and Tom are here like you told us to be.
Good. I'm glad you came. I can promise you won't regret it.
I ain't thanked you yet for what you done last night.
Tom, there's Jed Mason over there. Call him over, will you?
What? Sure, if you say so. Hey! Hey there, Jed. Jed Mason.
Yeah.
Come here, will you?
Talking. I got a notion to get the sheriff here and have the lot of you jailed.
You calling me?
There's the sheriff right now.
All right. Sheriff, it's good that you're here. These crooks here
Just a minute.
Huh?
I'd like a few words with you, Sheriff. You know the mining laws in this part of the country.
Yeah, I should. What about them?
I'm here with Andrews to take possession of the vein of ore that was discovered yesterday in the Silver Star.
You take possession? You and Andrews take possession? Why,
Andrews has staked and recorded his claim according to the law. He's going to work that claim. And it's up to you, Sheriff, to see that he isn't interfered with.
You can't do this.
Why not?
Because your claim is mine. It's my silver.
You didn't investigate far enough, Mason.
Now, hold on. There's something doggone unusual here. You seem to know what you're talking about, stranger.
Everything I say can very easily be checked. Jed Mason was working a silver vein.
I still am. There ain't a law in the country can stop me.
That's right, Mason. You can work your claim in your vein as much as you want to, as long as you take silver from your own vein.
But I tell you...
see to it that you don't touch the new vein.
New vein? But I found...
You saw part of a vein that belongs to Andrews. He staked his claim to it, and it's his. This new vein does come close to the old one, Mason. So close that you might have thought it was part of the old one. But a mining engineer will prove otherwise.
Sheriff, you can't let them get away with this. They're robbing me.
I've heard of things like this happening before, Mason. I ain't no doubt but what the masked man's right. And if he is, by ginger, you ain't a-going to touch an ounce of silver that belongs to Andrews.
Then it's ours. It belongs to Tom and me.
That's the way I figure it.
And the whole thing's took away from me?
Quit your whining, Jed Mason. You sure didn't think you'd get away with being a crook all your life.
You stole the mine originally from Pa. This is just what you deserve.
The tables is turned, Jeb. You come up again a man you couldn't trick.
Just think, Pa. Now Betty and me could get married at last.
And we got one man to thank for all of this.
Hail, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Dead Witnesses. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Room.
How about having me lunch with me in an hour or so, Pete? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Oh, swell, Nick. Where can I meet you?
Well, suppose we get together.
Nick, that guy across the street, they got him.
Yes, come on. Maybe he's still alive.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't look so to me. The way he's all crumpled up there.
I'm afraid you're right, Pete. Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
No. He's dead already.
Hey, Nick, will you look at who he is?
Oh, our old friend Louis Morelli, the gangster. Well, he'll never muscle in on anybody's rackets again. He certainly took care of that.
Yeah. Now they can take his name off the blotter at headquarters. But, Nick, did you see who was in the front seat of that death car as it went by us?
Yes, Pete, I did. Slug Barron.
Yeah, Nick, Slug Barron in person. Do you realize what this means? We now have something we've been trying to get for the past 3 years. Evidence against Slug that will let us put him away. Well, every detective on the force, including me, has been trying to get something on that thug ever since he pulled his first job here.
Right, Pete. This should be good news to the whole city.
Pardon me, but is he dead?
Yeah, very dead. You know him?
No, I never saw him before. But I did see him shot by someone in that car that went by. And I think it's outrageous that such things can happen in this city.
You say you saw him shot?
Yes. I happened to look up as the car went by. And then I heard the gun shooting, and I saw him fall.
You wouldn't be able to identify the man in the front seat of that car, would you?
I'm sure I would. He was a mean-looking individual, and that big scar across his cheek was very plain. Why?
Nick, this is too good to be true. Another witness. Hey, look, fella, would you be willing to testify against that guy when we catch him?
I certainly would. Such men should be put away where they can't get out. Here's my card. Let me know when you want me.
Okay, thanks. William P. Fletcher, 46 Main Avenue. Oh, boy. We'll call you all right, buddy. We've waited for this for 3 years.
Nick, that's the best news I've had in this department in years.
Have you picked up Slug yet, Riley?
Oh, but the boys will be in with him any minute now. And then with 3 honest-to-goodness witnesses against him, we'll put him in the chair and strap him down tight. And that'll be a happy day in my life.
I know just how you feel, Riley. That's been...
Yeah?
Just got a report that a man was knocked down and killed by a truck over on the east side. About 2:30 this afternoon.
Huh?
Apparently an accident, although the body was pretty badly smashed up. I thought you'd like to know.
And why did you think I'd like to know?
Because the guy has been identified as William P. Fletcher of 46 Main Avenue.
William P. Fletcher. Nick, that's the fellow who was going to be a witness for us against Slug Barron.
So Slug is up to his old tricks again.
You think so, too, do you?
I don't think there's much question about it. Slug finds there's a witness. If witness can't be intimidated, witness disappears. Simple as 2 and 2.
Hey, you'd better look out for a guy named Nick Carter, then.
I've been doing that for years, Riley. This won't be the first time I've come up against Mr. Slug Barron.
Hey, Chief.
Yeah?
Look, we've combed this whole town from end to end, including up and down and sideways, and there ain't a guy or sign of Slug anywhere.
What do you mean there ain't a sign of him? There's got to be. He ain't left town, has he?
Well, I don't think so, but we can't locate him. Him or the death car, and nobody knows anything about him either. Or if they do, they won't talk.
Which is nothing new.
Well, if Slug's still in town, Pete, and you guys don't bring him in the next 24 hours, you can turn in your badges.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do my best.
Your best ain't good enough. You gotta do better. Can you beat it, Nick? For 3 years, this Slug Barron has been head man in the city. For 3 years, me and him has been at it tooth and nail. He's been the head of every big racket we've had. Why, we've arrested him 20 times, and 20 times we've had to let him go because we couldn't prove nothing on him. And every time we let him out of here, he laughs in my face. Now he kills this Morelli, and 3 witnesses see him do it and are willing to testify, and suddenly 1 witness is killed, and we can't find Slug anywhere.
No. Calm down, Riley. Your biggest job right now is to keep your witnesses alive until you do find Slug.
We'll still hang it on him with you and Pete as witnesses, even if he did get rid of Fletcher. Now, look, Nick, wouldn't you like to get after Slug yourself?
Why?
You could call it self-protection, Nick. Don't forget you're a witness now, too.
Okay, Riley. Since you put it that way, I'll do what I can to get Slug for you.
Nick, Slug Barron is a dangerous killer, and you know it.
Certainly I know it, Patsy. That's why I'd like to see him put where he'd be on the receiving end of a legal killing.
You mean the chair?
I do. And the sooner he gets there, the better off.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Put Nick on, quick.
It's Riley, Nick, and is he excited?
Oh, thanks. What's up, Riley?
Pete has just been found dead in his own garage, killed by the exhaust from his car, the coroner says.
How'd it happen, Riley?
His wife says he got back to the house about 7:30 this evening. He drove in the garage and shut the doors, and about a half hour later, she suddenly realized that he hadn't come in the house yet. So she went to look and found the body.
Do you believe it was an accident, Riley?
I do not. It was Slug did it. There's no question about it. He's getting rid of the witnesses, and you're next, Nick.
Okay, Riley. I'll get to work right away. I owe it to Pete as well as to myself now.
Good, Nick. But watch your step, lad.
Right, Riley. Oh, and Riley, I'd like to donate $100 to the fund for Pete's widow. He was my friend. So long.
Did he say that another witness had died?
Yes, Patsy. Pete's just been found dead in his car in his own garage with the motor running.
But that could be an accident, Nick.
It could, Patsy, but it wasn't. No more than that truck's killing Fletcher was an accident. That's Slug's specialty, being clever.
He's dangerous, Nick. Do be careful.
Well, Patsy, there's one thing in my favor. I know that Slug will never shoot me down out in the open. He only does that with his fellow crooks. Fletcher's death looked like an accident. Pete's death looked like an accident. And if he can get me, that'll look like an accident, too, which makes it easier for me to watch out for him.
You mean he'll set a murder trap for you?
Probably.
Nicholas Carter's office.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Carter, please.
Just a minute. Here, Nick. For you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, would you care to drop in on me and have a little talk?
Who is this?
That's not important now. The important thing is, would you care to come?
Well, why should I be interested in you?
It might be to your advantage.
In what way?
I know something that you'd like to know. I have some information that would help you in your search.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in the Cascade nightclub. Will you join me?
Yes. How can I find you?
I shall be at the far right-hand table as you enter the main dining room. I shall look forward to seeing you in, shall we say, about half an hour?
Okay. I'll be there.
Oh, Nick, you mustn't go. This is probably the very trap you were telling me Slug would set for you.
It may be, Patsy. Although I doubt that he'd use the Cascade nightclub. That's a little too well known for him.
But, Nick, people who have legitimate business
Patsy,
with you...
I can't afford to overlook any source of information.
But there are other ways of getting information besides sticking your neck out for it.
This man's voice interests me, Patsy. I think I'd like to see what he looks like. Besides, it isn't often that I get a chance to go to a nightclub like the Cascade. Maybe I can stick him with a check.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
You sent for me?
Yes. Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for something to drink?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Just interested in business, huh? Well, maybe I can help you with some information I happen to have.
Yes?
Mr. Carter, would you like to put your hands on Slug Barron?
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
No? I think you do. Let me put it in another way. If you live long enough to get your hands on Slug Barron, it means the electric chair for him. But I happen to know that your chances of living are none too good right now either. He's left you alone until he got rid of the other 2 witnesses. But now that they're gone, your turn is next.
How do you know all this?
That's not important just now. What is important is that you may die tonight, tomorrow, or next week. But whenever it is, you are going to die. You won't have a chance to do anything about it. You'll probably be dead before you even know what the bullet that kills you feels like.
Well, all this is very interesting. I fail to see where it's leading you, Mr.
The name is Morelli.
Morelli?
Yes. Louis Morelli, the man Slug Barron killed, was my brother. I came to town to kill Slug myself. But I find I can't do it alone. I can't get to him. But I can help the police to get him.
You mean you know where he's hiding out?
No, I don't. But I do know something just as good. I happen to know that he changes his hiding place every other day to make sure the cops don't trace him. The address of his new hiding place is left with one of his henchmen in an old-fashioned safe. I know the house where the safe is located. And I know that for 2 hours this evening, that house will be deserted.
And what do you want me to do?
Well, I've had some experience in breaking into houses and opening locked doors, as well as locked safes. I'll take you to the house. The safe will be open.
If all that you say is true, why don't you get the address and bring it to me? The result would be the same.
Look, Carter, I'm a safe cracker and a burglar, but I'm not a stool pigeon. I may help the cops, but I don't hand them evidence they can perfectly well get for themselves.
That's a rather fine distinction, isn't it, Morelli?
You have your ways of doing things, Carter, and I have mine. You want to work with me or not?
Very well. Where'll I meet you and when?
Let me see. It's 5 after 10 now. I'll meet you at 5 minutes past midnight in a doorway at the corner of Perry and Clinton Streets.
I'll be there.
Just one thing. Come alone. I can't afford to have anybody know I work with the cops. If you bring anybody with you, the whole thing is off. Remember, don't bring anybody with you.
Very well, Morelli. I'll be there at 5 after 12. And alone.
Oh, wait till I get a pencil here. All right. Go ahead, Nick. What's he look like?
Medium height, black hair, blue eyes, little mustache. Weighs about 135 pounds.
Uh-huh.
Parts his hair way over on the left side. Scar on back of right hand. Nose has been broken and fixed up.
Yeah.
You know him?
Well, not offhand, Nick. But if he's in the gallery, I'll get him for you. Is there anything else?
Not now, Riley. Meet me in a half hour at Daly's lunchroom.
And where is Daly's lunchroom?
Out on Palmer Avenue near the city line.
But, Nick, that's 3 miles from here.
Right. Daly's is far enough out so that nobody's going to bother us. I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Okay, Nick, okay. I'll be there. I don't know. Sometimes I can't figure that guy Carter out at all.
I think we can talk safely here, Riley.
Well, I should hope so, after getting me way out here on the sticks.
Well, what did you find? Did you dig up his picture?
I found him right enough. His name is Lucky Warren. He's one of the big Chicago mobsters, one of the smoothest articles that ever came out of Chicago.
Oh, so that's why he looked rather familiar. He belongs to the E Street gang, if I remember right.
Right, Nick. Hey, what kind of a line did he hand you?
Oh, told me he was the brother of Louis Morelli, the guy Slug Barron killed.
He's no more Morelli's brother than I am.
And he gave me a song and dance about wanting to get Slug, but not being able to get near him.
And what was his proposition? He had one, of course.
Of course. He offered to open up a safe in a secret apartment and lead me to it if I went alone.
And what did he say was in the safe?
The address at which we could find Barron for the next 2 days.
Well, that's a hot one. What a phony setup that is. Why, that's nothing but a murder trap, Nick. Why, when you walked into that room, you'd be riddled with bullets like a sieve.
You may be right, Riley. Maybe right. Maybe I'd never get any further than the door of the room. But on the other hand, we've been chasing Barron for 3 years now. If we should have him cornered...
Cornered me, he's setting a trap to corner you.
You can't be sure, Riley. It might work out.
Work out? Nick, I've fought with you many a time in the past, and if the Lord spares me, we'll fight together many a time in years to come. But I think too much of you to see you walk into a house where you can't live 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I could only be sure that I could live for 5 minutes after I walked in.
Nick, is there anything the matter with you? Are you nuts or something?
No, Riley, I think not. I think I have an idea. It might work. And it might not.
Yeah, and you might live and you might not.
Don't you see, Riley? That's true even if I don't walk into this trap of his. If it doesn't get me one way, he'll get me another. My only chance to stay alive is to get him first. And this plan of mine may be the answer.
But, Nick, you know you can't.
Hold your tongue, Riley, and listen while I tell you my idea, because I'm going to need your cooperation as I never needed it before. Now, here it is.
Right on time, I see, Carter.
Yes, Merlin. Let's get going.
Certainly. The house is not far from here, just around the corner, as a matter of fact. I just come from there. The door to the basement is open, and the safe is in one of the upstairs rooms.
And you think there'll be nobody there for at least 2 hours?
For between 2 and 3 hours, the house will be deserted.
And you're going to show me the room where the safe is?
I've done all I'm going to do. The door is open and the safe is open. The rest is up to you.
I hope your information's correct. I shouldn't like to be caught in a strange house rifling the safe.
That's the least of your worries. That is, catching Slug Barron is much more important, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. This is the house. It's all red brick. Number 42.
Doesn't look very inviting, does it? Gone already, huh? Didn't take you long to leave, did it? Well, Nick, you're on your own now. Nothing here in the basement to interest me. Yeah, glad I thought to put new batteries in this flashlight tonight. Seems to be nobody here in the first floor. Must be all up on the second floor where he said the safe is. It probably won't bother me until I get up there, which is just as it should be. Must be in the living room. Still furnished. Been a long time since anyone lived here. Yeah, this'll do well enough for what I want. Have a cigarette, Nick? Oh, yes, thanks. Have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks. Won't you have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks, I will. Now. Just... sounds as if they're getting nervous upstairs. Don't worry, friend. I'll be up in just...
Thought you said you told him the safe was up here.
I did.
Yeah? And what the deuce is he doing down there?
How do I know? I still think you should have brought some of the boys to help you.
What's the matter? You afraid of him?
He's no pushover, I know that.
You guys are quiet. Here he comes now.
These are the creakiest stairs I ever heard. Yeah, there's the room. You can see the safe. Oh, this is some room. No windows in it. And look at this door. Solid steel, built like an icebox. It's so heavy. And still no one here to meet me. Well, at least I can look into the safe while I wait. Yeah, the door's open a crack, just as advertised. Wonder why... So that's it. Very interesting. Well, if that's the setup, I think I'll leave the examination of the safe till later. Now, the chair looks comfortable. I'll wait for my host there with my gun in hand, just in case. Now, let's let's see. It's been just 4 minutes since I came up from downstairs. If I can hold out here another 2 minutes at least before they... Oh. So you've come to welcome me at last, have you?
Well, Nick Carter, it's been some little time since we saw each other. Formally.
It's hardly my fault, Slug. I've done my best to find you any number of times in the past year or more.
Slug, let me take a shot.
Oh, yes, of course. You're here, too. Have you managed to avenge your brother yet, Mr. Lucky Warren?
What? How the devil do you
Quiet,
know?
Lucky. Come in and close the door. Don't forget you're only a guest at this party.
But look, Slug, let's get this over with. Fooling around with Nick Carter is dynamite.
I don't really see why you should feel that way, Lucky. Nobody knows where I am, so nobody's going to interfere with you.
You ain't telling us nothing, Carter. We made sure of that ourselves. We had 2 men shadow you from the nightclub to the lunchroom where you talked to Lieutenant Riley. We had 2 men shadow Riley back to headquarters, and 2 more follow you when you came here to meet Lucky. No, Carter. We're sure there ain't no cops following you this time.
You've been to a great deal of trouble, Slug, seems to me, just to get me to walk into a death trap that was corny and as obvious as this one. Well, now that I'm here, what's going to happen?
Carter, I've been waiting 3 years to take care of you, and I'm going to see that you get
I see that you've cut the current off from the safe. If I hadn't heard the hum of the transformer a few minutes ago, I should probably have touched it and been knocked unconscious. Was that what you wanted?
If you'd have touched that safe, you would have been dead.
Oh. That's what happened to that headquarters cop they found on the 3rd rail of the elevator last winter. I thought it didn't look right at the time. You got him to touch this safe, and that electrocuted him. Then you dumped him on the 3rd rail where they found him. Very clever, Slug.
You're learning that a little late, ain't you, Carter?
Too bad it didn't work with me. Now you've got to find some other way to get rid of me. Some less clever way.
Are we going to stand around here all night chewing the rag, or are we going to take care of this guy and now?
Take it easy, Lucky. Now that we're all here together, there ain't no hurry. Carter ain't going nowhere.
And with the door closed the way it is, this room is soundproof, isn't it? Lovely room for a murder. And it probably won't be the first time it's been used for that either.
Let me take him, Slug. My finger's getting anxious.
All right, Lucky. But make it good.
I'll make it good, all right.
Sure, Lucky'll make it good. If he doesn't.
Hold still.
Lucky,
Hold still, Lucky.
What are you doing?
He's got me, Slug. I can't move.
Get out of the way, Lucky. I can't hit him with you standing in front of him.
That's the idea, Slug. And he's going to stay there for now.
Yeah, so you think you're safe as long as you got him held in front of you, do you, Carter? Well, you're crazy.
No, Slug, you can't shoot me. You can't do that.
No, watch me. I waited too long to get this gun. So long, Lucky.
No, Slug, no.
Slug, you killed him.
Yes. You killed him. And missed me. What now?
Lucky's body is pretty heavy for you, ain't it, Carter? Now that he's dead.
Not too heavy, Slug. He's better protection than nothing.
Yeah, but you got no gun. So how long you expect to last?
No, I have no gun, but I do have a weapon. You ever think of that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Lucky's body. Here.
More of a party than you expected, isn't it, huh?
I'll show you.
All right, that's enough of that, Slug. Get your hands up. Let it out here. All right, you men, separate them two wild cats. That's all right now. Now, put the cuffs on that mug and guard him with your lives. Yeah. Take him down to the wagon.
Thanks, Riley. I'm about all in. Don't know why I feel so weak.
Are you hurt bad, Nick?
No. Just a scratch on the head. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing, is it? Sure, it's bleeding enough for 2 men. Hey, get the doc up here on the double.
Okay, sir.
How about that hole in your shoulder, Nick? I suppose that's nothing, too.
You almost did for me, Riley. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold him for you.
Hold him, did you say? Sure, Nick, you done noble. Nobody could have done better, or even half as good. I'm proud of you. I brought this old hurry-up wagon because I thought we might need to use it as an ambulance or as a hearse. Are you feeling better, Nick?
Oh, yes, Riley, thanks. Very much better.
Sure, Nick, you scared me out of 10 years' growth this night.
Well, you got your killer, didn't you?
Sure, I got him after he almost got you. Oh, what a fool you were to walk into a trap like that, Nick.
Perhaps you're right, Riley. Somebody had to get slugged. I hoped I'd be able to take care of myself once I got in the trap, but as it turned out, I was getting pretty weak from loss of blood. I'm darn glad that you didn't arrive any later than you did.
You're a lucky guy, Carter. I'd have killed you if those guys hadn't butted in.
Well, you didn't. So that's that.
That's that, he says. Just like that. What a man.
Look, Carter, these guys didn't follow you up to this house. I know that. How did they know where you was?
Curious, huh? All right, I'll tell you. When I was talking to Riley last evening, some fire engines went by. They gave me an idea. We knew that this house of yours had to be in this district somewhere. And we knew that around here, everybody's so afraid of fire, they'd report even a suspicion of one. So I had Riley wait with the fire chief at the nearest fire station for the alarm. When they got the alarm, they knew where I was. And they came a-running.
When they got what alarm?
The alarm one of your neighbors sent in when he saw the fire.
What fire? I don't know nothing about no fire.
It was a good fire, Slug, while it lasted. But the boys from the firehouse put it out as soon as they got there.
Where was this fire?
Well, Slug, it was like this. When I stopped in the living room on the first floor of your house tonight, I lighted 3 cigarettes. I put a pack of matches under the curtains in each of the 2 windows. I laid a cigarette across each pack of matches so that it would burn for a couple of minutes before it set off the matches. Then I did the same with a 3rd cigarette and a 3rd pack of matches, putting them under some dry stuff I piled up under the desk.
And when the matches went off, they set fire to the curtains and the other stuff and started a nice little conflagration. And within 2 minutes, somebody phoned in an alarm just as we figured they would. It was a grand scheme, and Nick here thought it up all by himself.
Look, Mr. Brains, why'd you just set fire to the house and not bother with all that trick stuff with the cigarettes and matches?
Oh, if I'd done that, Slug, you and your pals would have smelled the smoke and beat it before we could stop you. But I figured that by having the fire start after you and I got together, you'd be too busy to notice it until it was too late.
Of course, I wasn't there till it was all over, but judging by the results, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah? It's too bad the house didn't burn down with you in it, Carter.
That was one of the chances I had to take. But it was worth anything to get you out of circulation.
Which will be just as soon as we can get the electric chair dusted off for you, Slug, me boy.
Exactly. The murder trap you set for me turned out to be a death trap for you, which is certainly poetic justice.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual.
Well, next week, I want to tell you about an adventure that we had in which Scubby was much more concerned than I was.
Well, that isn't quite true, Mr. Scott. What Nick really means is that while he was doing the detective work that finally solved the case, Scubby was having the real adventure.
You mean that in this case, the solution and the excitement were 2 different things?
Well, yes. We were up against a hijacking gang that stopped at nothing. Scubby set out to help me by getting some information from the inside. But all he succeeded in doing was to get himself in a real man-sized jam.
With Nick getting him out of it, of course.
Oh, of course. Well, if it's exciting, I'll be around listening.
You'll find it plenty exciting, I promise you. So until next week, so long.
So long.
So long to you both. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death in the Pines, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Driver.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
The case of the 24-hour twins who dreamed up a new system for stick-ups, but who found that New York detectives solved the system with the aid of a heroic taxi driver and a crossword puzzle.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable John J. Sullivan, former Deputy Commissioner and Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Chief Sullivan, you've told me that the gang in tonight's case caused New York City police great concern a year or so ago.
That's right, Don. But when criminals follow a pattern, investigating detectives cut themselves a pattern, and somewhere the two are likely to cross, as you will see.
Well, why don't you tell us about it, Chief Sullivan?
Okay, Don. I think the best place to start would be in the living room of a small apartment in the section of New York City known as Chelsea. It was late at night, and the three persons in the room seemed more occupied with their own thoughts than with each other. A tall, not unattractive bleached blonde was sprawled on the studio couch working a crossword puzzle. Across the room, a young man about 30 sat reading one of New York's tabloids. In a straight chair near the door, another man about the same age, but dark and wiry, just sat thinking. Finally, the thinker got up and, with some effort, walked across the room to the reader.
Hey, Luke, you got a pencil?
No.
Can't you get your nose out of the headlines for a minute?
I got no pencil.
Well, you had one before. I seen it.
I lent it to Angel to work the crossword puzzle.
Oh, whoever heard of a house with only one pencil? Hey, Angel.
No, I need it. Hey, what's a four-letter word means combustion?
Who cares?
Ends with an E, I think. If strangled's okay for choke.
F-I-R-E.
Yeah, that's it.
What do you need a pencil for, Alfie?
I want to draw pictures.
Didn't I tell you not to write any letters?
Oh, now listen, my mother's entitled to know where I am.
What are you, kidding knee pants? You got to tell your mother everything you do?
Well, she's an old lady. She'd like to know.
So would a few cops around Chicago. They probably figure you're dope enough to write home, so don't.
Yeah, but she's an old lady.
Alfie, sit down.
Oh, now wait a minute.
We left Chicago because they had us made in those stick-ups. Another 2 or 3 days, then they would have had us, right?
Maybe.
Because we've been a month in New York don't mean the Chicago cops ain't still itching for us. So just don't write any letters, that's all.
Luke.
What?
Get out of this dump. Let's go get something to eat, huh?
Work your crossword puzzle, will you?
Month we've been in New York. I don't know Times Square from Grant's Tomb.
You don't shut up, you'll get acquainted with your own tomb.
Honest, Luke, I really ought to write her.
Don't. You haven't got time. Not tonight.
Hey, we're not going to do some more work, not tonight.
What are we waiting for? Too much of a job, carrying around all the money I'm making you?
Well, you talk like I'm on charity. I do my share, you know.
Of the legwork, yeah.
But the thinking, too.
Yeah, it was you who had the bright idea with the East Side Power Company, huh?
Okay. You can take all the glory. Yeah, but tell me why tonight? Why can't we rest for a change?
Because tomorrow is payday at the power plant on 41st Street. Because that means tomorrow night the bars and liquor stores in the neighborhood around there will be loaded.
So what's that got to do with tonight?
We got to go out and look over the joints we're going to make, don't we? We can't walk into them cold. We got to make a selection.
You're going to leave me alone again tonight?
You got your crosswords, haven't you?
There's a lot more in life than crosswords.
Luke, why don't you go by yourself and look over those joints? You don't need me to make up your mind.
Get your hat, Alfie.
Oh, okay, I'll get my hat.
Wouldn't you like to take me along for company?
No. I don't want you involved.
Don't want me involved. I traveled with you from Chicago to New York. You're hot for 9 stick-ups there. You already pulled a dozen here. I came of my own free will, and you don't want me involved. What do you think I am, a newborn babe or something?
Make yourself comfortable, Angel. I'll bring you back some more crosswords. What do you say, Alfie?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
Magee.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Where's Sergeant Ryan?
Well, he went downstairs to the detail room a minute, Lieutenant. He said that Oh, here he comes now.
Ryan.
Yeah, boss?
Come in here a minute, will you?
Something doing, Lieutenant?
Stick around, Magee. We may have something for you.
Right, Lieutenant.
Hey, come on in, Ryan.
Ah, boss. Find a ray of hope?
Yeah, I think maybe I did.
I hate to be a wet blanket, Lieutenant, but this pair won't be so easy to run down.
Well, I sat up nearly all night doing some thinking.
Yeah?
Those two knocked off 6 taverns and liquor stores all in one night. And all between 14th and 23rd Streets, each a second.
This I know. So?
Well, that's all in the neighborhood of the East Side Power Company's downtown plant.
Oh, now, boss, if you think it's a couple of guys who pull a job and duck down into a manhole...
No. Wait a minute, Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead.
Monday night, they did their work. Monday was payday at the downtown power plant. I just checked.
Well?
Well, a couple of thousand employees get paid off. This bunch figures the bars and liquor stores in the neighborhood must be loaded with cash.
They called you on the phone and said that's how they figure, huh?
Well, it's a shot in the dark, but at least it's a shot.
Oh, you got a point, but how does that get us the 2 guys?
Today is payday at the Midtown power plant at 41st Street.
And we can expect them to hit the joints in that district tonight?
They had a lot of luck with the other payday. Why shouldn't they try to repeat?
Boss, when they made you a lieutenant, they were right. I admit it.
I'm much obliged, Ryan. Now, I think we ought to pick out a dozen or so saloons and liquor stores near that Midtown power plant. We'll set them up tonight with 2 detectives in each place in the back or somewhere, okay?
Yeah. Can we get the men?
I just spoke to the chief's office. They're assigning us 20 extra for tonight. They'll send them down from the Bronx and from Brooklyn, and a few from Queens.
Well, it's worth a shot, all right.
And we'll pick the places we want to stake out.
Do I get first choice, boss?
You get first choice, Ryan.
Alfie,
What?
what's the capital of IRAQ?
How should I know what's the capital of IRAQ? Look, Angel, it embarrasses me to sit in a saloon with a girl working crosswords. Why don't you order a drink? If you don't want it, just keep it in front of you.
Where is that place, anyhow?
Where is it? What is it? Who cares? Luke said 2 o'clock. Meet him here at 2 o'clock. I'm jumpy already. He's going to have me in fine shape for them jobs tonight, keeping me waiting.
Got an extra puzzle.
Look, how can I work a crossword if I don't know what's the capital of Asia or something? Hey, did Luke tell you he's got 6 joints he wants to knock over tonight?
So what? You figure 5 minutes each and the whole business is done in a half hour.
You figure. What do you think this is?
What's the matter?
He's here. 2 o'clock, he told us, and it's 3 nearly.
He never missed a train in his life.
What's this got to do with trains?
Hello, Angel.
Hi.
Alfie.
Where you been anyway? 2 o'clock I got here sharp.
I've been shopping.
Sit down, Luke.
Been shopping for a present for my Angel.
For me?
Didn't he say it?
Is that it, that package?
Yep.
What is it, Luke? Can I open it now?
When'll you get home?
Oh.
Let her open it, Luke. I'm curious.
I know what it is. It's a dictionary.
It's not a dictionary.
Oh, it isn't?
Oh, come on, Luke. Let her open it up.
If Luke says wait till I get home, I can wait.
What are you drinking there, Alfie?
What do you think? Whiskey? My old lady always said, Alfie, if you got a drink, drink whiskey, and drink it straight.
Good for your old lady, but make this the last one.
The last one? It's the first one.
Better still. We got a big night. I want you with a clear head. I got it all mapped out.
Not including that liquor store on 41st.
Yeah, including the liquor store on 41st.
Now, look, I didn't like that one from the beginning, and I don't like it now. The breakaway's going to be tough.
They do a lot of business. For a lot of dough, we can stand a tough breakaway.
But it's too near the theater there. There's always a cop on the corner, sometimes 2.
By the time the cop on the corner hears about it, we'll be far enough away to stop for a short beer.
Who drinks beer? My old lady says beer's
quit
bad.
with your old lady, will you? How you spell peddler? How many D's, I mean?
What difference does it make? Come on, let's get out of here.
Well, wait till I finish my drink. That's it.
Come on, will you?
See, Alfie? One's life is never one's own.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see.
This is going to be a long, hard night, Magee. I hope you brought your hot water bottle.
Yeah, you should have reminded me sooner, Sergeant. Now, how did we happen to draw this 41st Street store, anyway?
Well, I had a long chat with the lieutenant.
Oh, what are you handing me? If I was staking up saloons and liquor stores in this neighborhood, this would be the last place on my list. There's always a cop on the corner not 20 feet away.
Maybe, but the size of the till can make up for a lot of disadvantages.
We shall, as the saying goes, see. After you, Sergeant.
Much obliged.
Can I help you, gentlemen? We have a special today on our own brand of Puerto Rican rum.
Rum? Are people still drinking that stuff?
We're from the police department.
Was that so?
Is Mr. Simon here?
I'm Mr. Simon. Something the matter?
No, not yet. I'm Sergeant Ryan. This is Detective Magee.
Oh, how do you do?
Sir?
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
What's through that door behind the partition there?
Well, just a little stock room.
A room for the two of us until the store closes?
I think so, but why?
Now, we've got an idea that you may have a couple of visitors tonight.
Visitors?
Stick-up men.
I don't think so on account of the location. I've been in business here 14 years. I haven't had any trouble yet, Sergeant.
You've been lucky.
I wouldn't call it luck. There's always a cop right on the corner.
We won't be in your way, though, if we stick around just the same, man.
Oh, listen, it's your time. Spend it here if you want.
We'll just make ourselves at home back there, okay?
Anything's okay.
And we'll leave the door open a little so we can hear what the customers have to say.
I know my business, Sergeant. I guess you know yours.
Let's hope I do. Come on, Maggie.
Yes, Sergeant.
Just go right in.
Well, it's not exactly what I'd call home.
No. Close the door, son.
Yeah. How's that?
That ought to do. Well, let's get as comfortable as we can.
So, Don, through brilliant deduction, detectives were planted at one of the very places the stick-up men, Luke Stone and Alfie Riga, planned to rob that night. There was a tragedy ahead, and like all tragedies, it was least expected by the victim.
You were telling us, Chief Sullivan, that Lieutenant Hanson of the New York City Police had planted teams of detectives at various bars and liquor stores near a 41st Street power plant, anticipating that any one of them might be held up.
That's right, Don. Sergeant Ryan and Detective Magee were assigned to hide in the stockroom of a certain liquor store on 41st Street. And this particular store was on the list of robberies planned for that night by Luke Stone and Alfie Riga. It was near midnight, 4 hours since the detectives started their watch in the stockroom, and the owner of the store was alone in front straightening his stock. He heard the street door open and looked around.
It's miserable outside. Miserable.
We have a special tonight on rum, Puerto Rican rum.
I look like a rummy? Give me a pint of wine.
I don't think I'll give you anything. You look like you had a big night already.
I tell you, it's miserable out. What do you mean you won't give me anything? You're in the business of selling, ain't you?
And I want to stay in business. Now, go on.
Look, I got money, lots of money. I got $1. Is that enough for a pint of wine? It's enough for a quart, maybe a gallon.
It's enough for a taxi to take you home.
Look, I don't want to go home. It's too miserable. I want a pint of wine.
Now, go on home, will you?
Listen,
I got other customers. Good evening, gentlemen.
What do you say?
Too miserable to go home.
We have a special tonight, Puerto Rican rum.
You like rum, pal?
I hate this stuff.
It's miserable.
Well, just take the dough you got. Reach.
Go on, get him up.
All right, don't shoot.
Hey, all I want some wine.
Shut up, you. Get around the back there, pal. Get the dough.
Yeah, you betcha.
All right, we're police officers. Drop those guns.
Luke, come here, you.
Let go. Drop those guns. Oh, man, will you?
Listen, copy. You shoot this guy.
Oh, me?
Stay still.
You better get smart, boy.
Take another step, you get shot anyway, you understand?
Let him go.
Shut up, you. Okay, rumpot, we're going out the door. Come on.
Hey, I don't want to go out.
Come on. Stay where you are, copper.
I don't want to.
Shut up. Get the door, pal. Now, listen, coppers. We're taking this guy with us. Stay in here and don't move or we'll kill him. I swear to you, we'll kill him. Let me go, you. Still, you.
I want it.
Okay. Go on, move. Don't need me cooks.
All right, drop that gun.
Yeah?
Answer him. Come on, let's go.
All the way down to 37th Street, I chased him, Lieutenant. He ducked in someplace, I don't know where. The other one lit out toward Tudor City with Magee after him.
Yes, I know, Ryan. We just got a report from the neighborhood. The one Magee was chasing hopped in a cab and headed downtown. Magee must be following him.
Yeah, what about that man, the drunk?
Well, the ambulance is there now. Abbott just reported in. He was dead on arrival. Yeah. Look, I'm just going to leave here now and head for the scene. Meet me there, will you, Ryan?
Yeah, boss. Just as soon as we make sure this other one isn't in the neighborhood.
Hey, what's the matter? Can't you get a little more speed out of this hack?
Look, mister, I'm going fast enough for Lexington Avenue. I don't want to spend no morning in traffic.
I say move, so you move.
If you don't like it, I'll pull over. You can flag another cab. There's thousands of them.
Look, there's a gun in the back of your head, buddy. Now move this crate downtown.
Oh. Okay, that's the way you put it.
Yeah, that's the way I put it.
There's a red light at the next corner. What do? Stop or go on through?
You stop.
Okay, I stop.
Don't get nervous, buddy. You'll get taken care of for this.
Don't take care of me. Just get out of my car, will you? You can forget what's on the clock. It's on the house.
Yeah, I like you.
Thanks for the compliment. Don't do me any favors.
Hey, go on. Get going.
That's what you say.
Go on, get going. It's the law.
That's just what I was looking for.
Okay, you come out of there.
Watch him, officer. He's got a gun.
Drop it.
Okay. Okay, don't try nothing. I'm cooked.
Drop the gun.
Yeah, it's dropped.
Now, come on out of there.
Yeah, sure. Let's take it easy, huh?
Driver.
Yeah?
Reach back there and get me his gun off the floor.
Yes.
I got it. Now, listen, officer.
Shut up. Now, give it here, driver.
Yeah.
That was nice words. Give me a signal to follow you.
Thanks, officer. I'm sure glad you noticed my lights blinking.
Okay. Follow us to the station house.
Yes, sir.
Okay, mister, in my car. Make it snappy.
Yeah, I'm getting.
All right, in the car.
Okay. I'm in.
All right. East 51st Street Station House. Let's go.
Yeah, who is it?
Come on, Angel, open up.
Yeah, look, just a second.
Alfie get here yet?
Oh, wasn't he with you?
We had some trouble. We had to split up.
What kind of trouble?
Guy was shot.
Is he dead?
I didn't stick around to find out. Look, if Alfie hasn't shown up yet, maybe the cops got him.
Well, if they got Alfie, you don't want to be around here.
I had to find out. They won't get anything out of him for an hour or so, at least. Look, Angel, get the bags packed. We're moving out.
Out of New York?
Sure, out of New York.
I like it here.
Get the bags packed. And meanwhile, I'll get out in the street. If Alfie shows up, everything's fine. If he don't, we gotta move.
But if they got him, cops will be all over this place.
Okay, here's how we'll work it. It's a little after 1. I'll get out and stay out about 3 hours. If Alfie shows up, or if no cops come calling, leave the light on in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it from the street. I'll know everything's okay.
What am I going to do here in the meantime?
You gotta pack our stuff.
How long can that take?
After you get finished, then work some of your crosswords. You got enough of them around here, and don't forget the light, if everything's okay.
I won't.
So long, Angel. I'll see you in about 3 hours.
That's all I know, I tell you. Oh, listen, I give you the guy's name, and I just give you the address of the apartment, didn't I?
Where were the two of you planning to meet if something went wrong?
Who figured on something going wrong?
This girl, this Angel, she's at the apartment?
Yeah, I guess so.
What's she doing there?
How should I know what she's doing there? Maybe she's working one of her crossword puzzles.
Puzzles, huh?
Yeah.
And where were you going to meet Luke?
How many times have I got to say it? No place, no place.
Okay, Ryan, that's enough with him. Magee.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take him upstairs.
Come on, boy.
Okay.
We'll let you rest a while.
Honest, guys, I told you what I know. We had no place else we was going to meet. Only the apartment.
All right. Get him out of here, Magee.
Yeah. Through that door, Alfie. Go on.
Okay, Ryan. Take a couple of men down to the apartment. See if Luke's shown up.
If he hasn't?
Then talk to the girl. Maybe she knows where he could have gone.
Okay, boss.
And watch out for this Luke guy. He's got one gun wrap hanging over him. He won't think twice before he pulls that trigger again.
All right, just a second. Yeah, who is it?
A friend of Alfie's.
Don't you know it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
Come on, Angel, open up.
Okay, just a second. Now, what? Oh. You're the law, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, come in.
Angel? You're an angel.
Alfie's in the clink, huh?
How'd you guess?
Figured.
Where did Luke go?
Luke?
Yeah.
Why don't you ask Alfie? He's seen him since I have.
Now, Angel. There's a party downstairs that saw Luke go out an hour ago. Out of here.
Ain't neighbors nosy.
Oh, mind if I make myself comfortable, do you?
Make yourself whatever you like.
Oh? See, you're all packed. You going to meet Luke someplace?
I guess I'm not.
Where were you going to meet him, Angel?
In Chicago, on the corner of State and Madison at 2:30 Friday afternoon. What else would you like to know?
Where were you going to meet him?
Look, why don't you just haul me in?
What's your hurry?
I'm going to get hauled in tonight. I might as well get locked up in time to get a little sleep.
Ah, you mean Luke's coming back here?
I didn't say that.
Look, Angel, he's got a lot of trouble now. You don't want to see him get any more, do you?
His trouble is his business.
Well, I think I'll just stick around a while.
Okay. Have it your way. Just let me turn out a few of the lights around here.
Leave those lights alone, Angel. Come here.
What do you want?
What have the lights got to do with it?
Electric bills are big enough.
Well, just leave them on.
Say, whose apartment is this?
Just leave them on. Uh-oh. Who's the crossword puzzle fan?
Me. That's all I got to do, crosswords.
No kidding. I love the puzzles myself. Yeah. You lose this one?
Yeah. But I couldn't finish it. I got stuck.
Oh, this is a cinch. Sovereign. That's a king.
No kidding.
And Canadian city, A-L. That's Alberta.
Hey, you're good.
You know that big puzzle in the Times on Sunday?
Yeah, I tried it once. I didn't get to first base.
I finish it. All the time.
You mean you fill in everything?
Every word. Been doing it for 15 years. My hobby.
Gee, I wish I could say that. Every week in the Times?
Sure. Nothing to it. He's going to show back here, isn't he, Angel?
I don't know.
You wouldn't want to see him hurt, would you?
Yeah, Luke's coming back here.
When? And what's the lights got to do with it?
He's coming back about 4. If everything's okay, I got to leave the light on in the living room. We can see it from the street.
Okay, you'll see it.
How'd you get to know all those words? Even with a dictionary must be hard.
Oh, sometimes it is, Angel. You just got to get to the bottom of the puzzle.
You start the bottom, I always start the top.
We'll talk about puzzles later, Angel. I got to get ready to welcome Luke home. Okay, boss. I got Magee and Adler planted in a hallway across the street. Those 2 men from the main office squad are inside a door downstairs. They're following us.
Good work, Ryan.
Now, what about Angel?
She's in there in the bedroom.
Don't you think we ought to have her out here to answer the door?
Yeah. Go on, get her.
Hello, Angel.
Hello.
The lieutenant wants you to answer the door when Luke knocks.
Okay.
And here she is, Lieutenant.
You've been a lot of help so far, Angel. Luke's probably in a pretty desperate state right now. If you continue to help us, you might prevent some more shooting.
I'll help you. What do I have to do?
Well, it's about time now. He'll be knocking on the door any second. Now, when he does knock, I want you to walk over and say everything is fine. And when you open up, we'll grab him. You jump back.
Okay.
All right, now I think we ought to keep quiet for a while. He may listen in the hall.
Okay. Sergeant, do you get those crossword books?
Quiet, Angel.
Oh. Okay. Hey, Sergeant, if it's not asking too much, sometime
Quiet,
you...
quiet.
That's his knock.
Okay, go to the door. Ryan, you ready? Yeah. Go on, Angel.
Luke?
Everything okay?
Yeah, okay.
Open up.
All right.
Stand back, Angel.
Look, Angel, they got Alfie.
Grab him.
Hey, hold still, Luke. Hold still.
Angel, you're right.
Get him. Yeah.
Oh!
Well, that's that.
Maybe I shouldn't have done it. Maybe I should have stuck by him.
You did right, Angel. He wouldn't have stuck by you. Come on, Ryan, let's get him in.
That, Don, was the end of another gang of stick-up men who operated in New York City last spring. These killers are now serving life sentences in Sing Sing.
Well, thank you, Chief Sullivan, for telling us this case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the New York detectives who participated in the investigation leading to the arrest and conviction of these killers. And now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents the courageous taxicab driver who aided New York City police in apprehending the criminal Alfie Riga in tonight's case. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ernest G. Lance.
Thank you, Don Gardner, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners.
Well, Mr. Lance, I understand that you're a former technical sergeant in the Air Force and the holder of the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters and 7 battle stars. Tell me, how did you feel when you halted your taxicab and helped capture this gunman?
Well, Don, it all happened so quickly that I didn't have time to think how I felt.
Well, why not tell us about it, Ernie?
All right, Don. I was cruising in my cab when I saw Alfie Riga hurrying from the scene of the shooting and holdup. I noticed he had something that looked like a gun in his pocket. He got into the cab. I drove off, and when I saw the police officer in the patrol car, I signaled him to follow me. He did so. When I got the chance at an intersection, I stopped. Then the policeman ran up, his hand on his gun, and arrested Riga. I didn't have time to get worried, at least until we all reached the police station. I got a good look at the gun that Riga had been carrying.
Well, thank you, Ernest G. Lance, for coming tonight and telling our millions of listeners about your thrilling experience. And Gangbusters, congratulations to you for your alertness and courage. Gangbusters! Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Mandel Kramer and Elspeth Eric in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production. Is a Phillips H. Lord production. Is a Phillips H. Lord production. Is a Phillips H.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You won't stop me from getting these logs through. My gun is pointed at your man's head. Now put your rifle down, or he'll be a long time dead.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Yes. Who is it?
It's Hey Boy.
Well, come in, Hey Boy.
No, can't open the door, Mr. Paladin. Arm is full.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute.
Oh. See, Mr. Paladin?
Good heavens, what's all that you're carrying?
Baseball things. You remember you said you teach Hey Boy how to play baseball? Hey, can bring stuff in? Sit down?
Well, yes, of course.
Yes, Oh, it's a great heavy mess learning to play baseball.
What on earth are all those things supposed to be, Hey Boy?
Bats.
Bats?
What do you think, Mr. Paladin?
Well, it looks like you brought every kind of stick you could find.
Oh, yes, sir. Wide ones, skinny ones, fat ones. Hey, boy, have many basketball players to choose from.
Oh, I see.
Yes, sir. Shall we get started, Mr. Paladin? Hey, boy, I want to tell all members of Chinese Imperial Dragon Club about your baseball. You take your bat now?
No, not now. Hey, boy, I've got to finish packing.
Oh, you leave today?
Well, yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, to see Macy Mitchell and Washington Territory?
That's right.
Oh, hey, boy, think you leave tomorrow.
Well, you've been so busy buying up all that baseball equipment, you've lost track of the days. You want to help me finish packing?
Yes, sir. So sorry, hey, boy, forgot.
There'll be plenty of time for your baseball lessons when I get back. You'll have all winter to practice.
Oh, you think Imperial Dragon Club have good team by springtime?
If they're as interested as you are, it should be one of the best teams in San Francisco.
Oh, very good. This make Hey Boy very important man in club.
Elizabeth Mitchell had been in San Francisco attending a finishing school for young ladies when we met. We attended many parties together for a period of months. Then, during one of my absences, she left with no indication as to where she was going. Now, 6 months later, I had received a telegram from her saying that she was the owner of a logging camp near Palmer Junction in Washington Territory and that she needed me. I took a steamer to Seattle and there rented a horse for the ride into the Green River section of the Cascade Mountains. There was snow on the ground, and the air was strangely still as I rode through the tall, timbered mountain country.
All right, you've come far enough to stop where you are, mister.
All right.
Get down off your horse. You're a stranger in these mountains, ain't you?
You always shoot at strangers?
Nobody passes here. This is Mr. Hoffman's camp.
Well, look, I mean no harm to Mr. Hoffman. I'm just looking for another logging camp that belongs to Miss Mitchell.
Mitchell? And you turn around and go back where you came.
I've come too far for that.
Axel, what's going on there?
Stranger, Mr. Hoffman. He says he's going to that Mitchell.
Don't. Give me that rifle. All right, now. Now, shall we find what this is all about?
I've got you covered, mister.
John, my pistol is pointed at your man's head. Put your rifle down or he's dead.
No.
The rifle. Put it down.
All right. Who are you?
Makes no difference who I am. I told this man I was going to Miss Mitchell's camp, and that's where I'm going.
No one is allowed to cross my land to get there.
And I'll go around.
No, you won't. I own all the land surrounding our camp.
All right. In that case, I'm going through. And Axel here will guide me.
No.
I think you will. Get up.
Now, Mr. Hoffman...
On your feet.
What he says, Axel. Mister, if you've come to help her get those logs through, you're wasting your time. I'll stop you every way there is.
All I know is I've come because a lady called me. Now get out of my way. Under the circumstances, the man called Axel was only too happy to direct me to Elizabeth's logging camp and then depart from my company. It was a typical camp with a sturdy main cabin, a cook shack, several other buildings for the work gang, and the tool sheds. But something was wrong. There were no men working, and felled logs lay scattered about on the ground. They should have been in stacks for the trip to the mills. I dismounted and walked toward the cabin.
Paladin!
Hey!
Paladin!
Elizabeth!
Is it really you?
Oh,
I'm so glad to see you.
Elizabeth, it's good to see you, too. Now, here, let me just have a look at you.
I've changed, haven't I?
Oh, well, you're just as beautiful as ever, but I never expected to see you in these surroundings.
Well, this camp belonged to my father. He left it to me when he died 6 months ago.
Oh. Is that why you left San Francisco so suddenly?
Yes. Come on inside where it's warm. Oh, Paladin, I knew you'd come.
Well, you know, if your neighbor had his way, I wouldn't be here.
Oh, then you've met Mr. Hoffman.
Oh, yes. And the giant, what's his name, Axel?
Axel Grundle.
Yeah.
Hoffman's woods boss. Sit down at the table and I'll pour you some coffee.
Good, I could use some. Elizabeth, why did he try to stop me?
Mr. Hoffman is the reason I sent for you. I need a man like you who knows his way around a gun. Here you are.
Thank you.
You see, after Father died, Hoffman bought up all the land that surrounds mine, and he won't let me cross his property to take my logs to the mill.
I see. Well, how many men do you have in your crew, Elizabeth?
My crew quit when they heard Hoffman had hired Axel. That man is a devil himself, and he'll make killers out of every one of Hoffman's men. My men were simply afraid, that's all. Max, my woods boss, is still with me. And then there's Jeff. He was a very good friend of Father's, and now you.
Well, we ought to hire some good men to work for you.
No. Until I get paid for the logs on the ground,
I can't afford any men. There's money owed on this land as it is. And if I default on the payments, Hoffman gets it.
Well, how's that?
He bought the bank stock.
Ooh. He's kept himself busy, hasn't he? That noon, Elizabeth fixed lunch for us, and I met Jeff and Max for the first time. It was apparent that these two men had a deep respect for Elizabeth's father and had now transferred that devotion to his daughter. They had been trying to do everything they could to stop Hoffman from taking over the land, but they admitted that it was almost impossible. After lunch, Max showed me around the camp. Well, Max, what about Hoffman's woods boss? What kind of a man is he?
Axel?
Yeah.
Oh, shucks, he ain't no woodsman. He's a sailor, worked out of Seattle. He's a crack shot with a rifle, though, I know that. He started taking pot shots at the boys while they were working. Scared them all off that way.
Uh-huh. Then he's strictly Hoffman's strong-arm man, is that it?
Yeah. That's why I brung you out to my shed here. There, come on in. Got something to show you. It's hid under my bunk.
Max, I'm more interested in seeing what equipment you've got for stacking those logs.
First things first, Paladin. Here she is.
Well, would you look at that? An old Jennings rifle.
Ain't she a beauty?
Yeah.
Still shoots, too. I figured you'd be all for going after Hoffman's gang with guns blazing, so I've been loading shells for it.
Max, I'm not here to kill people. The job to be done is to get those logs to the mills.
Can't be done, Paladin. We got no men. Even if we could stack them logs, there's no way to get them through. There's too much snow. No roads out, no engine, no team, nothing. Nothing but my old Jennings and that gun of yours.
Maybe there is a way to get the logs out.
How? Ain't a man here can top a spar tree. I can't climb no more, and Jeff don't know how.
Well, tell me, Max, how much equipment do you have for moving the logs?
All of it. But that ain't the problem. We could move this whole mountain of trees, but not without a high rigger.
Maybe I can do it, Max.
You? Oh, you ain't no woodsman.
I think I can trim a spar tree.
Somehow I doubt that. But even if you can, how are we going to get them logs to the mill?
Max, how long has the air been still like this?
What kind of a question is that?
The air. It's standing still. It's strange. How long?
Oh, 10, 12 days. Why?
I'm not sure. I was just thinking about something an old Indian chief told me one time.
What was that?
Well, I'd rather not say right now. Maybe he was wrong.
Look out below.
Miss Elizabeth, I never seen nothing like it. You told me that man was a gunman.
Only if he has to, Max. Mr. Paladin's a good man to have around.
He sure is, ma'am. There's only one thing.
What's that?
I don't agree with where he picked that spar tree.
Why?
Why, it's too close to that old dry riverbed. If we're going to stack logs, let him get closer to the road where we can get a team up here come springtime and get him out.
Springtime's too late, Max. It's now or never.
All right, Max, done. Send up that block and ropes, and we'll stack the logs.
What's the use of it?
Do what he says, Max.
Come on, Max. Move.
It wasn't easy to get Max to agree to stack the logs where I wanted them, but finally the job was done. Now it was just a question of wait and hope. This went on for a week. Max and Jeff were getting edgy. It was all Elizabeth and I could do to keep Max from trotting down to Hoffman's place with his old Jennings rifle. But finally it came, what I had been waiting for. A Chinook wind. It comes, some people say, out of an old Indian's dreams. Others say it's the devil's breath on a particularly bad day. All I know is it came in dry and hot, and it lasted for 2 days.
Doggone it, Paladin, you was right. A Chinook wind, it's working. That snow's melting like it was summertime.
Look at that water come down.
Paladin!
That's Jeff.
Where's he been anyway?
I sent him down the riverbed.
You're right, Paladin. Hoffman's onto our plan. He got Axel and his men building a log jam down below. According to law, he can claim every log that floats down there and stops on his property.
Concern him, Paladin. Let's go down there and shoot them all dead.
Max, if you don't settle down...
Paladin, you can't stop the logs from going now. The water's rising so fast they'll be starting.
Wait a minute. Max, how much black powder do you have?
Enough to blow this mountain up. We use it for blasting out tree stumps.
Good.
What are you going to do?
Jeff, do you know how to use a pike?
I do.
All right, then. Now, you make a skid jam here. And when you hear a shot fired from down below, start the logs down. Will you do it?
You bet I will.
All right, come on, Max. Let's get that black powder.
There they are, Paladin, sure enough.
Yeah.
Hey, those timbers where they'll count the moves.
Look, that Axel's right in the middle where we got to plant this powder. How are we going to move him? I know. I'll shoot him from here.
No. If they hear the shot, they'd start the logs from up above. Now, listen carefully.
Yes, Paladin.
Max, I'll draw Axel off the jam they've built. Now, while I'm busy with him, you plant the black powder out there. Can you do it?
Then I'll do it. Right smack in the center, all them logs that got stacked up.
That's right. Then get off the log jam in a hurry. I'll throw a shot at it and blow it up.
All right, Paladin. Good luck to us.
Right. Hey, you. You, Axel.
Who called my name?
I did.
You. What do you want?
I come to fight you. I hear you were the toughest man ever to go to sea.
You scum. I'll fight you. This time without a pistol at my head. I'll kill you. I'll break you in two.
Oh, no, you won't, friend.
Use your gun. My bare hands. I'll kill this man.
Get out of the way, Axel. I'll shoot him.
My bare hands. I will. You.
I killed him.
Yeah. You killed your own man.
I didn't. I never meant this to go so far. It was a mistake. Will they hold me for murder?
Well, I suppose they will. Even Axel had a right to live.
Paladin, that shot. It started the logs.
All right, get off the jam, Max.
Can you see where I put the powder?
Yes, I can see it, but get out of the way.
Paladin, here comes the log. Shoot quick.
All right, Max. There they go.
You made it, Paladin. You made it. Look at them logs go through.
Hey, boy, sit down.
Oh, why sit down? Want to learn baseball?
Sit down.
Oh, Esau, but, hey, boy, figure to take many bats, balls, birds' cage, run around very much and learn that way, not sit in stuffy room.
Hey, boy, if I'm going to teach you, we're going to start at the beginning.
Oh.
Now, come in.
Here is tea you order, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, yes, bring it in. Just set it down, Miss Wong. Now, hey, boy, here's how the whole
Hello,
thing...
hey, boy. What you doing here?
Learning to play baseball.
Why?
Maybe get to be president of Imperial Dragon Club.
Oh.
Miss Wong.
Cycle now.
Now, hey, boy, listen to this.
Yes, sir.
Baseball is played by two teams.
Hey, boy, not going to make it.
Have gun. Will travel.
Hop Along with Hopalong Cassidy, up next.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West, The Mystery at Three Oaks. There was a time when Three Oaks was a busy little town. That was when the White Lady Gold Mine was pouring out its wealth to those who bent their backs and took it from the bosom of Mother Earth. But the mine simmered out and the town went back to normal. The only business that flourished was the Black Deuce Bar and Dance Hall run by Hank Butler. A stranger has just entered the Black Deuce asking for Butler.
Luke said you wanted to talk to me, stranger.
Your name Hank Butler?
That's right. State your business.
Well, I guess you're the man I want. I'm Jim Acorn of the Tyrol Investment and Mining Corporation in Denver.
Huh?
I'm here to offer you a fair price for your stock in the White Lady Gold Mine.
White Lady Gold Mine? Well, that mine ain't been worked for 10 years.
I'm not here to discuss that, my friend. I'm here to make you a bona fide offer of 50 cents a share for your 5,000 shares.
You bought any others?
I'm buying 5,000 from Curly Waters, buying 10,000 shares from a fellow named Clem Higby, 5,000 from Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy, eh? He don't live around here.
I'm meeting him at the hotel this evening. He's riding in.
50 cents a share, eh?
That's right. And I'm only making one offer.
You know, fella, I'll be mighty glad to get anything from that stock, but, hey, what you so nervous about?
Me? Nervous? What? How do you mean?
You keep twisting your fingers like you're twirling a mustache, and you ain't got one.
Force of habit, friend. I had one for 15 years. Just shaved it off today.
I guess I can't be too particular who I'm dealing with, because I'm only interested in cash.
You'll get cash, my friend. So will all the other stockholders. Jim Acorn is an honest man.
Hey, Butler. There's a cowpoke causing a ruckus at the bar.
There is, eh? Excuse me a minute, Mr. Acorn.
Before you leave, maybe you should know who you're dealing with. Here's my card and my letter from the firm. No need of your seeing the letter. It's kind of private correspondence.
Oh, it's all right with me. Just bring the cash.
That's the way I like to deal, Mr. Butler. I'm going over to the hotel now. Clean up and get out to Clem Higby's ranch before dark. You'll be open tonight?
Sure.
See you then.
I'll be here.
Boss, he forgot his letter. Shall
I get your hands off that letter. I'm the one that's going to read it. James Acorn, Esquire. Buy every share available of White Lady Mine. We'll pay $2 a share, but only offer that as a last resort. Signed Tyrol Investment Company, Denver. Boy, that crawling horn toad.
What's wrong, boss?
Playing me for a sucker, eh? I'll show that dude a thing or two. I'm beating him out to Clem Higby's, buying his shares for 50 cents, and I'll collect $2.
They got to get up early to beat you.
Yeah, Luke.
Yeah?
Trail that dude. Don't let him out of your sight. No matter what happens, keep him from seeing Clem Higby. I'll get there first and buy his stock.
Yeah, but somebody said Hopalong Cassidy was riding in town.
Boy, you cowering coyote. I ain't afraid of no man. That includes Cassidy. He may be quick with a 6-gun, but I'm quicker under my hat.
Yeah, boss.
All right, get out of here. Do as you're told. I'll handle this Cassidy like he's never been handled before.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Mystery of Three Oaks. Hopalong and his pal are riding into Three Oaks to meet a man named Acorn who wants to buy some shares of stock from Hoppy. Shares in the White Lady Gold Mine. It's been a long, hot ride under the broiling sun, and they're mighty glad to tie off back of the sheriff's office so they can rest for a spell on the shady green veranda.
Oh, Tonker. Here's plenty of shade.
I gotta find me some of that there shade, too, before I curl up like a overdone flapjack.
I know how you feel, California. Cool spot looks pretty inviting right now.
Yeah, we'd better get our business over and get back to the Bar 20. Them new hands and everything.
We'll get an early start in the morning.
This is as far as I'm a-going. This first chair. Don't ask me to move out in this chair till dark.
I won't. You just rest, and I'll drop over to the cafe with the sheriff and get some food.
Food? Oh, you mean victuals?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Hoppy, maybe I ain't as tired as I thought.
There's Sheriff Curtis now. Hello, Sheriff.
Well, Hopalong Cassidy. Howdy. And welcome to Three Oaks. What brings you?
Money.
Yeah. Huh?
Got a letter from the fellow offering to buy 5,000 shares in White Lady Mine.
Oh, you too, huh?
Huh?
Curly Waters got the same offer on his shares. All set to sell when his ranch house was busted into and the shares stolen. Happened the very night Acorn arrived in town.
Wanted to meet him at the hotel.
Well, sit back and rest. I just saw him all dulled and beautied up, riding out of town toward the Clem Higby's ranch.
Oh, then we'll have to wait.
Hey, you saddle bum, get off this porch.
Well, why,
If you hands want to sleep, get out in front of the black dude. I'll get. Go on.
Oh, doggone it, I'm California.
I don't care if you're the Rio Grande. Now, get out. Well, what's so darn funny, Hoppy?
Oh, that's California, and you're inviting off of the place, Sheriff. My pal of years standing.
It is?
Sure.
Well, doggone it, California. I didn't recognize you.
Concern a fine howdy do. You stand there letting him insult me.
Oh, forget it, California. There's nothing wrong with you that a plate of beans won't fix up.
You know, Hoppy, I'm doggone glad you come when you did. With so much money changing hands around here, well, anything's apt to happen.
Well, that's all well and good, but we'll be a darn sight more help to you with a full stomach than we will us starving to death.
The only thing that interests me, Sheriff, outside of food, is meeting this fellow who's willing to pay for stock in a mine that's full of shale and rock.
Thought I told you to knock before you come in, Luke.
I had to see you, boss. Now, don't get to jumping over the traces when I tell you what happened.
Well, what happened?
Well, like you told me, I trailed this dude till it got dark. Then he turned off the trail to Higby's ranch, and I lost him.
Well, as long as no harm's done.
Oh, you got there first, eh?
And I got the 10,000 shares from Higby.
Good, and at 50 cents, too.
And of course, didn't have no time to argue, so I just gave him $1 straight. $10,000.
Great. And you get $2 a share. I'd like to see this dude's face when he finds out you outfoxed him.
So would I.
Huh? What do you mean, boss?
Nothing. Keep your lips sewed up about tonight.
You don't have to tell me that.
Look here, Luke. Let me tell you one thing.
Uh-oh. Sounds like trouble out front.
It's a sheriff with a couple of cowpokes.
Let me take a squint. Hank, it's Cassidy.
So?
Yeah, I got to get. You do your own entertaining. I got other plans somewhere else.
Well, might as well sit near the window here, Hoppy.
Anywhere suits me.
Yeah, just so they can get to the table with the grub.
Another stockholder in the mine runs this Black Deuce Cafe, Hoppy.
Yeah?
Yeah, Hank Butler. Cagey sort of fella. Doing right well with cards. Ain't nobody can take him in poker. And some of the darnest hands he gets. 4s. Straight flushes.
Hank Butler.
Know him, Hoppy?
Just trying to think. I don't remember that name. The technique sounds familiar.
Well, you'll get to meet him. He's coming over this way.
Boy, there ain't no card players here at this table.
Oh, welcome to the Black Deuce Cafe, gentlemen.
This here's Hopalong Cassidy and California Carlson, Hank.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Hi.
Howdy.
Yeah, the grub is on the house. Order up.
Well, now, that's right nice of you, feller.
And what brings you to our fair city, Cassidy?
Oh, thought I'd sell a few shares in the White Lady mine.
Oh, good. Particular about who you sell to?
Not especially. Why?
I'm buying them up. 50 cents a share, all you can get.
Oh, you're buying them too, huh?
All's fair in business, gentlemen.
Well, I'd made an appointment with a fellow by the name of Acorn, and...
That dude who rode out the Higby's ranch.
He did. Well, he's too late. I bought 10,000 shares from Higby myself today.
That leaves Mr. Acorn high and dry.
I'm a businessman, Cassidy.
You also play a little poker, I hear.
What do you mean by that?
Now, wait a minute, Hank. No high-handed stuff here.
I can handle this, Sheriff. You know, Butler, you couldn't buy one share from me, at any price. And I'm riding out to Higby's to find out how you got those 10,000 shares from him.
That's all there is to it, Mr. Cassidy. Butler got here first and paid me $1 share, so I sold him.
What did Acorn say about it?
Well, guess he's kind of mad, but he only offered 50 cents.
Of course, I can see why you made money on him.
Hank's a nice feller. Told me to drop into the Black Deuce tonight, and everything's on the house.
Did he offer to play a little poker?
I'm one feller he knows he can't beat. Why?
Oh, just thinking. Better leave the 10,000 here when you go in tonight.
I ain't no yearling. I've been weaned, Cassidy. Don't you worry none about me.
Well, guess we'll be going back to the hotel. Get our business over with Acorn and head for the bar 20.
You'll get a better price from Butler. I did.
How can Butler afford $1 a share, while Acorn is offering 50 cents? Each share is numbered. He'd better check them.
Numbered? I couldn't tell you. Tain't no affair of mine.
No, guess not. Well, you ready, California?
Yep. Been ready for 10 minutes.
I'll see you in town tonight, Cassidy.
I'm sure you will.
How do you mean that?
You know, Higby, I'm sorry you asked that. Yeah. I don't quite know myself what I meant. Yet.
Well, darn, Hoppy, you done all you could to keep that bull-headed Higby from going in town tonight.
Yeah. California, how did Butler know Higby had 10,000 shares? And why would he pay $1 a share?
He figured he could get it back from him.
It could be that Acorn and Butler are in cahoots on this.
Yeah, but it don't make sense. Butler ain't paying for something that ain't no good.
Maybe when we talk to Acorn, we'll have the answer.
Well, we turn on the trail right up ahead.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Hoppy?
Oh, Topper. Oh, boy.
What's wrong, I asked you?
I was afraid of this, California.
Well, it's a man laying on his face.
Yeah. And I'll give you my 5,000 shares if the man's name isn't Acorn.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, The Mystery of Three Oaks. Hopalong Cassidy and his pal California Carlson came to Three Oaks to sell 5,000 shares of the White Lady mine to a fellow by the name of Acorn. Hoppy found that Hank Butler, owner of the Black Deuce Cafe, had been doing some buying, too. 10,000 shares at $1 a share from Clem Higby. Hoppy rode out to the Higby ranch to find Mr. Acorn and found him dead.
I felt this in my bones, Hoppy, since that Acorn fella got in town.
Not much you could do then, Sheriff.
Yeah, there ain't a lot I can do now till get some kind of evidence.
It seems to me you could start at that Black Deuce Cafe.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Hank Butler admitted he was out there on the Higby ranch buying them shares.
That's right, Sheriff.
Yeah, and that Luke fella has disappeared higher than hair. He generally does Butler's dirty work.
Yeah, if Butler didn't do his own.
Well, we'll soon know. Deputy Willard knows where Luke holds up when he's in trouble. Like as not, he's got him already.
And don't forget that Higby. Acorn was killed on his ranch.
Yeah, but what would Higby have to gain? He already had his money from Butler. It don't make sense.
Now, I don't say Higby did it. It could have been possible for Acorn to have met Butler out there and then, well, disagreed.
Yes, you're right, Hoppy. That's just what happened. You're right as rain.
Yeah, Butler mad as all get out because Acorn caught him in his dirty work.
But we have to have some proof.
Yes, I can't just drag everybody to jail.
Sheriff, looks to me like a killing for greed.
Well, then why wasn't Higby killed? He had 10,000.
Because he can be relieved of that money without a killing.
Well, how do you mean, Hoppy?
Poker.
Butler?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm beginning to see what you're driving at, Hoppy.
You do? What is it?
Why, Butler, that is, Acorn tried to beat Butler for the shares, and, well, what did happen?
We won't be sure till the killer tells us himself.
Well, that may be sooner than you think, Hoppy. Yeah, I see Deputy Willard bringing in that Luke fella. If we can get him to talk, it'll save a lot of time. It ain't gonna do you one bit of good, Luke, to say that you wasn't around Higby's place. You was seen riding out that way just after this Acorn fella left.
There ain't no law against my riding that way.
There's a law against killing a man.
You got any proof I killed him?
Not this minute, but I'll get the proof.
I weren't the only one who was out there.
Butler?
You don't see me with no shares, do you?
Oh, you've been doing Butler's dirty work.
Well, when you get more proof, look me up.
Well, I won't have to look far. Or you'll be resting your bones in the cell. Come on, Luke, get moving.
You may be the law, but you'll pay for this.
Yeah? Well, suppose you tell me why you was found hiding out on that old spread of yours.
I wasn't hiding. I was rounding up a few strays.
Yeah, well, the only thing wrong with that story is it was dark. And you ain't had a head of beef on that spread for 5 years.
Oh, here you are, Sheriff.
Yep, I got that Luke hog-tied in the cell.
Yeah, darn good place for him.
Just came from the hotel, got my wire.
Wire?
Yeah. When I left the bar at 20, I wired the marshal at Denver. Here's the answer. Be a lot of help.
Does it tell us for sure who the killer is?
No, but it gives us a pretty good idea. Here's what it says. No such investment company as Tyrol. Address given is residence of sharper called George Watts. Unable to locate.
Well, doggone it. Maybe the fella Acorn was really Watts.
No doubt about it, California.
Well, I'm only interested in who done the killing. And I think I got him right back there in that cell. That's Luke.
Yeah, you're forgetting about Butler?
No, I ain't. You know, Hoppy, I think I'll try a little of that fancy stuff on this Butler.
Fancy?
Yeah. Tell him that Luke's been talking. Then, if he knows something, he'll open up wide as a barn door, figuring that he'll only tell one side of it.
Why, doggone it, Sheriff, you go doing that and we'll have another killing.
You're a good lawman, Sheriff, and I don't want to be offering advice.
Now, don't feel that way at all, Hoppy. 2 heads is better than 1.
If they're not on the same man.
Yeah, but how do you mean, Hoppy?
Well, I don't go much for this beating around the bush. I'm right to the point and lock 'em up. And then I figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sheriff, what do you say we take a walk down to the Black Deuce Cafe? I think you'll see a mighty interesting poker game.
Poker game? With a killing waiting to be solved?
The Black Deuce might be a good place to solve it.
Yeah, and a feller can get a stack of flapjacks while he's figuring it out.
Always thinking of your stomach, aren't you, California?
Well, I'm so empty, my stomach's wearing a callus on my backbone. Let's get down to that Black Deuce pronto.
Don't look like the bar's doing much business.
No, everybody's standing around that table in the back. Must be something big.
Probably $10,000.
Oh, you think so? You mean that Higby's fool enough to play with that shopper?
Some fellers ain't got even horse hands.
Let's move up there, Sheriff, where we can watch this game.
Hey, not too close, Hoppy.
Yeah. Looks like the game's over. Higby's just staring at Butler and...
Yeah, looks like trouble.
Why, you dirty polecat, you cheated me and you knowed it. Why'd you...
Move, Higby, and I'll gun you down.
Yeah, like you did that acorn feller, huh? Only I'm facing you. You do your killing from the
That's
back.
far enough, boys. Put up that 6-gun, Butler.
Yeah, you plumb cheated, Sheriff.
That's the chance you take when you play. All right, boys, break it up. Get moving. Come on.
All right, everybody, come on with your business. Tony, play some music.
Anytime a man beats me when I got fours, he's a cheating.
All right. Calm down. Nothing you can do now. I'll be talking to Butler, Hoppy. I'll see you in a minute.
Right, Sheriff.
Yeah, time something was done with that sharper.
You say you had 4s?
Yeah, that's right. 4 queens.
You threw away one card and drew one?
Yes, that's good poker.
And he drew one card, too.
Yeah, that's what he done.
And he had a straight flush to beat you.
Well, how do you know? You wasn't here.
I thought I recognized that technique from somewhere. Now I remember.
You do? Somebody you knew before, Hoppy?
Yeah. Higby, was Acorn angry about your selling those shares to Butler?
He sure was. He twirled that big mustache of his like he was going to twist it off. He lit out of my place like he could tear Butler apart.
How long after Butler left with the shares before Acorn came?
Oh, not more than 10 minutes.
Caught up with him, and Butler fought him and killed him.
Higby, I'm going to get that $10,000 back from Butler.
Hey, they'll be shooting.
No, I don't think so. I'll get it back at his own poker table.
Hoppy, you ain't gambling.
No, California. Just beating a crook at his own game.
You ain't gonna be like that yellow friend of yours and snivel if you lose.
Nope, deal the cards.
Me deal?
Sure. Let's make it one-handed draw.
Stakes?
The sky.
Kings are better to open.
Right?
Getting warm in here, Sheriff.
Sure is. I don't know what Hoppy's up to.
You can be darn sure he does.
You open, Cassidy?
Yeah. I'll open for $10,000.
10,000?
Yeah, that Cassidy's no piker.
Butler's met his matching this feller.
I'll stay.
Sheriff, Hoppy's got 4 jacks.
I see him.
How many cards you drawing, Cassidy?
Give me 2.
Oh, the fool. He's throwing away 4s.
How many? You say 2.
That's right, and off the top, too.
Yes, of course. Here. 1, 2.
Now he's only got 3s. Darn it, California.
I'm taking 1.
I'm throwing in another 10,000, Butler.
You and Cassidy, I can't call.
And I'll tell you why you can't call Jim Paget.
Huh?
Last time we met, you were Jim Paget. Same old trick, eh? You expected me to draw 1 card. The next card would have made you a straight flush.
I don't know what you mean.
Here's what I mean. I drew the 6 and ace of clubs. If I'd have drawn none, you'd have had one end. If I'd draw 1, you'd have had the other end.
Why, Butler, you've been cheating these folks for years.
And he cheated me out of my 10,000, too.
And that ain't all he's done.
California. Let me see those shares you bought, Butler.
You accusing me of something else? Let him see him, Butler. Where are they? Right here in my inside coat pocket. Yeah, there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell anything by him, Hoppy?
Yes, I can, California. Acorn had about 5,000 shares from Curly Waters.
And no shares was found on Acorn.
That's right.
Whoever has Curly shares...
Done a killing. See anything, Hoppy?
Yeah. See, Sheriff? These numbers. They're not consecutive. They're from 2 different owners.
Well, now, that's something we can use for proof. Come on, Butler. Luke's getting lonesome for you.
Just a minute, Sheriff. We forgot something. Here, Higby. Here's the $10,000 you lost to Butler.
Well, thanks a lot, Hoppy. If it hadn't been for you...
That makes you square with Butler.
It sure does, Hoppy. I'm all square.
No, Higby. You aren't square.
Huh?
Not till you're hanging on the end of a rope for killing Jim Acorn.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Hoppy, I thought you was plumb loco when you said that Higby was the killer.
Well, Higby admitted it. He confessed.
Yeah. And when them numbers wasn't consecutive, Higby knew that he'd got them shares he stole from Curly Waters mixed with his own that he sold to Butler.
Numbers?
Sure. Them numbers on the shares.
Well, those numbers weren't different, Sheriff.
What?
There weren't any share numbers. Those were the surveyor figures on the location of the mine.
Why, Hoppy, you tricked them.
Acorn and Higby had planned this whole thing to unload worthless stock. They knew if the word got around that a big company was buying up the stock, Hank Butler would try to beat him to it. But Higby got greedy when he had the cash in his pocket.
Darned if I can figure whose side you're on, Hoppy.
Me neither.
A minute ago, you was risking your neck and our money playing poker with Butler just to get Higby's $10,000 back, when all along you knew he was a murderer.
That's because I can't stand to see anyone deliberately cheated.
And then the sight of me must be tearing your heart out.
Huh?
I know what's coming.
'Cause every minute we waste standing here jabbering is just cheating me out of more of that barbecued steer back at the bar 20.
You see, Sheriff, the only thing that's really close to California's heart is that big, hungry stomach of his.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy in California will be back soon, and of course we hope you'll be with us. You won't want to miss this next experience of theirs, so don't forget it, will you? Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Mystery of Three Oaks was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. Nature study. That's a charming pastime, they tell me, the wonders of nature and all its infinite variety. But the most interesting and varied subject of all, I think, is the mind of man. Its unpredictable convolutions. And that's what our story is about tonight, after a brief word from Frank Martin.
Tired out, run down, on edge, all in? Is that how you feel tonight? Well, if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, listen. Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances. Yes, in easy-to-take tablet form. So many people who used to suffer from these deficiencies now tell how good they feel, how pleasant little ironized yeast tablets help them regain pep and strength and needed pounds. Often they say it's like a new lease on life. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out. Everybody.
There we are.
There we are where?
Look about you.
Oh, my goodness, it is beautiful, isn't it?
I did not know this is where we were going.
It's like a canyon, isn't it?
It is a canyon. A cleft in the rocks few people in this part of the country know about.
Well, I'm sitting down to rest my poor
No, Miss Guard, we must go on.
Oh, no. Where are we going?
Come now, come. On all our other Sunday nature study trips, I've never had such rebellion.
Because we've never walked so far before.
That's right.
Where
is this you are taking us today, Mr. Arnold? To Canada? My dear friends and neighbors, we're exactly 15 miles from home.
You could think we're out of this world.
Yes, if one knows nature's little highways and byways, even in the midst of the city's turmoil, one can find nature's true isolation.
Well, where do we go from here?
There's a little path down through the canyon. There we will find lichens of many varieties.
Oh, my goodness, what's that?
My dear.
I know. They are like little ferns in the rock.
Excellent, Mr. Kamarin, excellent.
Oh, I remember from last week.
You will note these scratches on the face of the rock here.
Who did it?
Not who. What? The glacier.
Glacier? What's glacier?
Don't ask me.
Oh, I know. It's all that ice and stuff from the North Pole that came down here a long time ago.
Excellent, Miss Wilkins, excellent.
Oh, yes, that I have seen near Seattle in Washington.
That's right. There are still glaciers up in the northern Rocky Mountains. What's the matter, Miss Guard? You seem displeased.
All I want to say is this. Do you mean to say we came all this way by subway and streetcar and bus just to see some old rock scratches?
Well, there isn't any place in the state that has a finer record of glacial action.
How do you like that? I thought I was going to see flowers and then just scratches and rocks.
Well, Miss Guard, Mr. Rano, he's a smart man. He knows
Well, then maybe he knows I want to go home. My feet are tired. This is all there is to see. I'm starting back now. Oh, come on, Miss Wilkins. Let's get out of here. Find some real excitement.
Well, I don't know. After all, Mr. Arno took all the time and trouble. What's that?
Something up there. The rock. Look out.
Miss Wilkins. Miss Wilkins.
She passed out, I see.
You all right?
Yeah, fine. Oh, she's all right.
Miss Wilkins, are you hurt? Are you...
all right.
Oh, sure. She just fainted. And no wonder all those rocks falling down.
It's a miracle we weren't hurt. You all right, Mr. Kamara?
Oh, sure. We all right. Nobody hurt, so don't...
Oh!
Miss Wilkins,
what's the matter?
Under that rock.
Legs.
Who? Miss Guard. It's Miss Guard.
The rock? Get him off.
Get her off.
No.
Get her.
No, Miss Wilkins.
Get her.
Stay back. We'll get her out.
Yeah, we'll do it. Come on. Hurry. Not the other one now. Come on. Now, a little more.
One more rock. One more rock. You hear that, Miss Wilkins? One more rock.
Oh, she's dead. I know she's dead.
I can't move. Lift more, Mr. Arno. Lift. Poor girl.
Oh, Miss Guard.
No, wait. Look. Miss Wilkins, be quiet. Miss Guard, she's still alive.
Alive?
But how can... Shh. She's trying to talk. Yes, Miss Guard, I'm here. I'm listening. Yes, what is it? I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't understand you, Miss Guard. What are you trying to tell us? Yes, what, Miss Guard, what?
I can't die without telling.
Telling what?
My husband didn't die. Heart failure. I killed him. Poison. I killed Miss Guard. Miss Guard!
She's dead. You feel better now, Miss Wilkins?
I'm all right.
Oh, don't try to get up. Just rest. A few minutes more or less won't make any difference. Now, Mr. Arno. Yes, Mr. Kamaran. I have been sitting here. I have been trying to figure it out in my head. Why is it? Well, there must have been a fissure in the rocks. The action of frost and rain loosened them, and perhaps the vibration of our voices. No, I'm thinking, why should it hurt her, not us? Well, I guess that's what you'd call fate. Do you think... Did she really kill her husband, like she said? Well, I don't know. I don't know anything about her except she was a neighbor. Yes. She lived in our building for a whole year already. I really don't know about her.
I know.
You, Miss Wilkins? Tell us, please.
She told me. She used to sing in a nightclub.
So? Really?
One morning she wasn't feeling good. She came down to my apartment. I guess she felt like talking. She told me she used to work in this nightclub, and then she married this rich fellow, lots older than she was, lots of money, and she married him, and she didn't like him very much, and all of a sudden he died.
Oh. Did she tell you that there was anything unusual about his death?
No. She just said all of a sudden he died.
Like poison?
What are we sitting here for? Let's get out of here. Quick, let's get out of here.
Yes, Mr. Arno, why do you sit there? Lead us the way out.
Mr. Arno, what's the matter with you? Why do you sit there looking at us?
I didn't want to say anything before. Say what?
Say what?
I went over there, the only way out of the canyon. The rocks have blocked it off.
Oh.
I'm very much afraid we can't get out. It's no use talking to me, Mr. Arno. But it's so dangerous. Dangerous? What is dangerous? I climb up. The rocks are like stairs. I pull up over the top and I'm out. Oh, but I insist it's dangerous. That tumble of rocks. Miss Wilkins, am I not right?
Well, we just can't wait in here forever, and I'm sure that Mr. Kamara knows what he's doing.
That is a very smart girl. Look at that wall. It is nothing. Oh, but you don't worry, Mr. Arno. I told you the rocks along here like steps. I climb up and I go and get help, and soon I have you out of here. All you do is to help me up that first rock. Well, all right, if you insist. Sure. Put your hands together in a grip. Like that? That is right. I put my foot in your hand and you push up and give a boost, right? Yes. All right. Hold your hands down. All right. I get my foot. Now, lift. Here we go. There. I'm up. So I'm up here already. The rest of the way to climb is easy. What did I tell you? Be careful, Mr. Kamaran. Here I go.
He is very strong, isn't he?
What'd you say, Miss Wilkins?
He is very strong, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Careful of loose rocks, Mr. Kamaran. I am all right. Test every handhold. Those rocks are loose.
He'll get us out of here. I know he will.
Yes, he will.
He's up so high.
Oh, yes.
I just can't watch anymore.
Well, he only has a few more feet to go, and he'll be over the edge. You're doing very well, Mr. Kamaran.
Sure, I told you. Your Kamaran, he always does.
Mr. Kamaran,
What's the matter with him?
I don't know. He suddenly stopped talking, isn't moving. Mr. Kamaran, what is the matter? Mr. Kamaran.
My arm. Cramp. I can't hold.
Cramp in his arm. Hold on, Mr. Kamaran. I'll try to get up to you. Don't let go. I'll try to... Mr. Kamaran. Mr. Kamaran.
He's dead.
No, I don't think so. He lifted up his head. Oh. Mr. Kamaran, what? I couldn't hold on. Don't move. No. Listen. I don't tell you. Yes. I'm listening. All broken. We'll be dead. We'll be dead. Can't die without telling. When I was boy, Syria, went hunting with my brother. He never came back. They thought he ran away. Not truth. I wanted his knife. So I killed him. Buried him. I killed my brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights out story of nature study for just a moment to look in on an office in a New York skyscraper. It's 5 in the afternoon and the secretary is saying...
Hello? Why, yes, Bob. I'd love to go dancing. I'll be through here by 6:30. Be seeing you. Bye.
With all this overtime leaving me limp as a rag, you've got the pep to go dancing. How do you do it?
Why, when I felt myself slipping, I found out I just needed more vitamin B1 and iron. And I got them as easy as pie by taking those wonderful little ironized yeast tablets.
I still don't see how they could make all that difference.
Let me explain. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. So lose weight, strength, and pep. And without enough iron, you may be weak and pale and feel all in.
I see. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. It's ironized yeast and its famous two-way help that's been of such surprising benefit to so many men and women with these deficiencies. So if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, for your own sake, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Then see if before long you aren't saying,
"Oh, how wonderful to feel peppy and raring to go again. That tired feeling is gone. I put on pounds I needed. How I wish I'd tried ironized yeast tablets long ago."
And now back to our exciting lights out story of nature study. Two people have died in Hidden Canyon on a Sunday morning. Two people have died with confessions of murder on their lips.
Miss Wilkins, where are you? Miss Wilkins, are you hiding? Miss Wilkins, you shouldn't have run away like that. You shouldn't. We'll work something out together. We'll get out of here. Oh, there you are. Why did you hide back here? Nothing's going to hurt you. Nothing.
You're wrong.
What?
I'll never get out. Never.
But why should you say that? This canyon is well known. Sooner or later, any moment, someone will come along and see us down here.
No, never.
Now, that's no way to talk, Miss Wilkins.
They are dead, aren't they? Aren't they?
Don't think of them.
I gotta think of them. They're me.
What are you talking about?
You think I haven't got a brain in my head? You think I don't know what I'm talking about? Well, I do. I always do. I'll let everybody think I'm a fool, but I know more than you or anyone. And I know why they died. I know.
Miss Wilkins, I don't know.
I'm telling you. Listen to me. I'm telling you. I know why they died.
Yes, of course. It was actually...
Will you listen to me?
All right.
Miss Guard died, and she'd committed a murder.
Yes.
And Mr. Kamarin died, and he'd committed a murder.
Well?
That's why I won't get out of here alive. I committed a murder, too. I committed a murder, too.
That's unbelievable. Oh, you're just saying things.
No, not true.
But you... Well, how?
Married. All I wanted to do was get married.
What?
Mary Jane Ellis, we gone to school together, the same room in college, the same room when we came here to go to work, always together. My best friend, everyone said my best friend up till Joe. I met him first, and then she met him. She said she didn't like him, but I knew she did. She did. At the party, I came into the room. His arms had been around her. I knew they had. He couldn't fool me. She couldn't fool me. It was her fault, not his. My best friend. Joe was for me, not for her. He was thinking about her. He kept on thinking about her. Pretty, all right, she was pretty, but he was for me, for me. At night, I'd lie there thinking if she was dead. If she was dead. She had to be dead. She had to be dead.
Miss Wilkins, for 5 years, I've known you for 5 years. What you're saying isn't true. I know it isn't. Your mind, all that's happened, you couldn't really...
Shut up! Just shut up!
All right, Miss Wilkins.
You listen to me. I killed her. I killed her with poison. And I'm going to die the way they did. And there's nothing anyone can do about it.
You're out of your mind.
Now I know exactly what I'm saying and doing. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment, Mr. Arno? 5 years. 5 years. Every night for 5 years. Every time I was alone in the dark, I've been waiting for this moment. I don't have to wait anymore.
Well, why not?
Because it's here.
Who?
It's here in the canyon. Waiting to kill me.
There's no one here but you and me.
They knew, and now I know.
Well, I tell you, there's no one in this canyon but the two of us. And their bodies.
What's over there?
Huh? Oh, nothing but the shadow of a rock on the canyon wall.
Not a shadow, Mr. Arno.
What are you talking about?
Not a shadow, Mr. Arno.
I see it plainly. It is a shadow.
Not a shadow, Mr. Arno.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's coming closer.
Well, the sun is getting lower in the sky.
If it touches me, I'll die.
Don't say that.
The way they died.
Stop talking nonsense. Get you out of here. Someone will come along. Up there. Is there anyone up there? We're down in the canyon. Get us out of here. Now, you just sit there and relax until someone... Miss Wilkins. Miss Wilkins. Dead? Bottle? What? Poison. You killed yourself. Why? The shadow. Yes. Touching you. Only a shadow. But is it? Someone get me out of here. Get me out of here. There we are. You lie there, Mr. Kamari. Miss Wilkins, Miss Guard, and now you, Mr. Kamari. Now, All of you lie there and listen to me. It's getting quite dark. And while it's still light enough so that I can see you, I want to talk to you. Dead as you are, I've got to find something out. Listen to the wind. It's just come up. The wind. It moans around the rocks, but I'm not moaning. You hear that, Miss Wilkins? I'm not. I'm just talking to you reasonably. It's been so many hours, and yet you hear I'm talking reasonably. Please understand, my friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. I took you to Hidden Canyon to show you the lichens and the glacial action on the rocks. I didn't want you to die. And that's what I've got to talk to you about. Dead as you are. Why did you die? It was all quite accidental. Wasn't it, Miss Guard? Answer me, Miss Guard. The rocks that crushed you, all quite accidental. It wasn't because you had committed a murder, was it? All quite accidental. Wasn't it, Miss Guard? Wasn't it, Miss Guard? How strangely my voice echoes between the rock walls. I will talk to you, Mr. Kamalin. You climbed up the rocks. A cramp in your arm. You couldn't hold on any longer. You fell. That was all accidental, wasn't it? Wasn't it? There's no reason for me to shout like that, is there? Oh, how quiet it is. And dark. For years, I've never been in the dark. At night, all the lights on in my house. I even sleep with the light on in the room. Never been in the dark for years. I'm in the dark at last. Alone. The three of you are dead. And so I'm alone. Who? Oh, a bird. An owl. Yes, of course, an owl. Miss Wilkins, you shouldn't have taken that poison. You should have stayed alive to talk to me. As long as there's someone to talk to, but when there's no one but the dead, that's a frightening thing. And I don't like the dark, and now I'm in the dark, alone. That's a frightening thing, yes. Oh. Your faces. Why do I see your faces? Oh. It's the moonlight. How quickly the moon lighting your faces. Yes. I don't think I'm going to look at you. I'm going to sit here all through the night, my eyes closed. Yes. I will. I will. How long have I had my eyes shut? All night? There's light against my eyes. I know it. All right. I will open my eyes. Moonlight. So bright. Filling the canyon. The walls. So very bright. Shadow. Shadow on the wall. What? Moving along the wall. Shadow of what? Miss Wilkins. You said a shadow, Miss Wilkins. You're smiling. Mr. Kamalin, you too. Miss Guard. All of you smiling. Is it the moonlight, or are you really smiling. Why are you smiling? Why? All right. I know. You know. All right. My eyes are opened. And when the shadow touches me... Who's it?
Must have gone down here.
Lights. People.
Hello down there. Anyone down there?
Anyone? Yes. Yes. Mr. Cameron, who killed his brother. Miss Guard, who killed her husband. Miss Wilkins, who killed... Yes. Yes, I'm down here. Come and get me. I've waited for you for 15 years. I murdered my wife. You hear me? I murdered my wife!
Well, Mr. Obler, the wages of sin, eh?
I suppose you can call it that. Whether one believes that wage is exacted by conscience or ghost or God, I think the progress of man has proved that you can't violate the basic human moralities without eventual retribution. Certain slant-eyed individuals, together with their goose-stepping compatriots, are rapidly learning the truth of that truism. Which reminds me of next week in Bathysphere.
Oh, you mean Saturday night Bathysphere?
No, the Tuesday night variety. But I'll tell you about that in a moment.
If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you underweight and under par, why go on that way? Ironized yeast supplies both vital substances in easy-to-take tablet form at a cost of but a few pennies a day. Now, a run-down condition may stem from other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in so many such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, look and feel better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what's this about a Tuesday night bath, Mr. Obler?
Bathysphere. That's the amazing diving bell developed by scientist Beebe, which has enabled divers to go under the sea to amazing depths. Next week, we go down under the sea in what is one of my favorite stories, and I think it'll be one of yours after you listen to it. Two men start under the ocean in search of a diving record, and the excitements which follow happen, as usual, next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's amazing story, Bathysphere. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
All out for the treasure hunt, folks. All out for the treasure hunt. Just hunt up discarded white shoes in your storeroom or attic. Make them attractive and good-looking again with Energine Shoe White. Save a number 18 shoe ration coupon for another pair of shoes. Use Energine Shoe White because it's made only with the very whitest pigment obtainable. Energine Shoe White spreads over shoes easily and dries evenly to a real white, never a dingy off-white. Yes, to keep white shoes looking better longer, use Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I'm not, by any manner of means, the hero of this story, nor the villain, which is just as well since it concerned with one of the great traitors of our time. But I was around when it happened, and for a bit after it was over. Long enough, anyway, to vouch for the truth of it. It all happened in a beautiful resort on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. It had to do with our own country, and in a pretty vital way, too. Stick around, I'll tell you about it. Started in the casino, or rather on the terrace that leads off it. I'd been playing chemin de fer, or maybe playing is the wrong word. Playing seems to imply a little fun, and the loss of 700,000 hard-earned francs isn't your Uncle Harry's idea of a good time. But that's what happened. That's what comes from trying to keep up with the Greek syndicate and the ex-king of a certain important country in the Near East. The Greeks and the king were too much for me. I was cleaned out. So I say I went out on the terrace for a breather, and there she was, tall, red-haired, green-eyed, and alone. Oh, my luck must be changing.
Excuse me. You speaking to me?
Well, there's nobody else around. That's what I mean about my luck. There's just the two of us.
What do you mean by luck? I passed your table half hour ago in the casino and you didn't seem to be doing too badly.
Well, that was before the Greeks got into the game. How am I doing now?
Greeks are still in the game, aren't they? Well, I came here with the Greeks.
Well, that doesn't say you're going to leave with them.
You always were a fast worker, Harry. See, you haven't changed.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's wrong? Don't you remember your old chums, Harry?
Nada Palese.
I'm glad you haven't forgotten.
Forgotten? How could I ever forget? But what I remember is a blonde, a beautiful blonde, almost as beautiful as you, almost as beautiful as you, as a blonde.
You're forgiven.
Well, I didn't ask to be forgiven. Now, listen, Ned, if you change the color of your hair as fast as you change your boyfriend's, there's bound to be a little confusion. Can't blame me if I treated you like a stranger.
Well, you were doing all right. Shall we pick up where we left off?
Yeah, just now or in 46, in Biarritz, I think it was. All right, but now.
What would you be doing now if you hadn't recognized me?
I would have been kissing you.
Oh, look what you think.
Look, honey, I've got a speedboat down at the dock. It's waiting to take me to my yacht. Want to come for a little spin?
Your yacht?
Well, not exactly mine. But I'm very much in residence. That's the right expression.
Whose is it?
Enrico de Saz.
Oh, yeah, the karaoke. I've been in residence myself.
Yes, I dare say. But just now, Enrico's off to Paris, and I've got the run of the boat.
Oh, it's very enticing, darling, but I mustn't forget the gentleman who brought
the Greeks?
Yeah. They might come bearing gifts.
What they got that I haven't got? Don't answer that. I know. Money.
Clever boy. How'd you guess? Wait a minute.
Wait? What else is there for me to do?
No, seriously, Harry, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Well?
You're probably the only man I could tell this to.
Okay, honey, okay. What's worrying you?
Well, I know I sound like a crook in a comic book. It's got something to do with the security of our country, Harry. With atom bombs and things like that.
Is this on the level? Yeah. Yes, you aren't kidding. I can see that. Well, come on, let's go somewhere where we can talk.
Yeah, but where? What are you grinning about?
I'm just going to say.
Yeah?
Well, there's always the yacht.
Oh, you're hopeless. All right, come on, let's go.
That's the karaoke up ahead. In 5 minutes we'll be there. What's going to happen with the Greeks?
No, I don't care.
You don't care? Why? Is that my fatal charm or the atom bomb?
You'll stop joking, darling, when you hear what I got to say.
Well, why don't you start?
All right, I will. You know somebody called, Fodor?
Fodor? Oh, yes. He's the one who has that big villa on the Cap, the Hungarian, about 70 years old, bald, gray eyes, amateur oceanologist. There's a big aquarium. Used to be an investment bank or something like that. They seldom goes out. Is that the one?
That's the one.
What's wrong with Mr. Fodor? Is he some kind of international spy?
Well, I'm staying in his villa as a house guest.
Oh, and what about the Greeks?
The Greeks just took me to dinner.
Oh.
Dr. Fodor has a cold.
Doctor? I didn't know he was a doctor.
Well, it's just a title. Lots of Middle Europeans are doctors. It doesn't mean they practice medicine.
Okay, and so you're his house guest. Well, isn't that nice for you, Netta? And Dr. Fodor is what is technically described as loaded. Now, what's on the agenda? Marriage?
Oh, don't be silly. He's too old.
Well, nobody with more than $20 million in his stocking is ever too old.
Well, if you put it that way, I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I think he's planning to adopt me. Now, you stop laughing, Harry. It's true. Taking a shine at me, and the whole thing's more or less on the up and up.
More or less.
Well, yeah, of course, more or less. But, I'm playing it straight. He's lonely, you know. His own daughter was killed in a train wreck 10 years ago, and, well, I've sort of taken her place.
Perfect. Can't see anything wrong with that. Don't tell me after all the capers you've pulled in your time that that's what you've got in your conscience.
We weren't talking about my conscience.
It was you that brought it up. Huh?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, here we are. A beautiful yacht, a beautiful night, the Mediterranean, a moon, and one of the most attractive girls of the century. And the whole thing, from a strictly romantic point of view, was completely wasted. Yes, believe it or not, when we got up on the deck, she wouldn't even take a drink. When I tried to kiss her.
No, Harry, please. I honestly and truly want your advice. This isn't a gag or a racket. It's something serious.
Okay, honey, okay, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm not the only house guest at the Villa Giulia.
Villa Giulia, you mean, yes.
Yeah, of course. That's the name of Fodor's place.
Yes, up on the cap.
Well, for the last 3 weeks, there's only been 2 of us. In the guest house, I mean.
Yeah.
Me and this scientist, Hans Convex.
Convex?
Yeah. You with your filing cabinet mind. Don't tell me you never heard of him.
Convex? You sure? He's a physicist.
He's supposed to be one of the most important men in his field.
Yes, that's how I read in the papers. I also read that he's on his way to America.
Well, that's just it. He's leaving the day after tomorrow.
Well?
And they've given him a big job on some very top secret kind of project like the H-bomb.
Well, honey, we've already got the H-bomb. Something must be the word.
All right, something.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, and you don't either.
Oh.
And he's going to go to America to take part in it.
If Convex is going to America on a job as important as this, you can be sure that he's been checked by every kind of security agency. You see, I'm jumping ahead of your story. I'm guessing you think this scientist chum of yours is some kind of spy.
I'll say that. But look at the other people, leaders in their field who've already betrayed us.
Yeah, that's true.
You see, the trouble is there's no way of telling what's in these people's minds. Their background can be perfectly clear, nothing to prove, but all the time they can be thinking not in terms of our side, but of the other.
I know all that, kid. Get to the facts. What's on your mind? You think Fodor's in it, too?
Oh, no, of course not. He's really a sweet guy. Sure, I'm in it for what I can get out of him, but still, I like him. He's no communist.
Well, his dough, he doesn't need to be.
Doesn't have anything to do with it. You know that as well as I do.
Sure, go on, honey, go on.
Well, Dr. Fodor has a telescope. Not just an ordinary telescope, but a high-powered one, up on the roof of the villa. There's all kinds of gadgets like that.
Yes.
You know, in many ways, he's just like a little kid. Well, anyway, one day last week, I was taking a sunbath, and I happened to look through that telescope. Well, this convict, he's a funny kind of guy, Harry. He keeps to himself. He's very quiet, very polite.
Here, have a little champagne. Won't stop the H-bomb.
Thanks. Mostly, as I say, he keeps to himself. And almost every morning he goes out fishing in a little boat.
So when you looked through the telescope, you saw him in his boat. Well, here's looking at you, honey. And what was he doing?
Fishing.
For what?
Fish.
Honey, is that what we're being so hush-hush about? Lots of folks go out in little boats and fish for fish.
Yeah, but there was another little boat, and it came up to Convex's boat. I could see them just as plain as if they was next to me. There was a man in the other boat in a dark suit, and he gave Convict a comic book, and then he rode away.
Thrilling. Will Convict read the comic book, or will he return it unopened?
Will you please stop kidding, Harry? This is serious. Well, let me tell you about the other man. I saw him plainly so I could recognize him later when 2 nights afterwards he was standing in front of a kiosk buying a newspaper. I happened to be walking by with one of the Greeks. They're very clever boys, those Greeks. They recognized him. One of the boys did anyway. And that man who gave Convict the comic book is a communist agent. He was well known in Greece just at the end of the war. His father was a Greek, his mother was a Russian, his name is Polyog, and he got out of Greece just in time. There was a price on his head, Harry. He's one of the big agents from Moscow. This isn't gossip or hearsay. It's the truth. And here, wait a minute. When I get my bag open, here it is. This is the comic book.
Oh, it's just a comic book.
There's nothing comic about that paleog. You should hear the Greeks on the subject.
Can you trust them?
On that, yeah.
Okay, honey, you've convinced me. I'm signing on. Tomorrow, you take me over to the Villa Julia and introduce me to Dr. Fodor, and then...
He's my pigeon. Leave him alone.
If you want me to help on l'affaire Conrict, that's the only way. Don't worry, I won't try to persuade Fodor to adopt me. I just want to get next to Conrict, and then we'll see.
Well, you haven't got much time. Remember, he's leaving day after tomorrow for America.
I remember. Well, all I can do is try. Finish off the champagne, honey.
Why?
Because it's good champagne. I'd hate to see it stand there and get warm. There's nothing we can do tonight. Raise your head.
You said that before. I'm under your chicks, Mr. Long.
That's good, honey. It'll save us a lot of time.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man.
I decided Netta's story at least deserved looking into.
Yeah, who is it?
What it matters who is. He's knocking on door, so you open.
Well, I'm certainly not opening the door till I know who it is.
This is Pavel Ivanovich Dorsky, Vice Commissar of Keyholes.
Oh, stop you kidding. Who is it? Oh, it's you.
Well, don't sound so let down about it. Would you rather have the commissar? I can go and rent myself some whiskers. Might not be a bad idea at that.
Come on in. Mr. Fodor wouldn't like it if he knew I had gentlemen visitors. What's the idea of the comedy accent?
Comedy? Well, I hope your friend the professor doesn't laugh at it. It's the only Russian accent I've got.
You mean you're going to try to use it on Convict? But that won't work. He doesn't even know
That's just
yet.
it. He doesn't know me. That's my only hope.
So he buys you as a Russian and a communist agent? I guess that's your plan, but then what? What do you accomplish?
Well, that, honey, is something I couldn't tell you, but at least we'll be further along than we are now.
I know. You're just doing it to test me, to see if there's any truth.
Can you blame me? The whole thing would be just in your mind, after all.
Well, if that's all you think of what I've told you, if you're only treating it as a joke...
Honey, if you know of a better detective, hire him. You won't hurt my feelings.
Oh, Harry. Now you're the one that's getting sore.
I know what.
What?
Let's kiss and make up.
Oh, Harry.
Harry, what?
Nothing. You're forgiven. Come on. Let's make up again.
Neda told me that both of the boats, Conrict's and the other that went out to meet him, had flown a striped jersey as a sort of flag on the masthead. Well, obviously, that was the agreed-upon identification, so I got myself a striped jersey of my own, chartered myself a little sailboat, and started cruising up and down in front of the Villa Julia and hoping. Oh, yes, I forgot to mention the comic book. Neda had comped the professors out of his room, so I went and got 2 more comic books just like it. And I tore my 2 comic books in exactly the same way. And then when Neda put one of these back in the professor's room, of course, now he had a comic book, the torn place of which would match my comic book and nobody else's. Well, the jersey on the mast finally worked, and out came Conrict in his own boat flying his own jersey. He looked fairly startled when he saw me. Not that he knew me as Harry Lime, because he didn't know Harry Lime, but I was somebody new in the striped jersey and torn comic book line, and the professor, for all his brilliance in his own field, was a little slow thinking in the spy department.
But where is the other? The other what?
That was me, of course, in my best Russian accent.
You speak of my colleague, the one that's been meeting you here in the water before?
Yes, I don't know his name, of course.
Ivan is traitor.
What?
You heard me. He's a traitor. You know what that means?
But certainly. You mean he has betrayed the revolution? Was he in the pay of the Americans?
Yes. If he tries to communicate with you again, you must refuse to see him or to talk. This is orders.
Well, what happened?
What do you mean, what happened? I only unmasked your pretty little professor, that's all. I only proved.
Proved? You mean you got proof?
What?
Well, if you got proof, there's nothing more to worry about. We'll just take the proof.
Yeah, proof.
What's wrong?
I forgot.
You forgot what?
That proving something to my satisfaction isn't the same as...
Harry.
Yeah.
Why don't you go to the American ambassador?
With what?
I mean, if you got the professor to talk, and you know...
Oh, look, honey, I'm a crook. All the world knows that. How am I going to even get into the
Well, for
embassy?
one thing, he isn't there. The ambassador's here. He's spending the weekend at the Carlton Plaza. You can get into the Carlton Plaza, Harry. You've been in every room already.
Now, don't exaggerate.
Well, isn't it the truth?
In a general sort of way, yes. You mean just break in and beard the old buzzard?
Why not?
Why not, indeed? What time is it?
It's early. Why?
Well, early is definitely too early for breaking in on an ambassador. Let's go to the casino.
So you can lose some more of your money?
Don't be ridiculous, child. I can lose some more of your money. Come on. About 2 hours later, I climbed up the side of the hotel, let myself into the ambassador's room.
All right there. I'm awake.
That's good, Mr. Ambassador. Now,
Hold up your hand.
I apologize for coming in through the window.
You heard me. Hold up your hand.
But why, Mr. Ambassador?
What do you mean, why? Hands up.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, excuse me for mentioning it, but you don't have any gun.
Oh.
You see, when people ask people to hold up that hand...
How do you know I don't have a gun?
Because I can see.
Oh.
Well, the explanation's quite simple, Mr. Ambassador.
Well,
I've been crawling up from one balcony to another in the darkness, so my eyes are accustomed
All right. What do you after? My money, it's in my pants pocket. Take it and go away. I'm sleeping.
I don't want your money, Mr. Ambassador. Just a minute of your
Oh,
time.
that's worse. Everybody wants a minute of my time. Now they've taken to breaking into my bedroom to get it. From now on, I'll have to sleep with an undersecretary under my pillow.
Mr. Ambassador.
Please make it quick. I know you're armed and I'm not, but in common decency, if you had the remotest idea what my schedule is
You
like,
know of a
wouldn't
certain Professor Conricht.
What about him?
Well, he's leaving for America day after tomorrow to take charge of...
I know. What about Conricht?
The communist.
Everybody says everybody's a communist. Got any proof?
I can prove it.
Good. How?
Well, I talked to him this afternoon.
And?
He admitted he was working for the Kremlin.
Got any witnesses?
Witnesses?
Got a tape recording?
Well, no, this happened out in the water.
On the water?
Yes, in a couple of boats. I pretended to be a Russian agent.
With no witnesses?
Well, no, Mr. Ambassador, but I can assure you...
Oh, you can you? By the way, who are you?
Well, it doesn't matter who I am.
Of course it matters who you are. You're making a very serious accusation. Hey, where are you going?
Away, Mr. Ambassador. That's where I'm going. Away. I've certainly understood that I'm making a fool of myself.
Now, hold on a minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Ambassador, but why?
Because maybe you've got something.
Of course I've got something, Mr. Ambassador, but what, if you'll excuse my impertinence, what in the blue blazes can I do about it? Good night now, sir. And pleasant dreams. Well, I've been to see my ambassador, honey.
He's mine, too.
Well, you can keep him.
You mean he didn't believe you?
No, I can't say I blame him at that. Anyway, he told me to go ahead and see what I could do. Sort of indicated that. Nobody'd stop me, he said. Nice of it, wasn't it?
Very. And Conricht leaves for America tomorrow night. You got less than 24 hours to do it in.
Do what? Pass a miracle? See, the whole trouble is I'm who I am. It's just my word, that's all. My word is all I've got to offer, and that isn't worth a Confederate nickel with a hole in it in the black market.
Where you going?
Down to the boat dock.
You mean you got another meeting with...
Yeah, at high noon. Got to see a man about a bomb.
You are Mr. Harry Lyme?
Yes?
We have a friend in common.
Huh?
Through this friend, I have come into possession of some very startling information.
Oh?
Do I need to explain myself any further?
Well, yes, old man, just a little bit further. What's the information? Who's the mutual friend, and who are you?
The friend is Nedda. The information, Mr. Lyme, has to do with treachery. Treachery of the most terrible sort. I am Dr. Fodor.
Oh, I see. Do you mean Netta's been talking to you about...
She is a delightful child, our Netta, but if she has a
She doesn't know how to keep her trap shut.
Well, Mr. Lime, you see, she trusts me. She began to feel that there was nothing effective that you could accomplish, so she turned to me.
And spilled a whole pot of beans. Okay, what happens now? Professor's your friend. Just where do you stand, Dr. Fodor, and all this?
I stand, Mr. Lime, with the free world.
Well, that's a very nice little speech, Doctor, but what does it mean?
But I have known Hans Conrick since he was a child. His father and I were friends in the university. He has been almost like a son to me.
Fine, but you're still not answering my question.
I will endeavor to, Mr. Lime, if you will just give me.
There isn't much time, you know. Your old chum, the professor's leaving for America.
No, Mr. Lime, I do not think he is leaving for America.
But it's all set up. He's taking charge of that new project.
No, Mr. Lime. Professor Conrick has changed his plans.
You still aren't telling me anything. What does that mean?
He has resigned his post, or what amounts to that. He is not leaving my house.
But how can you be sure? How can you speak for him?
I was like his father. Certainly, I loved him like a son. Yes, and I think he loved me.
And now?
I cannot trust you, Mr. Lime, but of course not. After all this, I will never trust a human being again.
I don't blame you, Dr. Fodor, but I don't see why you shouldn't tell me what's happened.
Well, I suppose I'd better tell you something. Yes, when the police come, I'll have to say something to them, but the truth is I don't have anything more to say. I've said everything to Hansel. He was like my own boy, Mr. Lime, my own boy, and now he is dead.
Dead? You mean...
I killed him, Mr. Lime. I am his executioner.
Dr. Fodor took me into his house and showed me Conrick. He was in the laboratory. I just saw Fodor's aquarium. His blood showed almost black on the white tiles of the floor.
I told him I would hand him into the police, but I gave him time alone. I knew he would choose to go like this. He took one of the knives, as you can see. One of the knives we use here for our research on the fish, a sharp knife. He slashed his wrists. I came in and found him like this. He was not yet quite dead. And then he died. And I went away and I left him here. So what is there to say now? A prayer? He didn't even want prayers.
What's happened? I was away at the casino and just now I got back and the butler told me...
Yes, what did the butler tell you?
Something awful had happened.
The butler hasn't told you half of it, Netta. At least I hope he hasn't. Anyway, there's one less traitor in the world.
And you're the one that did it, Harry. To the professor,
Well, not exactly, but you might say I was around at the time.
And now what? What do we do?
What do we do? I mean, what does anybody do nowadays? We just go on the way we're going and hope.
Hope for what?
Well, the Conricks of the world are in the minority, for one thing. There's just a few of them and lots of the rest of us.
What do you mean by the rest of us?
I'm not too sure. I can't say it, kid. I'm sorry. It just won't come out in words that don't sound like wilted oratory on a late afternoon the 4th of July. When I get corny, real corny, I know about it in advance, and now I feel it coming on, so I figure we better get out of here and go down to the casino.
But I've just come from there.
Well, you'll go back eventually, honey. Why not now? Come on. I feel lucky.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Last week, I ran into Netta again. A blonde again. Just as hard to overlook as ever. Hi, Netta.
Harry, what are you doing in London?
That's what Scotland Yard keeps asking me. I don't know. Browsing, honey. Browsing.
Remember last summer?
Will I ever forget? By the way, what happened to your old gentleman? What was his name? The one who was going to adopt you?
He did.
He adopted you, There, you wonderful creature, you. You must be worth a fortune. What are you doing for dinner?
You're buying it for me.
I've got a better idea. You buy it for me.
Oh, I would, Harry, but I'm broke.
But your guardian, he's worth the cool.
Not anymore, Harry. He's dead.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. He was a nice old guardian. What happened to that 40 or 50 million potatoes?
He left the whole thing to a foundation.
What's that? Come on. I know a nice, cheap little place where we can eat Dutch treat, honey. Dutch treat, that is. And you find another guardian.
Here we are again at the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The state of Utah gets its name from the native tribe, the Ute, who used to inhabit the area. In 1846, after the death of their religious leader, Latter-day Saints or Mormons began their journey from Illinois to Utah. Today, more than 60% of Utah's residents are Mormon. Utah's first Mormon settlement was made by Brigham Young when he arrived in Salt Lake Valley with 148 Mormons. On July 24th, 1847, when he first saw the Salt Lake Valley, he said, "This is the place." They came to Utah to escape persecution in Illinois. Utah's nickname, the Beehive State, honors its Mormon settlers. The community people wanted the state to enter the Union with the name Desert, meaning honeybee. However, Congress thought that the name sounded like a dessert, so the state was named after the native Ute people. The Utah state song is Utah, This Is the Place, written by Sam and Gary Francis. The song was adopted as the official state song of Utah on March the 4th, 2023. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until I see you next time, have a great day and God bless you.
Thank you.